Rise above.
Falcons will close this game out with a clean 2-0. There you have it, 2-0 in favor of Team Spirit. And they're looking for one more in Alice 2 for the triple. Team Vitality will take a little bit of time. They'll win the series in a sweep.
Hello everybody, welcome. Selamat datang guys. Macam biasa lah guys. Hello everybody daripada YT ke TikTok. Welcome. Selamat datang ya guys Selamat datang. So today is the day guys Today is the day though. Paghis, let's go.
And now jumping into day 2, this is the group of death. Slammer Giants going up against Pro Esports. I gotta say, I'm really looking forward to see what Slammer Giants is gonna bring.
Ya saya. Welcome guys. Selamat datang. Suara jelas ke guys? Suara audio apa semua. Kalau tak okey ke apa bagi tahu geng
Pro Esports can fight against it.
Kalau tak okey ke apa bagi tahu. Roger je. InsyaAllah aku buat apa yang boleh dibuat ya guys. So hari ni kita akan Nobar berseorangan lah guys. Saya minta maaf kita hari ni tak ada A-pool A-pool tak ada sebab susah lah guys. Setup dekat sini lain lah. Tak boleh nak setup macam biasa tu. Kalau kat rumah aku punya lagi simple lah guys. Lagi okey tu. Naik sikit voice Moon. Naik sikit voice ini yang paling tinggi lah guys. Sekejap aku try betul kan. Ini dah memang paling tinggi dah guys. Paling-paling mungkin aku slowkan sikit suara kas ke apa. Aku macam ni je lah guys. Mampu Welcome to the stream guys. Yang baru masuk boleh tap-tap like and share dulu guys. Mana belum follow boleh follow. Mana belum ori-ori pun boleh ori-ori juga guys Kat YT okey ke? Kat YT semua? Oh. Okey dah ni, okey. Kalau macam tu okey lah Thank you guys sebab tolong aku segi feedback. Asal laju kau punya Moon. Sebab aku stream kat sini ya guys. Memang connect lah terus Senang cerita kan. Dia connect terus baru tadi aku ada borak dengan Mamat ni. Dia kata aku famous dekat Myanmar guys aku memang famous kat Myanmar. Dia kata dia orang Myanmar. Damn, aku macam seriously bro. You know what I'm saying? Sampai habis misi ke dekat Paghis? Sampai habis misi. Harimu bersemangat tak macam semalam. Hari ni aku rasa aku feel very energetic sikit kalau korang tanya aku geng Yes. Mendunia, siapmu mendunia apa tu? Tak ada benda yang mendunia pun. Aduh sayang tak ada. Itulah tu guys. Tapi this what it is kita teruskan je lah. Mana yang kita boleh teruskan, kita teruskan. Mana yang tak boleh, tak apa. It's okay. Jangan paksa benda-benda macam ni guys. Aku pun malas nak susahkan orang sebenarnya. Nak set up itulah, nak set up inilah. Nanti pening kepala Moon top 3 kemudian dah bantai TLPH. Kau rasa top 1 ni kuat ke luck je win? Aku rasa sebenarnya Cambodia memang negara yang kuat tu guys. Kita dah tak boleh pandang rendah tu dengan tim Cambodia. Kenapa muka Stormy nampak macam lain Aku rasa tak semat dia rambut dia warna putih sebelah. Aku rasa macam tak gempak sebenarnya. Macam tak semat Just aku punya opinion tentang rambut. Baru start ke? Yes, baru start guys. Baru 4 minit je aku start live ni. Welcome guys Selamat datang. Selamat datang ke dalam live stream pada hari ini. Sekejap kita boost sikit lah TikTok kita ni. Mana tahu boleh dapat view lagi tinggi sikit ke kan. Ni game ni tengah sedap ni guys. Rugi ni. Check it out. Check it out. Bau-bau Phoenix guys hari ni. Aku dapat bau kan Assassin guys. Aku dapat bau Assassin sekarang ni Support mu guys, support aku guys. Support kasih tap-tap guys. Kasih yang kat YT lupa tekan button like tau. Muka coach tim lawan macam Arcadia. Muka coach tim lawan macam Arcadia Like for real bro. Like for real man. W Moon from Myanmar. Hello. Hello Zaulin Naung. Welcome to my live stream bro. Sorry, I'll change my. Aku harap hari ni tak kena warning ke apa sebab semalam kita dah kena warning guys beberapa kali, 2 kali. Kalau kena lagi hari ni aku confirm tak ada mood guys Tak nampak drama. Sorry guys Sorry. Thank you Alba for the orange-nya, for the gift-nya. Okay. Come on dok. Sorry guys, saya minta maaf. Aku tak dapat baju. Aku tak pakai baju SRG je hari ni. Dia tak kena dengan outfit aku for today lah geng. Silap besar Pro Esport ni jumpa SRG Tamita Assassin. Aduh. Tapi sebenarnya Cambodia pun kuat tu. Even kita pandang kan SRG ni tinggi pun jangan pandang rendah juga tu dengan tim lain guys. Perubahan cuaca terus flu Moon agak Tapi sebenarnya bukan masalah perubahan cuaca sangat pun. Waktu aku kat Jepun tak ada pun aku sesama sangat guys. Cuma masalah dia sekarang ni kan. Diorang kat sini banyak perokok tau guys. Lelaki perempuan kan bebas tau. Macam kat mana-mana kau pergi semua orang isap rokok lelaki perempuan. Lepas tu bila aku lalu sebelah kan, buat hidung aku sakit tu. Hancing kan kat sana? Tak ada lah. Tak ada pun bau hancing guys. Mana ada. Orang je yang beria kata bau hancing lah, apalah. Tak ada pun. Tandas jenis air ke? Tandas bukan jenis air tu guys. Jenis tisu ke tahu. Penat tu guys pakai tisu ni. Tapi kita Malaysia kan. Pandai-pandai lah cari cara macam mana nak cuci pakai air. Pengotor tu pakai tisu. Sumpah. Tak suka sial. Okay, sekarang ni kita tengok Marcel Feni dengan Paghis telah pun di-ban guys Aku rasa aku tukar lah kejap. Aku letak tengah lah sebab tak nampak ban belah sana tau. Tu sekarang ni Atlas, Zuxin dan juga Freya telah pun di-ban Macam mana diorang tak melecet pakai tisu? Tak tahulah bro. Jangan tanya aku lah sebab aku pakai air. Jangan termakan pizza katak pun. Ada pizza katak kat sini. It's okay dok. Aku pemakanan kat sini aku makan mana yang aku confident je lah guys Mana yang aku tak confident aku skip. Arcadia tutup mulutmu. Bagi kat merah satu kali. Mana boleh Arcadia? Arcadia tak boleh tu tutup mulut. Ref, dia tutup mulut ref. Ay. Makan BGT Moon. Oi Bonjour. BGT aku tak makan lah. Aku setakat ni makan croissant, roti bakar, macam cereal. Makanan-makanan ni yang lain aku nampak macam tak kena dengan selera lah guys. Paling-paling pun macam ramen. Ramen pun dah ada buat. Sebab ramen ni very general lah untuk makan. Kau ada makan croissant bulu tak? Tak ada. Setakat sekarang ni alhamdulillah tak ada masalah lagi guys Nasi lemak tak ada kamu? Nasi lemak tak ada. Ni kena croissant dengan hot chocolate sedap pun. Croissant dengan hot chocolate Aku sekarang ni makan croissant dengan teh. Sebab kat sini dia macam sejuk juga guys tau. So kalau kau dapat teh panas-panas tu kan. Sedap guys. Serius. Ini kalau ada teh ni memang kau buat ni teh ni. Hirara debut. Nenek dia Hirara debut. Semalam dah berapa orang dah pakai. Tak siap ke Moon? Sikit lah. Tapi no worries sebab aku guys. I'm doing fine. No worries I'm doing fine guys. Cuma lighting dia agak barai sikit lah. Aku harap diorang macam boleh bantu aku daripada segi lighting. Dapat ke atas sikit. Atas kiri, atas kanan pun sebenarnya dah cukup bantu lah. Tapi tak ada tu. Okay. So sekarang ni Moskov, Hirara dan juga Valentina menjadi pick 3 pick teratas untuk pasukan SRG. Manakala pada pasukan Cambodia di sebelah kita ada juga Ling menjadi top pick untuk MAC pada kali ini di bahagian jungle dan juga ada Balearic dan juga Eudora. Eudora pun menjadi top pick juga for this season guys. For this MAC dalam baru 2 hari berlangsung, tapi nampak diorang punya percentage pick tu very very high guys. Come on. Semalam Vamos telah menunjukkan gameplay yang sangat confident, gameplay yang sangat mantap guys So aku harap SRG pun dapat ni sebab kalau aku jumpa diorang, aku borak dengan Yum ke Innocent ke kan, diorang nampak macam diorang very calm guys. Very calm, very santai, tak ada masalah. Likin teruk pun good. Well soon brother. Terima kasih. Likin teruk gak guys. Sikit-sikit keluar. Dah lah tak ada tisu sangat tau kat sini. Thank you guys mana dah oren. Appreciate sangat guys. Mana boleh oren lo guys. Bantu tap juga guys kalau free tu. Bantulah tipis-tipis. Yang di YT pun jangan lupa tekan button like juga di YT, button like, button subscribe. Mana nak tengok kat YT pun boleh pergi link dekat bio guys Pakai Bini. Thank you Kentang, thank you Nish. Terima kasih for the gift-nya. Minta maaf guys kalau ada gift yang aku tak perasan, tapi aku sangat berterima kasih kepada korang semua. Ayo bokep di bio, bokep nenek, makcik, mak datuk kau bodoh. Bangkit lah dia ni. Thank you bokep di bio dah sial. Bangkit. Kat sana duit beza berapa pun. Kat sini pakai euro guys. Euro kalau aku tengok satu euro tu MYR RM5 lah, hampir RM5 lah, RM4.5, RM4.66. So hampir RM5 lah guys. Lebih kurang macam ni juga USD Pro Esport Hero Meta pun. Pro Esport siapa siap? Harit lawan dengan Moskow. Kalau korang tanya aku kan, sekarang ni nampak balance lagi guys. Cuma aku kurang sikit dekat hero Valentina ni. Bukan sebab apa tau, sebab dia tak ada skill apa-apa sangat yang dia boleh ambil guys. Weh, nak beli tisu pun fikir 2 kali tu. Ya guys. Selepas tu semalam gigi aku pula sakit tu. Aku tak tahulah, mungkin sebab semalam makan Kinder Bueno ni kot kan. Sakit siap gigi aku. Sekarang dah alhamdulillah aku bangun pagi tadi tak ada masalah gigi dah Dah pergi Eiffel Tower kamu? Belum. Penat guys. Aku masih tak betul-betul berehat lagi tu. Balik pun lambat kan. Dengan Nobar lagi 6 jam sehari paling-paling. Sana air putih berapa ringgit? Basically tak beli guys. Takkan nak beli air putih. Hotel sediakan kat sini pun ada je ni Ada 6 botol air putih kat sini. Jet lag ke pun boleh dikatakan juga sebab kat sini Isyak pukul 5 kat Malaysia guys Isyak dia pukul 5 kat Malaysia. So aku nak kena berjaga dulu kan. Padahal mata aku dah ngantuk Aku cakap aku nak tidur ni, tapi nanti terlepas isyak. Okay, kita tengok jap. Padang dengan Uranus. Sebenarnya okey 2 pick terakhir tu aku rasa macam membantu untuk balancekan draft. Untuk menangkan draft. Baik Mun, saya hadir ketika bekerja. Baik doh Gamin, kasih orang dulu kat si Gamin. Good morning Mun, good morning Pak Abu. Kat sini baru pukul 11 petang Cik Marsha, jangan macam ni Cik Marsha Sebelum muka kau aku ludah kan. Betul kau jangan. Thank you Hakim, thank you Val, thank you Wan. Terima kasih untuk roll-nya guys. Benar-benar masuk boleh tap-tap dulu guys. Bantu tap-tap. Allahu Akbar. Jap. Okay, sorry. Angah tak join ke? Susah lah guys setup dekat sini guys. Setup dekat sini susah untuk Angah join. Untuk letak kamera apa semua sebab setup dia lain Dia pakai very advanced punya everything lah. Very weird. Sangat-sangat agresif daripada pasukan SRG. Mantap. Oh my god, Sekas. Oh, terus ada orang menjerit tu kat belakang. Aku bagi korang ni sikit feel audience. Aku bagi korang dengar sikit lah, in case kalau ada orang menjerit ke apa kan. Aku bagi kuat sikit lah suara dalam venue ni. Letak kat atas kanan pun. Aku tak boleh nak tutup guys. Aku tak boleh nak tutup tu. Sponsor. Kat situ ada sponsor guys Aku dah letak situ semalam. Cannot. Ada free kat venue. Macam ni okey guys, sini aku boleh ubah lah sama ada aku nak world fit without audience ataupun aku nak world fit with audio. Aku boleh pilih. Tak boleh letak atas bawah facecam off 555. Alah, tak apalah guys. Kau nak tengok muka player sana buat apa duk? Okay lah, paling-paling aku ubah sikit lah. Aku tak tahulah nak letak mana guys. Tak boleh, aku tak boleh nak tutup sponsor. Tak apalah guys, biar je lah, lantak lah dah. Bawah tengah nanti keluar emblem ke, keluar apa ke, macam ni korang nak tengok. Biar aku tutup kamera je kan. Bukan aku tutup kamera SHD tu. Kamu dia apa? Santai. Viewer 67, tak apa. Slowly lah guys cantik. Tak cantik tu, Coily yang dapat. Sekali jatuhkan, Zoom juga kena Keep your life real time, showing pre-recorded. Even if you talk over them, may result in your gift. Apa yang showing pre-recorded loop videos tu? Bangkit lah loop videos ni. Masih bila aku loop tu? Penat lah aku nak kena restream balik ni kalau ni. Tapi tu ni pertama aku rasa tak ada masalah lagi lah. Oh, kan aku kata betul tak guys? Aku dah kata dah. Pasukan Cambodia kita dah tak boleh nak pandang rendah tu sekarang. Alhamdulillah. Diorang pun antara cantik Yum. Diorang pun boleh dikatakan antara tim underdog lah. Underdog yang kuat lah guys. Ay. Ui. Memang kuat lah link ni guys. Memang bangkit lah. Grafik Haji macam kurang je kalau kau tanya aku kan. Aku macam kurang minat sikit pick Valentina ni. Sebab dia tak boleh nak ambil skill siapa-siapa tu guys. Oh, ada. Dia boleh ambil skill XP je. Alhamdulillah. Sorry doh. Astagfirullah. Leaking doh. Leaking. Alamak. Stomy. Oh my god. Ini bukan Stomy yang kita kenal ni guys. Nice one Innocent. Dia guna je ulti guys untuk dapatkan advantage early game. Aku perlukan tisu siap. Runny nose guys. Arcadia out. Dah. Siapa pula nak masuk? Engkau Shakimi. Engkau nak masuk. Kau lagi sampah tu daripada dia. Kau faham tak? Tiba marah kan. Sorry guys. Weh, baik siap Muhammad Ling ni guys. Garang tu. Kuat juga early game. Cambodia kuat tu guys. Teamfight dorang, kiting dorang pun nice tu sebenarnya. Jangan pandang rendah tu. Itulah benda yang aku selalu cakap tu bila kat international ni. Dorang masuk kan, bukan sebabkan dorang luck. Yang masuk ni semua yang team power lah. Nombor 1, nombor 2. Qualifier pun susah. Faham tak? Adik macam tak reti Hirara je. Kau tu yang tak reti Hirara, aku tahu. Yang banyak borak tu. Sial lah. Kenapa Yum seorang tu kat bawah? Defend. Alamak. Cantik tu. Tu Hirara. Oi, nice one. Mati. Yes sir. Let's go. Double kill tu. Dia tunjuk kat batang muka atuk kau tahu. Dia tunjuk dia boleh main rara bangkit. Masak enemy punya elite game yang memang draftnya lagi kuat guys. Aku macam kurang minat Valentina kat dalam game ni guys. Lawan ni diorang macam Valentina sakit tu. Siapa je yang boleh burst pokok tu? Kiting Itu je diorang boleh buat. Live from Paghis. Me too bro. I live from Paghis tu. After this aku ada ni guys Aku kena pergi dekat ni tu. Pergi kat Lapel tu. Aku ada borak-borak sekejap dengan orang. Hero selesa Stormy pun. Tapi macam kurang sesuai guys game ni. Aku cakap ada borak-borak dengan panelist guys Before game nak habis ke apa ke, nanti diorang akan panggil aku. Aku akan pergi kat sana guys Aku akan pergi kat sana Asal ada dua Stormy tu. Aku nampak dua Stormy tu kat sini. Cuba tanya Lapel ke Moon ada tisu tak? Diorang dekat bahagian panelis tu. Jauh guys, minta tolong Lapel. Right now? Oh, okay. I should go now. But the game is not end yet. Really? I think it's still long. Okay. Dia fikir kalau dia cakap dengan aku suruh pergi, aku nak pergi ke? Tak, aku kena pergi tempat panelis sekarang. Tapi game lama lagi nak habis. Dia suruh aku pergi sekarang. Benda tu. Tapi dia kata dia akan tunggu kat sini guys. Later aku pergi Apalah, kita jawab je lah like a very professional people. You know? Kan agak buat Sorry Moon, apa signifikan pick badang walaupun opponent dah pick pokok tu? Okay Madara, pick badang bukan untuk target pokok Sebelum aku pukul kau Madara sebelum aku panggil Obito, sebelum aku panggil Naruto semua bunuh kau. Peter kau fikir betul-betul lo. Takkanlah ambil badang sebab nak target pokok tu. You stupid or what man? Aku tak tahu lah itu menjawab soalannya ke apa ke kan. Tak siap ni mood swing tak ada lah. Gurau sikit je Sky dapat tu. Let's go. Sky Lari everybody. Mu tengah reflect ke tu? Aku tengah reflect sikit lah. Cara aku jawab, aku macam nekan sikit lah guys. Sebab viewer selalu nekan aku nekan lah balik diorang Boleh comeback ni Saji semalam Falcon PH pun awal kena keroyok. Boleh je comeback. Lagipun SHG memang terkenal dengan gameplay diorang yang mid game late game Diorang punya planning tu lagi kuat. Sama macam Filipin guys. Filipin pun mid game late game diorang kuat tu. Confirm ada yang pelik dari pick kan. Sebab tu kau marah-marah kan. Confirm ada yang pelik dari pick. Okay. Let me tell my viewer first, okay? Okay guys, aku nak kena gerak dah sebab aku nak kena pakai mic apa semua. Dia akan brief kat aku soalan. So aku minta maaf tak dapat nak teman korang untuk first game ni. But second game nanti kita jumpa balik guys I need to go right now guys I'm so sorry guys
SOD or something. This entire game, that SOD has been at a 100% efficiency, whether it's any way it can, whether it's
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Importantly, it's keeping Pro on their toes. They can't let their foot off the gas just yet, not against a team of this caliber.
Red team turret has
Now
been
the game has
destroyed.
fallen into SRG's hands. Pro Esports, it was in their grasp. They had control, but control is not a given in a match against the Giants.
It's interesting to see how this is going to play out. He's got a Boily, he's got that layer of distress, he's got some real kill threat. Anybody outside SRG.
Backside continues to harass. Right on the play. Sometimes to knock up Boily. Just trying to get away at this point, but there's no exchange. Cram gets the kill. The recalls are out. SRG's in full form.
I figured it out. It's all about the scramble. It's all about the scramble. Somebody who coordinated on the engage, but I have never seen a team actually go and disengage at the same time. And that's a big problem for both of these sides. Whoever breaks away first usually gets punished.
Still has
Red team turret has been destroyed.
and has a flicker. Option not to go purify right here. Like I said earlier, this arena is going to be more and more of a problem as this game goes on.
Stay on top. This feels like a basic resource. Time is holding out 4 members to get the information.
Boily wants to try to make his way down. Forward, still getting contested. As Saw, Vision of Francis pushes him away. The one-man army. Boily cannot find a good angle. He can't come Riverside. He's got to go around the backside. Players already got vision onto the whole team. Tries to rush it. He bounces back and forth. Sorry, I feel like a genius try. Bush may try to destroy Thomas. Mid lane's getting pushed in. Pro Esports has to back off.
They're not going to do this. Now SRG is more efficient. They're not going to show topside until it's too late. Now Pro, unfortunately, just has to respond to this. SRG are playing Pro game just a little bit better. Oh!
Play, a lot of damage. Cram jumps on the free touch. The blade does come down, but it's more of an escape use. The time locks in. The Ratchet saw it all. And Innocent is catching targets left and right. Sorry, I'm Felix. Just has to try to get away. Under the tower, but another Rapid Triad. And a double kill for Innocent. Kuzin just wants to live. Goes back to base, and SRG didn't even need the Lord. They're finding members.
Oh my goodness. Incredible baseline. He is showing it all. Both teams have perfect movement. Look at that! Nothing can touch this guy so far. Every ability, pixel perfect footsies all the way through. It's been tough because Pro is pumping so much at it.
Boily.
Can he steal it?
Boily, Tempest and Blaze comes down. He goes, Mr. Time still returns it. Boily gets the kill on Stormy though. He's trying to make the big play, trying to get away. It's not enough.
I don't know. Between so many regions across the world, for some reason, Malaysia versus Cambodia always gets the blood pumping.
Always a banger.
Always a banger. Oh my goodness. It is a tough game here, but it's not completely over. Pro understand, hey, we still have safety on our side. Different people with the items. I'm pretty sure that Kuzin is pretty much getting to the third, if not finished it already at this stage. Yep, 4th item potentially already complete here. He's got the problem that he can't close the distance. It's not going or even
Alright. Pro Esports, can they defend it? Sylvan Hitters, this is only first Lord. Second crash does come through.
Red team base turret has been destroyed.
Doesn't come to the
Red team base turret has been destroyed.
SRG looking for an angle on the backside. A lot of damage to the ties. Boily just wants to try to clear the waves. Innocent looking to target on his base. The Lord's already down 20%. Stick with the Pepe. Trying to run away right now. Nice comes the Blaze. The guy taking out Boily. Gets the pick off.
Morris got outshifted even more. They're two holding the wave and 3 is down. And they want to push this and make sure they buy another 4 minutes into the game.
Pro Esports with a beautiful defense. Cram falls the first time inside yet. Can they do more? Kuzin gets a nice shot on Humes. Stormy doesn't want to give it up just yet. The minions are still on the base. Pro Esports trying to defend 2 more waves coming in. They go to Pepe. Doesn't have the ult. Boily. They're able to push him away. Pro Esports survives another wave.
Hell, you can tell, both sides, they just want that moment to breathe, and SRT probably going to let go of the pressure after losing some guys alongside with Cram. They recognize Pro, they're able to come faster. Get this. Easy has the purple.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Dooms goes down, Immortality does pop. Can he take this? Giant Felix, look at the final shot, cruising,
Has been
able to get it.
slain.
That's a 42-second death timer onside SRG. Lord comes up in 45.
All right, I gotta stand up for this one. With this game, it's a high intensity for too long. 15 minutes already, and there hasn't been a moment where their heart skips a beat every single time. I mean, we're the amateurs here compared to those professionals up there, but now we're getting into the later games. Maximum items. It's upon it.
Guys, Graham, a lot of damage. Coily's gonna back off. Another Druid does come down. Doesn't connect onto anyone. Pepe, gotta run away right now. Pro Esports gotta give up space as SRG takes control of the Lord pit.
Yeah, and with missing inhibitors on all fronts, Pro recognize that, man, we're gonna have to pray that Coily can be the one that buys us the extra 3 minutes we need. If he steals this Lord, this is going to start dragging out. But Pro don't have the advantage in the lead. Every side is getting shoved in.
Pro Esports knows this may not be a Lord they can give up. And when you're in a position like this where you have no inhibitors, you have to force a fight. You can't play the long haul. You can't play the dance. Fight the Giant Force. Look at the damage. Coily, backside, Kevin's blade does come down. Sorry, I'm feeling that we're just gonna wait and take it out by you. And the fifth crack on down next. Pepe locked on to as Kuzu and Coily try to make it back to base. The terrified. The immortality isn't enough.
Red team hero has been
Force
slain.
mistake coming out of Pro and why Macro plays a huge part in this game with such a tough composition to play as well. They managed to hold on and turn these conversions only within the jungle and not structural damage.
And SRG with a well-fought battle will take game number 1.
It's not over just yet. This is an amazing contest of two incredibly mechanically inclined teams. And I think everybody's praying. I wish this was a best of 5, maybe even a best of 7. But for now, both sides are back into their corners. Notice the focus here was, I don't want to say mistakes, but there was anti-synergy among us.
Bad calls. Awesome. Maybe overextending. Doing things a little too late.
I don't think they were bad calls, but I never think they were coin flips that could have skewed in certain teams' favors had they just waited half a second more or thought a little bit further into the future. But man, an amazing bout between those two. I'm hoping this turns into a 1-1 because if we learn anything, that early game was incredible coming out from Pro. The fact that we saw the SRG even though we stole around the Giants, it's about efficiency, but more importantly, how much can we get results every single time we see a stole around the Giants hit 2, it's guaranteed to win on that fight. We see 3 from the side of Pepe. The fight's immediately over for SRG.
I think Pro, you're right. It's such a great early game. And SRG shows that they can hold out and wait for their time to shine, wait for those power spikes. Pro maybe got a little ahead of themselves. Once it got into, they should have put more focus on this. We had such a free game. And I mean, they actually tried to. They tried to get some of those games down there.
It's true, I believe you, but at the same time, it's tough because you're looking at Innocent and he's just like, it's so perfect movement every single time. Just that's the rage of this fight. They have managed to hold on and use that terrifying for 2 seasons overlapping each other. In this final moment where we lose the inevitable flank on the side, a lot of teams are now going to start thinking, hey, we got to be careful on that top side. But with that being said, we're going to leave the rest for the panel to break it down and make a prediction for that next game. Rain Day, it's all you.
Rex, that was a great matchup, and you guys did a great cast there. One of my favorite things about taking a look at MLBB, especially after a game, to see what went right and sometimes what went wrong. Innocent got off to the races and did not look back. There was no answer for a game that I thought went pretty well for Pro Esports for a while. We'll see if they can change up that macro and find a way to finish it out and maybe tie the set going into game 2. But as the players take a break, we'll welcome you back onto the panel. My name is Rain Day, and I'm joined again by Brigida and LaFell. And this time, someone you probably know very well, Moon, jumping in from the stream to join us here on the official stream. How are you, Moon?
I'm fine, I'm good.
Are you enjoying being in Paris?
Yeah, I enjoy live here and I eat a lot of bread, croissant,
Baguette. Mike,
anything with bread I eat.
he was listening to us, guys. I think he knew we were setting up the croissant baguette conversation. Moon, we'll get your thoughts on this game in just a moment. I'm going to go down the line, though, with Brigitte. Game one, I mean, SRG, they look strong, but I think they played a more complete game overall.
Yeah, even actually, if you take a look back at the beginning of the game, majority of how proactive Pro Esports actually were across the map came off of them just punishing SRG's more aggressive approach during the start, and it worked out really, really well from them, not until moments wherein it had to come down to a mechanical showdown in the latter portions of the game.
I know you'll have some things to tell us, LaFell, but in general, overall with the game, happy with how Pro Esports approached game one?
Honestly, that was an amazing game. Like, this is one of those games, if you give me time, I can talk about it for like half an hour. Because honestly,
That's longer than the game.
From Pro Esports as well as Langray Giants, they showed so many good things in that game that's a perfect way to start the game.
Well, you know what? I know Brigitte wanted to get a little workout in as well. You guys were fighting, but now I'll have her hold the mic for you while you actually get going with some telestration. You can talk about this for a little bit longer.
All right.
Thanks, Brigitte.
Thank you very much, Brigitte.
You're welcome.
She's a great mic holder. For now, we gotta talk back about the draft because honestly, like, over here we saw like individual plays coming in from Slangray Giants. Now the thing that you guys have to see here is both Innocent on this Moscow as well as Coily on this lane. They are the position one, right? They are position one and they have to fight against each other many, many times. And one reasons why Slangray Giants can win this one is because Innocent keeps on winning that 1v1 battle. And of course, we also have to see the synergy between Cram as well as Stormy as well as Yums, because Cram, he is the front line. He's the front position trying to force out the mistake. And then you see Yums as well as Stormy just being a little bit behind. Whenever the opponents overextend, they cross Cram's line, they will intercept them here and then they will make a play. So that was very smart coming in from the draft here. And when it comes to Pro Esports, we wanted Sora here to try and able to catch out Stormy, and he was able to do it many times. But he was not the win condition. The win condition is Innocent, and he survived many times. We're going to see a clip here. I'm going to try to go very fast, where this is where we see the strength of Pro Esports, where you can see here, just from this image, the lot coming in from Pro Esports, there's a lot of crowd control, and this enables them to win 5v5 team fights. So then what we see for Slangray Giants, what they do, they split the team fight. This is where we see Innocent came in, forcing out them to actually do something about it because he wants the minions. But looking at the minimap, we can see Stormy as well as Skies flanking from behind. And then as we move forward, we see Stormy using the Wrath of Dryad to lock both members here, allowing Sakai's to get that free damage. And the last clip that I want to show, this emphasizes what Slangray Giants is doing, right? Sakai's in this position is position 2. He's the disruptor. He's the one that's going to create chaos in the game, and that's what he did. So during this fight, we can see that Sakai's had to run away because that's already job established, and now we're going to be looking at Innocent, where again, this is what I'm talking about. Position 1v1 between the Ling as well as the Moscow. The Moscow won this round, and he keeps on winning again and again and again. And all the while, we can see that Sakai's has survived the initiation. So in this matchup, it really is about how Slangray Giants, they buy enough time for Innocent to win that 1v1 against Coily, because once Coily is out of the game, the Ling is no longer a threat. So this is a draft that requires individual skill and honestly next level macro understanding as well as team fight understanding.
It was a master class in terms of, we mentioned control being a big kind of theme for Pro Esports, but they found a way to use a draft that wasn't as good in a team fight to ultimately isolate fights and get their position 1 into a good position to succeed, and that's what Innocent did.
Yeah, and I can't help but really commend the fact that SRG did all of this willingly. They let go of the lane even though it was open for them, possibly could have been picked up by SRG even in first pick, but then eventually it went over to the hands of Pro, even the Eudora.
Yeah.
Even the Eudora was in the hands of Pro, but all these quote-unquote meta picks, at least during the first few days, were countered out here by SRG through sheer, I don't know, like synergy or maybe just chemistry overall.
Moon, I want to get your thoughts on what you've seen so far, because we've seen Eudora, we've seen Ling, we've seen some of these meta characters start to show up and evolve what people are playing in the tournament. What are you seeing as being an effective way to approach this meta? What do you like about it? What don't you like about it?
What I think about it, boleh cakap bahasa.
Sure, you can speak Malay, I'll translate.
Apa yang saya suka adalah we can see that. Sorry.
I thought we needed translation, Moon.
Okay. Boleh nampak macam meta dah berbeza, and saya suka nampak dia punya perubahan daripada segi hero, and makin banyak berubah. Assassin pun dah back to the meta, and benda-benda macam ni dapat buatkan fans lagi excited to see the gameplay, dia punya perubahan daripada segi planning, daripada segi chemistry, macam mana dia nak main, macam mana dia nak execute the whole things punya ni sebab terlampau lama dah meta and meta sama, so bila dapat perubahan ni sukalah, best lah.
So he said he likes this because for quite a long time, the meta has been the same, but now new characters are coming in, and because of that, the meta has to change, the planning has to change, so he really likes it. But now, if I can ask, so Moon, Eudora, did you predict Eudora to come into the meta? Because Eudora is kind of strong, burst, crowd control, but going up against a Ling, a Hayabusa, Nolan, isn't it dangerous with all these assassins for team to use Eudora?
Rasanya Eudora will doing fine sebab dia ada stun, dia ada macam dia punya job desk ni lebih ke arah macam dia backup. Dia macam backup marksman ataupun orang-orang yang boleh carry the game lah. So it's very useful lah bila kita ada hero yang macam instant lock. Sebab kalau contoh lah, kalau kita letak macam Farsa ke dia at least nak kena first killer. But Eudora just different breed lah. So it's help a lot on kalau nak focus in defending something like that lah.
Yeah, so he basically said Eudora's primary ability right now is the ease of actually peeling for either the marksman or the assassin. Compared to other heroes, they can kind of do the same thing, but much more difficult to do compared to Eudora. It's a point and click stun. Something like a Farsa, you have to aim the ability first, so it could fail.
And speed is another thing. When you have a point and click, press a button quickly and it happens versus trying to aim that out in a circle. Well, something that doesn't happen so quickly, I mean, you have to get the equipment, you have to, find a room or at least a microphone. But if you want to get those things quickly and then join us as a co-streamer, that can happen almost instantly if you guys apply. Co-stream at EWC. Make sure make a time to scan this QR code that's coming up on this Thursday page as well, because you can get all of these cool prizes as well and find a way to be a part of the official action. And if you don't want to co-stream, that's okay, but it's a great opportunity. If you want to be like Moon, come on and check out that QR code, see if you can join us. Brigitte, let's go back to kind of this game here and looking at game 2. What can be done? I actually thought that PvP on the Beleric was pretty strong. 10 assists in that game. I thought he created a pretty good front line. They sometimes could not capitalize on it in that late game. But what did you like about Pro Esports? What do they need to do more?
I really think that they played the strengths of their lineup, honestly. It's just that there was such great adaptation coming in from SRG as well. It was pointed out by Lafel earlier here when they realized that Pro were just too efficient when it comes to the counter engages in terms of utilizing the Beleric and the Wrath of Dryad and team fights. They just decided to split everything up. They decided to play the map, and they decided to take or allow Innocent to take the lead and maybe be a more secondary role for Sekais. And I think that kind of maybe shocked how Pro Esports had to adjust mid-game.
And honestly, I kind of want to ask Moon, because Moon was a professional player. I want to ask, SRG playing this way, basically like a 1-3-1, guys try to push people away, 3 people trying to protect Innocent. Is this gameplay more difficult or actually easier to do? Because we see Pro Esports, they try to 5v5, but then SRG tried to split the fight. Is it easy to play like SRG?
Sebenarnya tak susah kalau dorang percaya satu sama lain lah. Kalau dorang percaya satu sama lain, benda ni tak mustahil untuk buat lah. Kita boleh nampak pun Sekais dia punya personal skill pun memang one of the top level dekat MPLMY and at the whole international, dan kalau dorang percaya satu sama lain, benda ni tak mustahil untuk dorang buat.
Yeah, so I basically asked Moon, like, is it difficult to play like SRG where you split the fight? And he's like, honestly, if you trust each other that well, and we have such a good jungler like Paghis, it is most definitely possible. Because if everyone does their job very, very well, then the game plan just falls into place.
Yeah, I understand. Because I think it was also...
Understand, Mali?
No, not
All right.
the way that they did that. It's like,
I've been talking about you. I didn't know you understood me.
but yeah, it's the way that we entered the game assuming that SRG would just play a very individual approach to this because of their heroes. We were maybe questioning the synergy to a certain extent because you saw it a bit more from Pro Esports end, but in that game, since they were just so reliable individually, then it wasn't as difficult for them to adjust on the fly.
What do you think was going on in their head when they saw that 3? Because, you know, coming into MLBB and learning so much from you guys, I immediately said this is a really good team fighting composition. And so at a certain point, do you think that SRG realized, well, listen, that's what they're going for. They kind of beat us to the punch on that. Why don't we lean into our strengths? We've got the Mozgov. We can kind of go and try to play this individual game.
I think they had that backup plan all along because they just let go of the Ling anyway. They let go of the Eudora anyway. So it was also them like willingly playing into the scrap, knowing that there will be a fallback, knowing that there could be a way around this. Because I think their first approach failed. It was them trying to be the more proactive ones across the map. They went for the invades, but they got punished. And that's where they probably started to realize that there should be a certain switch up, but they didn't do that up until the mid game. So I think Pro Esports were caught up in the idea that, yeah, we're somehow still taking the lead, but at the same time, they were actually not because SRG was already on the way to doing something that would favor them much more.
Zushin in the ban list right now as we get started. Dangerous Grass will be how we play this match, as game 2 is a chance for SRG to go 2-0 against a Cambodian squad of Pro Esports that has certainly proved to be dangerous in the early game. Talking about this matchup a little bit unique, liking to play in a way that's not going to be subdued. They're going to show up. They're going to make sure that you know that they're present in that game. We saw that in game 1. See if their lineup set that up for game 2 this round.
I really wanna ask Moon though. Do you think it's just really SRG confident that they can counter the late? That's why they're not picking it up in first pick? Because I feel like we really want to see Sekai's on the link, but at the same time, they're not going for it.
Actually, he's playing chess with them. Yeah. This is like apa macam biasa lah dorang buat benda ni kat PLM1.
No, he's saying like this is something that they even keep doing in MPLM1. Even though it's a strong thing for them, they're like, hey, you pick it up, we'll counter it.
Wow.
It's a bait, right?
It's a bait, but also it's kind of like psychological. You're giving your opponents the best heroes possible, and you still beat them. That's especially in a longer series, that could break people very, very fast. Maybe that's why in the grand finals they keep winning 4-0.
Maybe. Found a way, trying to do it again here at MSC 26. The Fanny ban?
Yeah, I think the Fanny ban is very much warranted because especially with all the junglers that are present here in MSC, a lot of good Fanny players, and a very good Fanny player can almost 1v9 if he has a very, very good start. My interesting thing though is that the Yi Sun Shin gets banned. Moon, what do you think about this Yi Sun Shin ban? Do you think it's warranted? Like, should they ban the Yi Sun Shin?
I think the Shanshi is good to be banned because he can
outplay, out
macro.
Okay, out macro.
Yeah. Dia punya farm pun laju, so dia boleh out-rotate the enemy lah. Plus boleh dapat vision. Vision tu lah sebenarnya yang paling mungkin dapat menyusahkan daripada segi makro lah, makro play.
Yeah, so Moon basically said like the macro abilities of the Yi Sun Shin and the fact that he has very fast farm as well as a global vision might disrupt Slangray Giants. So they opted to ban that out, but now Slangray Giants picking up the Freya and Pro Esports quickly pick up the Belleric again.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, we saw how impactful that was and the link. So going back to what worked, I mean, if I'm Pro Esports, Brigida, I'm thinking we were close in a couple of moments of turning this around. If we could somehow force them to stay on the back foot and take these team fights or have to take these team fights against our Belleric with our Ling, we might have a chance.
Yeah, because they can do a very similar approach to what SRG were doing as well. It's just that maybe Kozen took a bit more time to scale up rather than Innocent. Innocent, again, in that game was, I think the casters mentioned it too, he was a bit too free. They could rely on him on the damage already when they needed it the most, but Kozen
that's going to be good because here's the thing. Pro Esports banned out the Cho, but now Yums gets the Cho. And now Pro Esport, Ruby was banned against them, and now they get the Ruby. Moon, my question to you right now with Belric as well as Ruby, there's a lot of crowd control. Do you think Sakai's on this Hirara can go in and out? Do you think Freya can go in and out? Because, I don't know, it looks like Belric and Ruby is countering 3 heroes of SRG.
But they still can't do anything actually because Freya got immune, right?
Yes,
When he's
immune,
using ulti. And Chow also, I think the approach for SRG game right now will be different. Will be more towards laning and objectively. Also with vision. They will be vision a lot on this game, in this game. So let's see how they play.
Yeah, so it looks like Slangway Giants, they want to try to control the map now. But again, Pro Esports, they want to go for a team fight. Personally for me, this is very scary coming in from Pro Esports.
It's very similar to what happened in game number 1, and we saw how SRG were able to answer that, and they're also still letting go of the possibility of this Freya still being flexed eventually. Like if they still want to go for a marksman in the gold, it looks like they're still going to hold up in Moscow, but at the same time, you also wouldn't really want to see him on the Freya either.
Right.
Because it's equally just as aggressive, and you could just pick up another source of crowd control or means to combo this lineup through an EXP lane pick for Crab. Because either way, I think SRG could be very flexible with the pick that they have right now.
Honestly, interesting that they're banning out the Esmeralda as well. So I think Moon is onto something here. They really want to win the lane. So I feel like Slangway Giants, in game number 1, they were playing the mid game as well as a little bit of the late game. I think for this one, they want to have priority from the get-go. They want to make sure the first turtle they're able to get, second turtle they're able to get, and then try to control the map by the first 10 minutes of the game.
When you look at what you could do better, if you go back in that room, the 10 minutes between games, that's what you're talking about. I mean, those were the moments of a coach to come in and say, this is what we can improve. You guys did great towards the end once Innocent got going, but if they had countered Innocent a bit more, that could have been trouble, which is why, I mean, I'm focused on what they're going to put Kuz in on. Because the Hearth didn't quite match up with Innocent, so they need somebody to kind of go toe-to-toe, maybe pressure him out, make sure he doesn't have such a free game.
Ooh, Vexana! Moon, what do you think about this Vexana pick? Like, Eudora okay, but what about Vexana?
Vexana rasanya diorang lebih fokus ke arah untuk bagi sisi untuk crowd control to change. Yes. So diorang more towards fight. Diorang sebab kan kita boleh nampak dekat first game tadi, diorang susah nak target player SRG kan. Tapi kali ni kita boleh nampak yang diorang betul-betul ada satu targeting ataupun satu hero yang diorang nak target untuk kalahkan terus dalam team fight tu supaya diorang boleh take advantage lah.
Yeah, so basically he's saying Vexana has love burst as well as good control with the ult. So looks like Pro Esport, what Moon is saying, they still want to double down on more crowd control, but this time having Vexana going straight to the back and try to get the instant kill. But now Slangway Giants with the Farsa as well as the Claude. So right now it looks like they want to fight fire with fire. You have burst, we have burst. And he can still play the long lane with the Claude.
Wow, look at this.
Not looking fun. This is not looking fun.
I mean, I don't know about you. I'm having fun with the draft coming in from both teams.
Well, if you're playing this lineup right now, then you might not have this much of a good time because you already are seeing so much backline potential from SRG.
Man.
And you're playing a Vexana with little to no mobility or escape tools as well. If not for that knock-up, you could just get from the Turtle Guard. But again, you raised the question on what Kuzan could pick up. We're not sure if the Ruby is going to be his hero, honestly. But do you think it's Gold Ruby? Or do you think they're still planning to flex it? Okay, never mind.
Back to it. Well, in some ways, this is confidence that we did some things right and we needed to swap a little bit. That's where the Ruby comes in off the ban list into Vexana to try to mix up what is a similar 3 out of 5 Heron, Ling, and Beleric for Pro Esports. But the Farsa, the Cho, the Claude, and the Freya, all good picks here for SRG.
I gotta say, this looks like a very fun draft coming in from Slangway Giants. This is the kind of draft that says, we still want to show our micro, but we just want to end the game fast.
Moon, it's been great having you and your thoughts as well. We're going to follow you along your stream. Thank you for joining the
Thank you for having me.
As Game 2 is about to get underway, SRG trying to make it back to grand finals here for the 3rd time in a row at MSC. The challenge of Pro Esports stands in the way. What can they do? Game 2. As we send it over to Gideon and Trex.
Thanks so much. We're already jumping into this next game.
Smash them. All troops deployed.
Initially, when I saw Vexana, I'm pretty
Welcome to
sure
Mobile
Wait,
Legends.
what? Why are we doing this when the Eudora was already doing some good work trading battle spells? And I think what it comes down to is, I mean, you can get Cinco de Pepe to come with you every single time to get that class. Now, with Saw on Vexana, single-handedly, I can clear the waves, go where you need to.
That is fair, but you still have to be careful because with something like this, you lack the flicker. Yes, you had to pick up a flicker yourself, but you lack the movement, and that's where I kind of like this Farza. And you lack that AoE where I really kind of liked the Eve possibly for Pro. But again, they're the pros here. They're the ones who have to make the decision. You do at least get the stiff arm of the ramp. You have the Terrify. You have that ult that can kind of either disengage or engage, so there is potential for Saw here.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of potential. I was thinking Eve in the same exact light, but I think the big problem is that once you drop down that RWS, kind of sitting here and I think up the top side is a really good job at winning out this lane and even getting an early win out of the
Guys go. One target down. Kuzen, first blood into the hands of Sakai.
a little too late. Could not get there in time. Great setup coming in from the hard side, but now it looks like with that top side working the way that it is, it's going to be a bit of a change, right? Strong side bot with this Freya. Ruby is going to try their best to slow Freya down and run more ideally.
Coily gets knocked up. Coily's been doing amazing on this Ling. Last game, even when he died, great plays, always at least trading off. Able to secure the first all three turtles, into the hands of Pro Esports. This time, Pro, though, definitely taking a slightly slower pace. They want to look for the engagement. Look at SRG in this play. Defended. A lot of damage comes in. Trent has to try to run away. But then an airstrike comes down, instantly targeted by Coily. Coily able to fix post where he's safe to be. But Yooms is there.
No.
Yooms not going to punish.
Nah, unfortunately the first back up taking his 12 plus second. The mistake was the fact that Crash, they had the right idea. They're actually activate the but as soon as that
Has slain the turtle.
instant target prioritization coming in, let's replay one more time, right? The I'm offended comes on through and even Crash decides to get the stage from that fight. I was thinking whether Crash could actually 1v3, but it's early on in the game to do that. So
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, I'm back guys. Aduh, sorry ya guys Korang ada nampak aku ke tadi? Korang nampak aku ke? Hai. Wah, ada gaya confirm Aku tak apa nak tengok game tu betul-betul. Baik dok speaking. Oh, jangan macam tu guys Boleh lah sikit-sikit ada tipis lah. Yes. Masuk TV Domo, tak nampak Domo, kami tutup mata Tak apalah, asalkan buka telinga lah kata. Tapi waktu awal tu aku rasa aku a bit weird guys, a bit tak comfortable lah kat duduk kat situ. Nah, tapi dah okey dah. Alhamdulillah lah semua benda pun dah settle. Nobar pun kena intilah inilah. Alhamdulillah.
We're taking a slightly slower pace in this game. Things seem a little more even, but it's
and I like the movements from this, right? Hey, oh no, they're already there. Okay,
nervous ke? Nak cakap nervous tak ada lah juga guys. Aku kat sini aku rasa macam biasa je duk. Aku rasa aku nak bercakap dengan orang pun aku tak ada rasa segan ke malu ke apa, tak ada tau guys. Cuma kalau aku nak ni je lah problem sikit kalau aku nak interview orang ke apa ke sebab aku tak ada mic guys. So jadi susah lah. Moon delay, tak adanya delay duk. Aku straight straight to the point tau kat sini guys. Alhamdulillah, tak adanya delay. Aku rasa aku nak pakai cam ni lah guys. Aku rasa aku nak pakai cam ni lah. Kau rasa macam mana dok? Kau rasa korang lagi okey cam ni ke cam yang tadi guys? At least ni korang boleh nampak sikit aku yang macam joget-joget ke apa ke tau. Ini tadi macam dah lah gelap ke main jauh. Macam ni ngam. Macam ni game ni ngam kata. Jauh sangat pula. Jauh Tapi aku ingat aku nak tukar tempat doh. Sebab aku tak nampak game tau. Ini kan aku tengok melalui TikTok Studio doh guys. Betul tak? Betapa susah je. Mungkin kau sponsor ke pergi sana? Sponsor. Betul? Belah. Pakai je lah ni guys. Request depan stage lah mu. Depan stage. Mak Datuk. Macam mana siap depan stage guys. Hai. Malu doh aku tak risau lah. First tu malu lah. Aku rasa sikit. Sebab aku tak malu tau ada kat situ. Tapi aku malu kalau aku jawab macam berapu-rapu tau. Faham tak? Okay lah.
Pro on the other side, hey, if they're focusing on Arling for this long, look at reinforcement controlling this top side. Wait, a lot of damage. Saw goes down, but a lot of ult used as well.
Lucas minta duduk sebelah keram
They're gonna be able to take that tower in the bot side as well. It finally falls. They've reached so much to try to secure it.
Ini kalau ada lapel pun best juga siap. Borak-borak.
Quite the scrum. A game of rugby, guys. No, Foily not going to go for it. Just scared. And maybe hit by the stun. That's a pretty good call here for Pro. 6-3 for this 1.7k lead. He's not developing further than this.
Skor berapa sekarang? Kat atas tu boleh tengok tu bang. Thank you guys, saya main Daurin. Alamak, kram. Alamak. Ngebait. Dia tahu tu kalau contoh kan, link buy one dengan dia kan, dia takkan mati tu guys. Dia akan paksa tau. Dia akan paksa tu. Link dia ulti, lepas tu dia boleh lari macam tu je. Link susah bagi aku nak lawan Freya. Maksudnya dia bukan susah, dia boleh bunuh. Tapi kemungkinan Link tu pun boleh mati juga guys sebab dia all out kan. Alamak. PPP, apa tu PPP? PPP, apa tu? Oi, selamat lagi kah? Keram selamat lagi bodoh. Dia pun selamat juga. Oh my god, sayang. Why you guys playing, dok? Beta aku tengok sini, dok. Kat sini lagi cantik, dok, guys. Wah, mak. Kat sana lagi lawa, dok. Aku tengok atas ni ada TV. Atas ni ada TV, guys. Beta aku tengok atas ni, dok. Daripada tengok kat sini dah lah kecil. Kan? Sayang siap, patutnya boleh mati tu haritnya. Dulu memang fight lah senang cerita. Team Pro ni pun bukan kelengkeng ke Bila aku tengok sekejap kat sini. Sambil-sambil tu aku kasar sikit Sekarang ni targeting diorang nak fokus kat Kram tau. Tapi kalau dah contoh lah kan, beberapa kali pun dia selamat juga, orang pun menyerap bro nak target kau tu. Alamak. Okay, dia terus ulti guys. Tak apa. Link dah tak ada ulti, Link dah tak boleh masuk lagi. Senang je guys Link ni. Bagi dah ulti, lepas tu dah tak boleh buat apa dah. Tak boleh buat apa dah dia. Dah susah. Okay guys, kamera kasih tunjuk Amun. Bukan tak nak tunjuk guys. Masalahnya kamera ni aku tak boleh nak set up. Kamera dia semua orang dia yang buat lah semua benda guys. Jadi susah tu. Aku pandai lah set up stream. Bukan tak erti tu. Kan? Mixer dia je problem sekarang ni. Aku tengok macam complicated sangat. Kalau mixer dia okey lah guys sebenarnya. Okay, tangan siapa ni? Laju betul. Sap. Letak bom. Eh,
Pro Esports now with a man
ini tak sampai lagi ke?
aren't gonna rush this
Ini macam tak
war,
sampai
but
lagi.
should
Ini minit berapa?
Paghis.
15.
Looking for someone to follow this track.
Oh, sama. Cuma ni lagi laju sikit lah guys. Ini kat stream aku lagi laju pada kat belakang ni. Kau bayangkan. Like what the hell bro. 31. Oh, ni lagi laju tu. Lagi laju 1 second. Cantik Koili. Koili apa kejadah Koili pula ni guys. Not nice. Target belakang. Okay, link ulti. Cantik. Kram. Kram. Dijatuhkan guys. Stream kau ke dekat stage lagi laju? Stream aku lagi laju. Malam stream aku lagi laju dok. Main lu lah. Sekejap. Ya, dia datang dok. Nampak muka dia macam orang Malaysia. Mega kill. Team fight ni susah sikit doh sebenarnya guys. Memang saja dia kena main laning phase doh. Okey, selamat alhamdulillah. Nak kena main laning phase. Nak kena menang lah lawan dengan Link guys. Tapi so diorang kena tahu lah macam mana nak menang lawan Link Cantik, tak ada damage siau. Ruby dia kelas bar lah you know. Belirik dia macam kick je daripada semalam lagi. Koili! What the heck? Sakit siap. Sakitnya. Masalah Farsa ni tak ada damage tu. Macam tak ada damage tu guys. Aku tengok dia burst tu. What the heck? What a combo tu. Mu nervous ke tadi? Tak adalah nervous sangat guys. Biasa je. Cuma aku nervous dengan apa benda yang aku nak cakap doh. Sama ada aku tak tahulah guys. Ngebait tau. Kuat pula Link ni guys Come on doh. Aku tahu mid game late game saja lagi kuat lah guys. Tapi masalah team fight ni terlampau strong doh pro ni. Target ni nak kena, diorang nak kena ada different approach lah guys. Maksudnya main laning kan, main tolak lane. Tapi kena, member dah siap one ke belum? Oh, member tak buat one. Lawa siap. Gila lah dok. Korang dengar? Kau dengar suara caster guys. Diorang terus target Belerik. Tommy selamat. Nice. Dengar tipis-tipis Aku kuatkan sikit stress. Link dia clean siap. Tommy jangan mati. Bapak damage late game menang SRG dah. Tapi itulah pro ni CC siau. Banyak salah CC lah guys. Susah doh nak ambil team fight. Susah gila doh. Lepas. Hilang siap. Wah, pro e-sport Memang pro doh orang guys. Memang pro doh. Tapi kalau kau tanya aku kan, ini memang diorang outplay daripada segi draft doh. Diorang kena outplay daripada segi draft ya guys Draft pro e-sport yang padu. Sorry doh.
I'll tell you what, we're not
Malu doh, apa benda nak malu siau dorang ni kan. Cambodia kalahkan tim PH doh dekat ni. Kau tak, you don't know ball doh. Kau faham tak? Oi, Cambodia tu okey. Bukan Indo, bukan Filipin. Terus cakap tak power tau. Cambodia ni kuat gila menang lawan Filipin. Kau tahu lawan TLPH. Kau tahu tak TLPH? Dia menang lawan dengan TLPH kau. Apa yang nak malu doh? You don't know ball doh guys. TLPH pun boleh mantai ni ke pula. Sadi doh. Apa ni?
You're right. I need to open my mind up a little bit. Your third eye, man. It's not there yet. It's too early here in MSC to open up that third eye, but based on what we've seen so far, bro, they've adapted
Apa ni?
so well. Having a lot more wave control. Not only just with Sana, but making sure that Argyle is a great answer. No Esmeralda, no problem. You're playing Freya all right up to and there's really nothing you can do.
Jangan rendahkan enemy doh guys. Ya. Jangan pernah rendahkan enemy doh.
And I feel like even though it wasn't a star,
Enemy Ruby tak relax doh. Ruby dia gempak guys. Macam Ruby aku lah.
you agree with us? Was it all just
Aku paling tak suka doh guys. Rendahkan enemy. Jaya. SRG jaya.
One thing, the fans
Lawan Pro Esport pun tak lepas SRG. Pro Esport power gila.
Because we got one of our first set going 3 games, and of course it's in the groove of death. Welcome back to the death.
Me
My name is
interview
Ray Day,
Skies.
joined by Brigida and Lafell here
Dia
to
suruh-
break
dia
down
minta
the
aku
action,
interview
and
Skies lah lepas
that
ni.
was what we would call action. What a comeback. But if you were watching and you were watching closely, Brigida, I wouldn't be surprised. Pro Esports, it felt like
Is
it was
this
coming, and it came.
The
Yeah, they still
question?
felt like they barely wanted to change anything about their draft.
Bang Limon.
Game
Link tu
number
kacau
one,
doh guys.
they didn't really
Ni
have to
Pul
switch
ni
too
target
much.
aku.
It was just
Dia hantar
them trying to polish it a
video
bit
aku
more
doh.
and adjust their XP lane. Like
Yeah.
their gold lane stayed the same. Their XP lane, I think that's what made one of the huge differences here in this game. Simply because it was also one of the heroes that they used to dictate the pace and set up a lot of times throughout that game. There was that one highlight. From Sorry and Felix. You have to give it to him.
This is another task
close it
Misat
out
Myron
almost from that
requested.
point on.
Side task for
Speaking of
MPLM1.
Sorry, Felix, we actually had a chance to catch
Ah.
up with him for a pre-match interview. Let's hear a little bit about his mentality heading into this matchup against SRG.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here with Sorry I'm Felix. Welcome, Sorry I'm Felix.
Sorry, I'm Felix.
So, first of all, we gotta ask, why are you
Kena
sorry that
interview
you're
orang ke dah,
Felix?
kan?
ជាដំបងសំសួរថាហេតុអ្វី Sorry I'm Felix
ដំបងយើង sorry គេហើយចាំយើងវាយគេ
I just want to say
went
I'm
to
sorry
choose
before I attack you.
Guys,
Oh, sorry before
For
he attacks you. All right,
interview.
so we get context there. But
my
Felix,
God.
this is not the first time that we've
If
seen you
SRG
coming
win.
through to MSC. We've seen you with See You Soon, and back then you were up against SRG. Now
Bagat
you're going
teruk
up
benar
against
bunyi
SRG
mic macam
again.
pecah-pecah.
What's the main difference now?
បាទអញ្ចឹងអានេះមែនជាលើកទី1ដែលយើងជួប Felix នៅ MSC ពីមុននៅជាមួយក្រុមគេហើយឥឡូវបានជួបជាមួយ SRC ម្ដងទៀតប៉ុន្តែខាងនេះខាង Pro Esport អញ្ចឹងលើកនេះមិនដែរ
មានអារម្មណ៍ស្វាយចិត្តហើយប្លែកយើងធ្លាប់តែប៉ះនៅធីមចាស់អីធីមយើងពីមុនឥឡូវយើងមកប៉ះនៅធីមថ្មីទៀត
Yeah, I feel like this is a new thing for me. Before I met
bukan
this team
bunyi
on my
yang
prior team,
punya
and
mic
now
yang
I'm
perempuan
here
tu.
on my
Kau
new
boleh
team,
faham
I'm meeting
Tera.
them again
Faham,
in this
aku
match.
faham.
Do you think it's stronger now? Do you think the team is stronger?
Tapi
Kata
gempak
ក្រុម
betul
របស់
doh
អ្នក
lapel
ថ្ងៃនេះ
English
ខ្លាំង
dia
ជាង
sumpah.
ពីមុន
Dia punya
Ya,
apa
yang
benda
kata
yang aku nak cakap tu
I'm
kan.
the
Dalam
punching
bahasa Melayu pun
Yeah,
aku
I think
susah
we're
doh guys.
stronger.
Tapi dia boleh cakap dalam bahasa
he thinks
Inggeris
they're
tau.
stronger. Can we ask
Ah,
why?
kau faham tak? Kau faham tak
បាទ
guys?
អញ្ចឹងសូមសួ
Aku
រហេ
nak
តុអ្វី
cakap apa yang dia apa
ដោយសារ
yang
ពួកយើង
aku nak cakap
ខំ
apa
ប្រឹ
yang
ច្រើនហើយពួកយើង
apa yang dia
មាន
cakap
ពេលវេលា
tu dalam bahasa
ច្រើន
Melayu pun
ជាមួយគ្នា
susah. dia boleh cakap benda tu dalam
Yeah,
bahasa
I feel
Inggeris.
like we
Like
worked
how
really
though,
hard and we
lapel.
had time to train
Memang
together.
power lah English
Okay,
dia
so they worked really hard. They've trained together, and obviously they've trained for the new meta. So what does he think about the new meta? What do you think about the new meta? Considering that we've seen a rise in assassins in the jungle, how is the EXP lane like right now?
បាទអញ្ចឹងបានវឹកហាត់នៅក្នុង meta ឬ series ថ្មី
បាន
របស់ game នេះ
ខ្លាំងៗ
អញ្ចឹងពីមុនមាន jungle ឥឡូវខាង XP lane អញ្ចឹងមិនដែរ lane របស់បង
Pola pola
សម្
pon.
រាប់ខ្ញុំផ្ទាល់ជាមួយនឹងធីមខ្ញុំ
Kon thôi chó mà
អត់ដាក់វាតាម
មិន
នឹងបាន
ទេ
ពួកយើងបានព្យាយាមយកស្វែងយកពីផាច់ហ្នឹង
Yeah, so for me and my team, we're able to
Ni,
adapt to that one, that
Kenapa
version,
review
and
tadi
then
tak sebut
I'm
kamera
able to
kamera wow.
adapt to the map as well.
Betul lah.
but how
Takkanlah
is
dia
the
pergi
role
bagus nak sebut
like?
kamera
Like,
wow
is
dah.
the XP lane still a very important part of the game, or does he think that the jungler meta is more important
Harap
now?
SRG tak kalah game 3 jangan meta lower bracket sudah. I mean like
សំខាន់ទេឬក៏ថា
kalau
jungler
meta
សំខាន់
meta
ជាង
lower bracket
ខ្ញុំគិត
okey.
ថាសំខាន់ទាំងអស់
Asalkan
they're
dia
all
tak keluar
important.
terus
Okay,
guys.
they're all important. We'll get to see how exactly that it breaks down later on in the next upcoming match, because once again they are up against SRG. SRG, last time when you met them, unfortunately you suffered a defeat. Do you think that you can win this time against SRG?
អញ្ចឹងកាលពីលើកមុនបានជួប SRG ហើយបានចាញ់គេអញ្ចឹង
ផាំង
លើ
គេ
កនេះ
តង់
នឹង
គេ
មេតាយប្រកួតជាមួយពួកគាត់លើកនេះ
ខ្ញុំនឹងសងសឹកពួកគាត់ឲ្យបានយកឈ្នះពួកគាត់ឲ្យបាន
Yeah, we're going to do what we can to win today.
Okay, okay. I like the confidence. Thank you so much, Felix. And of course, good luck. And we're throwing it over back to you guys.
Well, I feel I should say sorry I'm Rain Day at this point because I have to talk at you. But sorry I'm Felix, a great interview from him. I actually really enjoyed hearing his experience. He's referencing playing...
Korang kena faham grup B ni grup champion bukan kaling-kaling mat. Ya, betul. Grup yang paling kuat semua dekat grup B Ada 6 tim yang power guys. Manakala di grup A ada 4 sahaja.
In France, they've actually taken a game, so already performed better. He's already said we're stronger. They are stronger in terms of results. And LaFell, we didn't get your thoughts after that game. After this post-match breakdown graphic comes up, give us your thoughts just on what you
BO2
saw.
ke ni? Best of 3 guys, best of 3.
Now that the Ruby was available for him.
I mean, it's amazing because
Yeah, yeah.
that Ruby offensively and defensively beautifully. Because the thing about SRG, their draft is all about going all in. They want to die, and having that Ruby constantly applying crowd control over crowd control over crowd control. The fact that Sergeant Phoenix doesn't die as well really made it so that
Aku nak tiru
Sai is an
Lisandre
a lot of free hits going in as well.
apa ni Lius.
Lane coming in from Coily was not
Lius punya content lah.
So basically, no win condition was disrupted for what you call it? Pro
Support
Esports.
Indo dari rumah pangkah, support langsung dari Paris. Aku rasa itu the best lah. Mana aku punya ni?
Which they clearly tried to play around. It was a great
Masih
start
flu
for
ke?
us,
Masih?
No doubt. We missed seeing the Cho and Farsa together.
Aku
and
tiru,
how
aku tiru.
aggressive they could
Aku
be
tiru.
in the beginning of the game. But when it mattered the most, you see the attempts, the setups, not just coming from the Cho. I think it was more Yums also struggling to find footing, struggling to actually land those kicks, those setups towards the members of Pro Esports in that particular scenario. Or maybe if he did, it's
Aku
not
dah
like
tiru
you
konten dia guys
automatically expect them to link up because of
Curi
also
konten orang dulu gak
has
sih?
been doing on the link. So it was really great synergy overall.
Tak ada konten
Pro
lah.
Esports, i.e.
Yang aku rasa
how they just
bijak.
came into that
Wow.
game as if unaffected by what happened in game number 1.
LaFell, you have a couple of clips for us. What did you see just a
Menang
little bit?
tak? Satu sama sekarang ni guys.
Thank
Kuat
you.
doh Pro Esport ni.
Yes. So, first of all, we gotta talk about the
Beli ubat,
fact
ada
that
ubat.
one of the more important thing is in the previous
Tapi
game, we
aku
talked
not
about
a big
position
fan
form,
doh
but
untuk
now
makan
we're
ubat.
talking
Thank you
about
Faith,
the
thank you
advantage
Shah,
of
thank you
having
PU
red
Zena
side
for the
because red 3 as
for
well
the
as
gift.
red 5 in this game, Pro Esports was able to use this red 3 pick to counter what SRG showed, because in SRG the order of their picks earlier was they pick up the Freya first and then
Download.
eventually pick up the Cho as well as
Ni hari kena sedia sudah makan kamu. Hari ni aku minta diorang hantar kat aku guys. Kalau tak hantar aku pukul diorang. Buat konten macam Pak Syam Lamu, konten tidur luar. Konten tidur luar untuk apa doh?
basically all three of these picks just by the
Tak ada benda doh aku nak tidur luar, tiba-tiba kena tidur luar guys.
ensure that you guys never go out. So amazing drafting
Macam
from
ngai.
from Pro Esports. We're just gonna see just a few
Bro,
clips
you
here,
stream
and
here?
this is one of the
You
mistakes
streaming
that
right now?
potentially
Oh, I
could have
see.
been good for SRG
Oh.
because unfortunately for this one, Pro Esports
Oh.
didn't make a draft where they try to go all in, Cozy goes all in.
Oh,
Yes,
so you stay here like you You use your own money to stay here? Oh, really? Oh, no. Wait. Wait. Come here. W Moon dia kata guys Thank you so much bro. Yeah, orang Myanmar tu guys, dia pakai duit dia sendiri tu. Sebab dia datang ikut MWI. Dia datang untuk MWI. So dia guna duit dia sendiri untuk stay lah guys. Tak macam Maple tak nak pakai duit sendiri tu. Untuk teman aku kat sini macam bangkai kau tahu. Susah guys cakap dengan Maple. Aku dah suruh pakai lah duit. Tak.
At least she's getting paid, you know what I mean, to do that. And I think at this point, when you look at these two teams, we have seen strengths against other strengths. We'll see if
aku rasa video ni tak best
the case as we get ready to jump into this draft where pro esports is allowed to dictate the pace of these group fights with strong heroes like Bellerin.
Video ni terlampau biasa.
And has kept them consistent. Will they give Sariam Felix another chance at the Ruby? Or will they basically bounce that
Aku nak buat balik
out in the end phase?
Aku nak buat lagi sekali
for Cram and again Innocence matchup against Kuzin. One could argue that might have been the most important lever that SRG pulled in game 1 that they did not pull in game 2, Brita.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I think it was encouraged by the fact that they saw it was a not so high on mobility mid lane. It was a Vexana. They had to go in for dives because they would already expect the backline attempts, especially from Coily on the link, and that there had to be someone
support SRG dekat rumah. Salah. Support SRG di Piri Paghis.
Answer and catch these dive heroes. But then it didn't really work out well, especially as the team fights did not really favor them eventually. But
Paghis.
I personally feel like it was also something that SRG wanted to limit. They want to see with the choke, can they catch on that link?
Aku rasa kena buat lagi sekali lah.
Good luck, because that's not
Kameranya barai tu.
They have two options. Either ban out the link or allow them to pick the link.
Support Vamos dengan SRG dekat rumah. Pangkah support SRG dengan Vamos dekat Piri.
If the choke could just catch the link, but also, you know, like it's not just the link. You have to also worry about the Ruby. You're being countered just in the same way, so you couldn't really do the job that you wanted to execute. But now we're seeing exact same sides. 3 games in a row. It's going to be SRG
Moon real.
Pro Esports on red. But the difference,
which is weird because the color of the shirts are
it's the opposite.
It's the opposite. Hey, that's great.
Moon nanti tournament kat Japan trio SRG ganti betul ke? Yang tu aku tak pasti tu guys. Sejujurnya aku tak pasti tu. Yang tu korang kena borak dengan ni lah.
I mean, like, here's the thing, Coach Arcadia as well as Coach Ozra.
Facecam mana? Aku tengah berasap tu.
So I'm fully confident in them adjusting for this one. But I gotta say, win or lose, game 1 and 2 already show that this is an amazing game. So I'm all up for whoever wins this one as long as it's good.
I'm wondering if Pro Esports are considering banning out the Paghis because I don't know if SRG.
Please lah ban link. Tak apalah guys, kalau tak ban pun dorang cuba, dorang boleh cari cara.
That's a good point. There has been like a hesitancy. They've had the opportunity to do it now.
So
why Sakai, you think, going away from that?
It's already mentioned earlier. That's probably them also just really destroying the confidence of their opponents.
You think that's what it is?
Please pick up the link just so that we can see it again because, yeah, I feel like part of it is sometimes you let that pick go because you know that you can counter, right? So I feel like they've already proven, okay, with the Moscow we can, right? And then they see the choke.
What score? Sekarang ni tengah 1 sama guys. Sorry guys, aku cak dia ada interview banyak pula benda aku kena buat ni lah.
What if after 2 years he just doesn't have enough practice?
Banyak ah. Kalau kau tanya aku banyak ah.
Yeah, because I believe muscle memory is there. You can still do good, but hey, there's a lot that can happen in 2 years. You know, as your age gets older. But hey, finally Ling is back for Skies.
Yeah, and Pro Esports don't have the
ganas gak tim tu boleh seimbang SRG. Tim Cambodia dah makin kuat tu guys. Tim Myanmar pun kuat. Ini ke pula tim ni tau. Memang kuat lah dorang. Dorang tim nombor 3. Tim yang campur-campur pun boleh kalahkan. Diorang siap panggil-panggil orang tu. Lisandre ni. Kolius ni yang siap panggil orang lagi, player-player untuk datang ke stream lah. Kenapa aku tak dapat tu? Kenapa guys Tapi tak apa lah. Asalkan aku ada gambar. Aku ada gambar guys. Kau mesti minat tu gambar ni. Mesti kau minat kan? Aku minta ambil gambar ni. Dah day 2 berasap kat dalam. Tak kantor lagi kamu. Tak kantor lagi. Masih lagi terselamat lah guys Alhamdulillah. Paghis. Patut aku cakap macam tu tu. Siapa saji dengan Pama juga Paghis. Gambar dengan Rosa ke? Nanti insyaAllah lah aku ambil gambar dengan Rosa, dengan Kit Bomba. Ngepok ke rokok? Ngepok lah. Ada rokok tu. Send dua orang. Dah lah pakai duit sendiri tau. Betul-betul untuk ni lah. Passion lah. Dia datang untuk MWM.
And I mean, I think
selebihnya
they are saving that EXP pick so far on the side of Pro Esports. So we don't know what that's going to show up with. But when so far Cram having a good game and then that kind of set up Sarion Felix being on the backside. Now when he had a great game with the Harar getting picked up from the jungle, Sarion Felix is able to control tempo with the Ruby. And that really helps. So maybe that Cram matchup.
Gambar dengan Yums lah. Dah buat video lah dengan Yums. Aish. Gigit tengkuk tahu lah. Nanti lah aku post. Sengau mu sejuk ke tu? Sejuk. Tapi sengau ni sebab aku ada ranino sikit lah. Bersin-bersin tau. Sorry. Pakai duit sendiri tak. Tapi kira investment tu pun untuk engagement. Betul. Semoga aku kat sini dapat banyak engagement lah guys Dapat banyak orang kenal aku kan. Resdung. Aku Resdung tak ada sangat. Seorang je. Sekejap, aku try ajak ni lah. Aku try ajak Rose lah. Ajak Rose. Dah aku dah ajak Rose. Sekejap kita pakai second. Sekejap kita pakai dua ni lah. Baik. Apple kerja ke? Apple kerja apa? YT live juga ke Moon? Of course lah guys. Live kat double platform lah macam biasa. Kalau korang nak hantar ni pun give pun boleh. Hantar social bus pun aku dah set up lah. Okay, nanti aku akan buat konten dengan Sky pula Kau tak rindu Apple ke Mo? Rindu je. Tapi nak macam mana? So sekarang ni Alice obvious. Nice.
Someone goes in, please kill Eudora fast. Once Eudora's out of the picture, it's a bit safer for the Link to come in. So they
where
have two
should
options, either have a
I
tank
go
to absorb all the damage or kill the Eudora so fast that the Link can just
can let him come to my stream here?
Someone loves you, Brigida, but that's every day, bro.
It's Brigada.
Aik satu sama ke? Satu sama doh. Power pun doh guys. Korang tak tengok doh gameplaynya. Draft dia lah tadi. Sedap ah. Memang Eudora Bellery banget dua ni. Dia pakai laptop je doh stream. Aku disediakan tau. Aku disediakan. Bila aku tengok orang macam ni kan, aku rasa macam kesian tu. Dia orang Myanmar. Dia macam rich streamer lah. Dia datang untuk MWI. Tapi dia stay pakai duit sendiri untuk stream MSC guys kat sini. Tapi thanks to production jugalah, sebab dia sediakan meja untuk stream apa semua tau. So production pun membantu lah guys. Bagus lah. Kalau production tak tolong, macam mana tu dia nak stream? Padahal dia dah stay lah. Dah lambatkan lah dia punya tiket balik. Dah lah mahal tu tiket nak balik. Kau patut bersyukur Mon. Ya tu, aku bersyukur tau guys. Aku disponsor kan. Hotel kena sponsor. Aku punya kamera apa semua tak payah bawa kan. Selai pinggang je duk. Semua barang-barang semua dalam bag. Tinggal datang lah guys. Makan pun disediakan. Everything selengkap lah. Ini dia nak makan tak tahu ada orang ambilkan di makanan ke tak. Tapi rasanya dia tak boleh masuk bahagian tempat makan tu. Tempat makan tu kau kena ada pas. Aku ada pas. Aku ada pas. Sedih tu tengok guys. Aku kira patutnya aku bersyukur tu. Aku dipermudahkan segala urusan aku. Tiket pun aku tak payah beli. Semua dong selesaikan lah guys. Hotel, shuttle. Kau tak belanja dia ke Mon? Aku nak belanja dia buat apa? Setan. Dia memang purely for passion lah guys. For passion lah. Bukan macam Maple duk. Bukan macam Maple siau. Pakai duit lah. Tak ada mahal lah. Kalau di stage ni dah okey lah guys. Paghis. Tak ada overlay social bus ke Aik? Aku dah buat lah. Dia buang doh. Sumpah dia buang doh. Dia buang doh aku punya login. Aku punya social bus. Dasar. Patutlah tak ada orang social bus aku lagi. Punya dia buang tu. Okay, lepas habis game Cik Gis guys datang kat stream aku guys Nak kena QR jap. Stream tercepat. Yes sir. Lepas ni sekali datang, nanti aku minta dia say hi sikit dekat viewers YT dengan TikTok. Lepas tu aku akan buat konten lah dengan dia ada soalan-soalan sikit. Tapi minta maaf lah guys kalau mic ni kurang jelas ke apa ke, insyaAllah aku akan letak. Adalah Hai Munji Handsome Adalah. Dia tak buang lah guys. Fikir dia buang. Adalah. Kenapa Uni tak main? Ni tanya dengan Spender aku ni Spender aku mungkin tahu lah jawapan dia. Sorry lah Syafiq exaggerated sikit. Mana suara caster tu? Korang dengar guys suara caster? Mati terus Siak Yung. Dengar sikit okey lah Aduh, aku bukan nak cakap apa lah guys, tapi aku kurang minat ah.
Skies isn't done just yet. Clear low. Stormy position moves back to the party. Doesn't have this track available to him. Still level 3. So we can't get a big playoff. Sorry.
Aku kurang minat ah picknya. Saji.
Tried to drag this out as long as possible. It's really unfortunate for Cram, right? He finds the initial assist.
Sekarang macam mana dengar?
Forever when there's so much CC on the opposite side. Unlucky for Stormy, wasn't able to get steal the draft.
Pro ni negara mana? Negara Cambodia.
To buy him those precious few seconds to get a little bit more.
Dengar
shot residue
Okay.
passive. In the
Good to
meantime,
know.
though, this first turtle
Bela untuk apa pun? Aku tak tahu doh guys. Masa dia tak ada hero doh yang dia nak curi.
But for everybody else, it's pretty neutral.
Like aku tak tahu ah.
Consistently rotating up to this
Cambodia pun kuat sekarang, kuat doh Putra. Cambodia kuat doh, jangan macam-macam doh guys. Diorang kan hari tu diorang tim nombor 3 Cambodia tau. Tim nombor 3 Cambodia, lepas tu ada 2 daripada campur-campur tau main dekat ni ah. Asian Game. Diorang dapat beat PH doh, TLPH full team tau. Diorang dapat beat guys. Clean tau. Clean. Team fight dia cantik apa semua. So Cambodia pun kita tak boleh pandang rendah. Diorang antara negara underdog tau. Bawah tim bawahan anjing. Anjing bawahan macam tu. So kita dah tak boleh nak pandang rendah doh guys dengan negara-negara lain semua. Orang yang tak tahu ball kalah dengan pro e-sport. Oh ya, kau tak tahu doh. You don't know anything doh. Kau FOMO, kau budak-budak FOMO ah. Memang ah, terkejut.
You know, you would think Bro has maybe learned the lesson a little bit. SRG has loved coming down to the spot lane.
Kemungkinan ni, Cambodia boleh masuk final loh.
They're looking for the target. Sorry, Felix needs one more hit. He finally gets it.
Ash, not good ah. Tak apa. Baru early game doh.
He wants a whole priority, doesn't mind sacrificing.
Oh.
Doesn't fully commit though.
Ay, macam tak synchronize lah. Back orange mana pun kasih tap-tap dulu lah guys. Kasih tap-tap dulu dok.
Pro Esports moves on to the turtle. Sakai's points his eyes elsewhere.
All right, I was expecting here. It was going to be a no contest no matter what. Yuma's made an attempt, and unfortunately, that's going to be the signal to back away. But sorry, Felix is becoming a little bit of a problem. He's starting to take more control.
CFU pun kalah oleh Pro ni oi. CFU pun kalah doh guys. Diorang ni tim nombor 1 doh. Tak ada guessing ke? You doh guess game. Lama saya tak buat. Tolong buatkan Mochi siapa-siapa ke? Guess game. Alang-alang fun-fun.
We saw this in game number 1 though. SRG just needed to wait for that mid state so they can start working together. Start overpowering as a team. Right now they're still playing a very split up game. Do we think that moment's going to happen around the 7-8 minute mark when some of those second items start really locking in?
3K.
It depends on who gets this.
3K pun ada boleh jadikan advantage loh. Yumki. Alamak. Kenapa Sky turun kat minion? Dia slow like bad. Wah, gila lah Pro Esports. Bunguk, itu gila bodoh gameplaynya. Bukan biasa-biasa tu. Faham tak? Bukan biasa-biasa punya gameplay tu yang dorang tunjukkan. Macam terlampau sikit lah Saji punya gameplay. Agak sikit lah guys. Orang macam tak connect kan.
Yeah, Cinco de Pepe, PPPPP, whatever you want to call him. The guy has been on fire, always catching nooms. And it's not just this game. We saw it before. Even on the game that they lost, this Belleric has been a nuisance.
Salah Valiant game ni. Aku memang tak showkan lah. Tapi game pertama tadi diorang menang pakai Valiant. Cuma game pertama tadi masih ada Sora. Untuk macam help diorang lah Yang ni tak ada siapa doh dia nak guna. Dia ambil anti-baleric doh guys. Ah! Come on doh.
Lead this game with 5,000 gold. It's nothing but innocent left.
They can't do anything about it. The
Bodoh
peel
kalah,
is too
bodoh.
good, and if SRG makes the first move, it's
Tengah
gonna
kalah,
be
bodoh,
Pro
guys.
who finishes it. If they take this two, let's look at this fight.
Like for real lah.
This is a terrible position for SRG. They want to have a traditional front to back.
Linknya pun tak nampak macam OP tau guys.
Now that he's playing clean,
Sorry guys.
of having something as good
Tapi
Harris
aku
or
kena cakap ah.
or
Aku
more.
tengok online mailing macam gila-gila tau.
It's no longer a front to back. They front
Apa
and
sekas macam
back.
macam
Someone
tak ni
else standing in between them.
Lama
At that
sangat
point,
kot
once they're
tinggal
split up,
link.
Stormy gets taken out. Sakai's already committed to the backside, which means he's going to get taken out. He's got no back.
Boleh comeback ke ni? Sebenarnya masih boleh. Tapi depends pada execution lah guys.
It's starting to look like a bit of bullying, right? You know, he's coming into instinct.
Kalau terus balik ke? Tak adalah, masih ada satu lagi. Come on guys, aku nak minta tolong lah guys. Boleh tak kasih share, repost dulu live ni geng. And paling-paling bagi 1k lah. Baru aku rasa happy sikit lah guys. 1k orang kan. Oh.
This might be the signal.
Force it though. I don't think they can force it right.
No, the IMU got wasted. Took the salmon force.
Sekarang kalau nak bagi goodie bag kan, dia tak boleh member minimum member level 1 doh, dia kena level 3 siap minimumnya. What?
So not only is
Like for real bro?
It is a huge map lead for Pro Esports.
Baru nak bagi coin. Siapa level 3 doh guys? Korang level tinggi je.
On this Freya.
Korang level tinggi je guys. Level 3 macam susah nak dapat.
Oh, he's done. A lot of damage on a Stormy. Graham takes it as well. Coily, untouched, unfazed. Another tower should drop here.
Okay lah, tak apalah. Mungkin this time only lah guys. Aku buka untuk all viewer. Tapi make sure korang share lah guys. Share this live. Lepas tu korang ambil coin tau. Jangan bagi bot yang ambil guys jangan bagi bot yang ambil. Kalau boleh korang ambil tau. Aku dah send lah 100 coin guys untuk 100 orang. Kasih share dulu geng. Kasih share dulu ramai-ramai. Kalau boleh target lah. Target 100k tu aku kat sini guys. Come on dok. Let's go.
Maybe should they have gone for something
Let's go.
I feel like at this point the Harara the Ling, it's an even trade no matter
Let's
what.
go guys.
No matter what you get one of
Jangan bagi harapan dekat bot untuk ambil coin tau. Jangan bagi.
Pro Esports just out.
Jangan bagi. Kasih repost juga live ni. Senang sikit. Nak 1k. Oi, gila lah dok. Retribution jungle Pro Esports ni boleh tahan tak dok? Dekat MPL Boy bukan susah lagi dok. Bukan senang tau nak menang retri dengan Skies. He make it look very easy tau. Thank you Awad. Terima kasih for the gift-nya. Bro, you want some? KitKat? Mini Bueno? Oh, you guys. Welcome bro. SRG losing bro. Who do you support? SRG. Come on man. Let's go. SRG. Support SRG guys.
That's what Coily has been doing all game. Oh, you're gonna recall a very dangerous spot. I'm gonna waste.
Tak ada gelak-gelak ni tanya pressure teruk doh ni. Maksudnya diorang diambang tau, diambang. Sakit. Tapi bagus, good job Kram, tak mati terus. Nice one Yum. Tak kenik tak ada orang kenik doh dengan Yum. Aish. Oh my god, sayang. Semua low lah bangkit. Semua low.
It's down to 1 HP that makes the difference in Pro. Unfortunately, it was a good play. The SRG, they have to
economic lead. Come on, no.
Honestly though,
baru 3 skill je siap.
is still huge. I might rather want to lose 2 of my team members than lose that off lane. Lord is going to be up soon. Macro is going to be important. Where we are at in this game right now.
We are at a quite a difficult
come on lah, SRG apa ni? Aku cakap diorang tu ni. Diorang kat sini lah, nampak? Betul-betul lah weh. Tekan korek tu lo berikit tu. Dah, aku dah marah dorang. Aku harap dorang dengar. Ya, ya.
Pro Esports, I think at this point they just continue.
Tak semua orang boleh marah dorang dekat sini. Aku boleh lah.
I still am on the board that SRG is not really out.
Aku seorang ya. Aku seorang boleh.
It's comfortable, right? The map isn't, it's not like what we saw in game 1 where Pro had 0 inhibitors. It's going to be hard to fight for a Lord. The possibility is
very easy, bro. Very easy.
Slightly there.
It is. Thank you, Zipper, for
Kick
pulling
him
it up.
on.
Already one step
Marah,
ahead of me
marah.
here, but
Marah
yes,
dorang.
the item already done, but I don't know how
Come on, come on doh. Come on. Let's go, man.
This might have been a little bit of a mistake on Innocent's part.
Okay, kita tengok
At the
item
same
dulu, guys.
time, I think it's a lot of faith as well. The rest of the team is like, we will put them
Okay.
at 1 HP. If you had Snipers just a little bit
item
earlier,
Innocent sebenarnya dah nak siap. Tapi kesian dekat Nia, kesian kat Cram. Cram baru ada 2 item je dok.
Find that angle, but Pro, they have not made this easy.
Look at this position from Yums right now. They're definitely going to try to fight for
Okay,
this
kita
Lord.
tengok. Come on doh, guys. Retribution. You know what I'm saying, man?
Nobody checked the bush on the side of Pro Esports.
Dia bagi Skies lepak lu.
Conceal play. Can he target down?
Cantik! Let's go, Skies!
Fist crack.
Yes, yes. Yakap. Come on, man. Shut down. Let's go. Baik loh, Skies. Baik loh, sumpah. Retribution kau memang mantap doh. Coba, cakap depan je doh. Cakap depan je doh. Ya. Oh no. Apa yang Stormy buat kat situ seorang-seorang? Aku tak sempat nak tengok. Kenapa dia kat situ, guys? Nak claim mid ke macam mana?
SRG just one play. We were talking about it. It wins the clock ticking. They didn't need a clock. They just needed Yums in a beautiful position coming in from the backside. Sakai's finally able to get a neutral objective under his belt.
Aku dan coach akan dia happy sangat kat backstage.
And now they're knocking on the door of Pro Esports.
Bodoh sah.
Cram and Yums technically survived.
Tahniah guys, mana ada oren-oren. Korang boleh oren dulu guys Boleh oren dulu guys. Oren dulu. Thank you so much kerana tak memberi kepada orang-orang yang nak sedap ke apa, bot-bot ke. Thank you so much. Appreciate sangat guys. Mana belum oren, pernah oren boleh oren juga guys InsyaAllah kalau tak apa nanti kita bagi lagi coin warga YT pun kasih tekan button like seperti biasa. Aku tak suruh hari ni tapi dah ramai 50 like dah guys. Appreciate sangat warga YT. Korang the best, terbaik. Jadi let's go. Aku dah nampak tipis-tipis. Cantik. Dia nampak macam sifatnya okey ni. Baik. Shut down. Haris. Geram. Tidur. Tak apa, dah pergi. Guys. Shut down. Tak apa. Masih lagi ada innocent. Main. Yakap lah. Please sayang. Yakap.
It's definitely not out of this. The push and pull was good from SRG, but Pro said I got
Yakub lah doh. Yakub, you know.
He was willing to die to
guys, tolong guys. Aku cakap aku nak interview, kalau boleh kasih interview yang menang ah. Kan? Aku dah marah guys. Tapi sebenarnya cantik lah tu team fight dia. Cantik dah. Kita dah boleh nampak kan. Kalau tim lain mungkin dah susah, dah payah kat sini. Minta maaf lah tim lain tapi diorang masih ada semangat, masih ada lagi plan tau. Diorang tak choke guys in game. Orang panggil choke. Kau tengok Awake Innocent pun dah tenang tau, dah start tenang lah guys. Aku tadi pun tak relax tu. Aku dengan coach Akadia kat belakang stage. Sorry, my bad. Sorry. Okay. Come on man. Lot. Sikit lagi guys, kita nak 1k. Come on dok. Sekarang selama tinggal link tu pun boleh ha. Okay, sekarang datang pada belakang. Targeting. Okay. No. Okay, you jatuhkan. Ultimate yang baik. Stormy, cantik. spray ataupun nyirap lah aku tengok dia kan. Nak salty tu. Marik cuy, itu bukan marik guys. Itu memang 50-50 lah sebenarnya. Dia ikut atas luck lah. Dia 50-50. Kita tak tahu siapa yang boleh dapat. Tapi memang power lah retry jungle ni dari tadi. Gameplay dia pun sedap tu tengok. Sabar guys Aku tahu sekarang ni game tengah roller coaster. Santai. Shut down. Kaya bodoh member. Kaya. Alamak. Guys. Itu memang tak sempat nak ulti tu. Itu kau tidak boleh mati tu guys.
Oh my goodness. I don't know who's gonna win this game.
Come on, dog.
Oh my God, this has been the most fierce competition we've seen so far. Stormy now finishing off that holy crystal for the
Kalah dah.
little bit of damage. You notice
Kalah dah. Kau tu kalah.
so many people walk away with 1 HP despite Sky Piercers being in play.
I feel like honestly with that last Lord push, all Pro really needed to get
Kau
was
tu yang
an
kalah.
inhibitor out of it. You only had 3 members.
Let me ask
You're
you
up
something,
against the
bro,
Clint and a lot of just siege
Let me
defense
ask you
potential.
something.
The fact that they were able to get the
At least
inhibitor is a
he
good
come to the
start.
Paris bro to play.
Like I said, we're
And
going
he
to another
also
Lord.
got 1 life.
Pro esports
Still
still
1 life
have
guys
SRG
Why you being so
got to the
negative
max
bro?
item point almost. We're getting very
To our
close
team,
to
to
tie
Malaysian.
material. All right.
The one and only SRG bro. Why you becoming like stupid people here man? Know what I'm saying?
Because so far Kozen has
Bunda 900 sikit lagi guys nak capai 1k. Come on. Lari Kram. Kramat. No. Cantik. Mati you drop ni. Yakap. Lari terus guys. Lari.
Boily's chasing him down now with Poison. 1 for 1. Mage for EXP.
not bad.
Merci des coups. Merci des coups.
Now they don't have to
Merci
worry
des
about, someone
coups.
blown out of nowhere. And the best part
Macam
is by
Arab
the time
sikit
Lord
kan.
actually spots Cram,
Kat sini memang banyak Arab guys.
ready to go in
Kepada siapa yang tak tahu lah in case kan.
timer coming in from Eudora on Saw on the opposite side. So if SRG want to take first position,
Tak, aku nampak macam Yum tak nak
then
hidup
again,
Yum.
is it playing to your strengths or do you want to be the ones who push Pro out of the scenario?
Siapa boleh stop Harik tu?
Hesitate on the trigger finger.
I think
I think without Cram though.
targeting lah guys. Targeting and timing is the most important things lah bila dah masuk ke dalam late game guys. Sebab kemungkinan dia orang boleh main tukar-tukar item. They also can like playing with a laning phase, right? Macro, micro, everything will be on the desk guys
And I think from Pro's side, they've kind of set a neutral
on the
state
table.
offside, will eventually turn into
Let's
a
see
slow push. Same
how-
goes for that bottom
how
side as well.
how
That
Pro
extra
Esport
minion here, SRG need to be the one
try to
to
plan
reveal
for
themselves first,
this
but
one.
if they do,
Because
Pro is going to start
they also
blitzing the
know
Lord.
the Link also got
Cat and mouse.
first skill right.
Formation, it's just
He can come
corporate
fast.
espionage at this point.
Espionage, I like it.
He can come very fast guys.
Whittle down to that top side.
So let's see. Okay, they're trying to make the lot very low. Let's see.
Take a lot of shots. Can take the big push. Set guys
Okay.
for an angle.
Okay.
Pro esports.
Okay, let's
bring
see.
Lord down 10%.
Yumski,
Skies
come on, man.
Yeti finally comes in.
Marik
Gets it.
juga.
Pro esports got what they wanted. They're not going to force a fight.
Go any further than this. This was a dangerous position to be in.
Memang
but
power aduh retry dia guys.
push into
The
first
retry
fight
is
will
very
respond
good,
just
man.
in time. But this is where it gets really difficult.
Retry
because
is
now
very
we're
good,
talking
sir.
about a Lord that also gives you damage reduction. Pro esports just
Yang
need
tu
to gather
kalau-
the troops and
kalau-
get ready to try and press their advantage.
I cannot say anything lah guys.
For Innocent,
Because
question
Sekas
whether
is
or not
very good retryer, you know.
the true damage for Innocent.
But when he lose,
A lot of damage from Innocent, I will be
it
honest.
means
Pro esports
that
are going to take this bottom lane.
enemy is the better retryer.
Both sides, the guys through the top. Gonna be a little bit helpful, but he's got to
But also I can see that Kram hero is not that good guys in this game.
Oh! A lot of damage onto the bot.
Uh-oh.
A lot of damage onto
Uh-oh.
Cram.
Can he?
Maybe able to
Oh,
get
masih
away from it.
selamat.
Black Dragon comes out looking for the
Ya!
re-engage.
Kram, kenapa kau paksa Kram?
Guys, going up
Aduh,
against
Kram
Fusion.
kenapa paksa?
Fusion
Okay,
always
masih lagi
seems to
innocent.
win
Tommy
out.
masih lagi ada 3 orang.
Lord finally does
Cantik! Yeah!
headshot after headshot. Nobody can get away with the re-engage.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Finally comes in and goes
What the fuck is that, man?
Pro
What the heck?
The odds against the favorites. Pro Esports
Gila doh.
game number 3.
Ai, dia joget-joget lah siap.
Kickoff day number 2 here. Cambodia finally gets the win. Obviously, both sides are tough competitors, but by God, do they produce
Weh, saja kena joget-joget doh.
in the internationals? There's no way.
Ash.
I think even SRG knows. It's like, guys,
Sehina itu dia buat dengan Saji
they
guys.
outplayed us. That's really what it boiled down to. They outplayed us this
Kena
time.
joget-joget doh.
Definitely the best series we've seen thus far in these groups, and they don't call Group B the group of death for nothing. If this is just how this is going to start the day, I'm excited for what we got to see next.
Nice one, bro.
Pro
Nice one.
Esports.
That was mad respect there. This game was beautiful
Aye.
to watch. So messy, but at the same time, it leaves you just at the edge of your seat.
Kena joget doh guys, play Saji. Last time play Malaysia kena joget. Comeback Last time Navi joget kat Todak guys. You guys know what happened right after that. Tapi nasib baik dia joget lepas menang doh. Joget in game lah kalau kau berani kan. Joget lepas first game patutnya. Kan? Tak geram doh tadi, kenapa dia mati doh. Patutnya dia boleh je doh selamat, tapi memang enemy lagi ni lah guys, lagi deserve it lah. Enemy memang lagi deserve it. And kita boleh nampak diorang preparation diorang lagi okey lah. Tapi draft Valentina kat game ni aku sangat tak okey doh guys. Nice lah, kita dah capai 1k viewer guys. Thank you so much Thank you so much guys. Woo! Semalam 200 je dok. 200-300 je dok. Padahal aku live kat Paris dok. 200-300 je Moon. What? Weh, dia suruh budak-budak SRG senyap dok. Toxic teruk doh. Tapi Cambodia memang mostly lah kalau bagi international kan, diorang memang bising siapa guys.
We have the man of the hour here with us, Saw victorious. What a massive matchup against Selangor Red Giants. We
Tapi
have
dia
to talk
outplay
about
tadi
this
tu
for a
memang
second.
style lah.
That game 3 was super tight. Came right away to the late game. Talk to me about how you kind of all closed it up and finished the game.
Memang gempak gila.
Game 3 គឺស្មើគ្នាមែនទែនប៉ុន្តែធ្វើយ៉ាងម៉េចដើម្បីបញ្ចប់ហើយឈ្នះគេថ្ងៃនេះ
Kena macam ni. Kan SRG kena macam ni. Kena macam ni.
champion ដែរអញ្ចឹងពេលលេងមួយគាត់
Kena macam-macam lah.
វាចាស់ខ្ញុំគ្រាន់តែថកមួយ
Kena taunting guys ah.
លេងមុនពួកគាត់ទៅធ្វើឲ្យយើងយកឈ្នះបាន
Saja je
So
tu nak
because
main
they're
lower.
former champion, we knew that
Janganlah
this would
macam
be a
tu
hard match, but I
guys.
talked with my team and we worked together to get this win.
I mean, it looked incredible. I want to ask you more technical questions
Layak
on
pun
this.
kena
Talk to me
taunting.
about the Vexana pick because we've only seen it once during
Tak,
EWC. That was
satu
an
je lah aku
MWI.
nak
It was
cakap.
picked
Last
once,
time
didn't work
player
out at
lain
all.
taunting.
Why did you go for Vexana specifically?
Okay, សំសួរមួយថាហេតុអ្វីបានឈួរ
Taunting team Malaysia guys kan.
កាលពី EWC MWI
Yeah sure. I'll come after you.
អត់ជោគជ័យអ
Yeah.
ញ្ចឹងហេតុអ្វីបាន
You
ឈ្នះ
go first.
Vexana លើកនេះ
ដោយសារខ្ញុំលេងវិសាហ្នឹងមាន combo
dia kacau lah
ហើយ
aku.
យើងលេង
Aku ulang lagi sekali guys, saya ulang satu kali
យើងយកមកលេងហើយ
Kau tahu tak guys what happened?
So I chose Vexana because there are a lot of combos and
Kau tahu
I
tak
had
what
success with
happened
them
the last
before,
time?
so I used it again.
People
Worked
from
out well.
other
And
countries
Ruby recently patched heroes
taunting
also
Malaysia.
played
What
by you
happened
and the
to
team. Do you
them
think that
guys?
should become more meta in terms of picks, or is it just a Cambodia special to run?
អញ្ចឹង Ruby បានទទួល patch update ថ្មីអញ្ចឹងតើគិតថានេះគឺអ្វីដែលគេនឹងប្រើទូទៅឬអានេះគ្រាន់តែជាអ្វីដែលកម្ពុជាបានជ្រើសរើស
ខ្ញុំគិតថា Ruby ហ្នឹងគឺលេងបានទូទៅដោយសារ team គេផ្សេងក៏លេងដែរ
I think Ruby can be
tapi
utilized
itulah.
from all sorts of teams.
That worked out for you also, and of course
Tentu
this
lah,
is a
guys.
huge story, right? You're coming in, Pro Esports
Gelak je lah
Cambodian
mampu.
representative, you beat
Mana nak
Selangor
clip
Red
tu boleh
Giants.
clip
Does this give you a big boost in motivation
Buat
from
gempak-gempak
now
sikit lah
on
guys
that,
tapi.
hey, we can beat one of the
Edit
best
tu
in the
gempak-gempak
world,
sikit
we
lah.
can do
Bagi
more of
masuk
that.
suara aku ke
អញ្ចឹង
apa
អានេះ
ke.
ជារឿងធំមែនទែនសម្រាប់ក្រុម
boleh tengok replay tadi kat YT
បានឈ្នះលើ Selangor Red Giants អញ្ចឹងតើមានអ្វីបន្ទាប់សម្រាប់អ្នក
ខ្ញុំសប្បាយចិត្តដោយសារវាជាការលេងលើឆាកអន្តរជាតិលើកទី1ហើយវាត្រឹមជាម៉ាច់ទី1ហើយយើងអាចយកឈ្នះទៅលើក្រុមខ្លាំងបានទៅ វា give momentum ឲ្យ
Yang berat lah kau
ឲ្យ
ni.
ខ្ញុំនៅការ
Sikit-sikit sudah ha. Tahu lah
Because
tengah
it's
menang.
our first time to compete on an international stage. I think we've gained some momentum because we beat a great team, and I think this will lead into success later on.
All right, between you and me here, look at the camera in front of us. We got it right here, the one with the red light over it. Anything you want to
Tengok aku.
say to everybody else that's challenging you here
Tengok aku ni.
at MSC after you beat
Tengok aku ni, bro.
SRG?
អញ្ចឹងសូមមើលទៅកាមេរ៉ាហើយសូមមាន
Tengok aku siau.
ប្រសាសន៍សម្រាប់អ្នកដែលទស្សនាពីខ្មែរផង SRG
និយាយទៅអ្នកមើលឬក៏និយាយទៅធីមផ្សេងៗ
viewers yeah អ្នកមើល
To the opponents.
Oh.
Future.
អូសុំទៅ
Aku tunjuk depan-depan dia guys. Dia tengah pandang aku kan. Aku tunjuk dia. Nampak ni belakang ni dia ni tengah interview ni.
ធីម
Ha.
ផ្សេងៗ
macam tu.
កុំមើល
Nampak?
រំលងពួកយើងយើងក៏ខ្លាំងដែរ
Makan.
to
Makan.
other teams don't overlook us we're
Makan kau,
strong as well.
joget-joget kau, makan.
Thank you very much, Sa. Congratulations to you and bro. Thank you very much. A wonderful translator. There's a lot still to look at post this game. Let's have the panel all break it down.
Thank you, Milos. Great
Nanti kalau
interview.
aku
It
diserang kat
was
sini,
a
kau selamatkan aku,
great game and a great moment for Cambodia as they take
Nanti,
the win over
selamatkan aku
SRG.
tau.
Expected grand finalists now. They're going to have to go through an elimination bracket on the bottom side to get through what will be a really
Okay,
tough
lepas
run
ni
if
pun
they're
game
gonna
sedap
come
juga,
back
guys.
At MSC 26. Brigida and Lefel joining me, Rain Day, on the desk here to break it all down. Brigida, confidence,
Apa
momentum,
gamenya?
I'm sure that is
Diorang tak
all
hantar kat aku lah
for Pro
jadual untuk
Esports
hari
game
ni.
here.
Siau lah. Aku nak kena buka sendiri doh. Kat MPLMY.
Yes, I believe so. That
Okay.
was a very
So,
much confidence
next
performance,
kita akan
especially for
tengok
Royal.
apa
Royal
tak tahu lah guys.
down or
Aku tak
wherever,
dapat
I
lah
don't
dia
know.
punya
I
ni.
can't say anymore like that last play.
Hey, here's the thing, man. Like the cast was saying, like everyone was at the edge of their seats. We're not sitting anymore. Screw the seats. We were on the ground. And Coily, bro, like
What a performance.
that guy is
Amazing.
gonna be one of the stars
Alah,
born from this
doh.
MSC because from the link all the way to the Harara, bro, that last outplay, bro.
Oh, okay. See,
Okay,
it
stay on
doesn't
the
even
stage.
have
Please, please,
him
please,
on
please,
his seat anymore. He has to stand up. And what are the chances?
Starting
right? He
macam
could
ni
be the next
habis.
star. I agree because he also started.
Eh,
Hey, how many stars do we have
Apa
that
pula
started
dekat
with?
international.
That's right.
Macam tak biasa je guys starting macam ni
I love it,
SRG.
though. It's so good, and I think the fact that we got
Preparationnya agak nampak macam kurang lah guys. Daripada segi hero. Lain lagi aku nak tegur pasal mid lane lah punya hero guys Aku rasa Stormy boleh je pakai hero-hero lain tau. Tadi first game dia pakai Valiant. Menang, bagus lah. Tak apalah malas nak cakap apa-apa sebab menang. Cuma aku rasa still kurang lah. Second game pakai Farsa, tak ada damage. Oh, susah nak main. Enemy dengan ada linknya. Aku tak tahu lah memaksa pick Farsa ke apa. Game ketiga pick juga Valentina. Sedangkan tak ada skill yang Valentina tu boleh curi guys. Macam drafting lah guys aku rasa tau. Drafting kat mid
Honestly, after game number
especially.
three, I'm quite torn as to whether or not I'm thinking
Diorang nak kena cari hero ni lah. Muka dia macam Stormy guys kan.
or was it just them
Aku
playing
tengok
more
macam
into
Stormy
their
tu muka dia.
comforts? Because again,
Hidung
we
dia,
really haven't seen
rambutnya
Skies be able
seakan-akan
to
sama lah.
pull off that exact same link. We're so familiar of him in the recent
Kalau draft
years.
dah awal-awal, aku
Even
tengok
when it
draft
comes
kurang
down
lah.
to
Second
things
game
as
tadi pun kan.
maybe
Memang
simple
draft
as
Cambodia
objective.
lagi gempak lah
I
guys.
think Ling is one
Oh.
of like the most reliable
There's limit
numbers
tau.
to
There's
contest, and
limit
that's why
untuk
it always
draft tu
boils down to a
go to the
50-50 battle
macam
whenever there
dapat
were
full
objectives. But maybe
dapat
there
full
had
dia
something
punya
to
ni
do
guys
with level gaps, I know, but
dapat
it
full
was
potential
not the
tu
same.
ada limit. So macam second game tadi limitation tu sampai situ je guys aku rasa dapat buat tau. Untuk third game aku rasa pun limitation sampai situ juga. Pick clean pun macam kurang. Tak, clean ni sesuai lawan dengan Harid dekat laning phase guys. Dia boleh menang, dia boleh cuba lawan dengan Crab. Kalau kau pakai Cloud kemungkinan tak boleh menang Crab tu guys. Tapi tak tahulah, aku tak tengok sangat bahagian drafting tadi. Aku tak kisah bab hero lain guys. Sekarang ni dia nak kena cari apa hero mid selain daripada Valen dengan Farsa tu yang sesuai guys Aku rasa match up Valen dengan Eudora untuk mid game late game pun macam payah tau sebenarnya. Sejujurnya cakap guys macam payah.
You know, many people looking at Innocent, looking at Kozin, who did really well. I feel like Brigida, they just kept a core that felt comfortable, and they team fought pretty much the same way, and it really worked out for them.
Yeah, no doubt. P on that Valeric did a really good job all series long. And I
Kalau
think he
Lilia
was
tadi
the
okey
more
tak Mun? Aku rasa
stable
Lilia is much
player in
better
that
tu
series.
sebenarnya
Served as
Zetian
more of
ke
like an
kan.
anchor of what they really
Aku
wanted
rasa
to
kan
play around or how
kalau
they
dia
really
pergi
wanted to
Zetian
execute
tadi
their team fights, whereas for
kan,
Sa,
lepas tu
I feel
follow
like
up
it was the more
dengan Link.
flexible
Sedap
role
siap
for Pro
guys.
Esports. There were
Link
times where
contoh Halti kena
he just
kan.
went for the more sacrificial
Link masuk kat
plays,
Eudora,
and that was something they
cucuk,
willing to
terus
play
meninggal
into.
tu.
There were times that you had to rely
Ah,
on him a bit more. Nonetheless,
settle lah
I
tu guys, terus
really
masalah.
admire how Pro Esports have established their identity and showed it to us here
Tapi
in this first series.
Valentina macam tak sedap langsung lah guys. Ambil ulti apa? Ambil ulti tu Beleric. Sebab itu je dia punya option, the best option untuk dia ambil tau. Tak Yakup lah guys, tak Yakup. Banyak lagi dua hero lain. Kenapa dia paksa pick Valen tu duk? Kalau aku lah Coach Han Akak dia Moon, what do you think about the Valentina pick here? I think it's very suitable with the enemy. Oh no. I think here I pick God, Zetian, or Lilia Asoken. Asoken ya. You don't say anything. Kalau dia cakap kan, no. I think you need to listen to me because when you shut up. You shut up. I don't want to hear anything from you, God. This is not good to pick Valentina. What do you want? You want me to steal Beleric's ulti? What do you mean, man?
By scanning the QR code, this allows you to say who you think is going to win.
Let
play with us.
I pick my hero. I cakap macam tu lah dengan Coach Syahid dia. Tapi kalau aku Tommy lah. Kalau lah. Dah Mun lah. Okay. Sorry.
Has a new way to play a familiar game with We Fly Together. It's co-op. Check it out.
Sorry guys. Still ada game? Ada. Tapi diorang turun lower bracket lah guys. Sekejap Yes. Okay guys, korang boleh tengok story sekarang. Story TikTok. Sila. Jangan jealous guys Jangan jealous Okay.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons.
Lepas opening match LPH terus datang sini tau. Nanti korang boleh lepak dalam live aku lah guys lepas opening match LPH. Nice.
Either one, you're done.
Thank you. Aku ada interview dengan Sky sekarang ni guys. Tapi diorang kan pun lepas kalah. Kalau aku nak interview pun rasa macam tak best tau. I need find my way from you. I guess it's kind of cute how you like me where you are. Tunggu dulu Mun. Kau memang tunggu pun. Kenapa tak bunyi lagu
Are you Sanji?
No, I'm Sanji. You?
No, I'm Sanji.
I'm Sanji.
Brain Day To the desk, we've got Brigitte and LaFell here, but because we are starting off our second series, it's time to introduce an important moment, which is our Crunchyroll story of the day. It is Aurora's redemption versus the GOAT and the Cavalry. Team Liquid, of course, Carl Teasy being that GOAT, self-proclaimed and proclaimed by the scene. Brigitte, your thoughts on this matchup? Can Aurora find a way to redeem themselves?
Honestly, I feel like they might have. They might have a chance. And they always have had that in them to just go for upsets, to break free from the labels of maybe being a dark horse and being a true contender here in this tournament and all previous international tournaments. And the fact that they're backed up by such big brains, you know? It's very, I think it's going to be a bit of a challenging task for Team Liquid, honestly.
That's what we call Midnight, Mr. Big Brain Man. You know, that's what we always
Big
call
Brain
him.
Man, yeah.
Mr. Big Brain Man.
That's
But
a great nickname. That's
personally for me,
put a lot of thought into that.
I
Game
have
no
to
bracket
trust
bila
in
mun. Aku
Aurora,
rasa
which is something that Midnight doesn't want, but
esok.
here's the thing,
Tapi
in my
esok
eyes, they've
yang group
always
A
been
dulu.
contenders. It's always just
Lusa
about
group
getting
B.
that right moment.
So group B
Is
tu
there something
ni
more
lah
to
guys.
it because the last two international tournaments at M7 and at MSC
Tolong aku nak immediate punya ni doh ni kan. Bila aku tanya kan lambat tu guys. Bagian KOL ni doh buat kerja apa sih?
I mean, like,
Bukan
here's the
main
thing,
ramai lagi
Aurora,
orang
they
yang
have to
ni
fight
ah.
against the final boss
Yang jaga
early
aku
over
kat
and
sini.
over and over again. So it's kind of like playing a game where you thought you would like ramp up, but instead you're fighting against the final boss first. Until you get through this, you can't fight anyone else. And I feel like Team Liquid just understands how Aurora plays, but the same can be said, Aurora understands how Team Liquid plays because
Salah satu bakal jumpa SRG dekat game decider.
we like to watch games, and because we like to watch games,
What do you mean?
we roughly know what's gonna happen. So honestly, in this one, with Midnight coming in as the head coach, I feel like that's a very good chance for Aurora to take down Team Liquid.
Yeah, and they should feel, I guess,
Ni diorang kata diorang
less
nak
pressure in a
bawa
way
aku
going
pergi
up against
makan,
Liquid here in this
tapi
match because they're not
macam
in
tak bawa pergi
in the
makan
exact
je.
same position as they were in the previous times that they were against Liquid. Right now, it's not necessarily
Can
an
you
elimination match, though it still puts you in a
pack
very tight spot because we're only having
me
double
some
eliminations
food?
for group stage. But tournament life is not necessarily on the line. I feel like they could
Kau
be,
patut je aku
or
pergi
they could
makan
just
Tak, masalahnya sekarang ni kan aku terlampau banyak kena sidai tau guys kat sini. Contoh lah bagi tahu korang benda yang pertama lah. Aku cakap aku nak interview kan, nak interview Sky kan. Tapi kalau jadi Sky datang waktu aku nak pergi makan macam mana? Dah satu hal pula.
Team Liquid are back and ready to defend that actual title. We saw the team they took down previously in SRG, the Selangor Red Giants. Now it's time for MSC 26 to see if Liquid can
Onyx dan TLPH menang hari ni, diorang bakal jumpa, yang kalah bakal jumpa SRG dekat game decider. Yes sir. Agak susah lah sebenarnya.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here with
Sanford.
What is this?
Small.
Oh, it's small. I don't. Why is it so prominent, like everywhere? What was it? You don't know either.
Yeah.
I don't know either. I don't know. I guess maybe someone else knows. Maybe someone who's casting right now. Maybe.
Sure.
You're up against Aurora.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aurora. So what's that gonna be like? Because I mean, in the past, it seems like you always are able to take out Aurora, but this time around they have a new coach. Do you think it'll make a difference?
Not sure.
I do hope that it won't make a difference.
Okay.
But
Tak nampak lagi.
yeah, I guess. But yeah, this is the fourth time that we're gonna face each other. So I'm,
Dia
I'm
kata
really
sepatutnya
looking
dia dah
forward
datang
on
lah guys.
what's new for them.
Okay, looking forward to what's new. But why do you always seem to be able to catch them? Like, do you have like something secret that you have against them? Like, is there
Asyik
something
kena
that we
bahan
should
je
know?
lah Sanford dengan
No, I don't
Berigida.
have any secret, but
Kena bahan apa
you
tu
know,
orang?
I have my goat on my team.
Ah, you have your gold.
Lower ada dua nyawa kan mu? Lower ada satu je rasanya. Dah turun lower tu, itulah nyawa terakhir dia.
But you know, going
Semua orang
to the
dalam ni ada
EXP
dua nyawa
lane,
guys.
I had a few talks with other EXP laners as well, and I want to know from your perspective as defending
Tapi Kram
champions.
tadi pun tak
Obviously,
hidup siap bila
what's
fikir-fikir
the
balik
for
guys.
the EXP lane right now?
Pasal
Like, is it
EXP.
as important as the previous meta?
I guess so, and this meta is really flexible. Like, you can even pick damage, and at the same time, you can also adjust to tank heroes. But I can just say that this one is kind of confusing. So this might be the interesting meta for now.
So do you think it's the most interesting lane?
all of the roles right
Kena
now
ban
are really
sebab diorang kan
flexible.
tengah
So
bercinta.
the meta in
Kena
general,
ban sebab
I guess it is.
Okay, so in
dia
general,
faham
everything's quite
understanding.
interesting. EXP
Ingatkan kena
laners
faham
now,
sebab
are
apa
they
benda
going
apa
to
benda
go for
ke.
more, tank build? I mean, considering now that we're seeing a lot more assassins in the jungle.
Let's see later.
Okay. So it might be something secret from TLPH, but of course, good luck for your next matchup. Do you have anything to say to your opponents today, Aurora?
I just want to say good luck, and especially to my former coach, Midnight. I'll see you there.
All right. Once again, thank you, Sanford, and we're throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Former coach
Belakang
Midnight
tu
just
green
adding
screen
a little bit of
ke pun.
spectacle to this already dramatic
Kakak
battle
ada kau.
between Aurora and Team Liquid. Brigida, how do you feel about Sanford going in?
Thank you,
calling
Ruth.
JP
Thank
the
you,
GOAT?
18
Got that one
for
wrong, or?
the orange, for the gift.
Personal opinions, I guess. So
Senang
maybe
cerita
it's a
grup B
different
ni
go
memang
for him,
power
but,
semua. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so
I mean, Brigida doesn't have a lot of opinion on
Got it.
Sanford
Okay.
in
So,
general. Like, they love each other.
kemungkinan
She sees some plays. She thinks like he's
Sekai tak ada.
you know, like, Sanford-
Sebab aku
Sanford is
mention
pretty
kalau
good.
dia
JP
menang
is also
tadi.
pretty
So,
good.
disebabkan dia tak menang.
But in all
Apa?
seriousness, Team Liquid
How
is
about
going to
food?
be the final boss.
Yeah.
We're going to see how
Should
they perform, considering that Slammer Giants also had difficulties
I...
earlier. We got to see if Team Liquid will experience the same thing or not.
yeah, because this day really feels like it's gonna be the
Alhamdulillah.
go the distance day.
Patut
you
aku
know?
pergi makan je lah guys sekejap.
You
Tapi
wanted
lagi
to
Rose
have
nak
it in the
datang.
last 2 series, but we had to witness it in the first one, and I really can't help but feel like there's a high chance we do it all over again here in the second one.
It does feel that way, and you kind of pit these two conversations against one another, and it's one team who's defending a title, one team who is trying to get
Paris
over
pukul
the hump,
berapa?
and
Sekarang
what
pukul
better
1.18,
opportunity,
ya,
the
betul.
biggest international stage available
Tak ada grip ke?
until you guys
Tak,
get in
aku
series later on this year.
tempat
One of
makan
the things I always thought
kena
was interesting is
jalan.
people who are trendsetters.
Kena
and,
pergi,
you know,
kena
you've
jalan
seen
sikit
it through
agak.
Midnight, and you've seen it through Aurora
Takut tak
entirely.
sempat.
Well, I felt like it was time for us to catch up with Luna as well from Aurora and see how they felt about
Sekarang
coming
tak
into
pakai
this new
link.
assassin
Inilah
meta.
orang
Also,
yang tak
MSC
bijak tau.
26.
Orang yang tak tengok game dan tak bijak. Ariba, minta maaf cakap.
I was wondering, this
Third
next
game tadi dia
matchup is
pick
going to
link
be
lah,
very
bingai.
intense. And obviously you guys have history with one another. How was your preparation
Minta
going
maaf.
up against a strong EXP laner like Sanford?
I didn't had a special preparation for them. Like we just prepared for like 1 month in boot camp. We will try our best. Like we just prepared good in boot camp.
Viewer
But
kau
there's
ni
no
kelakar agak
special
kadang-kadang.
preparation.
Memang.
Okay, no special preparation, but
Dah
in
lah tak
general you guys
tengok, dah lah tak
prepared in
tengok.
Malaysia during your boot camp. What did you learn from that boot camp?
Lepas tu, sebab tak pick link. Pui.
Quite a lot of things, like a lot of heroes,
bijak tau.
like the important things in game, like greens, quite a lot actually.
Okay, it seems like there's a lot, and obviously you guys studied the
Sejuk
meta,
ke Mun?
right?
Sejuk?
So what do you think about the meta specifically for the EXP lane?
I think it's quite fine. Like it's best for the junglers right now, but it's good for EXP lane, I think.
Why do you think it's good for the EXP laners?
Because the heroes like Esmer, Uranus, like they're quite strong. They're not dying. Like if you have the good match, you can carry the game easily.
Okay, so Esmeralda, Uranus are heroes that you have mentioned. Do you think we're gonna see some damage EXP laners from you today?
There's a quite chance, yeah, you can see it. Like also from Sanford, we can probably see it because they're good. Like Paquitos, Arlots, they're quite popular right now.
Pro
Okay,
terasa
gonna be very
pro dah
exciting
tu.
matchup
Tunggu
later
nanti
on,
termenung.
ladies and gentlemen.
Kena
But
balik. Yakin dengan
coming into this
SRG.
again, you're against Sanford. You've been up against them for quite some
Asal
time.
SRG
and it
kalah.
feels like
Sebab tadi
they
tak
have
silap
like a
aku, diorang
kryptonite
main.
to you. It feels like they're the kryptonite. Why is that? What's
Okay
what's going
okay.
on
Tadi
with
aku nak
TLPH
main-main lah. Kali
and
ni betul lah. Kalau
I
kau
have no
tanya
idea.
aku
Every
ada
single
bahas
tournament,
tadi
one time we're gonna
Aku ada
face
bahas
against them,
sikit
but
guys
we're
macam mana diorang
pretty
boleh
sure
kalah,
after
apa
this
kekurangannya.
point. Like, every
Tapi
single tournament
kalau
we're
aku
gonna
nak
face them.
singkatkan
Why? Do you
untuk
know
viewer
I don't
just
know,
nak
we have
tanya
our
lepas tu
kryptonite,
keluar.
like you said.
Kan?
Seems like
Aku
they're
mungkin
destined
aku
for
boleh
one
bagi
another,
tahu
but
yang
are you strong
drafting
enough
ah.
and you feel like you're strong enough and
Aku rasa
confident enough
drafting
to
ah.
go up
Aku
against
rasa
them
mid
today
lane tu
and
ada
to
lagi
beat
banyak
them
lagi
today?
hero yang
Yeah,
boleh
we're
dipakai.
quite confident. to
Ada
beat them.
God, ada
Okay, so this
Zetian,
is your
ada
day.
Lilia. Much better hero lah
Every
yang
day is our
suit
day.
dengan
Every
draft
day is
enemy
Lunar's day.
yang match
So
up
good
dengan
luck for your
Eudora
next matchup,
dengan
and we're
kita
throwing it
nak
back to you
synckan
guys.
dengan kita punya team kan. Tapi tadi dia pick
That is a great
Valentina
answer.
dengan
The
Farsa
thing that
tu.
comes to mind too is
Aku
you're
rasa
Luna,
Valentina
you're
dengan
saying
Farsa
every
macam
day
tak
is
ada
your day,
damage
claiming
tu
the
guys.
night and the day. I mean, Luna's claiming all aspects of
Tak
time.
cukup. Aku tengok Farsa tu burst Ruby.
Oh,
Bapak satu bar je tu hilang guys. Ruby tu
I like to see the confidence coming in from Lunar, and
Ruby tu punya nyawa punyalah
like coming in from both interviews,
punyalah
both agree that every single
berbaris-baris.
possible. We
Yang tolak hanya satu titik je. Satu baris je, Dok.
Then more pride for them. But yeah, this is the kind of meta that we can definitely see the hero pool expand quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, even just now, right? We saw the Ruby in the EXP lane,
Yeah.
which I think is the first time we saw that. I don't know at how many unique
Please lah,
heroes
respect ban lain kali.
currently
Okay,
are
respect
at
ban apa
after
sebenarnya?
that
Aku
first
tak
series,
faham.
but it's just
Respect
looking
ban
to
link.
go uphill from
Ban link tu game ketiga Sky yang pakai. Apa yang nak respect ban je? Kau tengok game tak tengok, Dok?
Self-proclaimed, coming off a championship defense, and obviously when you look at
Sana gua apa?
Aurora's
Satu
pain of
petang.
running into Team Liquid, the only way to like get a little bit of that pain off your shoulders is to say, okay, the team that we lost to won the entire tournament. That's what they were able to say with Team Liquid. But now, you know, what can Carl
Habislah
TC do?
kalau
The
Onyx
question
kalah
probably
lawan
not being,
TLPH.
does he have
Lower
the
bracket
capability,
semifinal lawan
but
SRG
if
vs
he's gonna
Onyx lah
adapt from
jawabnya.
what he's been
Tak
known
apa.
for with his utility
Kalau diorang nak
roles
jadi champion dekat tournament ni, diorang nak tak nak memang diorang nak
it's gonna
kena
prove yet
lawan
again
juga
that
tu
he has
guys.
everything needed to be considered one of the greatest of all time.
Tommy offside saja
One of the
itu
reasons
pun
why
satu
Carl
lah
is
guys.
the GOAT is the ability
Lepas
to
dapat lot,
learn,
tiba-tiba Tommy
unlearn,
mati kat mid.
and
Itu pun aku
relearn.
pelik.
Because he
Kenapa
started
dia
his
seorang-seorang
career
kat mid guys?
with an amazing
Macam
Lancelot time
plus
where
diorang main
he was
memang
known
tak
as
synchronize
the
lah tadi.
assassin jungler, and he had
Kan?
such a difficult
Yum
time
second skill flicker.
transitioning into
Pakai
tank,
badang
where
kan.
he
Second
had
skill
like one
flicker
season where he
dapat
was
sorang.
off, but then came
Kan?
back
Eudora tu
stronger
sempat
than
flicker.
ever, mastered the
Tiba-tiba
tank assassins,
dah
and now
naga,
he kinda
link
has
pun
to
dah ready.
reforget
Macam
it again
macam tak
and
connect
relearn
ah.
the assassins again,
Enemy
which
punya
I think
reaction
he
macam
can.
lebih
I
laju
think he
sikit lah
can
guys.
use the assassins. The question is, can he use the Link? That's one of the heroes that we rarely see because again, he's a Lancelot main, right? It's a bit different than Link.
And have they really adjusted to
Sigi
the
Boom.
quote-unquote liquid stampede in the current meta already since it's been a very
Moga
recent
diberikan
patch, and
kesihatan
that's
cepat Mon.
also,
Terima
I guess,
kasih
aside from
Zukain.
the
Naik tu
conversation
doanya.
that
Tapi real doh Hirara
honestly,
dia memang
Liquid,
outplay tadi
I-
lah guys. Dia memang outplay lah.
for one,
Bukan
did
senang
not
doh guys
doubt
korang
the
nak
amount
outplay
of, like,
innocent
adaptability
kat
they
situ.
have. They could
Dalam
not get
tower dengan
back-to-back
ada 3-4 orang
championships
lagi
in
kat
IPL.
situ kan.
They
Kena
were not
outplay Syal.
adaptable
Tapi
enough.
Kram
They
ah, Kram
also
pun tak
are
nampak
on the verge of
yang dia
getting
bagi
another back-to-back
impact
if
ah
ever
dalam
their
game
run
tadi
here
ya guys
is smooth enough, but
Tak
that's the
nampak
thing.
impact ah.
It's not just one player you really
Waktu
have
dia
to
pakai
look at when
Yuzong.
it comes
Dia
to the
pakai
champion
game
meta.
1 dengan
It's
game
the
2
team as
macam
a whole.
okey guys.
And
Game
as a
ketiga
whole,
tak ada
they've
impact
also
kurang.
had changes in their roster as well. They have a new
Aurora
bot
ni
lane
ada
in their
Rosa
hands,
kan?
Aurora
Aurora ada
Paghis
Rosa
Teddy,
betul.
another international
betul lah.
debut.
Ya ke?
But
Ini tim
this
Turki.
will just
Turki
add
lagi
more
satu.
questions to
Rosa
what
dekat
we're
lagi satu
really
guys.
looking forward to see against or between Liquid and
Rapid
Man,
Pro
what
solid
version
ah.
of Teddy are we gonna get? Steady Teddy,
Rapid
scary
diorang
Teddy?
memang
We'll
diorang
find
lain
out
pada
here
lain.
in a moment.
Tapi
That gold lane gonna be
diorang
important, and
sync dengan
XP lane
diorang
as well.
punya
I mean, everything
dengan diorang
kind of
punya
blending into
team ah.
What can you do as a squad? And when it comes
Kalau
to
dapat
squad's
hero
goals, you
macam
may be saying,
contoh
well,
macam
winning
SRG kan,
back-to-back
dapat
is that
hero
big.
link.
But coming off an
Dapat
MPL
link
championship
tapi
and then now winning
tak
MSC
dapat nak
again, has a
synchronize
chance to
kan.
put Liquid
Pun
on
jadi
the golden
susah agak
road.
guys.
Something that elusive, you know, win.
Ya diorang kalau dari side aku banyak mistake. Lepas tu enemy pun macam reaction kan.
Beyond the
Dora tu punca Dora underrated gila. Apa pula underrated doh. Kau tahu tak Dora tu dekat tournament ni and peak band diorang 100%.
Other than that, it has been years.
So dia
right?
tak
Like,
underrated
from the
ah.
start of my career, and it's been
Sana
a
sejuk tak
long
Mon?
career
Sejuk.
until now.
Tapi tak
There's no
sejuk,
golden
tak
road
sejuk
winners,
sangat
so
ah.
if they're able to do
Aku
it,
masih boleh tolerate dengan kesejukan dia guys.
That's it. You're gonna get.
Aku cuba zoom masa Rosa lentik dekat masa ambil gambar tu.
Congratulations. And
Huh?
they were close. They were close though to doing that.
Hancing
And
tak
it was
sana?
just a
Aku
couple
tak tahulah
months
guys.
back, back in
Aku
7, that was
macam tak ada
January
apa benda
earlier this
pun.
year. But again, there's a reason why it's called the elusive title for not just them, but every single team trying to compete here in MLBB because it's just so hard to get on that streak against these teams, against all these emerging regions as well.
Excited about this matchup?
Excited might be an
Yes.
understatement.
we.
Baguette. Bonjour.
Baguette.
We're not trying to make fun of French. We love French. I wish I could
Hidung
speak it
sumbat
better,
mana
but
nak bau
in
hancing
Paris,
ketak kan
France,
Mon kan?
There's a moment happening. The excitement is clear. It's in the building.
Aku
It's
boleh je
palpable.
lagi
You
bau.
might be
Tapi
able to
tak adalah
sense
bau
it
hancing
even through the
pun.
screen.
Tapi
It is our defending
mostly orang cakap
champion
tu
of
bau hancing tu dekat
MSC.
kawasan
Team Liquid taking the stage
kawasan
versus
dekat
Aurora
Eiffel Tower
Gaming
sana
in
guys.
just a moment.
Bukan
Our
kat
second
sini.
series of Group B, the Group of Death, begins
The group
right
of
now.
death.
Thank you very much, guys. And oh my. Match 1 was an
Kau sesama
absolute
Mon. Mana
banger
bau?
to
Tak
watch.
ada.
The
Aku
first
bau
full
je
series
lagi.
that we have gotten this group stage. stages, and Milosh. Ooh, SRG losing like that. That was tough.
I'm just going to say, yes, it was tough, but kudos to Pro Esports for doing this. It's kind of this long-standing
Bukan
story
seorang ke
of
kat situ?
when will it
Seorang
happen
je.
where
Tapi
Cambodia
lagi
team is able to
Ros
fight
teman.
back in this, and
Teman
they were
aku
the ones
Nobar
to pull
guys
it off.
kat
A
sini.
day in MLBB history.
Dia
Let's
teman,
take
dia
off
teman.
today.
I agree, and as we enter the second match, we elevate the heat here in the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cavalries, join me in welcoming Team Liquid!
Okay, let's go.
The
Okay, let's
defending
go.
champions of MSC is here on a mission. Defend their title and bring it home once again. But as they face their friendly foes, will they serve or be served?
Serve or be served. We're clocking that one. A tough fight, but again, it's Team Liquid. Their opponents, though, they have a lot to prove. Please join me in welcoming Aurora Gaming!
Let's go. Biasa je kalah ke menang. Kalah 2-1 dengan Pro Esports.
Better since then. They might face a tough opponent today, but clearing hurdles has been their single focus on the road to MSC playoffs.
Yes, Milosh, they have met each other countless of times in the land of Dawn, but as usual, only one will prevail. The question is, who is it this time around?
We keep asking the question. We're going to figure it out. Please, gentlemen, Aurora, please.
Steady moon interview tadi, respect. Steady ya guys.
Get ready and shake your hands.
Makanan aku doh tu. Aku tiba-tiba dapat deja vu lah guys. Aku dapat deja vu doh.
Our two captains here.
Deja vu.
And it's gotta be. There it is. We're ready to go. My friends, Team Liquid playing Aurora on the other side. Let's send it to
Dah, aku dah lupa dah deja vu tadi. Tadi aku dah ingat lah deja
Thank
vu
you so
tu.
much, Rose and Milos. We're back and ready for our second series of the day to begin. The beautiful matchup between Team Liquid defending MSC champions of 25.
Content brief.
Now against Team Aurora Gaming, who are trying to figure out if they've brought enough to this meta to surprise the Giants and get over this mountain that has been Liquid standing in their way, Brigitte.
And if it's just about whatever they have in store for us in this series, then I will just not have specific expectations, especially if it's Aurora, you know, because they've been always
Mun apa dah jadi dengan SRG. Apa dah jadi guys Senang cerita tim pro dia macam tak preparation kurang lengkap ah.
Well, there's a
preparation pasukan daripada Pro Esports lagi bagus. Aku penat guys cakap.
Happy Rhino Day. You guys can check that out right now. I know many of you like me are probably playing some ML.
Kau seorang dah tanya aku tu lah. Steve sini nak tahu semua benda kan.
During game, maybe even in this. Man, you lost? Dang, bro.
Oh, did that?
Maybe you don't want to show that one. Just told on himself.
I think that was against Carl. If
No
I'm not
way.
mistaken.
Oh, well, that makes sense then.
Yeah,
Nak tahu apa punya apa aku punya perspektif, pendapat boleh stay sini tau.
A day previously.
Anyways, gentlemen, and yes, I mean gentlemen, don't show the notes! Don't show the notes! No! That's a lot of information. Okay, all good now.
Wih,
That was
nampak
chicken scratch, guys. I
tu.
couldn't
Jangan
read any of those. There's
siau.
no way anyone's picking up on that.
Well, anyways,
Tapi dia tu.
unique heroes
Dia
so
punya
far have
tulisannya
been
macam
45.
siau. Macam doktor.
That's where we go.
Tak
Shout
faham.
outs to Midnight, Mr. Big Brain Man. That's his name. That's what we keep
Pada
calling him.
kau, Sky masih
Every night we
relevant.
call him, he's like, "Hey, Mr.
Tak
Big
guys,
Brain Man,"
korang
and we
jangan
just end the
fikir
call.
macam tu tau.
He has been annoying,
Korang
but,
kan,
you know, was he
ada
gonna do?
masalah je tukar player. Ada masalah je tukar player. Kau tak
Midnight
tengok
is
betul-betul ke guys
in-
game
in
ni
some
macam
ways,
mana
you
doh?
guys have
Jentayu,
talked to him,
Blue
and
Sky.
The word on the street is
Tengok
that
betul-betul
Sidor
loh
pick
game.
is gonna come in as an
Aku
answer to
geram
the
tu
Aurora
lah.
Gaming have
Ni
worked
masuk
on
kau
with
ni
him.
ke Sky?
And obviously
Ke
an
kau
NPL
ni?
caster,
Kau tak tengok ke
analyst,
tadi?
knows a lot about
Kan?
the game, has brought that expertise here against
Ai.
Liquid, but you know, Brigitte, the bigger
Draft
question
dia
is, do they do
kan.
enough? I mean, is there enough
Valentina
to really
tak
play? We
tak
even
boleh nak
saw,
ambil ulti
you know,
siapa-siapa
SRG,
kecuali Bellerik.
you
Kan?
can
Tengok
have the right
draft
draft,
kan.
but
Tengok
the
gameplay
comfort
macam mana
on
tu.
the
Mun
heroes
SRG kalau menang
ends
game
up
ketiga
being the
nanti akan
difference
lawan
in
loser
time.
bracket.
Yeah, but
Apa
I-
bracket yang lagi satu kan?
Another question is,
Yang tu
what
I'm not
is
sure
Liquid's
someone.
comfort right now in
I'm
their
not sure.
current meta?
Let's
What
see
have
first
they
ah,
been
let's see
working
first.
on, and what do
Sebab
they
dia kalau
feel
contohlah kan,
suits their
ada masalah
playstyle?
sikit
Because
tukar,
we
ada
haven't
masalah
really
sikit
seen them
tukar.
perform in the current patch that we're
Macam
in.
dia lari
The
pada
most recent
masalah
one
tau.
being in
Kau boleh tengok doh daripada segi synchronization pun macam tak kena, tak masuk tau. Synchronization tak masuk. Kan? Drafting aku rasa macam dekat mid lane tu banyak lagi hero yang boleh diguna pakai. Selain daripada Eudora, selain daripada Valentina Farsa tu guys. Mana ada orang pakai Valentina Farsa? Tak ada damage dah tu guys. Valentina dengan Farsa. Kecuali Valentina ambil contoh macam enemy ada Akai. Ada something like that tau. Hello. What's up? Kita ada host kita guys. We got our host here. Sekejap bagi aku try tukar. Boleh.
So I am coming in with no prejudice in some ways as well. The game that
Bukan kursi aku.
the first tight contest we saw,
Aku tukar cam.
Innocent had maybe the biggest
Cam
impact in the
2.
goal lane. And I think we focused a lot on
Ah.
assassins, and that can,
Tapi
from experience in some ways, LaFell, be a trap potentially, because a gold lane that is popping off is still a win condition.
Kena pakai,
And
kau
if
boleh
you're
pakai
setting
ya?
yourself up for a win condition like that, and maybe saying we'll give you.
Kita ada
priority in the
Rose
jungle,
kat sini
but we're gonna take something
guys.
that feels comfortable. Is that another route that
Bersama
in these
dengan
tight contests we
Rose.
might
Hi,
see
guys.
you know, start to develop around?
Dengar tak guys? Dengar Dengar semua okey kat telinga?
Semua dengar ke? Aku boleh dengar kau.
Okey. Tak macam mana ni Rose, saya saja kalah doh tadi.
Yeah, that was surprising. Aku dah siap dah semua soalan.
Untuk SRG time tu.
Because kita swap-swap dekat sini. So dia buat team 1, aku buat team 2. So macam
Oh, faham. Asal cam jauh guys sebab kameranya macam siau. Nanti tak ada lighting tu sini. So, dorang tadi kat belakang macam mana?
aku tak nampak.
Tak jumpa.
Because masa dorang turun, dorang terus balik pilih dorang. Aku backstage tadi.
Terus gerak So, dorang tak ada interview apa-apa lah?
Kalau group stage, lagi-lagi tak ada elimination lagi. Kita tak ada elimination. Kita tak ada loser interview.
Raymond, this is already
So, yeah.
interesting opportunity here.
Hello,
where Team
Rose.
Liquid,
Dorang
they're
semua cakap
already
hello.
batting out
Hi,
two assassins. They're
guys.
batting out the Fanny and they're batting out the Ling. So they're not going to be opting for that one just yet. I don't know whether this means they will be using a utility jungler or just go back to Lancelot in jungle.
Tak, kat sini pelik doh dia punya setup. Tak biasa doh.
They ban out the Atlas and the Marcel.
Betul lah ada Rosa pun. Ada Rose kat sini guys
Ada Rose dan ada Rosa.
Aku rasa beta macam ni lah. Bagi nampak. Bedak kau macam susah je. Tapi game tu tak boleh nak tengok game.
Because I feel like Aurora, if they pick up the Eudora first, then Team Liquid's like, I mean,
dekat
we're
sikit
just
lah
gonna
dengan
use
Rose.
assassins, right? Simple as that.
And you might want to be
So
a bit
guys,
more
sekarang
careful
I'm
in terms of
vlogging
revealing their
and
more
kita
vulnerable
visit
heroes
Moon.
going
Moon, apa
up against
perasaan
a
tadi?
team
Perasaan
like
sedih
Team
doh
Liquid.
saja kalah.
It's not just an
Sebab
automatic
kalau
lock on the
tengok
Aurora,
game ketiga
as
tu
opposed to
kan,
be
diorang
brought
dah
up.
cuba dah
The
betul-betul
Aurora
loh
and the Freya
untuk
2 is available.
menangkan balik game tu tau. Dan dah menang dah pun. Cuma execution daripada pasukan daripada Cambodia sendiri lah yang memang tempat lah kat situ. Diorang layak menang lah untuk game tu.
I agree. I feel like Cambodia memang step up berbanding dengan Cambodia yang kita selalu nampak the past few seasons. And Cambodia sekarang actually sangat-sangat kuat. Kalau kita ingat balik di Asian Qualifiers, dorang je yang patahkan win streak Philippines 2-0. Kakao.
Kepada siapa yang tak tahu, itu tim TLPH full full team TLPH. So memang kuat lah dorang.
Yeah. So sekarang kita jadi streamer sekejap since aku tak payah prepare soalan lagi.
If you're a good hero, it
So,
doesn't matter that
macam
much.
mana? Kau sampai kau dekat Paris sampai bila?
Sampai 2 Ogos.
Wow.
Sama kan? Kau pun 2 Ogos juga kan? So aku dengan Rose kat sini akan lama lah guys Akan makan tahun lah. Akan makan tahun guys kat sini.
Kau je yang streamer yang datang.
Yes.
Betul.
Wow.
Aku je. Dan nanti katanya bot semua baru sampai nanti lah. Minggu depan. Dah sampai.
It's Yi Sun-shin, yeah. Yeah, because I was looking at Yi Sun-shin as a possible pickup for either
Kita nak
team
menang
here
je tapi tak nak sokong. Viewer komen dia tadi tak relax doh.
Guys, ni bukan kira lower bracket sebab di MSC kita tak ada lower bracket. Ini dikiranya masih lagi group stage. So it's not lower bracket but it's still
Oh ya
Yeah.
Okay, yang tu aku tak tahu. Okay, teruskan. Apa lagi?
So yang penting kau menang kau tak kalah 2 game.
Granted, the
Yang
Yisun
penting
Shin in the
kau menang
jungle,
2
is it
minimal.
likely we
Kalau-
see Esmeralda
kalau
still
kalah?
considered a
Kalau
gold
kalah
and
2
they
game balik
just
ah, tak
opting
masuk
to
late
go
knockouts.
for a different XP lane. 'Cause if
Macam
they wanna put it in gold and
MWI,
push
kau
the
tengok
ball ground, the
MWI
Yisun
kan,
Shin, I think
menang
that could
2,
be a fairly
terus lah layak knockouts. Kalah
probable
2,
game plan
terus
for them.
kalah.
Oh.
It doesn't matter kau kalah
Ensuring that
1-2
right
ke,
now, Aurora might just
2-0
go
ke
heavy
kalah,
Oh.
tapi
on the
janji
rate
kalah
of the
2
round
dah
that we
habis
see.
dah. So sekarang,
proved to be so
tapi kat Liquid
valuable
dia ada bracket.
on
Dia
the side
macam,
of
how do
Pro
you say this
Esports
ah?
and helped them
It's
get 2
bracket
out of
dalam
those 3
group.
games to take down SRG.
Dia macam
Sending them
dia
to the
macam
lower side of
ni
the
lah
bracket.
guys, dia punya ni dah berubah
Strong
sikit
matchup so
ah.
far.
Dia dah
It's
tak main ni.
considered bracket,
Valorant Freya
yes, but it's
probably
not considered lower bracket
some of
match.
our
Kita
highest
panggil
picked,
dia
also highest
elimination
win rate
match. Oh,
so
decider
far
match.
in this
Decider,
game.
yes.
Yes.
Haven't
So
seen
dia
a lot of
macam,
YSS,
it's
but
of course lah,
I mean, you put it
setiap
on
tournament ada
Front
bracket
TZ in the jungle,
sendiri.
you probably feel
Tapi apa
confident.
yang
Wouldn't the Lilia
macam mana
ban
kita
also
panggil,
suggest
macam mana
that
kita
they might
address,
wanna
so it's
go for that route?
So dia a little bit
Since it's
different lah
more
guys
tanks,
untuk tournament
yes.
kali ni.
They want just more
So
melee,
example,
more
next match
close range
SRG,
targets, then
itu
they
dikira
definitely will have to
decider
take
match
that.
orang
Decider
dah.
match. Alah keluar
And
terus.
also,
Yes.
like Lilia is good
Sebab
against a lot
tadi
of
diorang dah
tanks
kalah
and also
satu.
a lot of wave clears.
Ah.
So
Vamos,
that's also
next
something they're
match.
trying to punish for Aurora,
Tak
making
kira
sure that
decider match
whatever
lagi.
picks they
Dia
do,
santai-santai.
sebab dorang menang
sebab
kan.
dorang
now
menang.
a targeted ban. They ban out the Selena.
Eh
and
kau
this
dah
is
makan
one
dah?
of
Dah,
Rose's
kau?
Makan
pick
dah?
where
Belum.
Selena kind of doesn't care about the meta. It only cares, are you good enough, right? A good
Diorang tak jaga
Selena
aku
will
betul-betul
always
kat
make it
sini.
work. But
Semalam
now
aku
we're
stream
looking
kan.
at
Diorang
Aurora
tak
as well.
bagi aku
They're
makan
betting
tu.
on the Cho, which is, again, one
Tak
of
tak packing
JP's
pun.
best heroes. Other than that, there's still the
Salad
Matilda, there's still the
bar,
Gata
salmon
Kacha, Hive.
fillet.
There's so many picks that JP can utilize here.
Yeah, honestly, we haven't seen much of the utility roamers. Just
Salad
the
bar.
more support type, healer type roamers. And maybe, I guess,
Next match
to
Vamos
that, if
bila
we're talking
esok
JP,
kan?
if they really
Next
wanna
match je.
go play
Should be.
around the season, then maybe another revitalized
Aku
roamer
saja nak
speed
test guys.
next in terms of
Heroes
kind
ni
of
dia
getting to
boleh
the
buat dua benda dalam satu masa lah. Tapi dia boleh lah.
Boleh.
Dia cepat tangkap lah.
Aku boleh dengar producer cakap interview.
Power lah. Dah biasa punya.
Looked at the Asian games and they feel like it could still be a case of Scary Teddy just go on that carry, and now the Gata Kacha again,
Main
one
course.
of GP's best heroes has
Nanti
been
kita boleh
picked up,
lepak
so
je.
looks
Sebab
like
kita
Team
hotel
Liquid,
sama.
they have
Yeah.
adjusted
So kita
to the
boleh
meta,
lepak.
but they haven't strayed
Aku tu
away from
semalam
their
breakfast
identity.
jumpa
That's
kau
true.
punya ni.
It's still very liquid, like the picks you're seeing right
Terkejut
now.
aku kat situ
It's just
Ini-
Lama
Aurora
siap aku
that we're
cari
looking at
mana
for more potential
aku Moon
surprises,
rupanya ada
'cause
situ
we're
dengan
waiting for
Siros.
their mid lane
Ada ni kat
as
sini
their
guys.
potential EXP or gold. You're
Dia
not
panggil, dia
Oh,
cakap
sangka.
dia sorang-sorang dekat atas ni, so aku teman.
Teman lah. Sebab Rose pun macam tak macam minta buat kerja lebih sikit lah.
Kinda need a gold laner because they're going up against a Yisun Shin. Something
Dekat
like a
belakang tak
Claude
buat
would
apa
be pretty
guys.
good because
Terus ajak
Claude's
teman.
one of those
Lagipun
heroes
aku
that can
tengok
die.
yang
And a
Colius apa
Raphael
Colius.
Colius.
Colius tu dia macam bawa orang.
bawa Marco.
Bawa Mirko apa
So
semua
what,
kan.
Kimmy just
Aku
so
nak bawa
that they
siapa
have a
guys.
long
Aku
range
cakap, ini kalau ajak
damage
Rose
there,
macam okey
this-
juga.
This is
Bila kau kena turun balik?
Arena's midnight.
Aku
What are
actually-
you-
mid lane Rafaela.
After habis game kan.
Midnight, what are you cooking?
Lepas
Yeah, this
match
is a mid
lah.
Lepas
Raphaela.
match.
Aku
Oh,
kena
this is-
prepare soalan je.
Oh.
Soalan, lepas tu
Wow,
walk
wow,
in,
wee,
lepas tu
wow,
aku
wee,
rest,
wee,
lepas tu
wee.
macam tu.
Aku boleh dong preparekan kau soalan juga.
Boleh.
Aku
Nak
good
tanya
dong.
soalan apa? Honestly sekarang dah ada soalan yang menarik.
Okay.
Kau tengok draft daripada Aurora,
Aha.
Rafaela.
Ber.
It's
Aurora.
Mr. Big Brain Man,
Turkey
Big
kan?
Man.
Maybe the utility healer type we were suggesting was
Turkey kan?
something I
Turkey.
expected more from Liquid rather than Aurora.
This-
Okay.
this
So
is
soalan dia
the
kat
kind
sini
of
kau boleh
draft
buat.
that kinda says, we're praying-
Why
we're
do you
playing
pick
for
Rafaela?
TNZ,
Yes.
right?
Tak
All
macam
the
ni.
heals,
Okay,
all
kalau
the
aku interview
kills,
TLPH
everything
macam
goes
mana?
to
Okay.
Aurora. So,
Kalau kau
who
interview
knows, this
TLPH,
Aurora might even go for a Sky
ini kalau dia
Piercer,
diorang
considering
menang
there's
kan.
a lot of heal, there's a
So
lot of
what do you
crowd
think
control, and now the
about
Twilight gets picked up by
Aurora,
Team Liquid. So, let me just say
different
this, if
speak
Aurora
apa?
somehow
Aku cakap bahasa
gets
Melayu
a
lah.
very good early game,
Apa
it's
yang
gonna-
kau
Team
rasa
Liquid's gonna
tentang
suffer for the fact that Claudine's farm,
apa anomaly
the
speak
Yisun Shin's farm,
about the
Esmeralda
Rafaela?
also
Okay,
kinda
so soalan
needs
aku
farm.
akan
So
jadi
if
macam
Aurora has a
ni.
good
Ha.
early
In game 1,
one, Aurora
Liquid
Turkey managed to
might be in
pick
trouble.
a Rafaela.
worried.
What
It's
do
a
you think about this
very
unorthodox
annoying lineup
pick?
to go up
Oi,
against
ano
if
to
you
do?
are
So,
Liquid
somewhat
at
do.
this
Sumpah,
point.
yang tu
They're
style
just
kata.
speed up. There's
Do you
just
think
a
it's
rapid
viable?
riot that
Yes.
Ah.
Kalau aku cakap apa tadi? Anomali. Aku sebut
Kau
anomali.
cakap anomali dengan orang Turki mana orang faham?
Unorthodox.
Unorthodox.
Kau punya lighting.
Gaming. Let's see if the sparks will fly as expected as we send it over to our casters here. Trex.
Tyler Garrett.
Here we go. This is going to be an interesting one. Off the bat, off the rip, Trex after an amazing series
I
one to
want,
start off day 2 of the MSC. Here we are with
Curry.
a draft that's out of left field. I don't even know if it's in the field, man. This is so
Rice
far
and
from what we're
Curry.
used to seeing with the hands of Coach
Kau nak udah apa-apa?
Gaming here.
Aku dah makan.
When was the last time you thought you'd see a Raphael in the mid?
It's
Salad.
been a while.
Salmon fillet.
Salmon dia sedap. Sedap.
Maybe we saw a little bit of
Boleh
heel
lah,
then, but I feel like we definitely saw some in M4
salmon
with
fillet
utility jump.
and also
Outside of
Dia
that,
punya
yeah,
salmon
it's been a
sedap.
very,
Dia punya
very long
beef
time.
susah nak
I
kunyah
have been
sikit.
worried about
rasa
Dia
weird
we're
punya
gonna start to see some classic, you know,
Aku makan
Uday
dia
in a
punya ni
sense,
semalam tau.
with such heavy assassin junglers
And
coming
also
back.
some
Sometimes that is the answer.
buah-buahan apa?
Sustainability,
Fruits. Fresh
steamroll,
fruits.
group up, and
Kau
just
hantar
power
order macam ni je.
through.
Aku
The thing
tunjuk
is,
kau.
for something
Aku
like
bagi kau
Aurora,
example macam ni je.
It's a little different than what you would classically see.
Grill
with that. Normally
BBQ,
you see
tempe dan
utility
sebagainya.
jungler
Cuba kau send kat aku.
Tak, kau
This is
ikut
a
je macam
different
kau
flavor,
list
I'd
tak
say,
ya.
but leave it to a
Kau
team
list je
like
satu
Aurora
straight.
Gaming, you know,
Oh.
Ah.
this kind of
Lagi senang.
strategy to play, I think
Dia nak
is one of the
baca
big
lah.
things. Even when you look at the emblems, you know, the Rafaela looks to go
Unorthodox.
ahead and obviously have a little bit
Unorthodox.
more on
Unorthodox.
the heel, depending on the build
Unorthodox
to that
guys,
Rose
takkan
is
kau
gonna
tak
go,
tahu tu.
is what I'm
Maksudnya
interested in.
different
You know, what
different
can you
lah.
build here
Yes.
on that Rafaela
Out
to
of the
go
norm.
mid lane,
Rose.
supplement
Yes,
this
guys.
strategy that you're going with.
Sekarang kita jadi streamer
And you
sekejap,
have a
kita
lot of
part time.
durability here, some
Part time.
poking,
Teman aku
poking,
guys.
and Pagu.
Also, you know, the
Kita part
Rafaela,
time
once you get the
kejap.
revive,
Korang nampak rosak guys?
it's been a couple
Nak
rounds.
aku besarkan lagi ke?
On that, it's no longer the big stun on that ult.
Kalau nak aku besarkan
Kenapa
lagi.
kita tak guna kamera ni?
Bring
Je
one
lah.
of your teammates back
Sebab
to
kamera
life,
ni kecil.
essentially. So even more sustainability
Aku ajar
in
kau.
terms of how long you want to drag
Sebab aku ada kamera ni dekat.
Oh.
target.
Jap,
Could
tak.
literally be anyone on the team, honestly. Anyone on Aurora's side could benefit from that. You bring back the Uranus, you bring back the
Kalau boleh kawal sendiri kan, memang nice lah tu.
all be a good play.
Good little flicker burn there. Battle spell down for
Kita
Sanji.
boleh
First turtle's gonna be up
kita
here
boleh
second
apa ni?
too,
Dia
so
bagi kita
both
boleh
teams
adjust
are
dia punya
getting
kamera
the
sikit.
movement
Dia
for
pakai
that
phone
turtle.
tu
One
buat
thing I would
patah
Tak
say,
ya, dia pun
because of the
boleh.
nature of
Lepas tu aku cakap kan.
Ah.
Macam mana
expect
kita
long
nak ni
team fights,
kan? Macam nak
right?
betul cannot.
This is
Ni.
seeing really high
Pakailah
speed,
kejap
high
macam ni
stakes
buat
team
sementara
fights,
guys.
but with
Boleh,
this kind of
boleh.
competition
Sementara
from
nak
both
download.
sides, and a revitalize for JP, hold on.
Memang ada ke word tu apa?
Nice dive into the mid, TNT.
Unorthodox.
Turtle,
Unorthodox
Easy
is an
on the
English
run,
word
look at
guys,
the
bukan
damage.
Melayu tapi
Coming
English
out from the
word.
side of Aurora. One more shot
Berkeluarga
from
pun
Sanji,
bagi
Sanji
Rose orang.
finally falls,
Jangan
first
lah.
blood
Korang tak puas lagi
over
ke aku dah atas
to
pentas setiap
Lunar.
kali.
But in the midst of that, TNT drops.
And there's a respawn, right? So
This should be
that's what we're talking about. That
kill.
revive is gonna
Dia
play
tak connect
a
wire
part,
ke?
play a role
Dia connect
throughout
wire kan?
the, game here.
Wired
Yeah,
rasanya.
objective secured by Aurora.
Oh, dia tak wired lah.
Wireless lah kalau macam tu.
Easy to get his buff, but he's gonna go ahead and get that just
Dia
fine.
try,
But as we saw
try.
in that last fight, that's what I wanted to point
Bismillah.
out. JP's
Cuba cakap
revitalizing
Bismillah.
the sense
Bismillah.
is he needs to
Yay!
for the team. You
Oh,
got
No
dia
device.
tak live stream, dia tak
Ah,
live
yeah.
stream. So kau kena guna app.
Rafaela pick for Rosa, but not only that, but being able
Ni
to
kan.
kind of weave
Ni
in and out of the
Myanmar.
fights because of the
MWI
Doric
dia
Ada,
sendiri
yes.
untuk MWI. Pakai duit sendiri tau. Tak macam si Apple tu guys. Faham tak?
Apple banyak komplain tu dekat sini.
Ya.
Ya.
Orang Melayu.
Sikit-sikit tak nak jalan dengan Poji, sikit-sikit nak duduk hotel.
Orang Melayu. Melayu memang macam tu. Palas.
Ya tu guys.
Between Carl TZ and TNZ.
Aku rasa
Sanford able to get that kill. Lunar able to get a kill for themselves. So both the
Okay.
XP laners benefiting
so kau ke sini
from
sikit.
that last fight.
Sebab kau sebagai ni tau,
We're already seeing
tetamu khas.
Aurora can just kind of bully
Tetamu
TL
very
when
khas
they
bro.
play
Tetamu very
fives. The only thing they're gonna have to watch out
Tukar
for,
balik lah.
I think at this point, is Sanford getting to that back line. Something
Okay,
that
let's
he
see
is
the game.
so good at.
So the Esmeralda does
Ni aku tak tukar lagi. Okey, baru betul. Baru nampak guys.
Patutlah ramai orang suruh.
Tak apalah, aku ambil lah lighting ni. Aku tak apa laki. Bagi semua dekat ni guys.
Terus Heroes ada bawa Apple.
Kenapa kau hidup? Mun tertutup game player. Lantak guys game
Kau
player.
gelap sangat tu. Share.
Kau tak sekarang ni kalau kau nak pergi tengok game player, kau pergi tengok kat MPL sana. Ni kalau kau nak tengok Rose dengan aku. Faham. Ingat ya. Untuk game player. Dia tengok sana.
Not gonna go for it. He is gonna back off.
Tapi siapa kau rasa Rose top 3 lah untuk This tournament lah.
Susah lagi nak cakap sebab kita tak nampak semua lagi main. Ada dua match lagi hari ni di mana Onyx akan main juga. So we cannot obviously deny
Okay,
the
kalau
fact
macam
that-
tu kita ambil group A lah. Group
Okay.
semalam.
Oh, kalau group A, okay, yang lepas playoffs.
Lepas playoff lah.
Kalau group A, Vamos.
Vamos.
Siapa lagi yang main semalam Vamos. Spirit.
Spirit, of course.
Vamos, Spirit.
Even the Fork Lightning is great, you know. Good
Semalam
for
ada
both
Falcon
players.
PH.
Falcon PH masuk juga. Falcon
Vitality.
PH. Ya, itu empat tim yang aku rasa masuk. Falcons PH, Team Vamos, Team Vitality and Team Spirit.
So 4 masuk 4 keluar. Tapi maksudnya bahaya juga.
So 16 pergi 8. Pas top 8 yang akan fight di knockout stages.
Tapi kiranya bahaya juga. Aduh, Saji.
Exactly. Sebab 2 nyawa je.
2 nyawa. Lepas tu dekat group B tu ada 6 tim yang
World contender, pernah menang MPL dorang. So yeah, they're in a dangerous spot. So next opponent dorang ada potential. It's either GK Esports ataupun Yangon Galacticus. Siapa yang kalah akan jumpa dorang. Kalau aku tak silap. I could be wrong.
Jarang-jarang perempuan cakap I could be wrong, guys. Memang Chinese punya perempuan lain sikit, guys. Itu semua sama je sebenarnya. Cuma PR dia terlampau bagus. I could be wrong macam tu.
Grand Finals Dealer 1 Ogos di Paris. So kita fly back 2 hari bulan. Aku fly back 2 Ogos tapi malam. So aku sampai KL 3 Ogos malam.
Kau straight kan?
Tak, connecting to Istanbul. Aku pergi Reiki dulu lah, guys, Istanbul. Nanti tahun depan kita pergi kan M8.
Oh, M8 Istanbul
Kan dah announce masa M7 hari tu.
Tak ambil tahu lah. Moga aku dapat pergi lagi lah.
Aurora ni. Kalau TL kalah ni, bahaya untuk SRG.
Betul.
Sebab kalau TL kalah, meaning to say they're gonna meet.
Dekat semi. Bukan semi belah bawah tu lah.
They're gonna meet in the decider match. Maksud tu, kalau dua-dua kalah, satu je yang boleh layak.
Tak sebenarnya kan buat macam ni susah doh. Sebab selalunya group A, group B, group C, group D, group E kan. Selalunya nak buat macam tu kan. Lepas tu top 2 daripada tim tu akan masuk ke depan. Tapi yang ni dia punya ni lebih challenging tau, guys. Lagi challenging doh.
Honestly, Aurora is a pretty solid team sebab kalau kita tengok dorang punya coach adalah coach Midnight. And Midnight adalah analyst dan juga caster di MPLPH. So dia tahu cara TLPH main. Dia ada semua data TLPH daripada MPLPH. So bayangkan, dia boleh je kalahkan dorang.
Main orang dalam lah maksudnya.
Bukan main orang dalam tapi dia memang coach. Last year dia adalah coach untuk Gamin no. Yes, Gamin.
Gamin apa entah?
Gamin Gladiators.
Gamin Gladiator. Ni siapa tengah menang ni? Aurora?
Aurora tengah menang.
Tak, ini tim Rosa tu kan?
Yes.
Mana Rosa? Ada.
Dia tengah main Rafael Amid.
What?
Ya.
What? So maksudnya diorang main hyper lah. Hyper Hirara, dia backup. Bagi kelajuan macam tu tau.
There is a chance that Ube Meta boleh kembali dengan Aurora. Sebab Midnight, it's something Midnight would do aku rasa. Boleh lah.
Terus kah? Yes sir. Terus bersama dengan kita.
Weh, 8 minit.
Ya.
Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god.
Adakah, okay, aku nak tanya.
Semalam, the fastest game was 9 minutes and 48 seconds, Team Vitality. Adakah ini boleh kalahkan
9 minutes and
49 seconds, 48 seconds. Oh my god.
Wave of minions comes out as well. Aurora can't fully overcommit. A big stun coming in from
Oh my god.
They fall, JP, Sanji.
Oh my god.
For the count. Aurora Gaming.
Wih. Aurora tu.
And guys, for your information, Zaur Egoist ni memang kuat. Dia adalah jungler versus pro sepatutnya untuk M7. Tapi dia tak boleh main sebab dia baru 15 tahun last year.
Yang untuk tim apa?
Versus pro. Oh my god.
Aku ada dengar juga tu, tak silap aku.
Oh my god, fastest game.
Lawan TLBs. Aurora. What are you eating yesterday, man?
What did you eat today? Today.
Today. Okay.
Oi, gila-gila.
Shit. Adakah okey kalau macam ni lah? Adakah disebabkan pick unorthodox ni membuatkan orang kalah? Kau tengok Sanji pun serabut tu.
Yes, siapa tak serabut?
Kau rasa ini sebab Aurora yang power ataupun TLPH yang tak dapat nak follow dengan apa benda strategi?
I think diorang terkejut dengan strategi yang Aurora keluarkan.
Sangat different, guys.
We are going to see what happens in game 2. Aku kena jumpa kawan aku di luar sana. Aku akan kembali
baik
selepas match ini. Be right back.
Okay.
Never held a clutch on that game at all. My goodness.
Hati-hati. Oh my fucking god.
It seemed like
tak suka lah aku kan.
And a lot of that switch had to do for TNZ. We know TNZ is
Jap, macam mana tadi kalau TLPH turun? Okay, basically macam ni lah guys So, sekarang ni dorang masih bracket tapi dipanggil sebagai decider match guys. Itu yang apa yang aku faham buat masa sekarang. Dipanggil sebagai decider match. Okay, untuk belah kanan sekarang ni dia untuk kau terkeluar dalam pusingan kali ni guys adalah kan dengan cara seperti ini. Kau tak boleh lebih daripada 2 kekalahan guys. Maksudnya kalau kau dah once kau dapat 2 kekalahan, kau dah dikira out. Kau dah dikira kalah bro dalam game ni. So sekarang ni SRG masih ada lagi 1 nyawa. Dan if kalau TLPH yang turun ke bawah nak dijadikan cerita, diorang kemungkinan SHG dengan TLPH akan berjumpa. Senang cerita, siapa yang turun lower bracket ni hanya seorang saja yang boleh pergi guys. Faham tak? So kemungkinan TLPH ataupun SHG yang akan terkeluar, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, tengok ni. Dia 4. Okay, so sekarang ni ada 16 team, betul tak? Betul tak guys Ada 16 team. 8 akan masuk ke qualifier next. Dan sekarang ni aku tak nampak lagi guys. So contoh lah, kita tengok grup sebelah guys TRX akan lawan dengan Guangzhou. TRX akan lawan dengan Guangzhou. Siapa yang menang, dia lah akan pergi ke next bracket. Lepas tu Falcon lawan dengan Ignite. Falcon Mena lawan dengan Ignite kan. Siapa yang menang, dia lah yang akan pergi. So sekarang ni SRG tengah kalah kan, betul tak? Kalau TLPH kalah, kemungkinan diorang boleh jumpa dan diorang akan tengok depends lah guys siapa yang akan menang. Faham tak? So akan ada 2 tim daripada atas, 2 tim daripada bawah yang akan pergi ke next qualifier. So basically yang kat bawah ni dipanggil sebagai decider match Itu apa yang aku faham lah tentang apa yang harus bagi tahu tadi.
So even when, let's say, you get to actually land an AOG or 2 or maybe a Falling Storm Moon, and even Sanji, it doesn't matter because I feel like the damage is not just going to be enough.
I'm still on the Beleric train. Again, this is 3 out of 4 games that Beleric has won today. And Pagu looked great on it as well. Uranus
1 kill je dia dapat. Teruk dah guys game ni sebenarnya.
Really the surprise came out with the How did
so
that
good.
look for you, Lefel? What was the impact of it? Do you have to deal with it now if that's something Midnight's going to pull out again with Aurora Gaming?
The crazy thing is, it's not just the Rafaela. There
So
are
many
other
drinks
things possible,
here.
because here's the thing, Rosa still went for the flask of the Oasis. Once the flask
Dapat
of the
air
Oasis
manis pun
got
sedap gak kan.
they're
Tapi tak
waiting for
apalah.
another
Kita minum
item.
air
That
masak
was
je
the
lah
Sky
guys.
Piercer coming in from the Herrera. Once they have both of them, the game was over. Because number 1, there's too much damage from Aurora and there's nothing that Liquid could do. And then the healing as well as the shields coming in from Aurora, there's too much. There's nothing Liquid can do. And number 3, the draft coming in from
Masalahnya
Liquid,
GK dengan YG pun padu. That's the problem guys. Senang cerita kat group B tu semua gegasi guys. Ada 6 tim yang aku rasa betul-betul kuat lah. Yang lagi 2 aku rasa biasa. Aku punya ni on the way guys Ni baju Pamos. Aku biar je kat sini. Nanti aku bawa baju SRG. Tapi Jum kata nak bagi aku baju SRG nanti lah. Hai, malu doh guys. Terus datang kan. Ada 200 orang je doh tadi. Guys, come on lah. Teman aku doh. Malu lah aku sebagai lelaki. 200 orang je, 300 tadi. Kalau Rose ada tak apalah. Kalau aku korang tak nak tengok pun tak apa doh guys. Kalau ada orang ke apa kan, stay lah doh. Maghrib tadi, Maghrib. Rupanya sorry lah guys kat sini baru pukul 2. Zohor pun belum masuk lagi doh. Zohor rupanya. Tak ada pilihan doh, memang saja kena habis-habisan lah. Diorang kena all out lah guys. Diorang kena be prepared lah. Diorang kena betul-betul prepared lah. Zohor kau berapa? Call 2-2 rasanya. 2-0-2.
Here we go.
Yes, thank you very much.
Let me double check.
So for now, we have to go back into the draft and talk
Nak
about
kena
how
ambil lah.
this really worked out and why it really counted.
Guys, kucing aku kan. Kucing aku sakit doh. Kesian doh kucing aku. Dia batu karang ke apa. Dia kencing tak lawas guys. Lepas tu dia Sofia kata dia hampir meninggal doh pagi tadi. Dia hampir mati doh.
Because here's the thing. Midnight, the thing is,
kat sini Johor pukul 2.02 betul. Asa pukul 6.08. Kalau kat Malaysia 6.08 tambah dengan 6 pukul 12 pagi kat Malaysia guys Maghrib doang pukul 9. Pukul 9 maksudnya pukul apa? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4 3, pukul 3 Malaysia. Isyak dorang pukul 11. Maksudnya pukul 5. So memang sakit lah. Aku setiap kali nak solat isyak tu memang aku dah tinggal suku-suku ayam lah guys. Tinggal nak tidur je dah sebenarnya. Tipis-tipis lah tu. Tinggal tipis-tipis lah. Saja dah balik ke kalau kalah? Kalau kalah lagi sekali kemungkinan diorang akan balik guys. Diorang hanya tinggal 1 nyawa lagi. Sebab kat lower bracket diorang akan ambil 2 tim daripada. So sekarang ni ada 16 kan. Dekat group B diorang akan ambil 2 atas 2 bawah. 2 yang menang, 2 yang kalah. Sama juga dengan group A dengan B lah guys. Terms dia sama. So sekarang ni kemungkinan saja boleh jumpa TL, PH. Boleh jumpa dengan tim apa lagi? Dengan YG dengan tim GK. Boleh jumpa E7 ataupun Onyx, TL, PH ataupun Aurora. Kau faham tak guys? Oh, nightmare lah sebenarnya. Nightmare. Group B memang nightmare guys. Tapi aku harap preparation orang okey lah guys Sebab Yum pernah cakap dengan aku yang paling penting sebenarnya tournament ni kan preparation doh. Macam mana kau prepare sebelum start tournament doh guys. Itu yang paling penting doh.
Thank you very much, Brigida. That's basically the Telestrator.
That was good.
It was a very short game, but perfect execution coming in from Aurora, utilizing the strengths of their draft and the weakness of Liquid's draft. And again, shout outs to my boy for holding the mic. You did a good job even though you forgot to do it.
Hey, I still did a good job.
Hey,
she was interpreting.
Thank you. Say hi to my stream.
She's the banana.
Say hi.
Yeah.
This is Bogdan.
Oh wait, actually that does work.
What?
You're going
local. You are local, right?
He's got too much screen time, guys.
You from? Oh, Russia. I
like
see.
everyone wants Brigida. So you want to talk?
From Russia, guys. Bogdan. Dia bawakan makanan.
I was saying something about this, but remember how you were asking us on our thoughts on whether or not
Tengok ni guys. Aku masuk EWC MPL-MY.
Towards that. Game number 1, I think significantly
Ada aku.
skewed our expectations for the series.
Ada aku.
But Again, this is Liquid and
Kau
mid-series
boleh tengok
adaptation
IG aku
is
guys.
nothing
Mana
new to
belum
them.
follow
It's
IG
just
aku
hope
boleh
that
follow
there
guys.
does come significant adjustment because I do agree that was a draft that
Yeah.
demanded so much.
Ada
It
aku
was really
doh.
difficult to pull off.
And it's kind of rare that we've seen this in this tournament so far in our first couple of days where draft has them almost like a
Ada
gotcha
aku,
moment. A
ah.
moment that you're like, whoa, I was not expecting that. Liquid might have been caught off guard.
Delpage kalah ke? Kalah kan. Game terpantas. Game terpantas semalam Rose kata tadi 9:40 minit. Game tadi 9 something lah. Tapi bawah 9:40 lah. Memang kena mati teruk lah. Lepas tu kau tu tak terkalangkan apa guys? Terkalangkan Rafaela tu. Rafaela mid.
Much more prepared because guess what? If they do
Lain daripada yang lain guys.
Gaming, they're going to be sent to the lower side.
Lain daripada yang lain. Very different, very unorthodox.
Could send the defending champions.
Dan nampak diorang macam selesa lah. Nampak macam diorang selesa dengan gameplay tu. Dengan gameplay mid support. Sekarang ni kita tengok lagi sekali lah guys. Kita tengok lagi sekali. Apa lagi yang diorang nak bawa tu?
A horse probably doesn't like snow.
I guess so.
Apa lagi different pick yang diorang nak tu sekarang?
I don't know how much horses they have in France.
Oh, I saw one.
Oh, you saw one?
I saw one.
TLP juga main macam tu. Mesti ada udang di sebelah batu ni. Tak ada udang di sebelah batu. Ada je. Susah lah guys nak konsisten ni. So kalau tiba-tiba tim tu kalah, faham je doh sebenarnya. Nah, sebenarnya okey.
I same, but it nonetheless it doesn't make it any easier for the horse. So
Aurora negara Turki. Turki pun dah kuat tau guys. Macam ni lah guys, senang cerita. Cape Verde. Senang cerita macam tu lah.
There were just a multitude of options that we were considering, maybe something along the lines of even if they're just talking about wanting to go up against compositions that are forced to group together, but instead they do it with a completely different
Cape Verde kat World Cup kan, orang tak expect kan, orang akan menang kan. Sama lah tu.
Decisions in draft just suddenly come in, so it's gonna be a task right now.
Adalah, aku makan tipis-tipis guys izin
They're the ones.
Aku makan tipis-tipis sikit.
We have a
And we do. Niall from Team Vitality says, for me, top juggler and MSC is TZ. We just saw that pretty well in game one. As for second and third, I put Carl TZ.
I don't gonna be the one.
I mean, like, based on that early performance, hey, you know what?
Hey.
He's right.
No,
and looking at his game, I wonder if Aurora, they want to stay the same or hold on. Liquid now showing up with the link. Carl wants to prove everyone wrong by saying, hey, I can use the link.
Yeah, and hey, the
W
Aurora
Bogdan.
that Aurora put out
Dia
just now,
bagi aku
somewhat
ada
helps them
apple,
and
ada
wanted
strawberry.
to pick that up, but
Ada strawberry,
just to
ada
say,
anggur,
I
ada
don't
pisang.
think
Thank you doh.
they feel
Sebab memang
any
sedap
less
doh buah-buahan dia kat
confident
sini
about
guys.
the responses that they went with. The Atlas and the Valentina, I feel are really
good
pickups.
So
The first time
good.
we see the Atlas open
BT
today,
TLPH turun
honestly,
sekarang,
it's
nanti
right
lawan
here
Onyx
with
baru
the
turun
Valentina,
Moon.
who I think is again one of the better heroes to
Sebenarnya
pair
kalau
up
kau tanya aku tak
Here's
kisah
the
doh guys.
priority on the Belleric. We also saw the Valentina picked in that game SRG against the Belleric. It didn't do enough.
Yep.
And so this is something that Aurora is trying to say. We like the idea. We think we can execute
Cemar
it better.
mukbang lu,
We'll allow the
makan lu
Belleric
guys
to go through,
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
grab the Atlas now that it's
Allahumma
available.
barik lana
Slaying
fi
the
ma
Belleric,
razaqtana wa
and
qina
the
azabannar.
third
Amin
pick
wa ala
about to be
barakatillah.
chosen
Amin ya
for
rabbal
Team
alamin.
Liquid, trying to get on a good start here.
I gotta say, Brigitte, I don't know how Aurora is gonna make this draft crazy. Already showing your roam, already showing your mid.
Aku ada habit tu kalau makan tengok phone, tengok movie. So tadi hampir nak terjadi lah habit tu
Aurora is gonna make this crazy. My only question is, who's gonna be the jungle? Because the Fanny's banned, Aurора's banned, as well as the Ling has been banned.
Raspberry dia lawa gila tu.
There's still the Nolan, Yisun Shin, the Hayabusa, all in my
Counter
opinion
Belleric
quite
apa?
viable.
Kalau
Just
kau
not
tanya
entirely
aku kan.
sure which one they're gonna pick up, because before this,
Kalau kau tanya aku
everyone is
guys,
saying
jujur
they do like to use the
Counter
Hayabusa,
Belleric
but the Hayabusa is
sebenarnya ada satu hero jungle.
shorter range, so
Yeah.
yang dia boleh immune semua.
it's still strong, just not as crazy as
That
before.
was the
So,
hero to at least match
kalau
with
hero tu
ever
ada,
since. It was always
Belleric
been
susah
a
sikit nak
good
main.
matchup,
Tapi dah masa yang sama dia counter
considering
tank.
right now that
Ah.
it will be much difficult to get out since the heroes that
Hero tu
Liquid
counter tank.
are on could do fairly well in
Cuba
terms of
teka.
chase. I
Hero
think
apa,
they would
guys?
just opt to save their jungler for later and instead
Lagi
opt
banyak
into
nyawa
the
orang
heal.
tu, lagi
Can take
sakit
out
hero
the
tu jadi.
Esmeralda from this point onwards.
Okay.
Whenever they
Hero dia
really just don't want to have that matchup. But I can't help but feel like the
aku tak tahu.
Belleric is something we're not
Betul.
entirely sure of.
Aku dah nampak jawapan dia, ada orang komen.
It could go EXP, but
Aulus.
for me, it just doesn't feel like a Sanford kind of hero.
Satu
I
sebab
feel like
dia boleh
he
immune.
drives a bit better
Dia
when
boleh
he
immune,
can
dia boleh
dive.
sambil
Doesn't
immune
matter
tu
if
kalau
it's
bila
jungle
ulti
lane
pun
or
dia boleh sambung
I
getuk
feel
guys
like
sebab
the
dia boleh immune.
stationary hero for Sanford
Lepas tu
kinda
pasif dia makin banyak nyawa orang tu
wastes
makin
his
sakit dia jadi.
potential, wastes his talent.
And I just feel like
Aku
a lot
rasa-
of us
aku
would
rasa dah okey lah.
rather not see these really
Tapi
active
tu lah.
XP laners on the likes of Uranus and Esmeralda.
Hero pick tu dia lain sikit.
The Uranus is gone, but the Esmeralda
Wait.
is still on the board.
They're batting the Uranus. Uranus is an EXP laner. Paquito is known as an EXP laner. So does this mean this Paquito is a flex? It could go to the gold or to the jungle?
Honestly, if you're up against Aurora, I don't know anymore.
Hey, you know what? Big Brain Midnight. Big Brain Man Midnight. BBMM.
Moon kalau tiga
Big Brain
kalau
Man
tiga
Midnight.
tim
He's
Onyx
trying,
SRD
man.
turun
He's
lower
trying.
bracket,
The rule
agak-agak
is
apa
never
jadi
to
kat
do
lower.
that live on broadcast, and that was close
I mean, you
to
don't
it.
have to be smart to be an analyst.
Lower bracket
You just have to be confident.
dia ada dua.
Oh, okay.
Lower bracketnya ada dua guys.
Taken out. Yeah,
Dua atas,
that's interesting.
dua bawah
Why the Uranus
untuk grup B.
fan of all bans
Sama
here?
juga dengan grup A.
Go to the
Dua atas, dua bawah.
So you think a Paquito jungle was
Or gold.
So salah
or
satu
gold.
akan terkeluar guys,
Right,
simply.
Gold might be because the way that they're not banning out the Esmeralda,
Simply
Yeah.
like that guys.
might they consider having them both on their side? Because does Liquid
Aku tak tahu
sense
macam mana
a
tu.
possibility that might be
Adakah Uni akan masuk guys?
Horse's sense is tingling, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it to ban the Esmeralda. It's not like Esmeralda.
Tadi pun Skies ada
Actually,
buat
no,
beberapa
Esmeralda
benda
still
yang
good against Liquid's
yang
lineup
susah
here.
ah.
It must be so difficult to
Kau makan kuaci ke
draft
Mon?
against a team like Aurora. It makes you overthink. And have you overthink
Makan
Esmeralda
buah-buahan guys.
ban?
Before
They're on the same page
kalau
here,
kita
Bray.
makan buah sebelum kita makan benda berat guys,
Help them out.
kemungkinan
So we're
kita takkan
overthinking
sakit
right
guys
now.
Do you like to overthink, Brigida?
I don't want to, but I'm forced to.
You're forced to
I'm forced to
overthink.
overthink right now because of what Aurora did in game number 1, and understandably so. Liquid, hopefully it's not
So,
too much of being
eat your
reactive that
fruits,
we're
bro.
getting to see from them right now. Because at least for now, their first
duduk dekat
impressions
Paris baru
solid,
nampak
but
menjaga kesihatan.
Harley-
Aku
Okay,
kat rumah tu dan PTS aku
away
macam-macam
an
buah ada tau.
Yeah. Magic Assassin.
Magic Assassin.
Yeah. Not as great as the Link, but still serviceable for sure. So now Liquid, after seeing that, at least they know this Paquito is not going to go to the jungle. So it's either gold lane or EXP. But I got to say that has
Don't
to be
judge the
an
book by its
EXP
cover,
Paquito,
bro.
because if they don't have a marksman,
Kau tak tahu.
imagine
Aku kat
even
rumah
if
aku
they
bersenam
win
kau
so
tahu.
hard,
Aku
they're
main
not gonna be
bar,
able to
kau
push.
tahu.
And pushing's kind of important to
Tahu
NK.
dok.
Do you like pushing, Brigida?
Turrets?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dia tiba-tiba masuk-masuk kata aku baru nampak aku jaga kesihatan.
Either
Tu
Brody or Moscow
tau.
should be good here.
Yeah.
More for the Moscow.
Aku main bola.
Liquid
Jogging tak ah.
Oh.
Zetian.
Zetian
and
Arlet.
Arlet.
Oh, this is a very scary draft coming in from Liquid. There's multiple win conditions here. It's going to be quite difficult for Aurora to handle this.
Ni buah apa ni kan? Macam mana aku nak makan?
So we're waiting for a gold lane. Likely a gold lane.
Ni buah apa ya guys eh?
Or
Ni ah.
I like the Moscow.
I like the Moscow too. I feel like
Kenapa ada
the Moscow is
merah-merah
safer
dalam ni?
pick.
Ni buah apa ni?
Brody
Siapa tahu?
is if you think you can somehow
Peach
snowball
peach.
out of control and just end the
Nampak
game
macam peach.
before Liquid gets a chance to fight back, but what the barrage?
Pelam.
Another what?
Midnight.
Wow.
Beep boom.
How we feeling, Brigida?
Selalunya aku
Woo. Where is
Dia
it
ambil apa?
going? Like who is who? Okay, maybe a Barrett's
a lot Zetian.
Rome
I feel like I need therapy after this.
or XP. What? Ooh, like
Hey, you know what?
Selalunya aku minum air je guys.
gold,
Peach ni.
it's
Tapi
gold
sedap oh.
Paquito.
It's Gold Paquito. We'll see how they're gonna push out later. But Barats, I've heard, is a good counter towards the artist. So maybe that's just a lane matchup kind of thing. Maybe.
Harley Jungle Gold, Paquito, Aurora Gaming doing midnight things. My goodness, this game, this series has not disappointed. Let's see if game 2, Aurora Gaming can close it out and send our defending champions of MSC to the elimination side of the bracket. And for now, with the call, it's Nice2 and Trex.
Here we go. Team Liquid Philippines
Okay, let's
needs
go.
this game, and they brought a draft to be able to do that, Trex.
Buah
But
mahal
again,
Mon.
it's
Sedap
Aurora Gaming with a little bit of flexibility. Another interesting draft from Coach Midnight as well. What do you think of this one? We saw Barrett's go XP lane in the hands of Kid Bomba yesterday. We saw the fight.
Lagi satu guys. Fun fact Coach Midnight ni katanya
Yep.
I'm not counting it out at all for Aurora right now. I don't think this is
Apa Hero
extremely
kata dia?
surprising. Yes, it's a little offsetting because we're not used to it, but we have seen it worked. And as I keep on saying, there are a lot of layers to the meta right now, Nice.
I think a lot of people want to see, you know, Carl TZ using the Ling. This hero alone has made waves already in the current meta, but now in the hands of someone as skilled and as prominent as Carl TZ. Let's see how he plays it. This is already some rough pressure though.
Oh.
Dashes in.
Boom, memang tak bagi muka tu.
Lane just for the invade. Throws a force a flicker. A little bit of damage on a Sanford. Sanford flickers as well. Everyone backs off.
You see how much is
Caster, coach minat memang caster.
protect that early pressure in the
Dekat
jungle.
MPL patient.
Even when the changes here. Now
Lepas tu dia ex-analyst
The stun lands. JP goes down. Pagu gets it.
Sorry guys.
They're not giving up, man. They're also going to
Bila vlog keluar mon.
camp here. TNZ.
Tak ada masa tu guys, aku nak edit. Aku nak bagi orang pun, handphone aku dah penuh storage tau.
Kind of expect to happen when you pick a hero like the Ling. We've seen it in the likes of even previously in our previous match where you go in the opposing Ling's jungle, you put pressure there.
Aku nampak Yum masuk ah, Yum. Nak baju Yum, baju SRG.
And so for Team Liquid, they have to go ahead and supplement that. They have to support.
Tak tahu tu Yum betul ke tidak. Kalau kau tak tahu nak buat apa, datang ke sini teman aku. Kalau tak ada perbincangan ke apa kan. Boleh nanti tapi baju season lepas. Alah, kau kata si baju tu. Apa baju season lepas pun boleh Ayum.
That is just helping TNZ with all the space. They continue on.
Grab and nab the pull back. Sanford gonna try to vengeance through.
Kau kena tengok Ayum power tu tim.
Unable to do anything, but Sanford still falls. Maybe stay on
Aurora.
Yeah, maybe he should have just disengaged there. I'm not sure if what the
Semangat you man. Viewer kita orang semua okey Yum. Tak kalah lagi kan, buat pun nak serabut.
Has just been able to go ahead and farm up on this gold.
Aman, terima kasih. Terima semua.
You know he's gonna hurt when he starts showing up.
Yum pun okey je guys. Biasalah kadang-kadang kalah kan awal-awal.
They continue to try to delay Carl TZ. He needs these buffs. He needs to be able to go ahead and catch up. He's 2 levels down right now against TNZ.
Sanford once again taking a lot of damage. Deadly Magic unable to get the finish. But Aurora everywhere right now in the Barats.
Yum okey je guys. Nanti kalau bosan-bosan datang lah sini Yum, teman aku Nobar Yum Allah. Hitam. Kena ni lah guys. Bawah dia boleh makan lagi.
Now for Team Liquid, if they want to get back into this game, they need to start making some plays.
Mau yang hitam, makan yang lain. Gila sah Aurora ni, lain daripada lain lah.
You know, you have a Zetian who essentially is able to go ahead and give you some vision, get that little minor stun in. But if you're choosing these fights that you can't win, it's going to further delay you. So I think, again, they find themselves in this situation of game 1.
Lu sokong mana? Kalau aku sokong Aurora guys. Aku suka tu cara dorang ni guys. Dorang tak terlampau ikut orang tau. Dorang ada meta dorang sendiri, dorang ada gameplay dorang sendiri.
Gotta look for Teddy to get some gold. Luckily, he hasn't gone down. Carl TZ as well hasn't taken a death. He's lost a purple buff early on in the game. That's why they didn't try to contest on that last turtle. They know that
aku ni jenis orang yang aku suka tengok benda yang berbeza guys.
Will they even try to fight for turtle number 2 honestly?
With that retribution, doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So
kalau orang semua kan pergi pilih A, aku pilih Habi. Aku suka tengok benda yang berbeza lah kalau dalam gameplay macam ni lah.
Turtle's locked in though, it's secured. Where's Pagu gonna go? This is the best thing that Carl can do though. Push that bottom side, get some extra gold, but there's a fight.
Not just a fight, a big fight, a nice Wrath of Dryad on the 3 members of Aurora.
Baik Charles itu.
Look at the fatal links. And look at the damage Sanford trying to
Besar tu, power tu ni.
Sanford picking it up, will eventually drop a double kill before taken out by Siggy Boom. Well, this is happening though. Carl TZ taking a purple buff of his own. They're trying to even the playing field.
Hey Trex, as bad as things were, at least it wasn't worse here.
Baik tu.
Pak
TZ pun dapat farming, team fight pun diorang menang. Memang GG lah. Aku rasa kan, kotak ni aku nak simpan tu. Aku boleh buat bawa balik Syak
from
nanti.
getting decimated here under that tier 2 turret, and it also
Kan?
mind you allows Carl Teasy once again to get what he can.
Lepas tu
takes a buff,
kita ada
because he's gotta play the
Salmon.
catch-up game here. They need to be able to
Salmon
get
fillet.
just ready for that first lord once it comes up. I wouldn't be surprised.
Buah
if
ni
we see
sayang
us
doh, aku
give
nak
up
makan
the
sebenarnya.
next turret
Sedap
too.
sangat doh.
Just again, give that call
Rasa
who
nak
they can,
simpan
because
tapi tak
they're
apa.
losing real
Makan
estate
je lah,
as
guys.
well on the map, as now some of the tier 1s are falling.
Yeah, they have to start looking for some pressure on the map. I will say this.
Fresh
You
fresh.
can't count Team Liquid out until after the first Lord, at least in my book. As long as this gold lead stays around 2.5,
Strawberry dia merah manis tau.
TL will
Nah.
always have a hand to fight
Pernah aku
with.
tengok strawberry
I'm
macam
still
ni.
waiting for that
Dan
big moment
kebanyakan ni
for
strawberry
Carl
dia
Teasy
memang
to
merah
pop
macam ni
off,
guys.
though. He's been farming. He's able to come back a little bit. He steals a
Merah
purple
pekat
buff.
tau.
Look at the damage. Does come down on Lunar. Lunar's able to use the flicker. Tempest of Blades falls as
Woo!
well. Everyone pulled back in.
What, dia cikat? Oh, kena angkat.
But Evader links in response. Still not
Maaf.
enough for Teddy. Locks onto Pagu.
Melawan
Chasing
doh.
him down, but there's no escape today. A double kill into
Ramai
the
doh
hands
sini.
of Sanford.
Ramai
Leave it
doh.
up to Sanford to make that play.
Kat
What a
sini kan,
final slash
PH ramai
was
tu, guys.
used to
Orang-orang
set
PH.
things up, but it's still Aurora. They take down a tier 2 turret.
Orang PH is
They're
everywhere.
finally gonna lose the turret in the mid lane, but Aurora now needs to be a little more calculated. They put themselves in that position. They know an Arlot's there, so they gotta watch out for that. And so little by little, TL has brought themselves into a position now where maybe they can actually get a turtle, unless still it's that
Melawan
call
tau.
of give them this one. Let's just get ready for
Lepas
that.
dimalukan tadi
JP
first
is
game.
gonna give that information.
Tapi kita
Sanford's
tengok,
here as well.
Aurora dia tak takut doh. Dia macam ada plan tu guys.
He's not even a part of this, though.
Laju lah gameplaynya.
Wants to push down bot.
No. Padahal tadi pun lepas kalah tu. Baru kena sikat, kena angkat apa semua kan. Cibu total. Diorang dapat balik momentum yang diorang hilang. Kau tengok, Cibu menang kan. Power doh.
On the mid side, Aurora want to reclaim this mid tier 3, even out playing field. A nice fatal link. Connect, purifies do pop though. Was the damage onto Lunar. Teddy goes down with Siggy over the backside. He finds two.
Dapat dua orang belakang tu.
Oh,
kami guna balik.
Double kill for 40. Maybe a triple over to the hands of Siggy Boom. Unofficial, but still able to possibly get that final hit. It is a brawl. It is a bloodbath. Aurora and TL. Who would have thought it'd go like this?
Sanford. Okay,
Alamak,
there's not much
kena
more I
seorang.
think he can do here. Just trying to
Kali
clear
ni
this
mati
wave
doh
out.
ni.
He might take a couple too many
Dah
hits.
kata dah.
Sanford shut down.
Gila doh kau buat macam tu kat Sanford.
Into the hands of
Gila
Siggy
doh.
Boom. The guy is a monster in a 5-0-2.
Oh man, look at this. There's a replay brought to us by SDC.
Ni
Look at
item kita yang
Siggy Boom.
ketiga.
He joins this fight from the back and everybody just
Patut
lined
aku ada
up
salat
there,
juga tadi dok.
right on target. Again, the bleeding was
Kita
staunched
dapat
a little bit
curry
because of
and
Sanford's
rice.
play here.
Aku tak boleh nak tunjuk
But
sangat
it's
lah
just
guys.
that
Sekarang
case of
terjatuh dah aku macam ni guys. Curry and rice guys guys.
If you're Team Liquid Philippines, you have
Kalah
to
ke
be able to make
TLPX?
things
Game
happen,
kedua,
and now
game pertama
Paul
tadi
Teasy
kalah.
gets taken
Game
down.
kedua ni pun
So
50-50
not
je
the
guys.
best
Tapi
timing
kelebihan
here
lebih ke
to,
arah Aurora guys
lose their jungle.
Aku Nobar ke mukbang ni? Aku tak makan lagi guys. Last aku makan pukul 7 pagi tadi dok.
Look at Pagu here, hanging out
7 aku tau, bukan 7 kurang tau. Sekarang dah pukul 2.
But they gotta watch
Baru
out
nak
for
lunch
Pagu
guys.
because Aurora's been so good at attacking from all
Sorry Izin
sides.
makan
They're finally
tipis-tipis.
gonna be able to take this tier 3.
Bismillah.
Pagu zones away Teddy. The tower drops. JP will drop as well.
Mati
But Deadly
JP.
Magic should be able to finish it, but no.
Okay.
Back Teddy with a blazing
Teddy.
duet.
Aha.
Sanford jumps into the backside. Aurora.
Macam
kind of in
tak boleh.
shambles here. Carl Teasy shows up as well.
Kau tengok
Tempest of Blades
kiting-kiting
comes
dia
down.
dok.
He takes out
Kau tengok
Carl T.
kiting-kiting dia dok.
Carl Teasy still unable to get a kill.
Mak pada
though.
semua
Hitting
low
Sanford,
tadi.
double kill into the hands of
Gila
Rosa.
bodoh Aurora sumpah.
Has their number.
Great team fighting from Aurora Gaming there. They knew the plan
Sumpah.
and they stuck with it.
Kau tengok kita tengok balik guys.
Flash was great, but also the
Dah low
blazing
tu.
duet wasn't able to get the efficiency.
Dah ada
they were
1,
looking
2.
for there
Dua orang
from
low.
Teddy. TNZ with a fancy
Ada yang
moves
sorok,
here
ada yang
to-
tu. Lepas tu
to
seorang
try to
keluar,
stay alive
seorang
through
masuk.
this
Itulah
all, and he
kiting.
does.
Kiting dia wapak ah.
Just, again, the fighting that we're
Itu
seeing
the
from
next
Aurora
level
Gaming
punya
has been
kiting guys
refined from the last
Ini
time
boleh
we saw them
2-0 si
play
Aurora
here.
guys.
And my goodness, they're making it look good.
Aurora's making it look so good, saving the Terrify. All of those little micros. And the thing is, it's not just the small fights that they're winning, they're also winning on map placement. They have the whole package right now.
Trex, this is insane. Look across the board how much of a lead they have, but especially Siggy Boom. You mentioned it, 7-0-4.
Kalau
He's
late game
up
siapa
nearly
keras?
3,000 gold against Teddy.
Kalau late game
not where you want to be. I mean, again, we talked about
Kalau late game lagi sedap TL sebenarnya. Sebab dia ada marksman. Ada Link. Link boleh target. Boleh target Ali. Pageto boleh buy one dengan Link.
And you see it in the hands of Sigibum like
kalau Atlas angkat, boleh counter dengan Zetian.
And I think that's the biggest thing.
Zetian boleh counter kepada setup Aurora. Kalau tak sempat late game ni, tidur ni, kalah.
At your front door, tower will drop. There's no holding.
Makan break ke tu? Makan nasi dengan kari.
Or Gaming not going to force it though. They're going to move on to the mid tier 2. Should be able to take it.
All right. Turrets take a little bit of damage here. The tier 2s will fall. Holy defense shields being held on, but that bottom one is the only one to stay. Conceal's going to be used. Where's Paghis?
Akhirnya dapat tisu guys lepas Running Nose ni.
Oh, JP.
Okay, JP masuk.
Going to move on. Fatal Links does connect.
Okay.
Just kind of a stall
oh.
there. Backs off. Still no inhibitors.
Itu kalau kat depan tu tadi kan. Beryl Alti lain follow tu sebenarnya. Tapi dia tu hati lah. Bijak tu. Bijak tu, sumpah. Ada orang mesti agak-agak nak anti kan.
And it's still looking the same. Again, where do you start if you're Team Liquid? Well, that
dia pakai je tu. Lepas tu dekat sabar. Jangan paksa kita tunggu nanti Atlas dulu. Baru kita try cari fight balik.
You know what we've seen before when the hands of Lings, where you can go in and get that miracle play, that miracle retribution.
I think with the fact that they do have all of their
inhibitors
still standing, TL could maybe let this Lord slide. They do have some decent ability to defend.
Sedap. I like it. Tapi karinya pekat sangat.
Sanji, they can get the stuns. They have a Blaze Duet. They have Shred. They can play well in the pocket of their base. It's a hard base to crack. Not only on top of that.
TLP punya disiplin memang on top. Tak, aku puji ni tadi Atlas. Atlas tu dia Aurora. Macam kari Jepun ke? Kari Jepun pun tak sedap tu, tak silap aku. Last time aku makan dekat Malaysia. Bakal kat sistem ke apa kan. Tak ada tu.
Yeah, he just liked it. That's about
3
minutes behind right now. So that's the big kind of thorn in the rose right now of Team Liquid.
Jangan jatuh kat atas baju sudah, sabar je.
Now he's online, but even if he
jatuh kat hitam tak apa, jangan jatuh kat putih.
What Aurora Gaming is thrown at him. Yes, you mentioned the rapid dryad, that's a big thing.
Okay.
But maybe
terbuat lot.
You give up the Lord, go for one more defense. You have a great high ground defense that you can play around with.
Ini dia memang tak nak kalah ni Aurora.
But Daytona's well confused up here.
Oh, terkutip bom. Teddy.
Siggy boom.
Siggy boom, boom, boom. Siggy boom.
The target is locked and he never misses.
Just gonna make it worse right now as 2 fall for Team Liquid. Aurora Gaming will go ahead and get themselves this Lord and get ready to approach the base of Team Liquid again. Again, this has been a really rough one for Teddy, the gold laner of TL, but just the team as a whole because. Again, your firepower, once it's taken out,
jadi buat apa seorang?
It's mainly into that quad.
Tapi tak apa.
Carl Teasy might
aku suka Aurora.
Too, but he was also delayed, so just as a whole, across the board, Team Liquid has been playing with their backs against the wall. Carl Teasy will cut the waves for where he can, delay this Lord push, and wait for the rest of the team.
Dapat Salmon lagi guys kan. Shadow.
Yes. Tempest Blades drops.
Baru senyum memang guys.
A lot of damage comes in, but there's no escape. TNZ gets the final hit. Carl Teasy caught too deep in enemy territory.
I've never seen a boxer
makin
punch
kuat
the sky
semua
like that.
kan.
My goodness, Siggy Boom. He picks up an immortality, 9-0-5. And now here we go. Lord making its way up top. Gonna charge into that base turret and take it down. 20 seconds still
yang selalu main pun nampak macam tak main tu.
Aurora Gaming with a 10,000 gold lead will look to end this series in a sweep.
Aurora Gaming looking to end this. A big Fatal Links does lock on to Sanford. A place
to
do everything they can to defend. But Aurora Gaming have locked on the base. And the Stampede has been stopped.
Mengalahkan 2-0
against this force of nature? The upset of the day
respect
happens. The champions go down. And Aurora Gaming
itu semua Filipin guys. Ramai-ramai itu semua Filipin.
A very tough loss here for Team Liquid. The cavalry around the world. Right now, I think it's a wake-up call once again for all the teams that are eventually going to be facing up against Aurora Gaming from Turkey here. Because man, what they're doing and what Coach Midnight is doing with this draft, how do you prepare for this? Who would have thought we would have seen this
Kalahkan
today? In the nature that it did,
SRG kalah, TLPH kalah.
and everything else, again, phenomenal
Adakah
execution here
kita akan lihat
from Aurora Gaming.
tim
If you look at
lain
the highlights from STC,
yang akan menjadi
this was a game they had
champion
control on,
guys
and it all started
dalam
in the
MSC
jungle, putting pressure
ataupun
on that
ataupun
lane
EWC
from
kali ni.
and they didn't let up. There were some moments, like you said, from Sanford to try to alleviate the situation with the final slashes, but just fell apart by being too far behind across the board.
This just goes to show that this is probably one of my favorite metas we've ever been in.
Sorry guys.
The amount of picks that are viable, not just picks, but strategies that you can approach every single game with it. And I mean, for the past 2 days, for the past few weeks, with all the games we've seen,
dapat
we've seen
zero
all the
kok tu.
possibilities, and we've seen
Bro.
something where normally
Bro.
you see these picks and it's like, is it a cheese or is
Bro.
it actually viable?
Dia tak
Because
dengar.
this looks viable. Aurora Gaming.
Yep.
It's just speechless.
You want
Speechless, man.
apple
I think
juice?
a lot of people that have been tuning
You
into
have?
this, you know, the
Hey,
hundreds of
if you want
thousands of
to
people
take
online
my
watching this,
my
they're gonna have a lot to say to about. But
if you want
we
to
gotta
take
go ahead and
my
throw it over on stage
you can
with
take this
Rose to
one.
hear more from
Yeah.
Aurora Gaming.
Yes, of course. I am
This
alone right
game
now,
has
but later if I have
absolutely
friends,
left
I need to take it
everybody
back. But if
speechless.
no one, you
Aurora Gaming with
can
a
sit here.
2-0 up
Yeah.
against the defending champions
Welcome, bro.
TL. And of course, right now with us
Thank
on
you.
stage, we have the
You
one
are
and
you are
only
so big,
Rosa.
but you sit there,
Hello,
bro.
how are you doing?
Bet back later.
Ya aslında gerçekten şu an kelimeleri dökemiyorum yani yaşadıklarımızı. Sonunda gerçekten o laneti kırdık
Oh,
ve
yeah.
yenmeyi başardık.
My
Çok
back.
mutluyuz
Yeah.
açıkçası.
It's hard to put into
Welcome, bro.
words what I'm experiencing right now because I really feel like we finally broke that curse. And this has been a great winning for us. I'm very happy.
2-0 doh member.
I agree, because if we look back to 2025, you know, you guys got eliminated
Alhamdulillah.
by TL in both MSC and M7. Do you feel fulfilled
bodoh
in
dia.
this, what we call
Badan
a
dia
revenge
besar
matchup?
guys. Kau tengok kau nak tengok kursi yang dia
Yani
duduk.
aslında evet hem SRG ile hem de Team Liquid ile karşı sürekli loz aldık ve artık onları gerçekten yenmek
Yes.
istiyorduk ve gerçekten bu sefer iyi hazırlandığımızı düşünüyorum ve sonuçlarını da görüyoruz bence bu sefer.
Yes,
TikTok
that's
and
correct
YouTube.
because we previously lost to both SRG and
This is
TL
your channel?
today.
Wow,
But
you
we
very
really did
famous,
our
bro.
best to prepare for this game, and I think we have seen the good
My
results
channel
as a
is
result of this
Munji.
preparation.
Yes, now let's talk
Yes.
about the preparation.
Yeah, that-
because
yeah,
in
that
game
one.
one, we saw a very interesting pick coming out from the side
Yeah,
of Aurora.
thank you, bro.
Where Rosa actually played Rafaela mid, and he's currently laughing at that. So tell me, first of all, what made you guys pick Rafaela?
Ya aslında ilk patch note geldiği zaman Rafael'in yediği buff'ları fark ettik. İlk olarak support
Ni kau
oynamaya
tengok kursi
başlamıştım
yang
ama
dia duduk tu guys.
Assassin's geri
Tak ni
döndükten
kau tengok
sonra
macam mana
oynanılmaz
besar
bir
dia
hale
kan.
aldı ve ben düşündüm.
Cakap aku ada
olabilecek
extra ni
bir
kenapa tak
şey
bagi
var
eh?
ve scrimlerde denedim on maç
So
gibi ve
I'm
genellikle hepsini
happy lah
kazandığımız
guys
için ve
Dapat
güvendim
buat
ve aldım.
benda-benda macam ni pun
Böyle
dah
oldu.
okey dah.
So I saw that there were some issues at the beginning, and based on also what my experience was during the practice games, during the scrim
Tapi dia
practices,
punya
I saw that
YouTube
I
dia
could
besar bro.
have this
Dia
possibility. That's why I also put it
686k
into
tu
use
viewer
here,
dia.
based on the practice games that I previously played.
Okay, Rafaela is a very interesting pick. So Rosa, tell me,
Zayn.
will we
Nama dia
see
Zayn.
anything else that is interesting in
Ni
MSC
dia ke
this
yang boleh
year for
follow aku
Aurora
ni?
Turkey?
Aslında birkaç
Hmm.
tane daha sakladığımız bir şeyler var ve şu an göstermiyoruz hala var yani.
Yes, we have more
But YouTube
tricks
dia
hidden
famous,
up our sleeve. We are keeping them closed for the moment. We are not sharing them.
Okay, I love that. You know what? It's very rare that I see Rosa on stage all smiling and all laughing. Congratulations on that well-deserved win. And now we will throw it back to the studio to break down
Zay
what
casting.
happened in this insane matchup. Bring it back to you guys.
Well,
Dah, aku dah friend
Rose
dengan dia.
and Rosa, what
Dia
a
yang dalam
great
vlog kan enggak,
interview there, and
Betul.
one of the only people who has gotten Rose
Dia
to
stay
kind of
sini
be like,
pun
okay, that's
ni
good.
tu, guys.
Those are good enough answers, and we'll move on. And of course,
Dia stay
surprising
sini
the
pun
entirety of the MSC MLB
pakai duit sendiri tu.
viewing community. I think that will do it right there. It wasn't the first time though, Brigitte, that Rosa had come in with some tricks up their sleeve for the first game. Selena against Onyx last time, and I think this is just the way this player who is really shocked a lot of us.
I am
alongside
from
Aurora Gaming,
Myanmar.
likes to show
Hello.
up.
The Thorn Queen.
Hello
man.
guys.
Thorn Queen, and
Thanks for the
now
chair, my
have
man.
Rafaela
Vamos
to
Malaysia,
add to
thank
the
you.
list of unexpected picks that the card is
His
capable of
his
playing
body is so
around.
big,
And again,
guys. His body is so
think if
big.
there's just one word,
I have an
it's
extra chair.
shocked.
I mean, like,
everyone was just
I
shocked
don't
at
even
what
use it.
Aurora
Why
had
not?
brought to the
I
table
give
and
him
how they played
the
against
chair.
Liquid, and it just seems like they
You
were
know?
the better team to adapt to the current meta based on this series alone.
And honestly, like right now, hey, it's nice to be siblings, right? Somehow, some way.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
We'll talk about it a little bit more later.
Thank
But
you,
look at
guys.
this, 18 to 8.
Thank
To
you, thank you.
simplify what happened is, Aurora, they won the side lanes and they
It's so
immediately
big, bro.
go into
But
the
sit on
jungle
the
and
little
basically made it so that
small
TL
chair, you
could
know.
not farm at all. We saw a very fast rotation.
It's so
First
big.
rotation, they saw, hey, Carl's down at the bottom side or the
I
orange side of
can't.
the map.
I
And
can't.
then we saw Lunar leaving his lane, goes into the jungle. And then it's like, yo,
Welcome,
Carl's
guys.
going to the purple buff
Your
next,
viewers
and then
is
Sigibum left
here,
his
bro.
lane to go inside the jungle. So I gotta say,
He's
Regina, I feel like
using
for
mic
all of the
earphone.
professional teams
He's
here,
not listen to
they've
me.
learned the fundamentals of MLBB. I feel like the fundamentals has to change just a little bit. They have to catch up with the
Thanks
times.
for the chair, bro.
Because the way
W
that they
Rain.
played
Oh
it seemed
no,
very,
me it's
very
Moon.
fast. Whereas
Not
Liquid,
Rain, okay?
it
Welcome,
felt
guys.
so slow. Like,
welcome.
They had a very slow-paced game and draft.
Oh,
a
thank you so
slow
much,
start, and it's always like
Thank
that.
you so much,
but
everybody.
They're also forced to play that sort of
I
game.
love to have
simply because again,
your
even in game
streamer.
number
He
one,
come
even in game
here,
number two,
use
they've always
his
picked
money,
up very scaling lineups.
use his
So
own
it's
money
like they
to
had
stay
no other
here,
option but to
and
play this slow game. But at the
it's
same
very, you know,
time, Aurora are just not letting
it's
up. They're not
very
allowing
make
them to
me
slow things at all, and
make me feel sad
had two
a little
fast games
bit.
against the defending champions. What a statement!
But
What an opener from Aurora.
Yeah, it really
The
was
best I
an
can do
amazing
is
showcase
give
of what
give
Aurora
this
came
chair.
to do, which is to
You know?
upset the top dogs. But also, it's clear that Liquid have
Thank you, bro.
had
Welcome, guys.
people have their eyes on
Appreciate
them.
it a
and
lot.
They're going to come prepared. So this
Thank you
next
also for
game,
the
you'll see
follow,
them
for the
play
subscribe.
in the lower side of the bracket. It's
Appreciate
going
it,
to go
my
big
man.
or go home. Unfortunately, for Liquid fans, you're in that situation.
I want
But
to call him
fortunately,
out,
you do have
but
another chance to go
is,
back to the drawing board and set yourself up for
earphone.
success. LaFell, let's break down what happened in that game between Aurora Gaming. Yep, you can get your co-star there to help hold
Welcome,
that mic
guys.
for you, so we know exactly what they can take with them after a loss that was
Welcome,
so
welcome, welcome.
Well, first of all, again,
Love
with
it,
Aurora,
bro.
we have to talk about the draft
Love
here,
to have
where
your
honestly,
streamer
the
here.
draft is
Jose,
pretty
your boy Zay here.
interesting.
Guys.
But again, everything makes sense because we got the pick of, I would say these are the oh my,
Bro, Zay.
These are the strong
Your
picks
viewer
here
is
because
here. It's
they
so
are
many, bro.
lane winners going up against
Welcome,
the
bro.
Claude as well as the Arlet. They pick up the Mirage to fight against the Arlet, and they pick up the Paquito because he's a
Nice.
good pick. But also,
Thank you so
quite
much,
interesting
guys.
here, where
Appreciate
Paquito
it.
was talking about how they wanted to scale up. Well,
Thanks for
one
Zay,
scaling
bro.
hero,
Welcome, bro.
two scaling hero, three
Oh my
scaling
God.
hero. Ha, ha, ha, ha.
Thank you, guys,
So
for the
that
gift.
makes the game just a little bit slower. Where when we see the Paquito
Thank
as
you for
well
the
as the
gift, guys.
Barats just go into the jungle, she can't do much to
I'm a
protect.
big right now, bro.
He can kind of do something to protect, and Arlet kind of help, but not really because all of his flickers keeps on, you know, being used quite early. I mean, eventually we did see.
You guys happy? I'm happy, guys.
Right, we're gonna be looking.
Your boy
at the
happy
first
here.
clip,
I'm
where
happy
this
too,
is
bro.
one of those situations where it looked like Team Liquid is able to do something because we saw Aurora up. Yep. Where Aurora, they tried to engage later on.
Give
Unfortunately,
him
it was
a earphone
missed
if
here.
you
We're gonna
have.
be looking
I
at
don't
this one
have.
instead. Yeah. So this is where we see why
I
Aurora
only have this
is
one.
good in this one because I gotta say this looked like a botch engage. It really did because Purifies was used and etc. And then it looked like nothing could happen. But having TNZ here as well as Sigibum.
So much
close to
love from
rotate as
Myanmar,
well.
guys.
We're
Appreciate it.
seeing Sigibum flanking
Thank you so
from
much.
behind, making it so
Thank
that
you so much,
it
guys.
doesn't matter if the
Thank you, thank you,
engage is
thank you,
botch. My microphone keeps on getting lower, by the way.
She's see how flexible you are, man. You know.
I'm very flexible. We're gonna be playing the clip here, but TLDR is that even with this botch engage,
Thank you, bro.
the fact that
Welcome,
there's
welcome.
such a
Welcome
big
from
difference
YouTube,
in power
from TikTok.
makes
Thank
it
you
so
so
that
much.
It will always work
Appreciate
out.
it
Sanford,
for the
big
subscribe,
props
for the
to him.
like,
He still tried
for-
to make
for
a
the- for the
losing
gift.
situation. Oh my goodness. Losing situation, a winning one. Guys, you guys don't understand. It's
Your boy
It's a
happy,
core
I'm
workout,
happy,
what
bro.
you're doing right
You know what I'm
there.
saying?
You're flexing the bicep. You're holding this core position. Brigida's just staring at the
You want
camera.
to see
Hey,
the
you know what?
chair
Here's the thing.
that
Having her own mini
he
show
sit
next
we
to
on?
understand, okay? We're the siblings.
I
here,
sit
you know,
on here, right?
You with Liquid.
You sit on
I
on this
lost,
one.
You lost. Now
I
you
should
lost.
be the one that
I won
sit
red,
here,
you
my
wore
man.
blue. It looks like we're cursing
I
right
should
now,
the one
so
that
I think the
sit on
best
here
idea
because
is
it's
for us to
small.
get off the panel.
Probably to leave.
Like me.
Even though
But
I'm
he's so
sad to let
big.
you guys go, and
But
you
he's
both
on
look great
on
today. I
this.
think
No,
you're
no,
just,
no,
this
no,
has
no,
been a
no.
lot of fun. But yeah, every
Has
team
it?
you've rooted for.
I have an
Has it been a lot of
I have
fun,
an
Ray?
extra chair.
Well, you know, let's not.
Yeah, and
let's
no
not
one
go too
sit
far.
there.
I mean,
Unless if I get someone.
No, it's been more than a lot of fun, guys. Always a blast hanging out with Brigida and
Just
LaFell.
now,
You'll see
Rose,
them later on in the show. We'll
Rose
see them even here in a little bit
stream
as
with
well as
me,
we start
but
to close
he
out
already go
this amazing set
meet with
of
his
games
friend
we just saw.
and need
Pro
to
Esports and Aurora Gaming
host.
take down your
Right.
defending grand finalists
So,
and winners of 24 in Selangor
I
Red
just
Giants.
give him
And
wrong.
then Aurora
I
Gaming
just
take down
realized
Team
that
Red with
he
your
sit on
winners
this
who were in the
this
grand
little
finals
chair.
last year. So everything that you could expect
You
to
sit
go
on this
differently
little
has
chair,
gone differently. Onyx
and you will
Entity
get
7 coming up
back
next as well.
back.
The winner of that game going to play the winner of this upcoming match. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be a lot of
Bodoh
fun.
ayam.
Make sure if you have a
Sumpah loh.
feeling where that's going to lean, get your pick'ems in.
Lekeh.
We have a few minutes before we go live with that one. We're going to change out our panel in a moment. Get ready with some new casters and get ready for those
Thank you
new
guys,
teams. So
appreciate
get
it.
your pick'ems in now to see if you are right. Whether
Me
you
and
think it's
him
gonna
are
be Onyx,
brothers.
Is it going to be an 87?
Me and him are brothers.
Let us know.
Okay.
In the meantime, I want to let you know that if you've been seeing some cool skins in
Lekeh
game
loh,
from
Sophia,
some
sumpah.
classic games, it's no coincidence. Street Fighter and
Lekeh
MLB
gila.
have a crossover you do not want to miss.
Thank you guys. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for helping me out. Aku dah boleh target audience from Myanmar. Love it. Love the support guys ya. Dia gila patch kali ni tim besar semua turun bawah. Sebenarnya semua dah tim besar doa. Everyone is like the best in the country tau. And menang 1M kan. Night brother, good night. At Myanmar is night today. Here is evening. Only 2:37 PM. Yes. What is What is Why you spamming the M latest M? What is that? Thank you for Z casting. Welcome guys. I very appreciate it guys. Very much love. Very you guys are very supportive of him. And he used his own money to stay here at Paris. And if you guys don't know, everything is here are very expensive. And he used his own money to I see passion in him guys. So I just do what I need to do guys. To make everyone here happy. Thanks for support. Welcome guys.
You're done.
Raimu dapat makan tak hari ni? Dapat.
The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its third appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a
One of my
monumental
favorite
$3
millionaire
million
in
prize pool
Myanmar.
and crucial
Welcome bro.
club championship points.
Really bro?
MSC
Thank you so
opens
much
with
guys.
the group stage, where 15
Thank you
qualified
so much.
teams and one team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into two
11K
groups of 8.
on YouTube.
Both groups will compete
That
in a
guy.
double elimination bracket, where
God
2 wins secure a
damn.
spot in the
Very
knockout
famous,
stage,
bro.
while 2 losses send
Let
teams
me
home.
see the
top
stream.
4 teams from each group will
Oh, the
advance to
stream
the knockout
also
stage.
looks very
More
professional.
unforgiving than ever, the
Not like
knockout
me.
stage puts everything on
Eh?
the line. In this single elimination bracket,
His lighting
teams
are
will
better
clash
than
in
me,
a
bro.
best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the
Mamat
grand finals,
ni
one
macam ni
final
doh guys,
battle
macam
remains. A
macam
chance to
fit
secure a
doh,
podium
macam
finish
solo
and
tau.
claim an additional
11k doh.
$100,000 in
Live-nya.
the third place match. Here,
Oh,
one
baru
moment can
100 doh
change
kat
everything.
YT.
One mistake ends the dream. One clutch play creates a legend. And at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best of 7.
famous doh.
All for the grand prize of $1 million. One
TikTok
chance
dia
to
tak
rise
famous
above
kat
the
YouTube.
rest. Who will become legendary?
Kat
Who
YouTube dia
will
famous
prove
gila doh.
unstoppable?
Terkejut aku.
2 champions,
Sama
1
gila
game.
pula tu yang chat aku
This
ni.
is MSC at
Yang chat aku
EWC
hanya gila tu.
2026.
Maksudnya dia antara streamer yang disayangi lah aku rasa. Streamer yang disayangi. Thanks for your kindness Moon. We love you. I love you guys too guys. Sakai doh yang you. Sumpah doh. Leke tau.
Two major upsets at MSC 26
Dia
already,
punya
and
Myanmar ke?
our
Bukan.
third series is a
Dia macam
banger
orang-orang
as
yang famous
well.
lah kat
We're
sana
about
ke?
to jump into the second half of the day at MLBB
Thanks for
MSC here
helping.
at DWC
Welcome, guys.
2026. My name's
My
Rain
pleasure,
Day, and
guys,
I
my
am joined
pleasure.
by a new panel with some familiar faces. Mirko and Renmar
I help
joining
people,
me here.
later
Guys, it
people help
was
me guys.
a scintillating morning to say
You
the
know?
least, Mirko. Some results that I don't think anybody could have
Life
planned.
is like a wheel. Sometimes it's up there, sometimes it's down there.
And TL both winning in my books, right? I just want to say though, in that win, TL Page versus Aurora, say it with me now if you know the meme. Midnight, parating, handa.
You remember
ready.
eh?
It's midnight, is what he said.
Yeah.
It's
Thank you so much, Sofia Chan.
Yeah. No one
And
could have
FU.
expected this, and it wasn't just because of the results, but because of how it happened.
Yeah.
What picks came out.
Bro cuba
Surprising
speaking,
is an
tak apalah, at least orang faham
understatement.
okay lah tu.
Sometimes I'm still pinching myself to check
Yeah.
if I'm still in the
Broken
right
English,
reality,
Romagan.
and we are.
We are, somehow. Even with the
Can you
Doomsday
say hello,
trailer coming out
hello
yesterday.
Myanmar, hello
Everyone is still
Myanmar.
real- Is this real? Is it not real? What am I
Hello.
in? No, you are in
Thank
that
you so much
maybe
guys for the
one
gift, for
reality
the
Doctor
subscribe, for
Strange
the
kind
like,
of
for the
referenced in
everything
in-game,
guys.
Because this is, to me, what this tournament is all about, though, Mirko.
Appreciate
The
it.
meshing of styles, and in the early 2 games where you have a double elimination, this is why.
Appreciate it,
Because
guys.
some styles are clearly proving to
Thank
surprise
you.
even the most veteran of our
Thank you,
competitors.
And it's just crazy to see, again, a Rafaela in mid, some of these
Hello,
crazy
Myanmar.
bombastic picks show up. I mean, these are some of the picks, at least, we've already seen in scrims. You know, we talked about it backstage on how it could actually work, like the Eudora, the Barats, but still seeing surprises on day number 2 after I thought most of the crazy meta picks have already been shown yesterday, especially by you, Vamos, is still crazy to say.
Yeah, and just when it looks like we've stabilized in our understanding
Thank you.
of what is meta now, suddenly here comes yesterday Team Spirit, today Aurora Gaming. It seems like
Our
the
Falcon
meta
is the best.
setting,
Yes, Falcon is good,
trends
guys.
are coming from EECA
Falcon,
and
YG,
Turkey,
YG.
which is
YG,
crazy to
later I
think
support
about.
YG,
It's
okay?
the first time in history that that's
Later I
happened.
support
Usually,
young
other
organic
regions
kickers.
outside of the big 3, outside of Southeast Asia, are following and just slightly
He,
adjusting. But for
play
them to
will be-
actually set what is crazy and what works, that's
Who
cool.
YG
And
will
it's
be
been pretty
fighting?
dominant, I would say, from both of those games. Pretty dominant, pretty early. We're going to find out if that
YG
continues as
PSGK.
we head into our series
YG.
3
YG.
of 4 today.
YG.
In our Group B, the Group of Death, for those just joining us, is what
Let's
it's been
go.
named. The reason? Every single team in this is a champion, except the one you're about
I
to
want
see.
to see Myanmar
Onyx.
caster.
However, they fell short
Okay.
of MPL
You guys can go to
Indonesia
him
championships. They are no
after this,
stranger
okay?
to hoisting a trophy.
You already
in
done
MSC
enough for me. You already
2019
follow
and
me.
2023.
You tap
They
the
were
like
champions, and
button.
they
You
look to add a
subscribe my
third title to their
YT.
name coming up in
That's
this tournament.
all.
This is where it gets a bit
It's
confusing.
done
Because
already,
you look
guys.
at Onyx, you look
Every
at players,
appreciate
at
it.
their players, and you look at the meta. At least yesterday, you think this is going to be a good meta for Onyx to perform in. But then if you see the Rafaela mids, you see those double fighters.
Love
you go back to asking
Myanmar.
the question: is Kelra good on fighter gold? Will
Love.
Kyrie even get his assassins after all those bans that we saw in the previous series? And will Entity 7 pull yet another upset? Because the pattern is, it's an upset day, bro.
Yeah, they might just be able to. My question for NTT7 is, were they walking in with an alpaca stuffy?
Oh,
because
Thank
if
you
they're
so much,
walking in with
guys.
an alpaca stuffy, then
Thank
they're-
you so
they're
much
my
for
goats
helping
now.
our
You're E7
Myanmar
now?
team like
yeah,
this.
I'm E7 just because of
We
the
really
alpaca stuff.
appreciate it.
No, but I'm excited to see
Yeah, I
what
think
they have in store for us,
YG is
especially
very
with,
underrated.
Hydon
Very
versus the
underdog.
jungle going up against Kyrie. We know Hydon
One of
Bush
the-
loves the assassin pickups.
You mean Hideon Bush?
We I so love Bulma's
I think the Bulmas just
Bulma's
make that the
goal.
real thing now.
You know,
hide in bush. We'll find out. It's
at
gonna be
M1
a-
and
a
M2
fun one,
I
and hopefully
play
we'll see
against
some meta
Bulma's goal. You
continue to
know,
change.
I play
Take a look
Chang'e.
at
If you
Onyx
guys
roster, they're looking for a third
if you guys
MSC. Even though they
still
didn't come
remember
in
me.
winning the league, they now have a chance to win maybe a more exclusive title. We had
People
a chance
from
to catch up with
Myanmar,
Kyrie heading
like-
into his match today.
We're
Excuse
now
me.
here with the Sky King,
Excuse me.
Kyrie. Bonjour, Kyrie. How's Paris
I'm
been treating
cheating,
you?
you know.
I think it's been
Because
good
the
here,
green
and the weather's so
it's
nice
not
here.
pop
The
up.
weather's nice. It's not
After
hot
I
anymore,
just
isn't
use
it?
my skill.
Very cold here actually.
It is very cold. And you're wearing a jacket even.
Yeah.
Is that why?
Do you know Ace? Yes.
One of the reasons.
I remember
One of the
him.
reasons. But Kyrie, coming into this,
We play
I
ESP
think
or Rome?
we gotta ask you
I
like
don't.
pressure calls.
I
think
have a very
we've seen you on multiple
very bad
international
memories.
stages, and it looks like coming into the
So,
group stages, Onyx usually has a little bit of a tough time early
Yeah.
on. Is that going to be the same problem here today?
YG please support Moon. Yes, I will support YG after this, guys.
Prepared for so long to
Like
for
VS
this
GK,
tournament,
right?
And yeah, actually the meta.
I will support
the
him,
meta
bro.
is good for Onyx right now.
I will support
It's
the team.
good
No
for
worries.
Onyx right
Yeah.
now. Okay, could you explain why?
SD,
because of
Ruby DD,
the
Kid maybe. Yes.
Heroes,
Yes, that's
actually,
the one that
assassins.
I
You know
fight
Onyx is
at
one of the
M1.
most aggressive teams, so hopefully we can show it today.
Very strong.
You can just say that you're really good at assassins.
Very,
you know?
very strong.
It's fine. You don't have to be humble.
A little bit.
A little bit, I guess.
At M2,
But personally, do you
they
like playing the
almost beat
assassins or do you like the tanks more?
the PH.
Actually, I already practiced tanks before the tournament, but
My respect
everybody's been
on
using
people
assassins, so I don't really have
at-
much choice. No.
at
So
Myanmar is
who
very
doesn't
high,
give you the
guys.
choice, Kyrie?
The meta
Need to
actually.
always,
Oh, the meta.
like,
Oh,
be
it's not the
careful.
coaches. Is it CW? Or
Both of
Paddington?
them, I
Both
think.
of them. But
Thank
they're
you, guys.
nice
Thank
to
you.
you, right?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, just
Thank
just
you.
making
Love-
sure that
I
they're
love
nice.
you guys
But
too.
earlier
Love
on
you
you said
guys
you
too.
had preparations coming
What
into
you
this
eat?
and
I
long
eat
preparation.
curry.
What
Curry
particular
and rice.
preparations was that
And
like?
also salmon.
Just like how we usually practice.
Thank you so
in
much
scrims,
for the
and we always
gift,
try a lot
everyone,
of different heroes
everybody.
and strategies. So
Thank you.
nothing really. Yeah,
It's okay, guys.
There's not
I
much
think
difference.
Oh, okay.
I think if
okay.
you guys
Well,
want to go
good
to
luck.
your
Do
boy,
you have any message? Maybe
it's
to
okay.
your
You guys
fans back
can
at
go.
You
You are you
just
guys
hope
already
support
done
us,
enough for
and
me,
I
guys.
hope we can show you
I
guys
appreciate it a
satisfying
lot,
match.
guys. Eh?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kyrie,
Thank
and
you,
of course,
Adriana.
good luck to your next
Thank
match.
Thankful. I'm
Throwing it back to
thankful
you
for you guys for joining my stream.
Brynmar, I mean, this is one of those moments with Onyx where you can look at Kyrie's
Thank you so much.
confidence, but also cautiousness heading into this meta, knowing he's prepped a little bit more on those utility jungles.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he'll be all right. It's built into his DNA at this point to be able to rock out with assassins. Almost every
Thank you so much for
he
giving
has
us
at least one great
Myanmar
highlight you can
players
point out
as
to
a
with
place
whatever
in the
assassin
game.
hero that he
We
ends
truly
up.
appreciate it.
And when we
And
start
we
to
will
look
always
at just the
support
way
you.
Onyx
W
play,
Moon,
it's
thank
aggressive.
you.
He likes that
Thank
early
you so
tempo.
much.
But that's been working, Mirko, for every team that is
We
pushed
also
it,
remember
they've been
Chiku
successful.
Moonsium. Yes,
yeah,
yes,
and again,
yes.
I mean,
That's
when
my
it comes to just
ultimate.
playing that game, Kyrie, no stranger
But right
to it.
now,
He had his big break at
I
entry when it was
don't
the
play.
assassin meta as well.
I don't
Unfortunately,
play
unable to crack the Uber's
competitively
track with
anymore.
Those two guys right there. But
Yeah.
he's really good on assassins, man. Really, really good.
I don't.
think that's the
I don't
only
play
time where we see an A tournament
competitive.
interview where the player
Competitive.
just stays the same.
You
Like,
know?
nothing changed from Kyrie. It's still
I
just Kyrie.
restream
Yeah, that's true.
like your boy.
We were trying to
Zay.
see, is he going to blink? He wasn't blinking very often, looking into
But
the
I'm not
camera. He was
famous as
solid,
him.
ready to go, and of course you're going to need that if you're going to take on the LATAM representative here that they're going up against.
Apa
in
pandangan
Entity
kamu
7.
terhadap
Now,
pasukan
this is
YG
a region,
kami?
obviously,
Oh, Google
getting here
Translate.
has, in some ways, some things to prove,
I think
but also this team has
YG
been
is one of the underdog
a team that has gotten
that
together and made a lot of
the other
an
team
early run
cannot-
to get here to MSC.
cannot look
and
down.
We'll see if they can continue it. We actually
They
had
are
a
very
chance to look at the
good.
road to what it took
Anything
to get
can
here
happen.
for Entity 7 before
Like
they
M2.
now play on the stage in a few minutes.
Boomi's goal. Got number 2 in the final. So everyone need to
Yo me uní a
respect.
17 en esta
And-
MST Amer Season 1 porque Akashi
Yeah.
y Bagui me llamaron. Después
Need to
fui con
be
Shin y
careful.
Hidden Bush. Este roster es similar al de la M7 con Black Centers.
And mid lane for YG, I think he's very good. He's very good one.
Com a junção que teve da América do
Sai
Norte e
isso que
América
é
do
SRD,
Sul, acho que
thank
elevou o
you.
nível das duas regiões em si, porque a gente não se jogava junto contra. Eu acho que a
a América do Norte é uma região bem forte. Inclusive tem players que já ganharam o MSC. Então ele
Ruby
evoluiu
Didi
de todo mundo e a gente consegue chegar mais
is
preparado
the
para
goat.
jogar o stage
You know,
internacional.
is the goat at Myanmar. Like Messi, the goat.
Norteamérica y Sudamérica no han encontrado un avance porque creo que deberían mejorar los tratos por parte de las organizaciones hacia
Welcome,
los jugadores,
guys.
como también
Thank you.
apoyarnos más y dejar de odiarnos entre nosotros porque al final somos una región y hay que apoyarnos mutuamente.
A última vez que eu joguei evento internacional foi em M5, acabamos não indo tão bem, mas eu acho que deu pra pegar bastante aprendizado, pegar bastante experiência
Casting
internacional
channel, bro.
de
We really
evento
appreciate
presencial.
and
Eu acho que
thanks
dessa
a
vez vai ser
million
diferente.
for your precious kindness,
Yo
brother.
creo que este
That
roster
share
es
means a
mejor
lot
que
to
el de
him.
Black Sentence
Yeah,
porque
I
con la
can see that,
experiencia
guys.
a la M7 fue
Even
muy buena, como
even
también
people
la sinergia que tenemos
without
con
their
el nuevo
eyes
equipo es muy buena.
can also see.
A Onyx é um grande time,
They
estão sendo
need
campeões faz bastante tempo na Indonésia, tem
bigger
jogadores muito bons,
chair.
ainda mais que entrou o Kelra. Eu acho que eles são muito fortes nas lanes, eu acho que a gente se pegar alguns heróis que tem pressão no
We just
começo do
start
jogo,
your
eu acho
channel.
que a gente
Thank
pode
you so
lidar
much,
bem contra
guys.
eles.
Para todos mis
Thank
fans,
you,
espero
everybody.
que puedan apreciar a este nuevo y mejorado equipo gracias a la nueva competencia MCT Amer.
Eu acho que os fãs podem esperar bastante coisa de nós, mesmo que caímos contra time forte,
Thank you so
e se
much, guys,
ganharmos,
for the
caímos
gift.
contra o atual
Appreciate it a
campeão
lot.
do MSC, eu acho que eles podem esperar bastante coisa da gente.
Clearly the strongest LATAM team right now, representing both North and South America as a region, saying we must support each other. And now they need to do it and get that support in the biggest of moments against Onyx. And I think, Mirko, when you look at it, they even mentioned Kelra jumping in.
What do you mean?
91% of the people who did their pick'ems think Onyx is going to win. It's not hard to doubt why.
Yeah, I mean, now that the 2 matches before this already concluded, I feel like these pick'ems predictions, you know, put a bit too much pressure on the favorite teams. But
yeah, that's right. That's
I think
true.
it's the same all the way in
Momo
every
and you.
region as well.
Oh,
If
you
take a
still
look at it,
remember?
Just with Kelra joining in, most people thought it's a guaranteed trophy again
So
domestically for
long
Onyx.
time already.
Unfortunately, that didn't happen because you know,
Is
Vitality
it very
goes.
famous?
But
Yes, I can
there
see
you
that,
go.
guys.
Onyx still coming into this. Favorites, it's just a question mark of has Kelra
So many
adapted to
people
fighters if we
on
are
my
seeing more of
YouTube
those fighters in the gold lane.
and
if
also my
entities
TikTok
haven't saw
just
anything
now.
from the previous matches and are now considering changing up their strategy just a little bit
Appreciate
to
it.
adapt a little bit more to what we
Appreciate
saw
it,
work
guys.
against the favorite teams. It might work out for them because if
Humbly
they try to play their style too much and they go blow for
happy.
blow for Onyx, it might be too tough.
You know, LATAM, obviously a region that is passionate. And one of the things we get to see in
I have a
these
lot
where I
of
cover as
Indonesia
well, just
friends.
such a
Really
fandom
friendly
there.
and
What can they
warmly.
do,
So
Remar?
cute
Is
Indonesian
it
girl.
giving them a little bit of
From
hope looking
Myanmar.
at the results
I'm
today
from
so
Malaysia,
far?
actually.
The underdogs have won every
Yeah.
single game.
But we are
Definitely. If the coaches and the players could get together and say, hey, if they could do it, we can too. We
amazing.
merged
Very
our
good.
regions. We're not just LATAM, we're the Americas now.
That's
we are
right.
fighting for the entire Americas region.
Yeah, I love that approach, man. You got to represent big, especially when you're on a big stage like MSC.
Trex support Amer, all right? NA might be out,
Where
but
your YouTube?
Amer's here to stay. What the heck is
you
a kilometer,
can
bro?
go to my link
What the
on
heck is a
bio.
kilometer, bro? That's a good
Or
one
you can
right
search
there.
Munji
I know
official.
KG is like, what,
I
2.2 pounds? I'm
live
getting
there.
there. All right, guys, it's time to get
Munji
ready. Our
used to
third
comment.
series of the day. It's Onyx versus Entity 7. Let's kick it
So,
off.
Yes, my friends, our next and third game is up upon us. However, I have to
W-
discuss the elephant in the room here,
chat
Rose,
room.
because today seems to
Just
be the day
support
of
my Myanmar
upsets.
cast. I love you. Welcome,
my
guys.
eyes just could not believe it. Aurora, Team Liquid?
Welcome.
Yeah, I feel like I'm losing my voice because I was yelling watching that game go
Thank
down.
you for the gift,
Wish
guys,
me luck.
everybody.
That was crazy, but you know
We
what's gonna
are
be
the
crazier?
world.
This match tree that we
We
have
are the
today. Ladies and
kingdom.
gentlemen, what time is it?
We are the
Perfect. Let us
You
get
know that song?
Onyx out on the stage right here with us.
Your caster Zeze is very famous, guys. Thank
The
you so
Sky
much.
Kings return to the MSC stage with
WZZ.
one goal in mind. Reclaim what was once theirs. With the
WZZ.
addition of the gold
Where you
standard
link, you can
in the
search,
team.
you
Will
can
it be
search
a
Munji.
W in the bag or does
Munji,
another
guys.
surprise await us today?
I would not knock down the opportunity of
I
a
left at
surprise
Moon
today.
Ji.
Let's welcome their
Moon
opponents.
is
Entity
handsome and patient, guys. Yes. Thank you.
They skipped the first 6 and on to the 7th. The inaugural MCT Americas champions have hit the MSC
Oh, you guys can
26
just
stage.
go
A
to
mixture
my
of the
private
best South
profile
America has to offer.
and
4 nations, 5
enter the
players,
link.
and a whole lot of disruptive aggression. Will they return to the international stage?
That
Keep
is
the
my
upset
YouTube
trend we've had
at
today.
pin comment. You
That
guys
is the
can search
question
there.
on everybody's mind.
You are the one of
You
my
are
favorite
right,
Millennium
Milosh.
Moon.
There's
Thanks for
only
helping
one
me, Mama.
way
Thanks
to
for your
know
chair.
if
Welcome,
today
guys.
will end in a chaos.
I don't even use it, guys.
Boys, you may place your keys
So better I
and
give
take
to
your
your
seats.
boy.
And of course, to our captains, don't forget your
JJ.
little handshake or a fist bump. You know what, Milosh? This game is honestly so exciting because of the
Sorry, guys,
amount
I'm
of
eating.
upsets and surprises that we've had today.
We've had a lot of
I
them.
love
We've had
Munji. I love you guys
games
too.
against TL before, but we got
Love
more to bring
from
you.
Malaysia.
Onyx take on Entity 7. Back
Thank
to
you
the
so
desk.
much.
Thank you, Milos and Rose. Who won that rock, paper, scissors match in that handshake?
Okay, listen.
That was the fastest rock, paper, scissors
Thank you
match
so
I've ever
much.
seen.
There's a positive to take out of that, right?
Yeah.
The worse you
Bro,
are at
macam mana
social
saja boleh kalah?
interactions, the better you are in game.
yeah.
Alright?
Gameplay
So-
dorang lah.
I
Dengan
believe
draft lah
that
tadi, guys.
wholeheartedly as well.
Aku rasa draft
One of the
Valentina
great
tak
things
sedap
about
tu.
this
Tadi 3
setup
game lah,
here
2
is
game
we
lah.
just get to see the unexpected again and again. We've seen it 2 series in a row. We now have a chance
We were
for Entity
international,
7
Mon.
and Onyx to go toe to toe.
Zero
Of
tolong
course,
aku.
if you want to check out 2 champions and
Dia
1
famous
game,
tu.
you can check out the
11K
My
juga.
Champions
Dia
pick.
punya
Pick your
YouTube.
dual champions, win 50,000 diamonds.
Dia punya
Scan
subscriber
QR code.
600 tu.
We'll have 5 winners with 10,000 diamonds each.
Dan
so
dia
make
ada
sure to check it
600
out. Maybe you will
600
end up
subscriber.
with the Grand Diamond prize available
Dia famous
and
tau.
live until July 27th.
I love
in just a
Munji.
few days, so make
I
sure
love
to
you
check
guys
it out
too.
and join up.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much
Mirko,
for
before
the
draft,
gifts, everybody. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the
what's the vibe here in the
subscribe.
building? Is
Thank you
it
for
that,
the button like.
upset feeling that we've got going on through everybody watching?
I think it's exactly that, man. After seeing back-to-back crazy upsets, you know, one
Oh,
better than the
Toda
other.
and Millennium Munji, yes.
You have
Yes,
that
sir.
feeling. I think it's in the air right
That's
now.
me.
It's in the atmosphere of the arena. I think the fans are feeling it as well.
Oh, yeah.
Entity 7, they walked up with crazy
Kalau
aura
dah
as
stream,
well.
you
They've
boleh
got the
ambil
confidence,
ke meja
seeing the 2
daripada apa tu?
upsets. I think they're going to be bringing up something special too. I think they have a lot of things cooked up.
Yeah,
I
they
think
have to.
the-
Previously,
the
teams from
Google
Latin
Translate
America have
is-
explained
is
in
bad.
international tournaments they want to play a little bit more or so much closer to the Southeast Asian teams, or the Southeast Asian teams being put them on a pedestal. But if there's any moment to tell your team, hey, maybe it's time for us to look
Thank
into
you for
ourselves
the
again and remind
10
ourselves
coin
of what we can
jewels.
do uniquely.
Kawadi.
What does our region do
Thank you
uniquely?
so much.
Then bring
Bye-bye,
that.
Promo.
It seems like this
Bye-bye.
MSC, you are definitely
Have a great one,
rewarded
guys.
for
Have a
playing
good
your
one.
own style, playing your own game.
Support your
And it wasn't
Zeze.
just even during MSC, even in MWI we saw that.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know,
Thank
sticking
you,
to your
Shark, for the
identity,
treasure box.
really
Macam mana boleh
bringing
stream
out
kat
your
Paris,
strengths,
Mon?
right? And keeping your weaknesses
Sebab
all hidden. And I
kerja.
think for Onyx, that's a
Macam
very
tu lah.
good
Kurang
approach
lah.
as well. I think for the longest time, a lot of the criticism sent to Onyx would be they're a bit too sporadic.
Yeah.
They go a little bit too improv in the drafts. When you look at CW, and yeah, none of them bring notes up on stage. So they're very
Our
improv,
country member we
which is
may
great
be
in this
poor,
meta. So
but
we'll
our
see
people
what
are
they can
never
cook up
poor
as
in
well.
gratitude and
Seems like there was
honesty. W
also,
Moon, thank you so
from
much.
Rose's
Lot
side,
of
just
jet.
speaking of him picking up the Rafaela, like, you know, this looked like I was given
Very
an
good.
opportunity to play it. And that
Very
type
good
of
word
adaptability
coming
and
from
comfort
you
with a
guys.
wide range of heroes
Love it,
is
bro.
going to make a difference in this meta that is, would you say, Renmar,
Bye,
it's fair
Mon.
to
Good
say
luck,
that
bro.
still kind
Thank
of
you,
being
guys. You
found
guys can
out
go
here?
to
I
Zeze
think
support
we're getting
support his
close to
streaming, bro.
hitting the ceiling of the meta, but
Show your love.
I would say maybe three or four more picks that we haven't seen yet that might pop up. My personal favorite is I would want to see the Martes somewhere, whether as a jungle pick or as a unique pick in the mid lane. And we do have precedence with that from MSC 2 years ago, brought out by Team NIP Flash, and they were able to make it work.
Thank you,
then.
Mo.
So I
Welcome,
think
guys.
there's still enough room,
Welcome.
but we're just about to level out, especially with the rise of Barretts and the EXP lane brought out by Team Spirit
Welcome.
and Aurora.
That's true. That character, hero, doing a lot to help round out this squad. But Paquito in the gold
Sorry,
lane,
guys.
going into
that too, yeah.
Fighter-heavy
See, translation,
composition,
hard support.
surprising people.
Thank
going,
you,
well, we
Fota.
need some more range here. We need something. How are we going to pressure?
Thank
but
you,
when
my
win the
fan.
game
Love you
so
guys.
fast, the
Yes,
pressure's already
that
there,
is
Miro.
my
Yeah, it almost seems like the siege.
moderator,
you
you
know,
know?
question marks on how are you going to siege with no marksman, how are you going to siege with no range.
Yeah.
That's just been thrown out of the window, right?
Yeah.
It's all about
I don't
fighting. It's
care.
all
You are
about
from
building those
Myanmar.
early
You are
leads
from
and taking those
Paris.
skirmishes
You are
to
from
your
Indo.
opponents,
You are
right?
from
Both teams
Philippines. I don't care,
equally as
guys.
aggressive. So it
We
just
are
comes down
same
to
same
who's better
people, you
on the
know.
assassins. since Entity 7, with the same
You
approach
are
as TLPH
just a
in
human.
Game 1 against Aurora Turkey, it was the Fanny and the Ling Band straight up.
Yeah, but we do know that we still have the Herrera available and will be a point of contention. I see Freya available as well, depending if Entity 7 will ban out the Phobius
We may
or
be
not.
good.
So I
We
think
may
we're
be
going to
poor,
go
but
into the
never be
similar priorities. They
poor.
ban out the Claude, so they really look at Kyrie and Kelra and
Much
said,
love
alright,
from
we're going to take
Tokyo
out some of their
Kedah.
comforts. I feel like the Claude might have been too much.
Yeah, I agree. If they go for the Hirara first pick, though, this leaves Entity
Nampak
7
lah.
with a very good approach.
Nampak
Go
bro.
for the Eudora straight
Wow,
up on
that's new.
Marcel.
Oh, yeah.
First time
That's right.
that it's been left open, I believe, yeah? It's always been banned out. The Harith prior
Munji
is
Eudora outplay.
quite
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah, I feel like this is
Yes,
Entity 7 looking at Onyx comforts and going, yeah, we're just going to pluck them away from you, which might lean towards the dangerous territory that I don't want them to go into, which is to look too much into
Alhamdulillah, dia got
Onyx
zero
and try
tu.
to deny. Hopefully, this still leans towards their playstyle. I mean, we look at Doom, we look at how he likes to play in the gold lane, and so far, this is a little bit more akin to just a few months back, a meta from 2 to 3
What
months
is
ago,
this?
where if the focus
Oh,
is
YG,
available,
I
you
see.
pick it up. You don't have to
Thank
worry
you
about
so
the player
much.
showing up here because
Thank you
it's
so
going to
much,
be up
bro.
against the Phobius.
Appreciate
But
it.
who knows? Maybe Onyx might put that up in the gold lane. I don't know anymore. What
Dapat
is this meta?
dapat ni guys YG punya lanyard.
Atlas Valentina Esmeralda
Lanyard.
banned on the side of Onyx. And you saw the Claude
We
lane
are the
and the
world.
Fanning taken away.
We are the
Aurora picked up
children.
for Onyx. We've seen
We
her
are
have
the
such an impact. I mean, it's scary to go up against.
I'm wondering now if it's going to
Korang
be the
pula
Hirara
agak
coupled
speed
down
dia.
with
Even
Eudora.
aku tak ramai
Because
macam
this
ni kan.
combination
Apa kata
should
korang
be
cakap lah.
very,
Hi
very
from
scary.
Malaysia
Anybody
ke
that
apa ke
walks
kan.
up is
Kejap
gonna
kan.
get completely bursted, and
Dia left
the
kat
fact
YT.
there you go is the Eudora.
ZZ
The
nama
fact
dia
that
guys.
they picked up
ZZ.
the Harith after seeing the Marcel means
Z
that they are
casting.
very confident they can stop the Marcel from getting a golden hour on
Dia bagi aku
the
YG.
Harith, right? Because like
Yang
at this
Galacticus
point,
punya
I think
lanyard
we've
dia.
gotten accustomed to Marcel's really wreaking
Cantik
havoc
ah
to a
warna
Harith
ungu dia.
composition just by
Yes,
delaying this
100%.
on-force.
Love
Yeah,
it.
it's always really tough for Harith to deal with it.
Oh.
They get an Eve. This really is very
Thank you
throwback
so much.
to just
Yeah,
2
we're
to 3
mixing
months
it up.
ago. Mixing it up, definitely. Onyx is going a little bit more for what we're used to with this current metagame, while for Entity 7 throwing it back. Maybe their last 2 picks, I think it has to be something
Boleh
a little bit newer because
explain
if they lean a
sistem
little bit
MSC
too
ni
much
macam
into
mana
what
saja
were 2 to
jumpa
3
siapa
months
dekat
ago,
lower.
it's a little bit outdated.
So basically
Well, that's the question.
sekarang ni belum lagi kan?
Group B
Tak silap aku
going
diorang
back
belum jumpa, belum tahu lagi
into
siapa
these
yang
first two
jumpa.
series have seen surprise after
Kalau tengok
surprise
bracket
today.
dekat MPLMY,
It wouldn't surprise us now if we see something different and interesting. These are the picks that have kind of thrown
kalau aku tengok dekat
a
MPLMY,
wrench into the plans.
kan?
But you know what they say, the best and the most well-laid plans.
I wonder if CW would be, not CW, excuse me. Lutfi, there we go.
Yeah.
Lutfi would be up to play his one of
Saji
his
turun.
iconic heroes in the Lapu Lapu.
Yang
Does it
kalah
really
P6.
well. Against Harith, up against the Phobius, you get the dive against the E.
Yang kalah
You get
P6.
the strong crowd control, the damage, should be good.
Dengan yang
There's something
menang
better that I think
P7.
Entity 7 need to ban out. The Esmeralda is still
Menang
up against
P7.
the Harith, against the
ban.
P7
Phobius.
kat mana tu?
First ban by Onyx.
I'm blind, bro. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not
We're
caffeinated enough.
We're not used to seeing it on that side.
Yeah,
very
that
much,
early on. The
Yeah.
Eastern Chin. All right, so
Eh?
what about the Uranus, right? We saw the Uranus earlier find a lot of success in
Oh,
game number 1.
Yeah, and they banned it out. So
Siapa
Yeah.
P7?
Stop it, Entity. Calm down, man.
But you could tell you're like mirroring that conversation though.
Yeah.
It's like, well, what about this? Oh no, let's take that
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
So now where did it go?
I still think the Lapu.
I think Lapu works if it is a
Okay.
utility jungle that Entity 7 will be picking up. I think the glue is a very good shout
So-
as well for
Ooh.
XP.
Yeah, yeah.
Kemungkinan
So if ever that's
Saya
the case,
saja
then
akan
maybe Entity
lawan
7
yang
would like
kalah.
to hold on to their jungle pick for last. You pick up
Eh,
the
tak
roamer
juga.
at red 4.
kalah
just so that
P1,
Onyx would
P2.
toss a coin whether or not they will be going up against a
Entahlah,
utility
dok.
jungle or not. But then with the damage up of an even
Boleh jadi
Harith,
jumpa
I
TLBH
think
tu
this would
sebenarnya.
be okay because they need a little bit more physical.
Kenapa ramai fan luar negara
Too much
ni?
magic
Tak,
damage,
tak
and Radiant
ada.
armor, Athena shields, those are your main opponents.
There you go.
They take out the Nolan too.
Dia ada
No assassin's
caster dia kat
available right now. If
sini.
you want to go assassin, it has to be
Caster from
one that's
Myanmar.
unorthodox. Something that's very different.
Dia duduk,
Every
kerusinya
other
kecil.
assassin should find.
Lepas tu ada satu kerusi
Me neither, me
yang
neither.
tak ada siapa-siapa nak duduk, tak ada orang
It's
teman
gonna
kan.
be really
Dia duduk kerusi
tough
kecil, aku
to
cakap
make
kan.
this work.
Aku
Especially with the presence
aku
of
bangun,
the
aku tengok
Eudora
kerusi dia. Bapak
around,
kecil saya
the
badan dia
fact that
besar
Gerard
gila
can
tu
save
guys.
herself from getting comboed by the
Aku
Suyo.
cakap kalau kau nak ambil
This,
kerusi ni,
again,
ambil je lah. Tak ada
screams,
siapa
3
duduk.
months ago.
So even more reason to pick up the glue now. If you're
Lepas
Onyx,
tu dekat
right?
stream dia, dia
Then you
famous
round up
guys.
the draft with a gold
600K.
laner. I think Moskov is a solid
Dia
option
punya
to go
subscriber.
for. If they want to play
Tiba-tiba
strong
kena
side,
serang.
I'd say. No, I think just the Moskov.
Yeah.
Moskov's just safe.
Yeah, Moscow's good. You know you're up against the Eve. You can approach it from all angles. But here we go, Onyx.
Dia kata dia sangat
back.
perlukan kursi
That's
tu
gonna
lah
be
sebab
going
dia
to the
sakit
EXP,
belakang
so-
lah duduk kat kursi tu.
Hirara isn't that much of a basic attack hero, so I think. Oh.
So aku happy, dia happy.
Granger.
Everybody
Granger,
happy.
that's interesting. I thought they'd go for
Reaction.
something with harder basic attack, but I think
Same.
they're very happy. They just want to get that Granger and the Marcel
Apa nama
combo
streamer tu?
together.
Kau orang search
I mean, they can't They couldn't have
Dia
gone
bagi aku
so
layan
wrong
lah.
with the pick. It's
Layan,
not a bad
ya.
pick.
Kalau
Is there
saya
something that
Z
stops it
casting
right
channel.
now, or do they need to pick that up still on Entity 7's side?
Right now, I
Amai
don't really
dia.
see anything that can really stop this kind of composition. Yeah. It doesn't look like, I mean, the standard choice would just be the Belleric in Rome.
He's been pretty dominant so far, I will say, as a hero today. Won most of his games, although did lose that last one that
Dia taraf-taraf top 5 lah.
Aurora Gaming by Team Liquid.
It wouldn't even be too crazy to go Gato Catcha, I'd say, as well, but they
Top
go for
steamer.
the chip. Whoa.
All right.
Adding to the unique hero pool seen so
Dude,
far. I think they
every
added 2 or
game.
3.
Yeah, what the heck? All right, we're just seeing surprises. The great
Dekat sana.
dragon, you're playing strong side.
Thank you
The
for
chip here
help,
is like,
Caster. Welcome, guys.
it's great, but it will
No worries,
always
guys.
be dictated by your
No
first ult.
worries.
If your first ult goes bad, that's GG.
Yeah, and also the question is, which one's going to hold the Piercer for Onyx? Yeah, usually you don't want to see 2 Piercer holders together. I think they're just confident enough to just plop it
Zero
onto the
ko.
Hirara.
Akhirnya aku dapat 2
2
minum, I guess.
Everyone from afar anyway. They have some
Selepas
strong frontliners with very
dah lama,
decent damage. So
marilah
they have a
kita.
good damage spread. All right, let's see if Entity 7 can play the map here because team fighting might be difficult.
All right, 92% of you think Onyx is going to take this one over Entity
Alhamdulillah,
7.
sorry.
Still think so after the draft?
SRG
We'll find
jumpa
out who
GK
was right as
ataupun
we get
Yangon.
over to our casters
Ya
to
ke?
kick
Dah confirm
off
ah?
Game 1 of our third series
Confirm
of
ke,
this.
guys?
This third series is going to be real interesting.
Guys,
Looking
is it
at the way
okay
this
if aku
draft is
tutup
gonna
cam kejap,
play
guys?
out, and it
Is it
feels
okay?
like
Boleh lepas
there's
makan, ah?
answers on both sides. The real question and the real test
Kenapa dengan
is
Myanmar
when
pun tengok
they hit
kat
the
video
land
dia
of
tok penuh
dawn.
komen dia orang.
First interaction, how are they
Kau
going to
pergi
play
tengok
this out,
YT lah.
guys? Because the way that I see it, Chip has
Malu
already
anak
figured
ulang.
out the starting point of the enemy jungler. The same can be said for Onyx side and Entity 7. Like Mirko
Malu
said,
doh.
it's that first portal that's going to make the difference.
Yeah, the chip is in a... it's just in a weird place right now, I feel like. I almost thought they'd just go with Onyx. That's not the case, but... You know, whoa, already taking a lot of damage early on.
Penat ulang-ulang. Adalah okey dia ulang-ulang. Malu doh.
First blood already
Oh,
going to
oh,
Onyx to
Onyx.
start things off.
Oh man, that was a mistake for sure.
Pani banyak naik kau tahu tak berapa orang follow aku kat TikTok dengan ni YT banyak bodoh. Hampir 1000 orang juga doh yang masuk dalam live aku tadi dekat TikTok dengan YT. W Moon, thank you so much Yuto.
Now they have the information. Kyrie is having the time of his life.
Moon, show your face, wait.
Yeah, this is something that they can continue to do. Going back on the chip pick,
I will
we'll have to
open
see
like
if they
after
can
1 minute,
utilize
okay?
Shortcuts, the portals, like you mentioned.
1 minute.
Again, you don't see him picked up too often. It's him and usually the Lo Yi that can play that macro level kind of style of gameplay. And Chip, if utilized correctly, can do a whole lot here. But with a Marcel in this set of the mid lane, that's what they're going to go for anyway. Sans, there's some revenge. Bagwin also able to get a kill now for himself. So, hey, good for Entity 7 to get things going.
Tanya Moon, 150k follower. What? Like for real? Alhamdulillah. Wih. Naik 2000 juga orang follow aku. Sorry, banyak agak Yang penting banyak guys. Alhamdulillah 150k dah guys dalam tangan.
Only picked a couple times
AP doh
so
asa.
far.
Thank
You
you
know,
doh.
this is going to the hands of Calra. Obviously, very comfortable
Buka
on this
keluar
hero to
nenek
make
kau.
it work, but you know, I think that's the main thing too. You know, the decision between who gets the Sky Piercer.
Okay,
most
I
likely,
open.
as Pam mentioned Hirara here. You know, you got to protect still Calra on the
Rezeki
Granger.
tolong
He's got
orang.
the range to
Itulah
work
tu.
with, and yeah, I
Sorry,
kind of
sorry,
agree.
sorry.
Maybe a little bit
My
stronger of an
camera.
auto attacker, you know, where he's got to rely on the Rhapsody shots. But it's all about positioning, and we've seen it before from Calra. First turtle up though, that's already gonna get started down. RW drop
kena
down,
Lutfi.
gone, and now Akashi gonna get shredded
E7.
through here. So a bit of a trade.
E7
Turtle
kalau kat
still up,
kita
2
yang
points.
pelik tu dok.
Almost level
Tapi
4,
aku
we'll
tahu
have that
E7.
golden hour available
Yang
now.
berapa
They
sekarang?
play
Sekarang
around
pukul
the
3.
sets, going forward
3
with the
petang.
flicker. There's the damage we were looking for again. As
Sakit.
Kyrie picks up a kill for
Kyrie.
himself.
Great coordination from the mid trio here. Great showing, and more importantly, they understand that Bagwin, he's about to get level 4,
Sopin
so
bro,
there's no
Sopin.
point risking it, even though
Satu
Kyrie
good
does
gesture
have a
terus
level
datang
4
rezeki.
on
Alhamdulillah ya
push.
guys
At this stage of the game,
Alhamdulillah.
right, we're thinking about
Rezeki ya guys.
advantages from top side.
Rezeki
Probably
W,
not gonna
thank
see
you.
much go on. It's a sandbag
YT,
on that side.
YouTube
Calra,
people
he's gotta be really
from
careful. As
Myanmar,
long as
thank
that flicker
you.
is down, if he pushes himself too far forward, if Doom gets a Zaman Force directly on top
Malu
of
lah
him,
tu,
he can
itulah
kill him
tu.
in that lane. So he's got to be careful for that.
What I want to see from Entity 7 here is just playing around their strengths.
We are the
really,
children.
you know, real world manipulation.
12K, 13K kat live dia.
Kyrie
Kat YouTube.
sees. He's like, hide on bush. I see you in that bush. I'm going to go for this anyway. A lot of damage coming through. Ollie-ooping it over to
Malu-malu sampai ulang ayat yang sama. Itu je doh aku dapat fikir guys.
Yeah, the problem is that
Malu-malu pula, malu doh.
Stun be thrown out. He has no way to kind of, you know, close the get out with any iframes at that point. Kelra now getting an early sky piercer is
30k view dia. Sekarang. Serius lah.
Yeah. First fight here. Because so far Sans has kind of given the layup.
Tadi aku tengok macam 11k je.
Yeah, eventually, but the strengths, man, and this is why the Adora is so just a top priority pick right now. You're seeing it in action in the early game to be able to set things up in this manner and also kind of supplement a jungler like the Hirara in the hands of Kyrie is something that you can make work so well.
Patutlah ramai yang serang tadi guys.
All the way to the late game. And now this
30k bro.
finally going to be started up here. It's been delayed pretty much out. They're going to go
dia
for
macam
another
fake
kill.
lah, fake Myanmar guys. Dia kurang lah.
Golden Hour is going to drop down. Now Kelra's a part of the
Aku
fight.
tolong orang yang betul lah.
Doom's got a defensively Zaman
Rezeki oh, rezeki.
another kill for Onyx. And they'll finally make their way for this turtle here. Shin's got no option but to back off. There is a push in the mid though, at least.
Nick nampak strong ah.
Something for Entity 7. How much damage did he?
Boleh ni jilat lebih jap lagi. Tak ada lah guys. Aku tolong pun sebab memang concern. Badan dia besar guys duduk kat kunci tu. Apa TikTok orang tu? Kat TikTok dia tak famous. Dia famous kat YT guys. Dia ada silver button tu.
That a flicker is burned out from Shin just because.
Tapi kalau aku live macam dia kat YouTube pun aku boleh stay dulu kat Paris. Aku dah lama kepo lagi. Kau tengok orang macam dia pun boleh tau. Bukan macam Maple, malas nak teman aku kat sini. Rupanya kaya dah member. Dia rezeki tak salah alamat itulah tu. Tapi Sofia tadi memang macam siau tu kat komen. Macam bangkit dia.
And it's right lined up for Shin and out in the mid lane. Daytona's welcome into the team.
Oh, terkena. Wih.
Hoopy's gone, but he's
Seven.
looking to fight back.
Oh, almost ah, almost.
Burn the flicker, the re-engage comes through. Snapshots are there. Oh, Bagwin 1 HP. He'll get back to base. Could have been
Sampai kan memang nanti balik ikat budak kecil. I would like to help you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ZHP.
Somehow Kelra has been more effective in these team fights in comparison to Doom, who's been struggling again because of that golden hour.
I'm not feeling very well guys.
More time, right? Golden hour
E7 negara USA tak salah aku guys. North America. Dia daripada North America guys eh.
Don't have enough damage, right? You can see that Doom
North America pun boleh bagi fight oh.
But they still have plenty of battle spells. So the innate impact that we see
terbanyak pula air jatuh tumpah.
It's just too much to handle.
Yeah, the world. Yeah. Oh, South America, South. Dia South America. Match banyak fight eh. Group B tu guys. Group B tu, Group B. Group B memang kuat-kuat tu. Bro, you are a good boy. Thank you so much. My parents raised me to become a very good people, very good human.
We haven't seen him pop up as much, especially
yes.
back, wildcard and then even
yes.
MWI. And it's like,
thank you very much, guys.
So
from people from Myanmar, appreciate it.
But even Chip can do something similar.
Saja jumpa TLPH ke nanti? Aku tak pasti lah guys. Kata Rose tadi kemungkinan boleh jumpa lah.
Bush will just now pick up that sky piercer though.
I'm not sure if that's even going to get any value this time around. Considering what's about to happen, Hidam Bush gets
tidur lagi dia.
These interceptions, they can't wait. Hold on.
Oh, they're just going for it. Another stack for Kelra. Akashi could be next. Infernal Pursuit, but there's a double. Now for this Granger for Kelra, stacks on stacks, and that's going to be a turret and just another objective.
That's a huge miscommunication for the side of Entity 7. Onyx now going to take full advantage of this as Kelra now leading the charge by himself with the rest of his team to say, you know what? We're going to take everything. What are you going to do? Chase us? Doom trying, but he's not going to catch up to Keyboy.
Tapi dia punya Harit ni nampak macam boleh kak.
Marcel like that, so... Yeah, I don't know. That was clearly a mistake, a misstep there for E7 to be on that side and lose their jungler, but the punishment also is just more turrets, more space. Even
two girlfriend. Oh no, I already married, bro.
And then you get collapsed on. And if you line
I married
yourself
already.
up like this for E7, you're trying to keep things from getting too worse. It's just Onyx does such a
Lepas
great
tengok
job of keeping
jadual,
those stacks on
SRG
the show,
berkemungkinan
too.
boleh
They
jumpa
know
Onyx
that
atau
that's a big part
Aurora.
of these fights now. I mean, look at the health bars. They're just dropping as
Dua-dua
they try
kuat
to
tu.
get to the base. They try to get away, but Bagwin's down, and now Akashi gets blown up as well from the shots from Kelra.
He didn't want to use his
Merah.
flicker either. Again, I feel like
6-0-1
E7, they
dah
understand
member,
that the
eh.
battle spells are like so key to their composition, but at the same time, they're not using it to save themselves. Now we have
No,
a
suruh
13
kahwin dua.
lead, a 5.7k lead.
Dia kata aku patut ada dua awet.
I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty devastating. On top of the fact that Kelra is almost max stacks at this stage of the game on his Sky Piercer.
Yeah. Keyboy and Sans both just doing an amazing job throughout this game too to set things up. Look at the difference here now in the mid lane.
Oh,
They're
silap.
actually able to get loot beat.
Silap
Keyboy
langkah.
and Sans, do they want to fight this? I know they got Kelra there, but still, you don't want to get overzealous and get punished here. You got a 6,000 gold lead if you're Onyx. You want to keep that together for this Lord here in about 30.
Tengok item sikit.
First items priority. I
glowing
like how
dia buat.
Loopy is like, no, I'm not gonna think about sustain
Diorangnya
whatsoever.
glowing.
All I'm thinking about is maintaining
Glowing
my
mod.
stacks, get me a Guardian helmet, and I'll make something happen.
Level
He is a
more.
big
Thank you,
boy
I'm
for a good
Kiat.
reason, but also such a huge
I hope I
burn for
pronounce your
E7.
name
Like, what are they
very
gonna do
good,
as soon as
okay?
he starts charging up the Daytona's welcome, right? On the opposite side, I do want to see whether or not E7 specifically
Tapi ni kalau main makro sebenarnya Seven boleh pergi tu.
Yeah, I feel like he's been trying, you know, like he's been trying to find that positioning, but there just hasn't been that opening that they're looking for. And now at this point, it looks like E7's just gonna have to give this Lord over to Onyx, let them do their things. Akashi's gonna give the information. There's quite a few here. They're trying to push up top too, but Lord already secured by Kyrie. Bagwin gone. I mean, this is
Nampak
just
macam menang easy pun
not
ada
where
ni.
you want to be, and now Daytona's welcome to
Tapi
keep
Suyo
Akashi
tengah
in
tu ah,
place.
tu ah.
Line
Suyo
it
lawan
up
San.
again for Kelra
Suyo
to
lawan
get
San.
a double again.
Suyo lawan San.
And E7, it's looking really dire here in game one.
I think this game is almost over. Onyx is
Kena
at the point where their
kacau.
snowball is a little too big.
Kena ni,
And
kena ni,
they're stopped,
kena
they're
ni.
purposely delaying
Kena
Idol,
ni.
where he will not be able
Sap,
to get with the
boom,
rest of his team. And now
tidur.
his death timer is staggered.
Semudah itu, semudah ABC.
Already base turret's going to be worked on. Doom trying to drop it down with his Amen Force, but still just delaying possibly the inevitable here. Almost a 9,000 gold lead as Lord is going to approach this mid turret. The defense shield still going to pop, but the Lord is still up, and now the pressure's here. 15 still, 4 hide on hook, push to be up. You're going to drop it down, and once again, Lutfi, Daytona's welcome. Throw him into the wall. Kyrie, meanwhile, on the other side,
Tak
working.
main
Burns a
siap
flick
E7.
around Akashi. No chance. And now looking to take out Doom as well. He's trying to avoid the shots from Kelra, but he can't avoid Kyrie. And they're looking for more. Finally, Kelra goes down.
Oh,
But
double kill.
Kyrie's
Okay,
here as
tidur.
well.
Menek.
It's a different take.
Menek.
It's a
Gila ah.
for Kyrie.
Maniac siap
Needed in
Kyrie.
this game one under 12 minutes. They'll cap out
Assassin
game
tu
one
guys.
against Entity 7.
Memang Kyrie ah tu.
The final score, and they're gonna farm
Memang Kyrie ah tu.
before they close out
Assassin
the
punya
very
meta.
first match. Egos were tested this time round. Entity 7 said, you know what,
Mudah-mudah
we're
ah.
comfortable with this style of composition, but it doesn't matter how comfortable you are. If you're walking into counter picks, there are certain expectations that
pertama.
need to be understood. That
Macam
real
tu je
overregulation
fikir-fikir.
was not going to find much
Cuba
value
fikir jap.
until the golden hour is down. The shortcut, same problem. So the question is, who throws out the ability first?
Oh man, seemed like there was a lot of problems to solve.
Dia buat
there,
macam
even,
lawan bot.
you
Dia
know,
buat
for
macam main rank
Seven.
tu guys.
Sometimes it was
Risau ah.
themselves, you know, solve the problems
Terlampau
of
mudah ah
themselves,
tengok.
positioning their choices on the way that they moved around the map there. I think that was one of the biggest things is, you know, sometimes you
Main
end up
rank.
delaying yourselves that chance to get back into the game or get a
We
game
are
started
the
on your favor because
world,
you
yeah.
look at the highlights here.
Hari ni aku tak buat ni sangat doh.
You're playing against a
Aku
golden
tak
hour,
buat
which really set things up for a Granger. You know, all you have to do is line up those Rhapsody shots and even, you know, that'll get you the stacks you
tak
need,
buat
but
vlog
then
sangat doh
you
guys.
don't have control of your own
Sebab aku duduk
jungle.
sini je kan.
And the snowball just
Aku
started
buat vlog
so
pagi
quickly
tadi
here for
sebelum
not
nak
just Kelra,
gerak.
but the rest of Onyx here.
Dah.
Just
Semalam
everybody
lagi
on the
banyak.
side of Onyx was really in tune with each
Tak
other this
apalah.
time round, but
Boleh
I'd
kot.
say NT7 they can
Hari
go
pertama
for
banyak
compositions like
sikit,
this,
lama
especially knowing
sikit
that you're
kan.
playing into the Marcel.
Tengoklah
It's
nanti.
tough. It really is tough. Considering that the snowball always starts with Kyrie and Sans, they might want to start
Post
attacking
vlog
the
bila?
mid-shield.
Aku rasa
Upcoming games is a form of adaptation.
aku nak
The
kena
lane
ni ah
phase,
guys.
Even for Akashi into Lupti, basically nothing
Aku
happened.
pun tak tahu
Lupti
doh.
didn't find much of an advantage despite Keller losing his flicker
Kyrie
early
dengan
on,
Kira je
but
kan PH,
Keller just
ha-ha.
played the lane so perfectly, right? Hey, fast clear the wave, go for the recall, and now Doom has nothing to pounce on once I get back into lane.
Yeah, even this, you know, I mean, they They gave Kyrie, you can see a smile on his
Gelak-gelak
face.
dong member.
Line it up for the Savage there for him. I'm so surprised.
Tapi
We're
kan,
gonna start
kali ni
seeing
kan,
if teams over the course of
kalau
MSC,
Hera dah masuk kan,
ban out the Hirara, man. I don't know. Maybe that's one of the points of the draft.
tak lepas juga kan. Final lah paling-paling kan. Tidur
When
orang.
we start thinking about the assassins, you start thinking about the links, you start thinking about the Heraras. What about the
Susah.
others? We have yet to see a Lancelot. Obviously, we still have the Harley in play. Hayabusa? Nobody even thought about that as well?
I know.
Warcry assassins are very, very unique in this current meta. It's one of the few assassins that can actually, hey, we can fight a little bit early on, but we gotta play the mid games nice and slow. But when we get that snowball, you can just see that overwhelming force. Walk into your jungle, take whatever you want, slap them up a little bit, leave a receipt, and walk away.
You can walk away. I mean, Entity 7, you gotta give it up to them. They tried to go into the jungle of Onyx here, and they tried to put some pressure.
Ramai gila tu yang komen dekat aku punya video-video baru guys. Orang dalam Myanmar. Naik tu viewer aku. Naik tu.
It's almost in that case where if you're gonna bring out the chip.
Ini macam banyak padu je mu sebab pack assassin juga ke? Aku rasa sebab yang lain pun dah slowly follow lah guys. Diorang mesti akan tengok MPLPH, diorang akan tengok MPLMY.
Exactly, right? I mean, we don't even need to look at the numbers to know that this was an overwhelming victory. So a lot of it
kita
really
tengok
comes down to how does the composition work together
Wikipedia.
at different stages of the game. And I think, unfortunately for Hainan Bush, just unfamiliar with this
Tapi aku
particular
tak tahu lah macam
matchup
mana nak
against
tukar,
Hirara,
tak
because
boleh
as soon
tukar
as
tu
you use that stun
bangkit
to
lah.
initiate, you're not gonna escape. Hirara
Ini
is
lah kan,
great
dekat
at
YT hari ni paling banyak like lah kan. 500, hampir 600 like tu. Hampir 600 like tu. Paling banyak guys. Bila gerak Paris, aku pun tak tahu tu guys nak gerak Paris ke tak. Aku rasa macam nak cancel lah. Dia.
Put it in the hands of a jungler like Kyrie, it's gonna be even worse for you. So
Alhamdulillah, sorry guys.
Moving on, if Entity 7 can just take.
Thank you Kemal for the follow. Mana dah follow, thank you so much guys.
Go ahead and do his thing, but
appreciate
it's
sangat.
much more than that. One thing we have learned over these weeks, Gideon, is that Hirara, to be able to be successful like we saw this, you need that team support.
Yes.
You need everyone to be able to help that Hirara get to
Nak
that
tengok
point.
Collis
And this is,
juga.
I think Onyx just really showcased that perfectly here in Game 1.
It's so
Collis,
very
ya.
good.
Collis
that they,
famous
again,
juga,
it's
Collis.
about the micro mechanics on top of just seeing the bigger picture to everything that's happening here. That's why I was thinking whether or not they were going to get
Asal
access
Dok Fi nak
to some
kirim
of the
jersey
favorites
tu.
for either one of these sides, for either Lupti or even Akash to get. I was thinking Esme, but
Benda aku dah kat sini dah Dok.
maybe they're going to get Paquito.
Pukul kau tahu
We're
ah.
not going to get Paquito either, so maybe they might shift into a more
Jangan pukul.
damage-oriented style for the side of Entity 7 rather than, you know what, we're going to team fight with team fight. Scrap that. Let's get really, really messy here. Let's go for the scramble.
Takkan ni mana milih yang kau rasa seronok untuk tengok?
We've seen different strategies now from multiple teams.
Aku suka Rosa.
Hell, one of them
Rosa.
obviously Gaming from the last series where it was just a
Siapa
very
lagi?
different concept of play style, more of that sustainability, kind of dragging things out. But this is one of the big things here that the meta is shaping to be.
Well, speaking of meta, we've got a little special somebody up on that stage. Let's throw it over to see who it is.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights.
Rosa bro, kau suka Rosa? Aku suka gameplay. Aku suka gameplay dia guys.
For every click, every clutch, every respawn.
Bodoh.
We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Sofia doh. Thank you Vitamin D for the treasure box. I don't understand English or Malay much, but I stay for your live stream because you are so kind. Thank you so much. I'm Kiat. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry,
this is
but
really
there's
interesting
so
because
much
finally
thing
we get to
happen
meet you
at
in person,
at
and
once.
it's amazing to finally see a representation from
Kau pakai handphone
South
sendiri ke macam mana?
Amer.
Pakai handphone yang
So, a
disediakan
Latam
lah.
representation. What
Apa
does
yang
this
kau macam
mean to you
mengantuk
coming
pun?
into
Tak ada.
MSC?
Mana dia ngantuk? Okey. Kenapa? Tak ada lighting ni doh. Nampak muka aku macam budak tak sekolah tau.
Mucho para mí por los logros que he convertido, lo que he hecho en general, de ser coach, jugador, analista, es algo muy bueno para mí llegar a este punto y nada, me siento muy feliz.
It is really big for me because I've been a coach, a player, and an analyst. So everything I've been doing throughout my career, this is a really big thing for me, and I'm extremely happy.
All right. So you've done
Tak, aku kan post
almost
gambar
every
dengan
single
Brigida
role.
apa semua kan.
So what made you come back as a player?
Sofia pernah aku post gambar dengan dia
Básicamente
juga.
todo lo que se puede hacer.
Boleh.
¿Qué hizo que regresaras como jugador?
No, de
tak
hecho
boleh,
estoy
guys.
cumpliendo varios roles ahora, estoy cumpliendo de
Tak,
coach,
tengah nak
analista
cari
y
gambar
bueno,
je.
sigo siendo jugador a
Cari
pesar de
gambar je.
todo.
I'm actually doing
Aku dengan
everything
Sofia
right
jarang
now. I'm the
gambar
coach,
doh.
I'm the analyst, and I came back as a player.
Oh, okay. So he's doing everything right now. So with that kind of knowledge, how does he see the matchup
Ni nak
against
macam
Onyx?
comel.
Because considering Onyx are one of the favorites here coming into MSC.
Y con todo este conocimiento, ¿cómo ves tu enfrentamiento en contra de Onyx? Ya que Onyx son uno de los favoritos en el torneo.
La verdad no estaría tan seguro porque es una experiencia nueva para mí internacionalmente, es la primera vez que puedo enfrentarme a equipos internacionales y bueno, todo dependerá de cómo nos desempeñemos, cómo estemos trabajando como equipo, pero por lo general yo nos veo bien personalmente contra Onyx.
I can really be certain because this is first for me. It's the first experience that we get a chance to go against international level teams. So I personally think that we are really good right now as in terms as a team, but I couldn't be sure.
Okay. Any nerves though? Is there nerves up against Onyx?
¿Cómo van los nervios? ¿Te sientes un poco nervioso? No.
Post baru penuh dengan fans dari Myanmar.
That didn't need translation. I felt that confidence coming through. But of course, you're going head to head later on with Kyrie. Is there anything maybe you want to say to Kyrie come this next matchup?
¿Te vas a enfrentar 1-1 contra Kyrie? ¿Hay algo que le quisieras decir a Kyrie en este enfrentamiento?
Nada, que sea un buen juego y que bueno, que gane mejor.
I wish for a good game and may the best one win.
Oh, nice. Cold, calm, collected. I like that. Haidon Bush, good luck for your next match because we're throwing it over back to the studio.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Aku nak jumpa tu doh, Carson Magnus. Aku nak jumpa Carson Magnus doh. Nanti kalau ni aku nak bergambar dengan dia. Bukan selalu doh. Dengan Fakers aku dah pernah jumpa depan-depan. Dengan Carson Magnus belum. Hello Mo, hello. SIG jumpa gig atau Yangon kan? Asal gig pula. Masih bila ada gig doh. Tak nak bergambar dengan Rosa ke? Dengan Rosa Tengok ah. Kalau ada terjumpa dia ke di main chess dengan dia, aku kalahkan dia bodoh. Dia mudah je doh. Tapi Magic Chess lah. Bukan chess yang papan tu guys. Magic Chess. InsyaAllah aku boleh kalahkan dia guys kalau Magic Chess.
Game number 2 between Onyx and Entity 7. It was tough for Entity 7 to say the least, as Onyx stomped right through them, through their Marcel, and of course that Granger picked up by Kelra. Renmar and Miracle here still talking to you over the draft. Okay, I think we can go back to maybe the first set of bans here for E7. I feel like that Claude ban was way too much.
I feel like everything was a bit too much, Renmar, right? Because we have to take into account that, for me at least, looking at those drafts, Entity 7 were coming into game number 1, not trying to win, but trying not to lose, right? Because usually you would ban Fanny and Ling, and you would pick up a jungler in the first phase, knowing, okay, they went up on the Hirara, it's going to be closed out later on in the second phase for sure, but they didn't put enough respect onto the Hirara. They didn't even put any respect into the jungle.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, they even let go.
Berapa skor TLPH tadi guys? 2-0. 0-2 sorry.
It's almost a guarantee, especially against a team like Onyx, that they want to go assassin. So you need to try to take that very good combo with an assassin, aka also a counter to the assassin, Eudora.
Yeah, that's why looking at the draft for Entity 7 earlier, it felt reactive in the sense that realizing their first 3 picks felt like some of Onyx's greatest hits.
Dia tak suka gambar
They
tu.
took away the Harrow, they took away the Phobias, they took away the Eve. All of that are just screaming Onyx's greatest hits. It felt like the most proactive pick that they went for was actually the last pick, Chip. Though in the big picture, it did end up having difficulty with the team fighting being kind of awkward around
Come on,
the
Entity
golden hour of the
21.
Marcel.
Oops,
It just
sorry
didn't work out for
gambar.
them. So now at least they switch up the sides.
Guys, aku nak
and
tekem kejap guys.
They banned out the Fanny, they banned out the
Alhamdulillah.
Valentina. I think, oh, okay, with Onyx
Tok
banning out
kejap,
the Atlas, they don't have the Atlas access anymore. Phovis is still open, Freya might not be the best pick. Would it be too much if they just rush the Hirara right now?
I think it's a bit too much again because, okay, there you go.
That's better.
I really like the Eudora, right? If you want to go up against Assassins, if you want to
Eudora
pick up Assassins
terus
as well,
tau.
the Eudora
Eudora
should
masih
be
lagi
it.
guys, saya
Now
pegang
we're seeing it,
100% pick
prio.
dan
Love
ban.
it. But now for Onyx, I don't think they need to pick up an Assassin right now. They just go for, what are the other picks? The Belric's gone, Atlas is gone, Marcel's also gone. They go for the Cho, all right, straight up for Rome, a comfort for Keyboy.
Yeah. And honestly,
Then
looking at the other picks from today, I felt like the Cho might be something teams might want to revisit as a priority, considering that there was one draft earlier in TL versus Aurora where the Cho would have looked perfect, but then it got back away. So now they're being proactive. Pick up the Cho, they still end up with a Hirara for Kyrie. And now, why not go ahead put up a Ling? Because there's but I feel like you have to take that risk. Consider the Ling, so at least you get the Assassin versus Assassin. And if you cannot play in the objective fight, at least you play the map.
And this is why, for me, I think it would have been better for Entity 7 to stay on red side. It's okay being the team to respond over with picks. It's just you need to take these prio picks away, right? Marcel first pick for Onyx in game number 1. That should have been the Eudora Hirara instantly for Entity 7. Now, there's so many picks up for grabs. Even if they get another, let's say, they go for a gold lane, an Keto, and then Esmeralda just shows up for Onyx. There's so many ways to respond.
We support
over
from
it.
Myanmar.
They pick the Harley
Hello.
into a Cho. Onyx, again, they know that this Cho will be
Hello,
good against anybody,
people
against the
from
Ling, against the
Myanmar.
Harley, and now as the Harley got the Kacha, I honestly feel like the Esmeralda or the Uranus will show up. There you go. Those tanky, sustainable XP lanes.
Yep.
Great for Lutpi.
Yeah, and now Team Entity 7 need to watch out, just constant invades, and even if it's not invades, just vision provided by the Uranus, leaving the EXP lane, showing up, messing you up, and just feeding all the information that Onyx needs. I feel like this Harley, at the end of the day, was just like, Coach, you know what? I'm feeling more Harley this time around. Maybe not the Ling. We saw Haidon Bush use it a lot during their last Amber season anyway, so that is screaming comfort. But Romid Trio, all magic. They need some physical damage in here through the EXP and the gold lane.
And that's where it'll get very difficult, right? I feel like for Onyx right now, they should be comfortable playing one of those unorthodox gold laners, something of a strong side here. They ban
Thank
out
you
the
more
Dire
for
Buff,
our
so
casters. Welcome.
interesting. I guess they're thinking Entity 7 because they might not be able to get a gold lane with physical damage, that they'll look to try to put the physical damage into XP. That's why they go for the Direct ban, but there you go. The Eve gets taken out as well. Not too big of a fan of that, honestly.
Yeah, I think that's because they're considering setting up for a carry pick.
You're welcome, guys.
Yeah, that's the only reason why they'd want to ban
Not
out
too
the
big
Eve
of a
right
fan
now.
of that either, right? Because the Brody is what I'm thinking about for
much better.
Onyx.
Yeah. Oh, for Onyx?
Yeah, because I think they are trying to get, I mean, I think they're reading into the carry pick for Entity 7.
Yeah.
With the Eve ban as well, so I think they might just be going for Brody.
All right, let's see if Entity 7 reads it.
Sora ban as well.
Ban out the Kelra hero now. Ban out that Brody. Might be the best call for Entity 7. And if it's not the Brody, at this point, it's a plug and play. Honestly, I think we've said that a lot for Onyx, especially in MPLID.
Okay.
A lot of times, a lot of picks, you can just plug and play anything, and they'll find a way to make it work.
With the Cho
Food
and
by
the Hirara,
IE.
with the Uranus as well, all of them
Thank
can
you.
chase the Harley. I don't really even think that the Harley
Hello,
can
bro.
make it to the
Hello.
backline of Onyx, so I wouldn't even be too surprised if Onyx go for even like something as crazy as a Farsa.
Nanti SRG lawan apa pula? Kemungkinan lawan dengan tim YG ataupun lawan siapa orang kata? Sama ada YG ataupun lagi satu tu. DK.
Probably be a Lilia if you're thinking safety.
Yeah.
I think Onyx aren't thinking about safe. I think they're thinking about dominating.
Yeah, if you want domination.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you for by IE for the clap.
Show up with the Kadita. Get that petrify
GK lah yang penting. Yang penting nama tim dia GK lah guys tak apa nak tahu sangat
But they don't want to.
Katanya lah, tak tahulah, tak confirm lagi lah guys.
Safety's good, safety's good.
Aku pula tahu je.
And as expected, the Brody smells really good right now. It's looking really good. If Entity 7 pick up a Claude, Moscow for carry, I think it's an insta Brody, right? XP. They need something to deal with this. Now, what is it? Paquito
Di
against the
satu
Uranus.
pesta
Unless this is gold, just
kedamaian.
like pick another guy. in
surprise
XP.
EXP, yeah. I mean, after all of this, the Esmeralda.
Anggun wajahmu menjadi perhatian.
Akashi is feeling something else. I mean, I wouldn't even want to consider. Maybe you really want to reach the Brody, you go crazy with it. You put the Paquito in gold, and you pick up something like a Bene. At least you have some form of diamond access. But, oh wait, no, yeah, it's Brodyable.
But Brody.
Yeah.
If it's not Brody, safe choice would be Muskov. But after seeing the Granger, Kelra ain't about that safe game, bro.
Yeah, we thought Granger is pretty much just bowed out of the meta.
Tiba-tiba rasa nak nyanyi pula guys.
Not always the best results, but he made it work last time. Pretty sure Brody he'll be able to make it work as well. But at 57, they said they wanted to be aggressive. You know, aggro is good for them. They have a lot of dive.
That's true. Now, hear me out. Beatrix with a choke.
Yes.
Pull up that skin, Kelra. We know it's in you, bro.
Yeah.
And speaking of, Daisu did bring up, it's the KK combo, just a bit different. I feel like in the drafts as well, it's very much like that M6 Onyx Philippines composition.
Tolong saja yang sejarah balik awal KLA sebelum knockout stage ya doh.
And this was actually
jangan jadi
a pick
macam
that got them
tak nak cakap lah tim tu.
one of
Tim
their
tu pun dah
only
tak ada lah guys.
Their only game actually in the grand finals against Vitality.
Oh yeah, they picked that up quite early on in
Sorry
the
guys
series. And now here it shows up in MSC. There is precedence for it. Super Marco.
Kalau kau tanya aku draft ni kan, lebih ke arah unik doh. Lebih ke arah unik guys.
Or were they? Maybe this very high aggro, high damage,
tapi
all
sebenarnya
dive, potentially
E7 punya draft pun okey juga.
lineup that the South Americans, the players from Latin America are known for, will be able to force a game 3 for this series. We're gonna bow out for now as we head into game number 2, tossing it back on over to Guy Don Bush. Sorry, that's Gideon and Naisu. Reptar, it's a great day to be here for Series 3, but also for Onyx, they're looking for the opportunities, but it's about that snowball. They have to play through strong side, which they start at level 1.
Oh yeah, awal eh.
Snowball right now. Ouch. Okay,
Ooh,
Revitalize is burnt. I think they're happy with that, but that's going to be tough for E7 because this is always what we see. Early game pressure in the mid lane, trading out some battle spells. And so you don't have that Revitalize. It's nothing too crazy, but obviously it's going to kind of change your game plan here. Let's take a quick look at the emblems for now.
Yep, so far the emblems is going to be Master Assassin. No,
hold on, shit.
Ooh.
You don't get a chance.
You got it's one of those moments where it's just like, yeah, you already the level 1.
Aku rasa saja tak cam doi Messi ni pun tak apa, santai, sabar guys. Benda pun doi masih ada satu nyawa lagi kan. Sabar je doi, kita confident je kat diorang. Tak perlu nak buat spekulasi lagi kan. Yang apa yang aku faham, Bush kita kena lagi tak main saya ni guys. Ini habis awal lah ni aku rasa.
On this Cho, that's a roam Cho by the way.
By the way, Kyrie's already level 4, like nearly before the minute even started. Like,
this is a ridiculous start. Kenapa korang terlampau ni Let lah.
2 minutes into this game. And what sucks about it is that Bush has no camps to actually take. And then he goes up to EXP. Guess what? No crab there. I gotta go in.
So daripada kat situ, personal skill is not the problem guys. Yang problem adalah game plan. Kat sini game plan. Sans kena. Ya Allah, sorry guys. Kau tak cakap dengan aku pun kamera aku kacau tu kat situ. Sial lah. Adakah punca 100k dekat S saja membuatkan mereka rasa selesa? Yang tu bukan. Takkan lah diorang dah selesa tak nak duit lagi kan. Benda dah depan mata dah tu guys. Benda dah depan mata dah tu. Kenapa Eudora jadi top pick? Okay, first kali dia ada instant stun. TD dia kejap sakit, pedih. Dan dia boleh counter assassin.
Little bit of trading going on there. Keyboy will be able to go ahead and take it. He's almost
Muni last match kan ada lagi. Aku rasa ada lagi satu je gila guys. Lepas ni tak silap aku ada YG. YG lawan dengan DK. Tu last lah. Lepas tu habis lah.
They'll do that behind on Bush once again. Kyrie level 7 goes through. Good thing Hide on Bush able to get his purple buff.
And great rotation here coming from
Gigi aku dah
Kyrie as well.
sakit
He's not going back up towards that top side. He just completely decided, you know what, we're going to cut through that mid lane. We're expecting Akashi to actually start participating in these fights. And now they're back on the invade.
Doom's only level 3. Oh no, it's getting worse. Shin going
Asal
down here.
tim
The
E7
fight for
ni
the
senang
orange.
sangat kena
Kind of
kutip
won't be able to get that one.
Senang sangat
And
lah
then
tengok.
Someone's gotta help Doom here.
Senang masuk
I just
jungle.
realized, yeah, he's
Senang
only
kena
just
kutip.
level 3 at this point, and Kyrie level 8, man.
Sakit doh. Combo Chow dengan ni main rusuh kau tahu tak?
What is he supposed to do? Like,
Sebab apa guys?
They need Bagwin to actually come down and break
Sebab
this freeze, or
Chow dia boleh
literally
kurangkan orang
anybody
punya
to break this freeze.
physical defense tau. Campur dengan Hirara kan. Sakit doh. Betul. Oh ay.
Okay.
Nice Puri.
Not enough marks. The Purify came in just in time.
Oh, the key boys here. Rest of the
Kena
team
ni, kena
they
ni.
know this.
Kalau dia pergi belakang kena ni.
On, but pop the blaze into it. There's key boy.
Allah, dia salah.
Not the
Allah,
target he was
selamat.
probably looking for, so he kicks
Okey,
Shin. Doom does
lambat
go
Syah
down,
healnya.
though.
Bapak lah.
Meanwhile, Kyrie gets a kill
Salah
across
mental
the
mood.
map.
Kalau mental dan gate early planning planning dia nampak macam blur tau. Macam tak biasa kena rusuh. Sekarang ni baru diorang rasa lah guys macam mana perasaan orang bila kena rusuh tu.
Maybe there's an opportunity. But if they play just a standard game of constant invades and just using their capital lead that they have, their economic lead, there's just nothing they can do. I mean, I'm looking at this replay, it's just like, what's the point, right? The dive wasn't the cleanest dive, yet it doesn't matter when your base stats are just way
Kat
higher.
Malaysia tak nak pula sakit itu sakit ini sampai sini dia sakit gigi lah, pening kepala lah.
In that too, he picked up the Radiant armor, so now he can be more durable, you know, against these magic damage dealers that ND7 has. And that's all part of the plan of not letting that lead that they built up already so quickly slip out. And this is the thing, another turtle's just gonna go over to Onyx. There's no contest here. So when it's this case, when we have to think of Entity 7's chances of turning the game
menang
over on his
easy
head,
agak 2-0 kan dia
this
aku rasa.
kind of landslide right now for Onyx, where is that going to be? Who is going to be that person? You know, because Doom, you'd think it'd be the Claude, but my goodness, he was delayed so much, frozen out of his lane.
Yeah, it's a... Honestly, I think this is a prisoner's dilemma
Aku
already.
sebenarnya belum solat lagi tu guys. Susah tu nak cari tempat solat kat sini.
Unfortunately, and right now it's not Doom. That's what I can say. Oh no.
Oh, Kashi. Keyboy under the turret. There's the kick right in between both. They don't care.
Tapi kat sini boleh solat ni tepi ni, banyak ruang. Aku rasa dia tak solat tepi ni, dia dua tak pergi. Habis game ni.
But that's just a preview of how much Onyx can take from Entity 7 as a turret is pushed now in the bottom lane.
Sempat.
Tier 2, Doom, nowhere to go. Popping the Purify.
Solat kejap lah
Has to stay alive at all costs, but Kyrie's here. All the iframes to work with.
Mu tak nampak KD Kera.
From Kelra. Will count out another kill.
They can stop. This is a public execution here from Onyx. They are not letting up. And they want to make sure that it is known you can't play anything less than perfect.
Couple shots here. All right. Flicker burn out.
Solat dia tepi tu. Jari lah.
Still so much work for Entity 7 to deal with that they just
Salam Ji, Saji dah main ke? Dah main dah, kalah. Cari kiblat kok pakai kompas ada tu. Ada apps.
It's just Onyx doesn't have anything else to take, so they'll just keep pressing on these turrets.
Habiskan cepat ah.
I've watched a lot of games in my career, but never one where I've been so confident that this game is kind of over already.
Yeah.
It's an 8.4K lead 6 minutes into the game, and these positions are literally impossible to get out of unless Onyx all decide to like run at fountain or something like that. But it's very unlikely. Once you're at a stage where you're
Ni tangan siapa ni? Tak nampak tu tangan siapa.
it becomes very difficult to actually claw your way
Ingatkan malam ni main. Hari ni. Tadi dah lepas lah. Kalah tu SRG 2-1 lawan tim from Cambodia. Tapi tim tu kuat lah guys. Kalau tengok balik pun diorang memang lebih layak daripada SRG lah untuk menang. SRG macam masih lagi start dekat meta lama lah guys, senang cerita. Diorang masih melekat dekat meta yang lama. Masih pakai Farsa, Valentina.
They take everything from the jungle pretty much. Akashi, they'll take him as well. They're going to be looking for Doom. Doom will be able to get away with the BMI, but now Bagwin trying to run himself away, but it's just way too much.
Guys tahu diorang.
Another goes down for E7, and
Onyx
will shortly be knocking on these holy defense shields already this early on.
Yeah, look, they just sit in base. Yep, he's already holding on to 2 waves, because what are they going to do? Like, no DHS? All right, that's fine. Max stacks on Uranus. He's going to regenerate harder than everybody put together.
Yeah, this is just, at that point, Lutby just Pressing on the wounds for this
Ni dah
one.
kena press lah ni. 110 ha.
Yep, restart the stacks. Another wave coming through mid. Tier 1 gone. Tier 2 next. They still hold on to the shields. But Entity 7. Again, look at this. The glooms. A couple
Kasih
glooms
tahu dia.
bring Doom down to a third of his health.
Dude, look, I hate it, especially when you're playing Uranus at a high level.
Just look at him.
And you have such a lead, he just becomes like the solar system's behind here. Just a dirty little man. Look at him. What is he? What are you gonna do? Huh? He still has his ult. And then he punts on up and he does nothing. He's just literally face checking them.
This is only possible when you're 13,000 gold ahead as a team. Bagwin desperately jumping in with the Avatar of the Guardian, but he's just going to go to his death. He's still in the base. He hasn't moved at all.
Game ni agak boring ah. Pokok bermasalah Moon kat rank Immortal je dah petak yang power pakai lagi tournament. Pokok tu bersatu ah.
Just bulwark for this team. He does burn the flicker. There you go. Finally, Entity 7. They're done with the disrespect.
Hero tu terlalu senang tu guys nak main. Kau beat. Kalau orang all out kau. Sebab nyawa dia terlalu banyak ah guys. Kau hit dia, kau yang sakit kan. Bosan namun tak tahu. Dah tahu dah siapa menang kan. Aku pun merasakan bosan sikit lah di base. Sebab dia terlampau mudah.
But now that we're coming into the 9th minute of the game, Onyx, this is it, right? No holy shielding on every single side of Entity 7's base. They're going to be able to get this. Zipper, could you pull up the items just in case? I don't want to be wrong about this, but I think that Doom should be like an item and a half. Yep. Yep.
Sorry.
Oh, it hurts.
Uh-oh. It's going to hurt more here. Sans does take some damage. He's got the black juice. He's going to be fine. A little jump there on the fence. They're going to get run down in their jungle, so ignoring the Lord for now. They'll just take a buff, make their way back to it. But what do they get out of that? Again, some of these ultimates used up, battle spells. E7 still wants to show up for this. Potentially, they might just get punished here, though, if they do.
Everything that could have gone wrong in the early game has gone wrong for Entity 7, and I think that as much as it feels soul-crushing for Hydon Bush, it's one of those games that you
Adakah yang
wish,
akan dapat result macam unik juga? YG. Tak tahu dok. Sebenarnya pasukan YG tu pun antara pasukan underdog juga ah. Kat situ sejuk gila ke Mun? Tak adalah. Kalau sejuk gila kau dah nampak ah, aku pakai baju apa semua. Sekarang ni okey lagi lah. Masih boleh terima.
I don't know if that's gonna happen, man.
He usually doesn't do that.
It's usually not the case, but even if it was the case, Entity 7 just doesn't have the firepower. I feel like they almost have to expend too much for them to cap out a kill on an overstep that most likely won't happen from Kelra. Now for Onyx, with this Lord marching towards the base, the 14,000 gold too is even bigger than the Lord right now.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
9 malam dah. Just Shin deleted off the map here. 2 base turrets down. Onyx looking to cap it out here under the 12-minute mark once again. One more desperate attempt here.
Habis ni E7 aku rasa ni dah confirm lah E7 keluar guys Gameplay bapak barai siau. Macam tak ada preparation apa-apa dok. Macam tak ada preparation dok E7 main sumpah. Macam dah expect diorang akan kalah tau. Memang patut lah Onyx bantai dok, bagi diorang terus kalah dok.
Holy cow. This is going to be an exciting MSC. You know, we've seen many upsets. We've seen those who are looking for former glory. They don't want to make the same mistakes past 2-3 years ago even if we dig far.
Yang kuat pun memang tim-tim Mobazin je guys. Yang kuat. Kalau dekat Amerika ni lah. Yang lain semua tak boleh harap bro. Tapi tu lah Mobazin dah pindah game kat sebelah. Nak datang balik dah tak boleh lah guys. Tak silap aku dah kena ban lah. Macam tengok blue lah E7.
Again, it's a refined version of them. You know, and I think a big part of that is they're playing into where the meta is. They're really honing in
Asal
on that,
SRG
but
tak jumpa
even
7
the
tu
way
pun.
they move around the map,
Nak buat
Anthony,
macam
it just
mana
looks
tu?
like they're cleaner than what we've
Sebab
seen
diorang tak
previously.
cukup
Yeah,
6-7
no, they had
tu.
tempo at every single moment in this game. They made sure that they check the foundational.
Tak best langsung saya tengok game ni.
Most importantly,
Mesti
they went
best
above
bro
and
Nick
beyond
rasa.
and reached further, right?
Menang
Keyboy
easy sangat.
was allowed to do
Kan?
Keyboy things which he hasn't
Dapat
been
balik
able to
dapat
do
rehat terus.
as often in the recent years, but now it feels like he's back to his normal self. Yes, I will
Dah tak
disrespect
payah
you, I will
fikir
get
lah.
everything out of you, and there's nothing
Indo
you
ada
can do
juga
about it.
ke yang restream kat Paris? Ada? Kosius. Kalau korang kenal. Kolius. Kolius. Dia stream kat sana. Myanmar kat sini sebelah aku. Indo kat sana. Jauh sikit lah. Dia macam okay, ni meja aku, PC aku. Lepas tu dia ada orang yang kawal dekat bahagian atas ni. Dia ada PC, ada 3 PC kat sini. Ada 3 PC belah sana juga. Lepas tu barulah dia orang. So jauh sikit lah guys. Happy dah nak korang ni. Tengok ni menang. Kalau aku pun happy tengok SRG Farmers menang dok.
Onyx with such a dominant sweep up against Entity 7, a 2-0 game, and of course we are on
Lebih
stage
ke arah
with
macam
someone
Umtiti
who I
gameplaynya.
last saw last year under the banner of Onyx Philippines, but this time he returns to the MSC stage as Onyx. How are you, Kelra?
I'm okay. I'm fine. Gwenchana.
Gencana.
Did you miss playing in MSC?
Yes, very, very much. I miss to play to MSC.
I have to ask you, what's the difference with
Bising
playing
kat
with
sini.
Onyx Philippines last year and playing with Onyx this year?
Tagalogin ko.
Okay, go!
Ang pinag-ayawan nila, naglalaro akong kampi kay mga Indonesia ngayon at saka yung comms namin, iba.
He said playing with Indonesians, they have different comms compared to, I'm pretty sure, Onyx PH last year, where they would primarily communicate in Tagalog. Now, I have to ask you, today was a day filled with surprises and upsets. We saw incredibly fast games. We saw Rafael in the mid lane. I gotta ask you, what do you think about the meta right now?
Yung meta ngayon, ano talaga eh, depende sa
Tapi
team.
meta sekarang memang dah banyak berubah tu guys.
Wala talagang
Kau macam dia lebih ke arah fleksibel tau.
Kumbaga kung anong
Kau boleh buat apa-apa pun dok dan boleh menang juga.
Now, there's actually no specific meta. It's more towards playing towards your strength and just capitalizing on what plays
aku
out.
rasa
You seem very happy
excited
to have
lah.
a translator on stage, huh? So, Kelra, aside from the meta, I want to ask you, your next opponent is going to be Aurora, who just 2-0 clean sweep CL just now. And if we look back to last year, when you met them on your opening match in Onyx Philippines, you guys lost against Rosa Selena. So what are the preparations for that matchup up against Aurora?
Bro, YG, who to do? Let's go YG.
Preparation lang namin. Siguro masayusin namin yung
go.
namin and babawi
Let's see YG play. Skor berapa? 2-0. 2-0 ni guys. E7 tak melawan lah guys. Senang cerita macam lawan budak-budak Tadika guys. Abang-abang kan. Lawan dengan budak-budak Tadika punya gameplay tu tak. Okay bye, tidur dulu. Alah santai lah guys. Teman aku.
Maraming salamat
Aku macam kantuk je. Tak adalah.
Patuloy na sinusuportahan pa rin kami.
Tengah banyak fikir ni.
Sa lahat, basta sa lahat ng mga pumunta yung nag-report and maraming salamat sa pagsuporta.
Kelra said thank you to all the Filipinos who came down to the arena and to give them their
Dan follow
support.
Komun. Terima
Continue
kasih.
supporting them. And you know what? I'm pretty sure he hopes to see you guys again. Thank you very much, Kelra. It's amazing to be back on stage with
Skor
you.
berapa? 2-0.
Yes, thank you. All right, that's it from us. We are showing it back to the studio to break down what happened in this series. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose. That was amazing. I mean, what a personality, Kelra. And you can hear the screams. A lot of happy fans for whatever Kelra had to say. The Onyx crowd is going live here in Paris, France at EWC 26. And MSC has really started off strong, guys. We saw 2 upsets.
Kira terlampau belajar bahasa Konoha sampai terlupa bahasa Inggeris.
We saw 2 upsets to start off these series. Now this one, it wasn't an upset, but it was the fastest series overall. 2 sub 12-minute wins. Onyx, we said they were on, you know, we talk about Golden Road. They're on the road for a championship.
Mirko ni macam Y3 doh kalau tengok betul-betul.
Oh yeah, dude. They just dominated every single aspect.
Yang belah kanan tu macam si Apple. Dah lah guys, aku nak pergi solat jap. Aku rasa after aku habis solat kita sambung lagi lah sikit Sambung lagi sikit. So
I guess it's like
yeah.
an experience, but
jumpa korang after this guys
I
solat jap.
guess, bro. I guess so too.
I feel like we needed to see a result like this after the very shocking day, start of the day that we had. But of course, unfortunately, that it was at the expense of Entity 7, where I'm sure they're very hungry to, have a much better start here and get some better results.
Yeah.
I guess it's just unfortunate that they went up against a team that's like one of the most aggressive in the world.
Yeah.
And it really felt like they tried to play a similar style, too similar to Onyx, and yeah, they just got beat there.
Maybe needed to, we talked about this yesterday, fire with fire. Maybe needed to slow it down. So hard to do, though, against the caliber of these types of players. Talking about MVPs and Kelra. And obviously, things worked out well for them. But, Miracle, if you broke it down, they were fast games. What was the key to success for Onyx in this matchup?
I think it's just having winning lanes across the board and having the assassins, having someone like Kyrie to force out those bans, force out those I'd say strange picks as well coming in from Entity 7, right? Like all the way from game number 1, it was a Fanny and Ling ban into no Hirara for Entity 7. And in game number 2, they gave the Hirara over again without a Ling response. I feel like right now, teams who don't have the Fanny, don't have the Ling in their arsenal are really going to be at a disadvantage. We see it back-to-back games now.
Yeah.
For Entity 7, they just didn't even have, I'd say, like the plan. Again, it's the same as what we said for game number 1. It looked like they were coming into this matchup thinking, all right, how do we not lose instead of how do we win?
Yeah.
And Rimar, you said it was kind of a meta's past. A few months ago, you saw that first draft from Entity.
Yeah, even their decision here, the fact that they went with the Gata Kacha and then the Harley as one of their next 2 picks after picking up the Eudora. They picked up the Eudora, they knew the Hirara was coming out. Onyx picked up the Cho, then suddenly, I feel like they're scared to now pick up or even consider the Ling. They ended up doubling down on the Harley. Harley, not a terrible pick, but I feel like they just weren't able to play it with the way that they wanted to, and then at the end of
midnight,
the effect of the previous series bleeding on over to this one.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like they didn't expect the Brody to come out at all. They picked up a Claude. Brody was wide open. Miracle called it. We realized, like, yeah, it's such a good pickup for Onyx. I don't think it even crossed their minds that the Brody would pop up, and you saw how difficult it was for Doom to even farm in lane. He was straight up frozen out the entire game.
The gold standard. So many Onyx fans happy with that one, and they get to go home early or relax at the venue. There's a lot going on here at EWC 26 here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, though. The action is all MSC, and we're finding a way, I think, to break down what we've seen because we're trying to learn something. And I think on the outside looking in, you can only glean so much, but now I know, Renmar, you've got a couple of clips for us that you want to break down and maybe give us a bit more insight as to why things worked out so well for Onyx.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the draft here real quick again, just so that we can revisit. You want me to keep going forward? Just so that we can revisit what happened. Yeah, we pointed it out. They picked up the Eudoras first. They gave up the Cho and the Hirara. But then these two, this screams meta's past. If they wanted something a little bit more proactive, if they knew that they had the burst with them and that they're going up against burst, it wouldn't be too crazy to consider picking this up. But then they were thinking, okay, but there's an Esmeralda. Then why don't you pick up the Esmeralda if you're worried that you wouldn't have an answer to the Uranus? And then with the Brody open up here, you knew it was coming. We knew it was coming out. Miracle called it. They still ended up picking up the Cloud, and then that just ended up being really difficult for them. I feel like they also leaned in a little bit too hard with taking away some of the best picks that you can go for here. For Suns, they took out the Eve, they took out the Juicin, but the Lilia was still wide open, and that was one of the safest picks that you could go for. So yeah, draft choices, a lot of questions, and I will double down on what Mirko has been saying. Well, we've been saying they were playing and drafting not to lose.
Yeah. I think for me, it's also just like, if you look at the drafts again now, they didn't really have a plan after banning the Eve, because if they wanted to pick up the Claude, if they knew they were going to pick up the Claude, why even ban the Eve, right? Like, look at that again. They banned out the Juicin and the Eve. They should have banned out the Juicin and the Lilia if the Claude was actually what they were already aiming for all the way from first phase.
Yeah, all right. So now let's look up how this game started out here for Entity 7. There we go. So it was just really a tale of this start here. They found them over here, and then they continued. With Shin going down, great use of the flicker. Keyboy was aggressive, just the right amount. Vagi knew that he wouldn't have any help here, and this onslaught would continue. Hyden Bush wants to go orange, but then at this point, you're thinking, how is a Gatakacha who's about to fall down with a Eudora just coming back supposed to protect with this show? Not much. It will just trigger a lot of usages from the abilities. Easy burst. Onyx made that start look so easy. It was simple, really. Once they saw where the Roman mid were, once they got a read of where the jungler was, pretty much there was nothing that they could do, and that was it. It was over from the first minute and a half of the game, because that snowballed into just more aggressive plays by Onyx that Entity 7 had no response for. They couldn't even help their gold laner anymore because of how badly they lost the first minute and a half.
Yeah, Onyx going to be facing up against Aurora Gaming tomorrow. Also, that means that we're going to see Team Liquid face off against Entity 7. Will it be just as fast? That one's going to be an elimination match as well, so stay tuned for that. We'll get all the details for the bracket. We've still got one more series to go, though, and before we jump into there, let's head over to Chris and Glitter Explosion for a Club Championship update here at EWC.
Another Club Championship update heading your way. I'm here with Lauren once again. Your stage is very much rumbling away like ours has been as well, but big Club Championship update from you.
Yeah, we have a lot going on. So today we're sending 8 teams home. 8 keys will be crushed as we head into finals. However, our finals could not be any more stacked with the current clubs at the top of our Club Championship leaderboard, okay? We have the defending champs Twisted Minds, but then we also have Vitality, Na'Vi, AGAL. We have Falcons just solidifying their spot. Yeah, this is going to be a pivotal game for the Club Championship side of things.
Wow, I mean, which way are you kind of leaning with it? Because I know it's get very, very close with that one, but has anybody been standing out?
We actually have a couple teams that aren't in CC standing out right now. We had Myth doing really, really well, but we do have Liquid in there starting to pop off. We see AGL has had some strong performances after a slower start, and honestly, defending champs Twisted Minds also look really good. This could really go any way.
Excellent. I'm really looking forward. I'm going to be keeping up with everything going on over on Lauren's stage. But there's your little Club Championship update. We'll be keeping up for the rest of the weekend.
Dia akan jumpa siapa? Kemungkinan SRG boleh jumpa tak salah aku siapa sama ada YJ ataupun DK kot, if I'm not mistaken lah. Alang-alang ni beta aku post video gameplay tu, gameplay Zaz, kan alang-alang aku tengah ni kan, tengah naik kan. ENC PWC ke ENC tu? ENC bukan nama lain ke? Banyak komen Myanmar di video kamu, cerita sikit apa jadi. Macam apa yang kau baca tu, itulah dia.
Play is in our DNA.
Alhamdulillah.
Whenever we let it out,
rasa macam nak terkencing
it becomes our superpower.
So macam nak terkencing tu.
Now imagine
aku nak all in yang ni, boleh.
Being built to supercharge it.
Yang on Galacticus,
Kadir
let's go.
City, powered by Play.
The Esports Nation Cup in Riyadh in November. You're going to be able to see 16 games go toe-to-toe for 4 weeks, representing their nations for the first chance to win a title for their club, their nation, and make history. Make sure you are watching the prizing, and not only that, just the glory is going to be on the line in November. It's going to be a lot of fun. Esports Nations Cup coming up. I can't wait for that. Welcome back to the Desco. We've got one more series to go. My name's Randy. I'm joined by Mirko and Rinmar here to talk about Myanmar. Yangon Galacticos finally jumping in the conversation. They had to wait all day, see all these wacky results, and now we finally get to see them heading up against Armena Giants and GK Esports. Mirko, what's your thoughts heading into this one?
Hey, Young Gun Galacticos have always been a team on my radar, right? Got the honor to actually cast a lot of their games, a lot of their tournaments in the past, their qualifiers to international events, and they've always shown glimpses of brilliance here and there. They show tremendous domination, in their domestic leagues, but then when it comes to internationals, maybe
sengaja
it's because
turun
of the
low
lack of
bracket juga.
experience
Tak ada
for
lah.
some of
Diorang
their
memang
members.
kalah tu guys. Memang Aurora kuat tu
But
tadi
just
nampak.
don't shine as much as they
Nampak Aurora
shine
very
in their
strong lah.
domestic league, especially at M7. Very disappointing result. Coming into MSC though, again they had a dominant run, but it was with the utility jungle. Han was
Memang kalah
fantastic
sebab
on those
kalah
picks.
beza
Now that
gameplay
we're
lah.
back on Assassins,
Kalah
there's still gonna
kalah
be a big
makro
question
mekanik
mark
macam
because
tu lah guys.
a big part of why they were able to dominate was because of their crazy hero pull on Blink as well. Him pulling off the Assassins in Rome is now no longer possible with the Assassins back in the jungle.
There's going to be a lot of demands here for Young Gun Galacticos to really grow. And we've seen it from even the top teams growing mid-tournament. Now, at least they're operating from the sense of we've had an entire day so far, 3 matches to be able to catch up of what's new. I wouldn't take it out of the possibility that they're just gonna improvise at the last second and start introducing these new picks. I'm still looking out for Barrett's becoming a big part of the conversation. Meanwhile, for GK, I have the same fear for them. Yes, they had an amazing story in their win in MENA. The fact that they have 2 Mongolian imports, they were able to get a big win in the grand finals against the big organization in Falcons MENA. But then
So takkan jumpa TLPH kalau menang SK saja itu jumpa Aurora ataupun Onyx. Yes, betul.
They did domestically, internationally.
And there's a lot of final days and final
Saja
games.
kalau lawan sama ada YJ atau
great,
GK.
our turn. This feels
Kat
like
lower
one where you're
bracket.
almost like,
Itu first
do we have
game,
to play
man.
today?
Second
Can we
game
see
ah.
one more
Second
team
game
go?
tu yang payah tau.
Is it really that crazy? Are all the upsets happening in Gun Galacticos as we introduce their team up here on your screen? They are a squad from
Sorry guys.
Myanmar. Through the MSL, they want to be here. Top 8 at M7. Can they continue that? Their journey to EWC, not like everybody else's, but like everybody else, they are here to win.
Young Gun Galacticos, look at...
We start Young Galacticos on MSL Season 1. After we lose on M7, all of us, including the player and the coaching staff, decided to do better. I think we can win this one because of the mindset we adjust and the maturity of all the members of Young Galacticos. They are expecting to be a champion. If we achieve top 4, it's mean a lot in terms of the pride of Myanmar, because back then on M2, Myanmar is one of the top teams.
Betul. Bonus goal. Ini waktu ni zaman ni aku ingat tu. Belum kalahkan RRQ. Time ni lah zaman ni lah guys. Ruby Didi. Lunox Ruby Didi tu. Sampai melekat nama dia sampai sekarang lah Ruby Didi.
Back on the top 4, it's mean a lot to the people. As a foreigner, what makes me decide to stay on Young Galacticos is because of the dreams of the players. After losing on M7, I think I am accountable for their dreams. I really want to show them that esport can change life.
Renmar, there's a lot to say about this team.
Yeah, they're really strong.
You almost couldn't hold yourself.
Yeah, I couldn't hold myself. I was excited. I was like, I want to talk about Young Gun Galacticos. I mean, yeah, with Stitch and Lina no longer being there, still Sanjay and Kai's, I feel like they stepped up.
Jalan SRG jadi susah weh.
Galacticos.
Macam mana guys? Diorang menang susah, diorang kalah pun susah tu sebenarnya. Sebab banyak final boss dekat group B lah. Kalau korang tanya aku guys.
At the same time, it's excited when you get young players finally being able to step up internationally for the first time, or at least, you know, growing that experience. They're so hungry to prove themselves that they can show off some amazing highlights. Hopefully they don't forget
Terima
about
kasih
the
kerana membantu kami berkembang. Sama-sama. Welcome.
And also have the opportunity to
welcome. Sama-sama is welcome.
It's about the experience
Sama-sama.
of being able to be at such
like
a
that.
big stage so early
Welcome.
in your career. It's
Sama-sama.
invaluable. Whether you
Welcome.
win here or not,
Sama-sama.
you take that with you throughout back to your domestic leagues and then hopefully at AM Series or another MSC.
And it's been so long, I think, too long since Myanmar found themselves at the top of the MLBB food chain, right? It was back in M2. You saw that clip earlier, Burmese Ghouls. They were also here in 2024 with with Stitch as well. So I mean, they've had that experience, and I think those were the 2 members that I was thinking about that could bring the experience to the rest of the team. Unfortunately, in M7, they fell short again. The meta just did not suit them, and unfortunately, we find ourselves in a very similar meta, where again, they're gonna have to face off against GK.
Aku suka tu Mirko ni guys. Kalau dia borak kan.
Galacticos are obviously the favorites here, but GK
Semat tu.
with Zeno in the jungle is a very well-versed jungler at playing those assassins. You know, he's
Punya
played
PR.
a couple of times as well. He was part of the Verso Time roster.
Dia
a
cakap
few
laju,
seasons ago
tapi
and
dia
this
tak cakap
last
benda yang
season.
sama.
So, a lot
Dia
of
tak ulang
experience. Now with
benda yang dia cakap.
Aizen in the lineup, it's
Straight
going
to the
help
point,
Shino try to
and
balance it out. Maybe for a lot of these imports, they would usually have communication issues, but with Aizen in
Love
the
it
lineup,
lah.
especially,
Aku suka dua orang yang pada bercakap ni guys.
from the past, it's
Aku
gonna
harap
be
satu
very,
hari
very
nanti
good for them to
aku
maybe
tiba-tiba
pull another
power lah
upset.
bercakap.
Hey, it's been a day full of
Tanpa
upsets already.
menggunakan ayat macam
Can't wait
do,
for
apa semua. Aku rasa macam tak bagus tu.
Esports who beat them.
Penghabisan ayat do je tu tau. Penghabisan ayat dia
right out the gate to
tak
start the day. So
tak cukup membangun lah.
play the loser of this, and that means that there's a lot at stake. Both
Tak
teams
cukup membangun
look
kan.
good. I
Bingai
wouldn't
kan
say I'd
ayat
want
yang
to
aku
play
pilih
against
kan.
any of them, but
menyigap kat kadang-kadang.
maybe when you look at it, GK Esports had already faced a really big task in coming here and being the MENA representative. They had to go against Team Falcons MENA. They won that match. Team Falcons MENA in the other side of the bracket.
Yeah.
So we'll follow their journey along. We saw them a little bit yesterday, but we had a chance to
Tak
talk
bagus
about
bro.
the
Tak bagus kan.
expectations and what they felt going
Tapi tu lah,
into
Malaysia
this
ni terlampau
tournament.
banyak sangat
So I believe
menggunakan
the
perkataan
tournament
ayat
set
terakhir
down
tau guys. Macam dos.
Hey everyone, it's Eternal, and now we are here with Hans, the jungler. So
Hey, you
we
know
want to talk to
BG
you a
Prime
little
Time?
bit, but
Yes,
first
I
of
know.
all, how are you feeling
I
right
fight
now?
against them, bro. At M1.
Because this is our first match.
M2
Excited
we
because
lost
it's your first match. Are we
again the
detecting a little bit of
finalists.
nerves maybe? Are you a little bit nervous?
No.
Brand we lost.
No,
We
with
lost
full
against
confidence
brands.
coming in. So excitingly so, we are going
Kenapa
into a
August
very
1
new
tu banyak
meta.
sangat
You
game?
can see that the assassins are so
Banyak
prominent.
game. August
What do you
1,
think about the
aku
assassins
tak
in the jungle
pasti.
right now? Do you think Ling and Hirara are the strongest ones?
Best ke gambar dengan bergida? Apa yang best tu guys?
Yeah, Lin is a stronger one. Yeah.
Who do you think is the strongest?
In the jungle, player.
The hero.
Hero. Ling.
Ling is the
yeah,
strongest.
Ling is stronger.
So Ling is stronger
Ling.
than Hirara right now.
MJ, hello.
Is there maybe an assassin that you also think is strong?
Can you repeat it?
Do you also think that there's another assassin that might be strong as well, other than Ling and Hirara?
Other than Lin here is Nolan. Yeah, Nolan.
Nolan. Okay, we don't see Nolan, too
Nolan.
often. How do you counter
Sial, dia
these
cakap macam
heroes,
tu.
Hans?
Counter for diving enemy blue burst. I think blue burst is the main hero, main target for them. Yeah.
Okay, so you need to be aggressive, invade the buff as well. Is there a certain hero that could counter these assassins?
One by one.
Just anything that you think?
For the hero, I think Lin and Harley can win here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's some good insight coming in from Hans. And of course, maybe people out there might be a
Senyum
little
dia.
unfamiliar with LN Galacticos. So could you, share your playstyle a little bit? What is your team like?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Are they aggressive?
tak faham
Are you
oh.
guys aggressive?
I don't know. Let's watch in the match. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. But you guys are all good, right?
Yeah.
Happy to be here, excited to play your first game?
Yeah. For the first game, we all excited because it's our first MSC.
Okay, first MSC, but they look confident, a little bit shy in the interview. I'm pretty sure it's because of the interview. But do you have maybe a
Ni semua
message to your
konspirasi
fans
who
back at
Team B
home?
nanti TLPH Onyx SIG YG.
Let's watch our match. We will prove our
Let's go YG.
playstyle and performance. Yeah.
All right, awesome.
DK ni team daripada mana
Thank you
guys?
for supporting us. Yeah.
Where is DK from
Thank
guys?
you for supporting us. We're all supporting you. So once again, good luck. And we're throwing over back to the panel.
Well, as a day full of surprises continues, that was
Macam nak
actually not
terkencing,
GK
nak
Esports,
pergi
and that was
ke?
not Quanok. That was Han from Yangon Galacticos. But what'd you feel about what he had to say?
I think it proves that he's adapted a lot to the meta, right? Again, back in the day, utility jungle, even in Myanmar, in the
Tunjuk kamu,
MSL
biasa
Super
je.
League, it's all about him playing utility. So the fact that he knows all this knowledge on the assassins, I think he's already been practicing a lot of that, which means Blink should have already adapted to tanky boys.
To honor, however, where our conversation was leading, let's get some thoughts on GK Esports coming into this as well, Rinmar. Obviously, we mentioned representing MENA, but in your take, what is the style that they going up
Juara MPL MENA. Oh,
this
MPL
squad
MENA.
is going to present? Is it going to be weird? Is it going to be
Arab
a little
Saudi.
different? Is it going to be
Eh,
unique
kasih
to
orang
them?
dulu
How do you
kat
feel
si
they're gonna approach
kriminal.
handling this meta right now?
I think it's going to be chaotic. I mainly based their performance off of what we saw in the grand finals at MPL MENA.
Yeah.
But considering GK and then how Falcons MENA, the energy that they brought, being in that huge live crowd for the very first time, the largest crowd that they've had for a domestic league. They were everywhere, honestly. It was so chaotic, it was hard to read them. Even looking at the Romid trio with Quanok.
Thank you, Meow Broken OP Criminal for the orange. Orange baru ada smart sikit. Ada biru, ada orange. And ada putih. Udah cantik sikit. Kenapa tak bergambar dengan lapel pun? Lapel, tak nak lah buat lapel. Lapel dah selalu dah. Dekat Malaysia boleh dapat. Terus pun aku tak gambar sebab kat Rose Malaysia boleh dapat tau. Orange dulu, orange dulu guys.
But then always end up
kind of turning that narrative
around and being
contenders.
For some reason, it's always kind of weird for
benda tu benda yang make sense tau.
every time you expect them to be a threat, every time you expect them to be the dark
tak kenapa kau
horse,
kabut sangat dok?
like massively.
Jealous ke apa dok? Aku dapat gambar.
You think, all right, Yangon, Burmese teams are not going to be too good this tournament. Then they make it.
Habis ada orang tanya tak nak buat live ke? Tepi tunjuk suasana Paris.
For the Burmese fans, for everybody around the world who want Yangon to do well, let's not.
Tak, nanti kan ada vlog. Nanti tunjuk ah. Nanti tengok lah kat vlog. Why did you why you did live on YouTube? Yes, I live on YouTube. You can check on link on my bio profile. You can subscribe me. Don't forget. Okay.
Have you not learned? Guys, no, predict Yangon's opponents every time, okay?
Alhamdulillah.
But maybe this works. Maybe this works because every prediction has basically gone the other way today.
That's true. This could bode really well.
You know,
I hope Yangon win. Okay, guys. Because I'm happy if every ASEAN, every ASEAN win.
Exactly. Psychology.
I love it.
Oh wow.
Okay. I don't want any other region to win other than ASEAN. Because ASEAN is the best. Okay. Kenapa lama sangat rehat EWC nanti 24 Julai lepas tu 1 Ogos. Sejujurnya aku pun tak tahu dah guys.
We've got so much action
I'm not
across
sure.
our three. I know 4 is going
Nanti
to be
aku
a bright
try ni balik ah.
as well. So without further ado,
Aku try tanya ke apa ke.
You know what? Today we have had surprises, upsets, and we also had an 8.6k gold lead in 6 minutes into the game. Today is a crazy day, Milosh.
There's a reason why Onyx are called the Sky Kings, and I think they really did prove it despite the best efforts of Entity 7. There's just teething issues, right? Day one, you're on the big stage. Fair enough. I'm sure they'll bring it back.
I agree, but you know, today is so crazy. And of course, to wrap up our day with the last match of day 2, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Yangon Galacticus.
Yangon Galacticus, let's go. Yeah.
They are looking to establish
itulah
themselves
Zizi,
on
guys.
the international
Itulah
stages
Zizi, besar badan dia kan.
again. Yangon
Besar
Galacticus is back
Itulah.
and ready to
Bagi
show
kursi
that the Burmese representatives are not here to play. Top 8 finish in
Yangon Galacticus ni
M7.
kuat juga ni.
There is nothing wrong with aiming higher.
Ni ya, muka dia macam ni tu guys, apa
On the other side, it's GK Esports.
Macam Nets. Muka dia macam Nets.
From returning veteran to rookie, their new roster shows so much promise. Building chemistry and stability can only be reliably done on the big stage, I tell you that. Can the pressure shape MENA's long-awaited breakthrough on the MLBB stage?
Kembali
Now,
dia.
Milosh, this will definitely
Kembali
be a
dia.
match to watch out for everybody out there.
Oh yes, equals in some ways, a lot to prove in others. So please, GK, please, our good friends over at Yangon Galacticos, you may go place your keys, take your seats, and make sure captains to shake hands for the look. All good, gentlemen, please, let's set this one up. There's a bit of shyness in it here, but there's a technique to the handshake, Rose. We've been seeing a lot of these as we go. And bam!
So nice about it. They're very gentle about it. I love it.
There's our matchup, our final one of today in the group
Dini
stage.
Dini
Let's
power
back
tu.
to our panel and get things rolling.
Jungle.
Thank you so much, Milosh and Rose. It's the final
Sanji.
series of the day here.
There's so many Sanji in this tournament, you know.
MSC
Sanji from MENA. Aku tak ingat Falcon MENA. Sanji from
But it is going to be, for me,
the LPH Sanji from sini pun ada Sanji kak. Mana-mana jumpa Sanji tau.
As a viewer, as a fan, I think the sense that we got today,
Nama FOMO
in some ways, when they went the distance, that was what gave us, I think, the best look at learning something long term.
Bukannya jumpa NTT7 kan? NTT7 tadi lawan Onyx.
After 2 winners meet, it's going to be a very contested set.
GK tim mana? MPL MENA champion. So Falcon kalangan dua ni lah. Munci kat mana ada? Dekat Paris.
You're prioritizing how you're dealing with the Ling or using it. Well, what's after that? Like, what's the step after that now both teams are doing that? You only get to see that in a high-level contested match. I feel like this could be the chance. And I know at the end of the day, it will be.
TLPH tadi.
Especially if you guys
Aurora
have the chance
gila.
right now to go into shop.
Korang
to
pening
grab your
ni.
new interactive effect that's available to
TLPH
celebrate Happy
jumpa
Rhino
Aurora.
Day.
Turki.
So make sure to check
Yang
it
Arosa
out
tu.
in shop.
Lepas tu
You can continue chatting about
E7 jumpa dengan Onyx. Dah kalah dah. Onyx menang 2-0. Lepas tu DK lawan dengan YG. Gitu. Kat luar nanti siapa kalah game ni akan jumpa dengan SRG. Tapi game ni tak kisah sangat. Dia selepas tu guys. Selepas tu game yang susah. Sama ada Onyx ataupun TLPH. Tak silap aku lah.
It just pulls
tak
so much
ingat.
gravity towards where they are in the map that whichever team has one of those picks.
Nanti minta tolong bawa balik Eiffel Tower boleh? Boleh. Tapi nak minta tolong Rodin lah. Nanti aku bawa balik Eiffel Tower kan. Rodin lo.
They're not doing much.
Punch
Which
card.
is weird now because when we look at how Zeno and Aizen, how they play together, we want to see them
Ni round
play
siapa menang? Baru start doh.
You don't really get
Wayan.
explosiveness with the Uranus and Barrett. It's more of like a slow creeping realization upon your opponents that they can't do anything against you.
Tapi gameplay YG, gameplay ni lah guys. Last time diorang join tournament memang gameplay diorang gempak ah.
That explosiveness, you need to find it in the jungle. We had a
Okay.
conversation earlier with Han. He knows exactly, you know,
tak jumpa
what
SRG
the
pun.
meta looks like. He's talking about the Lings, the
So,
Fannies,
Onyx
the
ataupun?
Harleys, the Hiraras as well, and I think it comes down to that.
Onyx
So,
ataupun siapa
we're
guys?
seeing much more of the enablers
Aurora
going to the
Turki
XP lane as
Onyx
the
ataupun Aurora.
jungle takes center stage as
Yang
the
diorang akan
carry.
lawan
I think
nanti
that's
guys
why a lot of the
Yang
teams that we
SRG akan
saw
lawan.
get,
Salah satu
torn
mesti akan
apart
terkeluar
earlier
lah.
today.
So kalau kau tanya
They are
aku,
more of the teams that rely on the XP to carry a lot of
susah
stuff,
agak
right? That's why
SRG
when they had that swap,
Susah doh.
it was just a big curveball.
Aku
Now,
rasa
I think for both these
kemungkinan yang akan
junglers,
turun
they
Onyx.
have the capability to be the main carry for their
Aurora
team and to be
Turki
the
akan
hyper
masuk
carry.
ke depan.
Because a lot of times when they lose
Aku
out
rasa
of
Aurora
early
Turki
game,
is
you'd
different
see the XP lane
breed
just
lah guys
completely
this
sacrifice
this
their
season.
lane and give it over to the jungle.
Dangerous grass picked up for our map. So that will help give a few more hiding spots here for these players.
Sebab terlampau mudah doh dia bantai TLPH ni.
You know, you mentioned guns. I hope we do get to see my Beatrix today.
Gila.
I know it's a crazy wish.
Okay.
It almost came out in the last one, but then the Brody was a better pick. But hopefully one of these two teams would grant me
Sebab
my wish.
Aurora
I mean,
dengan
I've
Onyx
already
bracket
seen enough
bawah
after
pun.
MWI, and I don't think we're gonna see that anymore this time around. But let's see if it's
Agak
still gonna be the equation.
mengrisaukan guys
Look at
eh.
the equation now, the
Tapi
focus
tak apalah,
first
game ni
ban,
kita
he's
layan
down
je
on
guys.
either setting up for a
Sorry,
then the Valentina
kita
means setting up for either the Atlas
sorry
or the
je.
Freya. So it's gonna be up to the choice now of GK.
Tutup kamera kejap.
Arlot first phase
SRG ada
ban
peluang
is a
lagi kan?
head
Ada.
scratcher, though. I understand
Tapi kalau
if
kau
your
tanya,
opponent has some
tak payah tanya.
strong picks you want to respect,
Tapi aku
but
rasa
there are some moments where you
peluang
gotta
diorang
put your
sekarang
foot
ni
down
tengah,
and admit
kalau gameplay
that
diorang
might
masih
be
sama
too
kan,
respectful of
tak
them to
improve
ban
kan,
out the
kemungkinan
Arlot in the
SRG
first phase
kemungkinan tak
red
lepas
side.
tu.
Esmeralda
Boleh jadi
banned
tak
as
lepas
well.
tu guys.
Normally, we've seen Fanny banned out in this
Kalau kau
first
tengok
phase.
gameplay
Still
SRG
one
tadi
more.
nampak macam diorang macam pelik sikit ah, tak sama macam SRG yang MSC last time diorang menang kan, champion tu kan, tak sama lah guys.
Atlas, Ling, Fanny,
Nampak diorang
Herrera,
macam struggle lah, struggle. Tapi bukan diorang barai sangat tak. Benda tu masih boleh fix lah. Kita tak tahulah guys, kemungkinan Uni masuk ke apa ke kan. Tapi dah diorang training kan Skies kan. Kalau tiba-tiba Uni masuk susah lah guys Uni. Kalau kalah lagi, I don't know doh sama ada Uni mesti kena blame nya doh nanti. Kesian budak Uni kan. Kalau aku jadi Uni aku tak main doh. Aku bagi je Skies main, training betul-betul. Kat mana silapnya balik belajar balik kan, tengok balik. Jangan sama macam aku. Aku ni balik rehat terus guys. Mandi, solat, baring.
with those two picks,
santai.
Eudora is
Nak
sitting
tengok
right there to
YouTube
help her out.
boleh.
There's a lot of help for
Aku
the
boleh,
hero.
Saji jangan.
I think I've been won over by Uranus as a pickup getting shown in the first phase. They get
There
the
we go.
Fanny.
Onyx menang ke? Onyx menang.
You compare it up with the Uranus XP? Nope.
Kan dia kalah
They get
lawan
the
dengan
roll.
tim
They get
macam
the
tu,
gourd
guys.
right away. I think they were worried that they'll lose mid pickups, but they have so many to choose from.
I'm actually quite a fan of this, right? You have that range advantage against the Eudora, and you already have an Atlas.
Kalau
Usually
Yangon
when you see the
kalah,
Atlas, it's already
Gak
kind of a
memang
risk to
petak
take the
asal.
Eudora. So GK
Memang
are
Yangon
playing
menang lah
with
ni,
that
guys.
idea, and Yangon Galacticos just want
They
to
will
double
win,
down
bro.
on the already good pick
Yangon
that they
will
have
win.
against the Eudora with extra damage. So
Sebab-
whenever the Eudora gets caught in the fatal link,
Buh.
it's insta dead, insta delete.
Bos,
So it seems
Fanny
like right now,
duk.
Atlas and the Gourd together just gonna stop the Roman mid of
Pun hari tu ada jumpa kat Sukiya tapi segan nak tegur tengah makan.
It's better off that they pick it off now instead
Thank
of
you,
it just
doh.
getting banned away by the Yangon
Sebab tak tegur time tengah makan. Aku okey je kalau orang tegur.
Second phase, no marksman
Sebenarnya.
for the opposing team. They'll ban out the Fanny. They'll ban out the Moskov.
Moskov grabbed by
Tapi
GK
okey je.
Esports.
Contoh dah nak balik ke apa kan, nak gerak dah ke. Okey je kalau minta ambil gambar, faham.
Been banned a lot and either not picked on the Gourd side, banned mostly on the Fanny side.
Angah dia rindu tu. Angah rindu
How do you feel about
Sorry,
this
Dongga.
3 so far for both teams? Here we go.
Susah nak stream dengan kau kat sini.
Galacticos first three. It's weird because if you look at the prio list, the Hirara and the Eudora have been, topping that chart. But Young Galacticos already have an answer. Again, with the Atlas going up against this Eudora, it's going to be a very vulnerable pick. Plus the Fanny in the mid lane. This Eudora and Hirara combination, if they fall early,
Gila siap TLPH kalah
Yangon get a
20.
snowball,
2-0
it's gonna
kan.
get really, really tough because now I'm thinking about roamers and
Aku pun terkejut
XP
tu.
laners that can actually deal with this kind of damage, and I can't really come up with a lot of picks.
Yeah. Part of it too is that the Hirara is amazing, and we've seen that put to great test today. However, it was either an amazing performance in gold or it was a strong XP performance that enabled the Hirara to be that successful. So if you're saying I don't see a lot of great XP laners against this matchup, maybe Yangon's kind of put GK into a tough spot.
Exactly.
Kau kepo sekali dengan kau. Dia dah balik lah guys. Dia stream yang WI je. Kalau dia stay boleh, tapi dia kena pakai duit dia sendiri. Meta AEWC pelik gila Mun. Sebenarnya meta muntun doh yang makin pelik. Sebenarnya
alongside the Atlas, the Fanny's gonna swoop in. So theoretically, just getting an EXP laner with strong
ni
dive, strong
alhamdulillah
damage,
first time nampak god doh.
great crowd control. That should
Asyik
be able to
Eudora,
sweep up
Eudora.
GK's core, and it'll be up to GK to start backing up the stronger front lines to protect their back line.
Is that then also kind of playing into if they end up getting a couple
Sorry,
picks
guys.
on a diving EXP
Semua
laner,
sikit,
the Gourd and the Fanny start to get out of control, does then that whole game plan go to waste? Because then he can't dive and get enough damage on to get
Kalau
the kills,
meta
or are you
TLPH
confident
pun
that
pening.
that'll be okay?
Saji pun sama betul.
As long as you get that dive right in, then everyone can sweep up for one another. It just overload the damage, overload the aggro, which is what it seems like the meta
It's not a tempo thing, I guess is the question. If it doesn't happen early, can it still happen late?
Oh yeah, definitely it can.
Masalah Fanny tak silap aku Fanny mamat ni power kat tu.
Galacticos, it really seems like with the Alice and the Cho banned out, they really
Power
want to
kat
set
tu
those
dia.
winning lanes again, right? They need the gold and XP to be in a winning matchup.
Guys, kasih
for them
repost
to
dulu live ni
enable
boleh
the
tak guys?
Fanny.
Mana yang belum
Elric gets picked
repost?
up. Expect the
Kasih
spawn with the
repost
Cho
dulu
and
live
the
ni.
Atlas
Sekarang
taken
live dah
away.
boleh
I
repost
think we
kan?
might be seeing a Brody
Kasih
again
repost
just
dulu.
to bully the Moskov a bit more and to have that Fanny rotate into that strong side as they may be willing to give Turtle 1 over to GK. Knowing again, Atlas needs level 4 before he's activated.
Sana
Same
pukul
goes with
apa?
Ward.
Sini pukul 4:30.
And this is where we have to ask the
Petang.
question, right? What XP is safe enough to
Orang
pick up
teki dia
wide? 'Cause it
awal-awal
really seems
perform
for GK,
last-last tersiduk
with the
macam
Belric pick
N7
and the
tu.
Hirara now, they're going all
Tapi
in on
maksudnya
strong side
preparation
XP.
orang okey tau.
And who knows, GK might even
Ah.
end up swapping that Belric out.
Okey lah
but I
tu.
am leaning more towards the idea, just
Takkan
drop it
nak
down
takkan
the
nak
roam,
volume
make it
dia
a little
lepas
bit
kan.
easier
Takkan
somewhat
nak
for
kalah tu.
Eudora. You two will struggle
Dia
with
depends
that.
pada meta lah.
Oh, they still
Tak silap
play
aku yang
safe and get the
M7 tiba
quad, so
tengah-tengah
at least
tiba
they
ada
have
meta kan.
they
Meta
have
lain.
another option
So that's
for
why diorang
main
kalah.
damage if ever the Gourd and the
Tapi
Fanny don't
buat masa
work
sekarang
out,
preparation
but that plays a
Turki
little bit
kuat
more
doh.
later in the game. And
Ada
there
vlog
is
ke Mun?
the
Ada?
pick of the
Aku ada
Barracks.
buat vlog.
It's not
Tapi hari
exactly
ni
the
kurang
lava
sikit
or
lah.
the Yuzhong, but as we've seen,
Hari
they can pretty much
ketiga.
do the same thing.
Hari ketiga
Not
kita
as
kurang
mobile,
sikit. Hari
but it
pertama,
is
hari
still
kedua
equally
banyak
annoying,
ah.
especially since GK,
Aku
their
ada
damage
tunjuk
for
kawasan,
Barracks comes a little
tempat
bit later.
berehat launch player,
So
ada
GK
PS, ada PC yang
setting
korang
up for
boleh
the winning
main,
XP.
ada arcade.
all
Ada yang basketball arcade tu kan. Ada arcade juga yang Street Fighter yang lama-lama. Nanti korang tengok guys. Ada tempat pingpong. Boleh main ramai-ramai. Best tengok. Nanti kalau ada team yang dah kalah, boleh main dengan diorang ke apa kan. Let's support YG sama-sama guys. Let's go. YG. Me support YG guys. Me support YG. Because Myanmar people is so good. Suara macam lain je pun, sesama sikit. Apa nak sihat. Okay. Kalau tengok pada draft aku lagi suka draft YG lah. Sebab ada Fanny.
Okay,
yeah.
There you go. They still do end up committing the possibility of the better
Let's go.
EXP, and then Hylos and Rome. Interesting choices. I don't know. I just like the damage a little bit more from Yangon.
Agreed.
So Yangon maybe getting the damage, and we'll see if they can keep the tempo and set up for a win. This one is set to be a good one. So let's get it over to our
Qualified
casters
apa
right
bracket
away
boleh
to
pilih
kick off
lawan
our
qualified
first
lower
game
bracket
of our
kan
final
macam
series
tahun
of
lepas.
the day.
Rasanya ini dah lain dah beza dah. Fanny Sihan tu boleh-boleh agak betul. Yang tu aku tahu. Memang kuat kan.
Rather than the high risk, high reward in the damage for the EXP. We're going to jump right into this because Yangon Galacticos are looking for a series.
Kita tengok macam mana Fanny dia guys. Dia buat Fanny Assassin ni nampak-nampak ni. Macam Fanny Assassin ni. Fanny Assassin kan, korang kena betul-betul jago tu guys untuk main. Kalau kau tak apa-apa nak jago pakai fighter je dok. Apa tak join ke? Tak. Okay. Dia buat rotation sama macam aku lah guys. Asal Nice one bro, I see you. I see you.
Like a lot of the answers is one-on-one, right? I do like the option that Aizen has access to this Beleric just so that he doesn't need to go with
thank
the
you,
revitalize
user not
what
toxic,
Chen is
thank you for the
currently running
gift, for the
right now with his
orange.
emblem set. Now he can just flicker into the action and try and catch people off guard
Barat.
rather than play defensively. He has
Sakit Barat
offensive
dengan
options. With
Beleric
5
punya
seconds left
apa?
on the clock so far, the laning
Barang
phase,
Beleric
a
tak
lot of
lepas
the
dok.
motions that we're seeing from GK is actually centered around Xeno in the jungle.
And look at Yangon
Yang beria lah Arsenal.
checking out to see if anyone's down here. They make sure that Han is safe to go for
Beria tu kau.
And very running tightly. The mid lane, the mid trio, all sticking together. Not exactly looking for off-map play on the side lane.
Dia ambil sana
but at
dulu.
least making sure that Han's
Dah
in a
buka
good
bini
position
Moon
coming up for this turtle.
Aku rasa sakit kepala ni. Tengok buka kejap
They don't mind it. They don't know that one of their camps just got stolen here, but really
I'm
do they
from
need that camp
Cambodia.
at this stage of the game? Probably not. On the opposite side, one
Hello.
slight EXP lead, but not enough.
Cambodia
to
team is
level
very
the
good bro.
necessary
Nampak
for the
aku main
upcoming
psikologi dengan dia
turtle.
guys.
We'll see in a little bit because Yangon Galacticos could just, stretch out that
Nanti
first
dia mesti
turtle a
rasa
little
serba
bit
salah.
longer than they usually do.
Sebab dia jahat dengan aku kan. Tapi aku baik dengan dia.
Han comes in, gets some nice damage on a Shen. Zeno!
Oh!
Deletes him!
What?
We can't pretend that there's too many point and click
Silap
stuns here.
langkah lah
That
tadi.
should have been expected, but unfortunately wasn't able to.
Aku rasa kan. Apa kata kan? Kali ni kan aku yang cast tu. Nampaknya daripada God. Oh, Ying telah mendapatkan mengamankan turtle tersebut. Ying yang nyung. Nampaknya what a gameplay daripada seorang Ying mendapatkan satu kill dan juga turtle. Permainan sangat baik. Adakah akan mendapatkan almost untuk dijatuhkan si kuda. Tapi kalau kau tanya aku masa sekarang penggunaan Beleric dan juga Hylos, dua hero yang sangat keras guys untuk menjadi tank di bahagian depan. Apakah benda yang YG boleh buat dalam waktu dan pada ketika sudah masuk ke area late game. Flicker telah digunakan. Fanny masih lagi terselamat. Angkat game yang sangat cantik dekat situ. Follow up yang sangat baik daripada seorang mid laner daripada YG guys. What a nice chemistry yang ditunjukkan kepada oleh pasukan YG. Simpanlah bakat, tak apalah. Alah biarlah. Oh nyanyi kadang-kadang tak sedap tapi nak nyanyi juga betul lah. Sama macam aku sekarang ni. Sekarang ni perbezaan duit sebanyak 2000 pada minit 3. Permainan cantik yang ditunjukkan oleh pasukan daripada Myanmar. Representative from Myanmar, YG. Buat masa sekarang ni kita masih lagi tiada penampakan penggunaan Fanny yang sangat gila Masih belum masuk lagi area late game, area mid game ataupun area di mana Fanny boleh menunjukkan bakat bermain Fanny macam seorang Munji. Esok ada game, ada. Nampaknya Turtle di bahagian bawah telah pun keluar. Beleric cuba untuk menarik Turtle tersebut. Irara masih lagi menunggu untuk mendapatkan vision. Atlas telah pun keluar. Second skill mencuba untuk memberikan damage yang sangat besar kepada seorang high loss. 50% nyawa telah ditolak sebelum objektif. Mereka kedua-dua tim bermain dengan sangat tenang guys. Tidak memaksa mana-mana objektif buat masa padan pada ketika ini. Oleh kerana Assassin pick, diorang boleh take time. Okay, nampaknya Hirara dan juga Fanny naik ke kawasan atas. Oh, Fanny datang. Oh, cantik. Dijatuhkan. Hirara dalam keadaan bahaya. Cuba untuk melarikan diri. Alamak. Apa yang telah terjadi ni? Zing akan dijatuhkan. Fanny hampir. Oh, Puanok telah menjatuhkan Fanny tersebut. 2 untuk 1 tetapi Turtle kedua masih lagi menunggu. Siapa nak hit aku ni? Kan? Atlas cuba untuk memberikan sedikit sebanyak vision di bahagian H kiri. Ying terus membuat Turtle tersebut membantu untuk melajukan pengambilan Turtle untuk pasukan daripada YG. Aku nak dengar kata okey lah.
Falling behind, I mean, Zeno hasn't really been able to pop off. Yes, we've seen some deaths on Han, but he is making up for it with map control.
Dah lah, aku diam lah. Macam tu korang dengar je lah kata.
Making sure that Sanji gets a good start up in the gold side. The fact that we've now seen Yaga go down as well. The push
angkat terus, tak bagi masa. Belakang ada God.
Shen unable to get away. And even though it's the roam, every pick matters right now.
Yep, they're getting so many things for free. Sanji, he's not going to die here. I think now with the Blazing Duet, they're looking for a bigger fight.
Ooh, Blazing Duet onto Yaga. Yaga tries to dash
Baba
through on the
Yaga.
other side of the wall, but Kunok still goes down. He came in to help.
Kau
For his
unstoppable tu.
Yaga falls as well. YG just capitalizing on every
Jadi
little
kasta
mistake
balik
from
tak apalah
DK
guys.
right now.
Asal dia main kat perut tu. Dia main letak input kat perut tu.
To figure out ways to kind of edge out just little efficiencies here and there to try and minimize the damage being thrown at them. But now,
God sakit. Itulah aku pelik. Kenapa Saji tak nak pakai hero-hero macam tu kat mid lane? Pakai Farsa. Farsa dengan Valen.
DK, can they bring it together? They are all grouped up in this mid side, so there's your fight as 5.
Saji lawan Billy. Dah lawan dah. Kalah tu tadi 2-1.
Quanato getting zoned back. Shen drops
Lawan
for his
lusa
path.
rasanya.
Dyson's taken out by the magic gush.
Aku rasa better Salena. Salena kurang lah. Kurang. Sebab dia pakai Chow tadi tau. Lawan cuma match up ke, match up. Second skill telah digunakan. Penggunaan Phoenix sangat baik. Ultimate telah digunakan. Godlike untuk seorang menentang. Masih lagi cuba bermain. Han telah Wih gila lah. Tak main OGK ni. Arab ni bukan tak boleh main tau guys. Arab ni pun boleh main tu sebenarnya. In case kalau siapa-siapa yang tak tahu. Yang Falcon Mena tu pun strong kan. Yang ni yang champion. Moon jujur esok Vamos boleh menang. Vamos lawan apa esok guys?
A wide open one as well, because this combination, they could see everything. Oh, you're going to back up? All right, you're going to flicker 4, no problem. Constant punishes from YG.
Oh, lawan TS
Tier 3 down in the mid side.
Oh.
Lord falls as well. YG.
Kalau aku tak bias guys Kalau aku tak bias, aku pilih TS tu. Kalau aku tak bias aku pilih TS lah guys. Tapi sekarang ni aku ada bias. Nampak? Nampak? Nampak? Takkan kita nak pilih TS? Kita kenalah pilih Vamos tu.
They jump in and both of them get pulled back. Aizen now will bite the
Unfollow
bullet as
pun.
well.
Tak apalah, aku cakap benda yang aku rasa ya guys. I don't care what people think. I don't care what people will do. If aku tak sokong ni, aku tak sokong tu, aku bukan macam tu guys. I speak my mind bro.
Getting dragged against
Aku
the ground
being
right
real
now.
doh dengan korang. Korang nak aku fake ke? Korang nak aku fake dengan korang?
See the opportunity, but they're not thinking a little bit about the position that they're currently in.
Nak fake boleh ke? Kan, bagi jawapan selamat.
On top of the fact
Kan.
that they have just a
Apa
huge
semua.
economic lead.
Memang TS solid guys, nak buat macam mana
They're
tu?
gonna siege them underneath inhibitors.
Dah berapa season lah dia orang konsisten. Bukan dekat MPL. Bukan dekat MPL diorang.
Spirit Destruction comes through. No way he
Diorang
goes for it.
konsisten dekat international lah. International leh.
And then look for the re-engage, get the stun, and in comes Shen to his death. A blazing duet from Sanji.
Baik
And into the
cak.
backside they go. A beautiful
Aplikasi
Thomas
tu.
welcome. The tower falls, and YG want to try to end things here. They're gonna lock onto the base, and Zeno can do nothing on his own. YG take game one.
GK dapat 2 kill je
9
duk.
minutes, 59 seconds. I'm praying that the end game screen is going to tell us it's the perfect 10 minutes. Because that's where they were going for. The Yangon Galacticos didn't have much resistance.
Jadi
after
di sini
getting
je
the
mu,
early
santai
lead,
gitu.
but their
Hashtag early
coordination
champ.
is what sets them
Tak
apart.
tahu lah diorang ni. Tiba-tiba nak unfollow lah apa kan. Kalau korang nak unfollow benda tu aku tak boleh nak kawal tu guys.
Opposition that heavily depends on
Kawal
that
benda
team
yang
fight.
korang
You
boleh
only
kawal
get
tu.
one or two of those, especially within the early stage.
Idol, no
early
need to
mid
care
stage
about
of the
negative
game.
comments.
9 minutes,
Yes.
59 seconds.
That guy is
1
very
second
negative bro.
Couple milliseconds off.
I speak my mind.
Fudge it a little, just make it a little, maybe you say 10 minutes.
Yeah, maybe you know, we'll talk
Guys,
about
what?
that. But
21 and 2.
That's got to be
Let's
crushing.
go, bro.
That's got to be confidence
YG.
deflating for the side of Geekay. I'm not sure how they're going to recover from this, but they got to show that they are real
Suka
competitors
dia.
here. Yangon Galacticos, they're not
Pun esok buka
absolutely
mabar, oi,
like
tak boleh
they
lah
were
buka
in this
mabar
phase,
kat
just they
sini.
couldn't capitalize on it.
Yeah, and YG, I think once they knew they could
12.30 tak silap Vamos main. 12.30 pagi eh. Kalau 12.30 aku nak kena ready pukul berapa tu esok?
So many of those fights, and the reality is GK also made
Kat sini
mistakes.
pukul 7, korang pukul 12 tu.
They were a lot
Eh,
larger,
pukul
right?
1.
A lot of re-engages that they should have never taken, just like that,
7,
right there
8,
in the mid
9,
lane.
10, 11, 12, 1.
Jumping in there,
Pukul 1.
knowing that
Takkan
there
aku nak
still
kena
is
ready
that
sini
fatal
pukul
links out there.
pukul 6.
Knowing the possibility of what could
6
happen, we
pagi.
saw another one here where
Agak
Aizen
aruk.
comes back in, re-engages. Where are you going, my guy?
Where is the glorious pathway supposed to do? Do you think you're going to get out of there scot-free? No, absolutely not. Blink has played this game for too long to let
Satu pagi.
Roamers disrespect him like that and get on top
Satu
of
petang,
Sanji.
sorry.
We're going to be throwing it back on over to our studio. Break it down for this. This was a brutal one.
It certainly was. That trophy standing on the stage, ready to be claimed. One of those teams has made a
Aku
very
support
good
Myanmar. Aku support
argument
Myanmar
for
guys,
why
support
he
YG.
should
Tapi
be
kalau contoh lah kan, tak ada
early
orang Myanmar
on.
dalam live aku ni pun aku support YG
10-minute win,
juga.
almost the
Sebab aku rasa
perfect
YG
10-minute win against GK
aku
Esports.
suka lah
It
gameplay
was
diorang daripada
a
season
dominant
lepas lagi tu.
performance, to say the least, Mirko and Renmar. As we
Before
come back
this
onto this,
also,
my name is Randy,
aku
I'm your
macam
host, and that was a quick one. I mean, I just introduced myself 2 seconds ago
Macam
because
gempak
of how fast this game went. But again, it felt like this was a little bit more of what we saw earlier on
GK tim mana?
in the
Tim
beginning of
Mena?
the series today, because
Champion
it was
Mena,
just too
guys.
good from YG across the board.
It was fantastic by YG, but also it was
fantastic
pretty
gameplay
bad, honestly, for GK as well. I mean,
from
all of the
YG.
drafts we had our questions. We
21
gave
and
them the benefit of the
2.
doubt because we've seen crazy, a lot of wacky stuff today.
Sejak
that worked
Falcon lagi
out
kan,
off
Mun?
Alamid against
Sejak
Trust
Burmese.
Midnight, Parating Handa. But
Time
again,
diorang M2 dapat
the
nombor 2
Hylos
tu kan.
pick and the flex of the Belleric that was
Sejak
very
tu lah.
unnecessary again. It's kind of like the Eudora into the Atlas.
Orang tukar goal laner lah.
The
Rasa
Hylos
macam
now
lain
into the
dulu.
Atlas. They're
Ah,
just trying it.
goal laner
Almost
dia
seems
tak
like they're trying to
konsisten
feed as
dah
many
kalau kau
bodies
tanya
to
aku
the
time tu.
Atlas, especially with the Gord already there.
Goal laner dia
It's
kurang
kinda like
konsisten
Kaiser's,
sikit.
oh,
Yang ni
yeah,
nampak
because
much
Hypers
better
are
lah guys,
early.
gameplay and diorang punya
That was
chemistry.
keyword there for even a lot of the
Mr.
actions
YG
that
is
GK
so good bro.
GK committed to
Lapel
the
mana
games
Mun?
are unnecessary.
Lapel dia
Unnecessary
tak
timing,
tahu lah guys.
unnecessary aggression. They were looking so hard for that
Malaysia
concept
are
and
very
idea of,
kind.
okay, we
Love.
gotta
Thank
trade
you,
something
Swahdi.
out, even though they were able to get an early first
I hope
round
I
of HUD,
pronounce
but then
your
that
name
didn't really stop
correctly,
the
guys.
of Yangon Galacticos. Once you get to the major objectives, it's so easy for this Atlas and their core to do whatever they want to do over and over again, setting up for the Fanny. But even if you don't set up for the Fanny, if the Atlas and Gord just gets someone low or forces out battle spells, you've already done your job. And that isn't even putting the Barrets into consideration just yet. The meta, as we've seen so far from today and yesterday, has a Barrett's problem that no one can answer.
The thing is about the Barrett's problem as well, it wasn't even like the biggest thing in this game, which is crazy because, alright, yes, they were able to completely dictate the tempo and these neutral objective fights with the Barats, but then you look at the other side of the map where Young and Galacticos were very honest in the draft. They were like, alright, we're gonna go for the Claude because we want to play strong side XP. That's why they picked the Barats. But the fact that the Claude won so hard in lane that it ultimately became two strong sides with no bully matchup. Again, in that matchup, it should actually be the Moscow who has a little bit more of a say. That's where the Hirara should go to, and that's why Zeno tried a lot of times to rotate up
Mal
top.
tak flight.
But in the end,
Pergi Paris.
it
Tak
was
tahu lah guys. Aku kena sponsor lah
getting
semua.
solo under turret, already using Spear of Misery that gave
Semua aku
Han
sponsor.
such an easy
Semua
time
pakai
to
kamera
pick
apa
and
mau
choose
buat kat video
where he
TikTok
wants to
baru.
go.
Aku
He goes
pakai
top, free
Osmo.
neutral objective. He goes top, free kill. And on top of
Osmo
the free kill,
Pocket
it's kinda like a buy
3.
one, get one
Tak
because
silap
Zeno
ah.
was trying his best to kind of like
Osmo
recover
Pocket
for the
3.
team by rotating top and trying to get a kill.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can also just sum it down to it seems like Yaga got diff really hard in lane by
Cantik kan?
Sanji.
Boleh try lah. Tak silap aku harga dia dalam 1,500. 1,500 tak silap. Tapi worth it lah. 1,500 macam tu lawa kan.
You saw the difference in experience and comfort playing around the gold lane.
Sorry,
I know
guys.
Yaga has it in him, but Sanji
Kalau
just
GK
looked
kalah
so much
akan lawan
better game
SRG.
number one.
Lepas tu SRG akan jumpa Pro ataupun Yangon.
Most of the time, and you let it go.
Bukan
Han is
akan
known
lawan
for that.
Onyx ataupun Aurora ke?
All of a sudden, it's like, well,
So
that's why it
Hadi,
should have been
thank
banned.
you
7-2
for
on
becoming
that
my
game, but also pressure,
members.
comfort.
Welcome to the
There's so
family,
many
bro.
reasons why you may want to mix it
Welcome
up.
to the
What do
family,
you
bro.
take as GK letting it through, and also just like
YG is
this,
very good.
this draft, how it's set up so well
Very good play.
for an early start for YG.
For me, it's like, I guess we see early
I think
on why they actually let it go, right?
previous
Because they got the
tournament
Eudora and
YG
the
goal
Hirara,
list
the
is a little bit
Hirara combination,
inconsistent,
and it did pretty well, locking
inconsistent.
out Fanny, but
Sometimes he play
as
good,
Red Moss said,
sometimes
as the
he
caster
play
said,
not
there was
good.
no
But
capitalization, there was no conversion on
this
top of that
time,
because
the
of
new
these
goal laners
losing lanes. The
playing very
Barats
good,
doing
bro.
a very good job in XP to hold around that first neutral objective that stopped that conversion, and also the winning
Play
lane
very
up
good.
top. So I
Solo
see why
bracket
they banned,
group
they
A kan?
let Fanny go.
You understand it.
Lower bracket group A kan dengan
and they even had the
apa
highlights
bracket
with
group
it,
A
which
rasanya.
over in the
4
long
game
run, though,
Aku tak
Hylos
dapat lagi lah
realized, oh, I
schedule-nya
can't do much
guys.
against this
Susah.
Atlas and Gord. I keep getting poked from afar. All this crowd control is forcing out my revitalize way too early just when I want to use it. Oh man, I've already used it. Now they brought me down so low. This was a really tough game also for Shen.
Yeah, that might be, is that a learning lesson? Possibly. We'll find out because that was picked obviously with the Atlas exposed as a first pick. So that was a final pick for GK Esports. Coming into this conversation around what we can do heading into this matchup, they knew it was going to be a tough game. Yangon Galacticos Esports were certainly ahead in terms of your pick. Well, let's see what they had to say coming into it because we had a chance with Eterna to talk with GK Esports Kwana before the game.
Paris kamu nak?
We are now here with
guys,
the
mana belum
mid
subscribe kat
laner
YT
of
boleh
course,
subscribe
GK
dulu guys.
Esports.
Mana belum
Welcome,
tekan
Kwana.
button like boleh
Thank you,
bantu
welcome.
tekan button like
How
dulu
is
juga
Paris
guys.
been treating
Appreciate
you?
sangat.
It's actually like
Aku boleh tutup dah suara orang sebenarnya. Kalau aku nak cakap.
I think buildings. I like the building style here.
Okay, so this is your first time in
Yeah.
Paris?
Yeah.
Okay, but it's not your first time on the international scene.
No, it's like my third time.
But it looks like you're coming in with a new roster.
Yeah. Well, my roster is fully changed. I have a new roamer, jungler, EXP, and gold laner. So
Korang dengar guys?
4 new teammates.
How has that been for you so far?
Apa yang jadi kat bawah tu?
It was hard actually to change the full roster with me, but finally we managed to win the MPL MENA again, and it passed, you know.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
So how would
Aku
you
rasa
describe your
lain
new
kali
playstyle
kan.
with your new
Contoh kan,
teammates?
player Malaysia tengah main kan.
Our playstyle is
Aku pergi rekod
more
kejap
aggressive
buat
and
vlog
we
ke apa
also-
guys
we
kan.
always prefer
Kat
to
depan
team
sana.
fight, you know.
Okay,
Baru betul tu.
so aggressive team fight
Aku kat sini
heavy.
buat macam aku stream
We've
kat
been seeing
rumah
that a
tau
lot,
guys.
you know,
Macam
coming
budak
into
tak
MSC,
sekolah tu
and I was
sebenarnya.
wondering
Serius cakap.
about what's going on with
Berita
the
kan
mid laner
kalau
right now. I
tim
think
Malaysia
we saw
main SRG ke
Rafaela
Vamos ke aku
earlier
pergi
on.
turun jap, aku
Eudora has
pergi
been very
buat vlog
popular,
jap,
and
suruh lambat
Vexana.
kat
So
kamera
first
ke
off,
apa ke
what do
tau.
you think about the Eudora pick that's been so popular?
Aku
About
buat macam aku
Eudora,
stream
I
kat
think
rumah tu. Aku macam
it's
tak fully
an S+ tier
utilize
now,
apa benda yang
it's
aku ada
pick or ban,
sekarang
you
ni
know.
kat sini
It's so good against tanky junglers,
Rasa
so good
geram
against
lah, tau.
assassin junglers. It has continuous damage and burst damage.
Hey.
It can protect. It doesn't need much protect, you know. So I think it's a great pick now.
Amazing pick for Eudora. What about the Vexana?
Vexana is
YG dah menang.
Situational. You
Masuk
can't pick
live,
Vexana every
aku
game.
tak
You only
pakai
pick it for
apa-apa.
disengage or counter team fight. You can't pick.
Ni apa ke benda ni
I mean,
bodoh?
it's not flexible as much as the other.
Okay, so we can expect more Eudora,
Bunyi
but
ni
maybe
nak
less
sedap,
from Vexana.
Yeah, of course.
What's your
Bangkit
specialty?
Aku dah beli
my
ah.
special
Ha?
pick?
Yeah.
Murphy
Louis,
nak
but
2-1
actually
SRG
not
tadi.
better now.
Do you think we can see your Louis today?
2-1 siapa 2-1?
Possible scenario, yeah. You can.
Okay.
Mu boleh
'Cause you're
social
up against
bus ke?
Young
Boleh?
Galacticos and they're also known to
Pan.
be very
Tapi
aggressive.
kasihlah Aurora
Is
dulu
there any
Pan.
special preparation that you have up
What
against
is you
them?
think YG? I think
I think it's gonna
YG
be in the
performance
draft
is very
phase.
good, bro.
We're like gonna ban some
I like
of
the
their
Fanny
aggressive
pick
picks.
and
Ooh,
how
okay,
they
so we'll keep an eye out for the
how
drafts.
they
Once again, thank you so
execute
much.
in-game plan.
Congratulations. Wait, congratulations for being here. And
One of
congratulations,
the
good
one
luck.
of the
That's what I meant, guys.
underdogs in this
Thanks.
EWC, I
Back to you
think.
guys.
I hope
Turner,
they can beat
congratulations to you.
Congratulations.
For being so good at your
top
job.
team.
Good luck. I gave
at
a
EWC.
very nice compliment. I felt
Thanks
Turner's
you.
been doing amazing with those interviews.
I think 2-0
that was a
today.
funny one. And
Yeah,
fun with
I
anyone,
hope
but
so also.
That's just what happens when you put
And I
yourself in
think
a
they
lot of
deserve
interviews.
it
I think she's won probably 99%
to get a
of them.
2-0 because
maybe Quanok won that one, guys.
I think we
the performance are very prepared early before they come
she'd be
here,
in
you
grand
know.
finals basically. I
For
think,
sure.
Yeah, if that was the case.
In my
Just remember, the
perspective
worse you are at
and
social interactions,
my
she's a god at Mobile Legends.
I think preparation is one of the most
No,
important
no,
things
no, no,
before
no,
you
we
come
can't
to
get on that.
international tournaments, you know.
This was though a very fun kind of start for obviously if you were on
When
the
you
side
have
of our team.
preparations,
But when it comes to GK and Quanok talking about just the meta,
not
you can
only
see that he has
gameplay
a
but
very
also
not
the
simple, but, like,
drafting,
kind of
what you
understanding which everyone
eat,
coming into this is. The
what you
Eudora
do
is
before.
valuable. Playing around that though
Also,
was not enough.
will
And
affect
so that leads to the question, guys, what do you do at
your
this point
gameplay,
when
you know what
the
I'm
stuff
saying?
that's clearly valuable, that's commonly known to work, isn't quite working?
You really have to look back at then what you're
Silakan
doing
suara
within the game
tu
itself.
waktu
Like,
kau
how
cakap,
come you're
Mun.
failing with these picks that you think of as S+. Your timing, when
Ni
you're
slow
throwing
sikit
out
kan?
your abilities in certain little skirmishes, how you're even trading out abilities within the laning phase, why the high loss popped up. Okay, maybe I'm not going to talk about the high loss too much, but
You have to, you do.
Yeah.
If you don't, I will.
It's a big talking point, I know it is.
They were talking about aggression, they were talking about aggressiveness. Yes, theoretically, High Loss is one of those heroes that could work out for constant potential in
Mu
Vage.
cakap
But
bahasa
then now you
Perancis
pick
sekali,
up the High
Bonjour.
Loss with the Eudora because you see the Fanny. It
Sawadee
becomes more of a
ka.
defensive pick. You don't really get to
Ka.
play their
Yo,
game.
ma.
And I think that was... I think something that GK also got to feel
Jam lah
in the
kejap,
previous
guys,
game is that he didn't get to play their style. They were reacting a lot.
Nice,
and
bro. See
if
you
ever
again.
there's a
Thank
pick
you,
that they
bro.
shouldn't let through, maybe you let the R-Lot through and then you ban the Fanny because they said they wanted to ban some of the best picks for Yangon Galacticos. I know we agreed that it looks like they had the idea to go up against the Fanny, but clearly it's not just about the picks anymore. The
Bersin,
Fanny for Han is really good. Maybe it's one of those picks that you just have to ban straight up.
You know, this is one of those conversations that feels like it happens in
Bersin
30
doh,
seconds
rasa.
because you need so much time to consider what
Yeah.
exactly went wrong. There's so many ways to point the finger when you lose that quickly.
There you go.
And immediately you see the Atlas band, you see the Fanny band. This is what we're used to. It was strange in game one that didn't happen, but we also see Freya band as well. I mean, this is much more, I think, Mirko, close to what you would like to see from GK.
Yeah, I think this is the standard approach to drafts, especially, you know, in the current meta. You ban out the Fanny, ban out the Atlas as well. Now it opens up for that Eudora. We did hear from Quanok, it's first pick or ban. I think that should be the choice as well for GK. You know, a lot of the other assassins open, Hirara, Ling, so might as well pick up the Eudora first and then let Yangon Galacticos decide what other assassin they want to go for. Now, question is, will the Phobius also be banned out, or will YG try to punish GK with that Phobius? There you go.
Penny Han macam kau ke lebih kurang ah. Lipo lebih kurang ah kalau katanya aku kan. Ya, ya, ya. Macam 50-50. Dia macam dia ambil aku punya power 50 lah. 50-50.
For blue to 3 to turn it around.
Abang kat mana tu Mun? Dekat Paris.
Shadow of Uranus and Beleric is starting to really hang
I'm really
heavy
feeling
in
sad.
the draft
SRG and
race.
YG
Wow,
are in the same
Eudora,
group.
they
Yeah.
watched the Hirara instead.
Me too, bro.
So you think they're going to lose the Eudora here?
It should be
yes.
different
Yeah, it should be
bracket, you
Eudora
know.
+1.
What does that tell you, Mirko?
But
I mean,
it's
it tells me
okay
that
lah.
GK
I think
are confident in their Hirara, I guess. I mean, they picked up Hirara both games, right? Zeno,
right.
the best
previous
team
game as
will win
well.
lah. And no offense.
Think they'll
Eh,
have an answer for
no.
Eudora anyway. Something that can open up, maybe a Cho
Not
early
taken
on
lah.
as well could be the choice, but It could be taken
If
by
YG win, I'm happy for you guys. And if SRJ win, you guys also need to happy for us. Because tournament, sometimes people win and lose. It's one of the adat.
Could be. Honestly, GK just
Adat
put a
apa
page
nama
on the book
Inggeris?
of everyone else. Just pick up something like a Cho and then you pick
Adat
up
in
Barrett.
English.
Ooh, I like that.
Right? Cho Barretts together.
Adat
you
is
get,
like
a little bit of
tradition,
more
you know.
priority in the center of the map.
So
You're
in
rotating
tournaments,
fast
there
because
is
Barretts slower. Barretts can safeguard
tradition.
that side of the map.
Yeah.
But no, of course, for Esmeralda.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad.
She's usually banned at this point.
That's true.
But you are
Tradition in tournaments. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Yes, nature of the game.
For
Yep.
those just coming in
That's
and
the
watching, why
best.
you like Barrett showing up more and more as we get into these days.
Yeah, because of the picks that we've seen.
Thank you for the follow, guys.
for
Appreciate
this
it a
meta
lot.
game, there's not a
Thank
lot
you for the
that can
subscribes.
actually give it problems early on.
Even
Although in
aku
the
punya
previous
ni.
series, we saw Lutpi go down twice early on with the Barretts, but it had to get so much resources from their opponents just so that they could take the Barretts down.
Kau kat mana?
That's why
Kat Paris?
I feel like it's so good because with all those resources gone, you with a lot of damage dealers in the meta game right now. With the Barretts down, you still can
Semua makin
clap
teruk
back
ke
and
mon?
counter against opponents that took it.
Awak
And
sama
JK
je
are
dok.
honest with it.
Tapi
They
okey lah.
showed
Semalam aku
Esmeralda
sakit
and the
gigi
Paghis
dengan ni
already,
dok.
so they know
Tak pernah
that they're
siap
gonna
aku
be
sakit
packing the
gigi guys.
gold,
Tiba-tiba sakit gigi pula duk sini. Aku cakap dengan kau, kenapa kat Malaysia tak sakit gigi? Mungkin
Isn't that where they
penghapus
kind of
dosa tu
had
guys.
their biggest struggle though? I mean, in gold and EXP, and I mean,
Perubahan
Mirko was
cuaca,
kind of waxing
agak
poetic on this. They just lost so hard in that. Even if they had better matchups on mid and jungle, it wasn't able
Let's
to
go.
take
Let's
advantage
see
of.
the
Yeah,
draft.
that's why it feels
The
like
first
this
3
is a
pick.
confidence pick and confidence draft
love
overall.
it.
But Yangon right away
Oh.
answering with
Ruby.
the Ruby. That is such
Ruby
a good
sebenarnya
pick
boleh jadi
because
counter
GK
untuk
were
Eudora
so
tu.
honest with it. Yangon
Dia
Galacticos
fikir-fikir
pick up a
balik
pick
kan.
that
Kalau dia ulti
punishes
flick
that
tidur tu
honesty.
Eudora. Lagi satu dia punya skill tu kan. Dia memang berdekatan dengan Ruby tu punya tarik tau. So kalau dia tarik, contoh kan nak stun ni kan. Paling-paling Ruby tu mungkin sempat ulti lah. Lepas tu kena stun. Sama ada kalau dia tak ada flicker dia mati. Kalau dia tak ada flicker dia mati. Kalau ada flicker rugi lah guys kan. Tak ada rugi tapi dia terpaksa guna flicker lah kan. Faham tak? Mulai form bomb pun tak ada. Lepas tu kau nak aku buat apa? Tak guna siap. Siap tanya lagi dia tidur ke mana aku nak tahu doh. Aku kat Paris Pangang. Aku dah tercakap Pangang. Orang macam kau ni patut kau block doh sebenarnya. Buat sakit hati tau baca kau punya komen. Orang-orang macam kau ni hati baca. Tanya aku kat Paris tak. Ditanya pasal ombong. Siau gila. Kau ni kurang berfikir tau. Orang cakap kan. Kurang berfikir.
In this one, so we're seeing a full lineup swap. The stolen Eudora, I think, was more given away from GK Esports. Noticed that wasn't going to work unless we had stronger EXP and gold lanes.
Oh, macam dia patut block je doh. Selalu tanya soalan-soalan tak pakai otak kan.
Just guarantee mid prio so that they can help the lane get the buffs because even though GK have the Ruby that can actually beat out the Paquito and Esmeralda in these team fights, one thing that GK have basically confirmed is prio on both lanes. They can just cut the waves.
They say bro work hard and bonjour. Thank you Dragon. Berry.
To take away from Han. So YG either they gotta start winning these lanes, by picking up these lane bullies.
Apa ke benda lah kau hantar aku ni siap. Pakcik tengah menyanyi, tengah mabuk ke apa ni aku tak tahu lah.
They need a really strong row mid here that can set the tempo. They end up picking up the Cho, which is why
Suka
I was
dia.
thinking maybe GK would want to pick up the
Suka pakcik
Cho
tu.
for them. Good, but ooh,
add a unique hero.
Finally, there's another one.
And the Selena.
They'll be able to farm mega fast if they're gonna double leash for their
Berapa lama kat Paris? 2 minggu. I'm happy for SRJ and YG. Whichever team wins the champion. Yes, for sure. Thank you ya.
Yesterday? And I think for wildcards, if I'm not
Memuji apa pendapat abang tentang saing MLBB sekarang?
yesterday, right?
Maksudnya oh saingan dalam ni MLBB aku rasa okey lah guys. Sihat lah. Masing-masing wants to be competitive, you know.
Please Melissa, please.
With all of this dive,
Masing-masing cuba menjadi yang terbaik lah guys.
right now. Unless they decide
It
to play
takes
for
your
range
soul
and
to
pick up
become
something
the
like
best,
Ranger
you know.
back in with a piercer, but I would prefer to Melissa. They get the click. Oh, this is such a tough click game though.
Thank
Yes,
you
that's a
for the
pretty
roses.
risky choice. Yeah,
Thank you juga
it's like
guys
you're
for the
choosing
gift.
to say, I like this, please make it
Bunda duduk kat
for
meja
me. I
caster
wanna
kat
show off
Paris.
how
Bukan
good I
meja
am.
caster apa ni?
Well,
Thanks
maybe they
pun
are
sudi
that
apa ni?
good. You should
Sudi
have known,
bergambar kat
Mirko.
KLIA
Say, Melissa,
sama-sama.
they were gonna do something else. Once you
Kasih
said
lah
it was not happening. You know how you do. You know how
Ini
it works.
brother yang jaga bahagian
You
back
said it
tu
yourself.
That's true. You know what? My bad,
Mantap
YG.
tu bang.
Maybe I revealed
Kerja
their
elok
cards
abang
before
eh.
that. They went for a different thing.
Clint,
Kalau
to
ada orang yang bawa
follow
masuk
through to
dadah, abang
finish
tangkap
out
dia
this
bang.
lineup, it is almost an entirely new lineup.
How are you,
GK
Moon?
Esports
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to
good.
even the series
Just have
against
a bit of a runny
YG.
nose.
Can
You
they
know,
do it and send
I'm
us to
not
a
that.
game 3?
I'm not that.
We'll find out. We've
Sihat.
got Gideon and Trex on the cast.
Thanks so
Saya nak
much.
bahasa Inggeris apa,
Already
guys?
here
Sihat.
at match point for the Yangon Galacticos, and we've got quite a wild opportunity to see Selena
Healthy, I'm not
and
very
Jawhead
healthy, guys.
within the same composition. We've seen many
Runny nose.
victims in ranked games getting absolutely demolished with how quick they're able to kind
Thank
of
you, Berry,
speed
for
up
the punch
Wow,
card.
freaking
Terima
ultra leash here.
kasih.
Like Zeno didn't need more help.
We need this purple buff. That is it.
Oh, Joit
There
eh.
will be no invades.
Sorry.
We will
Yup.
secure it, and we will do something after. But for sure, it's happening.
Joit no.
It's crazy. It's a wild style of composition.
Eudora,
because for DK,
Chow.
if things start to
Agak
go
susah
downhill,
tu Chow
if they
sebenarnya
don't
nak kick
develop
Joit.
a lead, if
Kecuali kalau dia
Yangon
buat laju lah.
Galacticos
Kalau
are the ones
kalau
actually
contoh lah
maintaining
kan.
at least a 2K
Macam
lead, I think
Joit
this
tu
game is
sempat
sort
ulti
of
kan.
done for,
Chow tak boleh
unless
kick
they
tu.
put some damage onto Sanji.
Dari satu
But
dia
in the
senang nak
meantime,
cancel
I
lah.
like the fact that GK,
Tapi
they
dia
don't
ada
want to slow
Ruby.
down. They're just going to play for that information and really work with the mid trio to get things moving across
Mereka
the map.
sekarang macam mana
They
Moon?
take some really interesting
Boleh tengok kat
pathing.
MPL
I
MY
almost
kot.
kind of worry about
Kalau
this
kat
Zeno.
MPL MY ada dah tu bracket dia.
With such a lead
Tapi kalau nak lagi
getting
jelas
that
boleh
purple
tengok
buff
lambat sikit ah.
immediately, they could have used
Nanti
that
dia tunjuk
to
bracket
have
apa
him
lawan
to
apa
start in his
nanti.
own jungle, but they go for
Eh?
the litho, they go into the mid, hope that there's a
Sebab
possible
sekarang ni
mess
aku
up.
pun pening
And
tu.
now that quick pace
Tapi
that they
kalau
want
kau
to
tanya
set,
pasal
this
SRG,
evens out in a sense.
diorang akan lawan sama ada YJ ataupun GK. Kalau diorang menang, diorang akan lawan sama ada Onyx ataupun Aurora. Hero non-meta apa yang kau nak tengok kat MSC ni? Hero yang non-meta Kalau aku kan, aku nak tengok hero yang macam Aulus and Zaz. Kagolin aku nak tengok macam Melissa dia semalam ada orang pakai. Kedua hari lepas I'm not sure. Aku nak tengok hero yang jarang orang pakai lah. Dia bawa gameplay yang berbeza. Macam ni lah tadi Aurora bawa mid Rafa tu. Dan aku nak tengok diorang tak terlampau ikut meta lah guys. Bawa benda yang different. Dan barulah orang nak tengok best lah.
But I mean, he can close the distance pretty quickly, and we are at least seeing him. But down
Oh.
to Turtle. Blink.
Oh, tak kena.
Taking a little bit of damage by
Blink.
everybody.
Kena
Beautiful,
burst.
I'm offended.
Oh, cantik
Pulling
first
them all
blood.
in. Tempest of Blades connects
Ying.
on to none. Bahan
Oh,
still finds a kill on a Shen.
kena
Now
habis
Isaac
tu.
forced to run away.
Kau tengok YG pun power sial.
Bring it all in on the first
Power
turtle.
tu YG.
Exactly what you want to see, right? I
Kamu
would've
dia
imagined that he didn't want to do it,
Myanmar.
but Ying makes
Semua dah
all the
dah
difference
dah
here.
upgrade tau
Flickering
orang punya
forward and
gameplay.
catching all four of the members from the side of DK. Very nice
Take care idol,
of him
thank
to do
you.
so,
You
because
take
with
care
this
too, okay?
lead,
Thank you
they're
for
gonna push
becoming
it
my
even
members.
further.
Appreciate it a
And
lot,
that's the thing
bro.
about Yangon Galacticos' composition.
Thank you.
Like, it is a little risky here and there, but it doesn't mean that
Guys,
DK
lagi
missing out that
8
first
orang
kill is
kan.
the
Follow
end
aku
of
dapat
the world.
600 follower 2 hari ni guys.
Whether or not-
Apa kata?
Oh, they get the blast
Mana yang
down.
belum follow tu boleh follow
Luckily
dulu
for
gang.
Aizen, he's able to tank the damage. No.
First skill. Oh.
That's the passive, right?
Mantap siap.
The after effect.
Ooh, that is nasty.
Bawa Salena.
Nasty stuff.
Risky tu
And I think
Salena
this is
guys.
going to be what the game is gonna
Tapi
look
kalau
like for
orang
a
dia betul-betul
while.
power tak ada masalah. Tapi risky lah.
I mean, it's already 5-0. I don't know
Yang ni
how much
memang okey
longer
juga.
it could go
Diorang
if it
kalahkan
continues to
CG
look
kan
like
hari
that. It
tu
could
di
be another
M7
very quick game if things follow this pacing. Shen on the bottom side just trying to defend the tower at this point as YG continues to advance forward. Look at
Haji balik awal dekat lower oleh
Blink
Infamous.
just constantly keeping tabs in their jungle.
Support je
Constantly
mana-mana.
pushing. The thing is with a lineup
Tim Malaysia
like
semua
a
support je lah
Jawhead
guys
and a
aku
Selena,
rasa.
that's what they should be doing.
Vamos
They
boleh
should
all
be the ones
in,
pushing
SRG
in.
pun boleh all in,
Damage
tak ada
on the
masalah.
Ying there, but it's not gonna be enough
Kenapa
to
nak
take him
pilih-pilih?
down.
Diorang
Shen
bukan kalah lagi
careful
tu.
commit. Completely misses. Ying. Oh, wait a second, they have offended. He's okay.
What a surprise! What a surprise! Paghis, why are people trying to dive people like Ruby? There is just no point, especially if you don't land that first arrow, if you don't get the guaranteed CC. And now the punish.
A nice kick from Blink on a Zeno. Han moves in, tempers the blades, just try to close the distance.
Macam tu
Han will
je.
get stunned up. unable to get the kill on his Zeno, but wait, he
Ui,
dashes
sikit lagi
back
siap.
and
Tak
forward,
kena
back
pula
to
member.
safety. DK still unable to get a single kill on the board.
Unreal, unreal. He's still able to have the time, and honestly, just really good movement so far. Yaga, he can get this kill onto Blink, but is he
Laju,
willing
boy,
to die
tangan.
for this? Is he willing to flicker? And he is!
Oh.
Worth it, value, I would say at this point, just get what you
Flicker
can.
untuk tank Nah, I'm not sure.
No,
Tapi dia dapat turtle okey ah. Dapat turtle worth it lah guys. Kalau dia nak bunuh tanpa sebab, tak ada objektif mungkin susah sikit lah. Ying dalam keadaan bahaya. Tarikan yang baik daripada seorang. Killing spree untuk seorang Han. Flicker telah digunakan. Nampaknya ultimate daripada seorang Ling. Adakah dia akan memasa? Nampaknya tidak. Nampak tu. Itu kalau ada Flicker mati tu Ling tu. Tapi sayang kan.
This happens every single time, and the worst part is that
macam tu je dok, YG dapat dapat tower dekat mid.
They did this in game number 1 as well, and they were also
macam gitu je guys,
which is the most important structure on this map for the first 8 minutes of the game. Now with the missing mid tier 1, they get to walk into the jungle for free.
Ini lah condition macam mana JK nak menang kan. Condition winning dorang adalah
that's the first one that gets taken before any side lanes go down. Is even more
of
a statement here by YG.
Dorang kena kill yang depan ke? Tapi tak boleh. Dorang kena tahu macam mana nak masuk belakang lah aku rasa. Sebab dorang tak ada goal lane. So winning condition dorang kena pandai target clean dengan you dorang bahagian belakang. Link ni biar. Kalau dorang benda tu pun dorang tak boleh nak buat, mungkin susah sikit lah. Tapi pelik, YG memang dah host TLP pun cakap memang. Memang. Dia yang power guys. Kamu dia pun power, yang pro e-sport. Itu pun one of the best dark horse lah. Yang pagi tu dah kalah lah ni dengan Ruby sebenarnya dalam team fight. Susah ni pagi tu nak main time ada Ruby. Dia kena banyak main second skill dengan first skill. Dia tak boleh main ulti guys. Kalau dia main ulti, kemungkinan dia boleh kena cancel. So damage tak masuk, lepas tu dapat CD. Jadi tak sedap lah.
You have a composition that you want to sit around. Everyone needs to kind of work together, get those combos off. They don't have big range with the marksman. They sacrifice that for the fighter off lanes. Turtle is up now. What can they do about it?
Aku tengah hidung sumbat boleh bau ketiak apa? Dia lalu ni jalan sebelah. Bau ketiak terus. Tai. That's strong bro.
Look for the engage, gets the ejector.
Marit.
Turtle does go down, and so does Aizen. Ying now going to move on. A beautiful flicker in from Yaga. Yaga able to get some nice shots off, but won't be able to get away from here. YG just collecting heads one by one.
Pantai dia.
There was a potential outplay angle for Yaga,
go take
but
your
he
win,
did not want to lose out on
Umbra,
his
thank you so much, Umbra.
upcoming fight. And I think at this point, having the Selena is great because now you can watch
Smith tak main.
Galacticos in first-person view steal away your camps and not
Semua tak main lah guys, bukan Smith seorang tu.
It's rough.
This is really rough. And I want to be positive for them, but at the same
Susah,
time,
guys.
the composition that they have, like
DK
they don't have a lot of comeback
not at that level yet
those arrows hit. And even when those arrows hit, there's a pretty good chance, unless it hits Kaiser.
Boleh nampak tu daripada segi dia nak ambil objektif, team fight, macam mana position yang nak ambil sebelum masuk team fight, and unpredictable ke tak. Benda-benda macam tu semua ambil peranan yang besar lah bila kita dah masuk dekat international guys.
The Ruby just destroys everything that GK wants to.
Macam mana dia nak settlekan masalah kalau dah jadi macam ni. Ini macam kena kutip lagi ni. Tidur. Ni makro pun kalah dua member. Ambil Salena, Vision pun tak nampak guys. Macam mana? Sebab tu kata ambil Salena ni risky. Kau nak kena betul-betul utilize early game tau. Kalau kau tak dapat pegang early game kan, susah lah. So bila kau main Salena kepada user Salena kat luar sana, oh sakit. Okay, sambung. Kepada user Salena kat luar sana, kau nak kena utilize early game. Apa benda yang kau boleh buat? Contoh, Salena boleh tolong buff laju. Gunakan benda tu. Salena boleh keliling laju. Gunakan. Apa next kau? Kau nak kena next step. Kau kena fikir laju. Apa next step? Sebab dia boleh buat kerja semua laju. Clear mid laju. dapat buat itu, dapat buat ini. Jangan terlampau duduk mid kan. Jangan terlampau lama dekat laning tempat lain. Contoh dah buat rotation dah ni, jangan terlampau lama. Nak kena cari farm juga. Bila kau tak ada farming kan, pun jadi susah agak guys main Selena ni. Nak kena balance lah. Dia skip SRG satu hari bulan. Seriously?
On gets engaged. Yaga is there, gets some nice damage, but Aizen still goes down, unable to connect, and Yaga kicked back, taken out.
Sanji. Setakat ni arrow dia masih lagi tak kena mana-mana. Sebenarnya dia kena main letak. Kalau dia tengok stream aku tahu lah macam mana nak main letak guys. Thank you for the follow. Sikit lagi guys. Sikit lagi. Lagi 7 follower. Aku dapat 600 follower hari ni guys. Tapi kebanyakannya orang Myanmar. Aku rasa 95% semua from Myanmar hari ni. Tadi tengok kat Google keluar macam tu. Masak 2 hari bulan aku dah balik. Takkanlah 1 hari bulan baru start game SRG tu. Yang aku tahu tadi dia ada borak Isnin dan Selasa. Dia tanya aku nak pergi mana. Isnin Selasa dia nak pergi mana-mana ke dia tanya. Tapi sakit yo. Tapi esok Isnin Selasa je lah kot cuti. Yang lain semua macam hari biasa je kot. Ada 2 hari cuti. Allah Akbar, Han tersilap langkah guys. Silap langkah tu. Tapi draft GK kurang lah. Diorang fokus dekat, diorang lebih fokus ke arah hero power tau. Tapi diorang lupa, diorang banyak counter sekarang ni. Diorang boleh counter Paghis, boleh counter Esme, boleh bagi damage sampai macam dia boleh puri tau. Tapi Selena boleh counter Hidora lah. Tapi nak execute Selena susah guys tau. Nak execute Selena tu susah. Dan lagi pula kan kau macam tak master tau. Aku tengok dia ni macam tak power tu Selena dia. Dia tak ada, dia tak main letak kan. Dia second skill first skill macam tu tau. Second skill first skill susah tu. Diorang punya reaction semua next level tau. So untuk kau second skill first skill campur kan, combo second skill first skill tu kan susah. Better kalau first skill letak kat orang, second skill tu biasa je. At least kau dapat vision dapat masih lagi dapat bagi damage. Main rapat je. Asal kan dia kena stun. Kau tengok kan, dia second skill first skill macam tu kan, tak kena siapa-siapa. Lepas tu dia kena tunggu. Dia kena tunggu 5 to 4 second tau. Tidur. Baik siap setupnya. Baik siap. Tidur dah habis lah ni. Consider habis lah guys. Triple kill macam tu je siap.
Pretty good idea, but they could not collapse at the exact same time. There's just too many delays with the help of the
nampak kan, faham kan apa yang aku cakap kan guys kan. Bila korang second skill first skill kan, jadi sangat kurang guys. Damage tak masuk. Nak kena tunggu 5 to 6 second. Dia kena tukar. Lepas tu baru okey balik. Baru ada balik. Itu pun kalau kena. Kalau tak kena macam mana guys kan? So dia susah sikit lah. Nak kena tahu macam mana dia nak fully utilisekan penggunaan Selena. Nak kena master orang kata guys. Selain daripada tu, penggunaan Johit pun dia macam kurang. Aku macam tak nampak sangat dia dapat campak orang kan, ulti orang ke apa tak ada. Dia tak ada start dulu terus ulti lah. Tidur. Kill pun tak kena tu. Tidur. Dah habis lah ni. Habis lah. Habiskan lah Tengok. Ruby kita tengok Ruby tak ada flick. Ulti on the way. Ada satu lane je. Diorang nak kena cover betul-betul ni guys. Nak kena cover betul-betul ni.
Okay, hilang. YG gonna move on to Shen here. Last minion drops. They do have to back off. They're unable to connect to the base.
I don't know how long they can do this for because it's coming to a point where we're getting to the 42K mark. Once we get to the 42K mark, we're expecting that Xeno alongside, well, in this case, Yaga, would have hit their core items. I know for a fact that Yaga has his item, Xeno at the same time, but the rest of them, they just don't have enough stats, especially for Aizen, literally 2 items.
Sebuah item buku. Buku glowing dengan divine. Kita dah ambil hero lain je duk. Tapi memang boleh dikatakan kan, Selena boleh counter Eudora. Aku rasa ini counter pick ni. Counter pick untuk Eudora. Tapi mekaniknya, kefahaman hero-nya terlalu jauh. Aku tengok kalau aku tengok benda-benda jenis macam geram. Macam geram nak main. Lily tak pernah kena. Ada kena. Tapi waktu-waktu yang tak penting lah. Waktu-waktu tak ada apa-apa kena. Waktu-waktu yang macam ni tak nak pula kena. Nampak dia tak main letak tau. Okay, ni baru dah main letak. Second skill.
Zeno back in. Zeno goes down. Aizen about to get hit by the Tempest Blades as Han dashes on the tower, gets the kill. Lord connects on a base, a big kick onto Yaga.
Simpan ulti untuk bagi tu. YG menang guys. Good job though YG.
We'll move on to the base. They want to make things fast. They want to make things quick.
Good job
YG take game number 2 and win the series.
Dominant. Domination.
Galacticos take the game 2-0.
Domination guys. Daripada pasukan, daripada Myanmar.
And honestly, I think that was the problem. Those first 3 picks was just too honest and no punishing ban on this Ruby. There were just too many problems to think of and they fell for it. I think this is one of those, go back to the pre-preparation room, re-look at the priority list for your heroes for the types of compositions you want to develop.
So first game SRG lawan dengan ni kan. Aku rasa dah menang lah tu. DK.
They will have another chance to fight, but YG will move on to the next round up in this upper bracket and are that much closer to securing playoffs.
Susah ke jumpa YG atau Pro. Tapi tadi ada orang bagi tahu aku, Aiman. Sama lepas diorang menang, contoh menang lawan DK kan. Kemungkinan diorang akan lawan dengan pasukan Onyx ataupun Aurora. Itu apa yang aku dengar tadi lah. Tak tahu mana satu yang betul. Ada orang kata lawan dengan Pro ataupun YG. Ada orang kata lawan dengan Onyx ataupun Aurora. Tunggu bracket. Aku rasa the best is tunggu bracket lah guys. Itu yang paling terbaik lah. Sebelum kita pening-pening.
We've seen it before happen, right? We've seen teams clean themselves up.
And sebelum kita pening-pening, mana satu lawan apa?
This wasn't just a loss. This was a bad.
Kita tunggu je dok.
It's definitely going to hurt the confidence for sure. Luckily we know that our competitors here at MSC have the strongest mentals possible.
Sebelum pandai-pandai tak tahu nak cakap apa, baik tunggu bracket. Yes sir.
Tells you and pre-preparing for so many of these games. But that's the true nature of competition. With competition,
the true nature of the competition.
Who we have up on stage for the interview.
You know who it is. Of course, our victors from the Galacticos, and it's Blink joining us here with, of course, our Burmese translator with us. Coco, thank you very much for joining us. Gentlemen, question first. Blink, now, you're one of the most experienced roamers in Myanmar. Specifically, that's your first time playing at MSC. How has that experience been so far for you here at EWC?
Fig versus Myanmar.
အဲ့တော့ပထမဆုံးဂုဏ်ပြုပါတယ် MSC အနေနဲ့ဒါပထမဆုံးဝင်လာတဲ့အတွေ့အကြုံရှိတဲ့မြန်မာပြည် game ပြိုင်ပွဲဝင်တယောက်အနေနဲ့ဘယ်လိုအတွေ့အကြုံခံစားရပါလဲ
ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့ MSC ကတော့ပထမဆုံးသွားတဲ့ဟာပေါ့နော်ကျွန်တော်ပြိုင်ပွဲတွေကတော့ကျွန်တော်သွားဖို့ပဲပေါ့အခုကျွန်တော်တို့နိုင်သွားတဲ့အတွက်လည်းအရင်ပြောပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့နိုင်တာအခုခဏပဲပြောတာပေါ့
tapi selepas itu
I'm so happy to be here for the first time and we are going to prepare for the next match and this is the first time for me but we are going to go forward.
Of course, you played at M7 most recently, huge internationally. But I want to talk to you when it comes to metagame because Barats and Ruby, we've been seeing them more and more here. Do you think that the meta is developing more towards them here at MSC?
MSC မှာဒီလိုပြိုင်ပွဲအနေနဲ့ရွေးချယ်ခံရတာဟာတကယ်ကိုယ့်ရဲ့အတွေ့အကြုံအနေနဲ့ဘယ်လိုရှိပါလဲဗျ
အခုလိုသွားတဲ့ကျွန်တော်လည်းခေါ်ပြီးပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်ကိုယ်တိုင်လည်းတောင်းဝရှိရလည်းခံစားရပါတယ်အဲ့အတွက်လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အများကြီးစူးစမ်းသွားပါမယ်
I was so proud of myself And I felt like I have more responsibility for this match.
And why is that the case? Do you feel that it's just the pressure on being in the international stage that puts that on you, or is it the whole team is kind of working together throughout it for a victory?
ဒါဟာဘာဖြစ်လို့ပါလဲနိုင်ငံတကာပြိုင်ပွဲဖြစ်လာလို့လားနောက်ပြိုင်အဖွဲ့တစ်ခုလုံးကကိုယ့်ပေါ်မှာတာဝန်ရှိနေတယ်လို့ခံစားရပါလား
Dia very terima view
ဒီ
tinggi
ပွဲမှာမဟုတ်
saya.
ပါဘူးကျွန်တော်တို့ဥမာလိုပဲပွဲတွေဆိုလည်းပြိုင်ပွဲဖြစ်နေဖြစ်နေကျွန်တော်တို့ကတော့
Dia
တာဝန်
tak
ရှိလို့
dia
ခံ
mau
စား
apa.
ပါတယ်အဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်လည်းအကောင်းဆုံးစူးစမ်းနေပါတယ်ဗျ
Not only for this match and all the match that we have experienced in the past, and I was so much responsibility for this. So we're trying our best.
Next ada game
And
lagi
you
ke?
absolutely
Next
will
esok.
do because not just in this match, but
Ni
in
dah
our
habis lah.
upcoming game. I mean, you guys are playing against Pro
Aku dah boleh
Esports.
balik.
Did
Dah
you
boleh rehat.
expect them in the
Atas
upper
katil.
side of the bracket, or was it more SRG that you were waiting for?
အဲ့ဒီတော့ဒီလာမဲ့ဒီ Pro Esports မှာပေါ့နော်ဒီ SRG နဲ့ပတ်သက်ပြီးတော့ဘယ်လိုမျှော်လင့်ချက်တွေရှိပါလဲ
သူတို့လည်းတကယ်ကောင်းတဲ့အသင်းဖြစ်တဲ့အတွက်ကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်တို့လည်းအများကြီးပြင်ဆင်လာမယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်တို့အသင်းကိုတော့short တာတော့မလုပ်ပါနဲ့ကျွန်တော်လည်းအကောင်းဆုံးစူးစမ်းလာခဲ့ပါမယ်
Of course, they are one of the best team. So, but for us also, don't think that we can be easy. So we will come with the best.
Oh, that's a lot of strength to look forward to. Very much looking forward to that game between yourselves and Pro Esports. Thank you very much, Blink, for joining us on the interview for you and the entire team. Congratulations to Yangon Galacticos.
Tapi kalau kau tanya aku
They
susah
start off
tu.
with a huge victory over GK.
Susah tu.
Back to the panel to wrap
Lawan
it all
dengan
up.
TS tau. Kalau kau tanya aku kalau
think we can be
without
beat. We are
sabar jap. Kalau contohlah kan. Kita Vamos buka pasukan Malaysia. Aku tak bias lah guys kan. Aku rasa susah tu. Diorang kena prepare betul-betul lah guys untuk esok Sebab kalau korang tanya aku, pasukan daripada TS kan, diorang punya chemistry memang dah setiap season konsisten tau. Chemistry diorang. Lepas tu yang aku risau kan jungle ni power tau kan. Jungle nampak strong tau, betul-betul power tau. Jungle dia very very good, very very strong guys Jungle tu jungle ya. Betul lah, jungle dia lah. Yang egois apa tu, ego tu. Mau nak ambil gambar kat Paris ni, pergilah. Vamos lawan siapa, kalau kalah lawan siapa. Vamos, nantilah Suhail. Esok yang penting dia lawan dengan Team Spirit, Team Kid Bomba macam tu tau. Team yang kuat lah guys. Team yang memang dah ni lah. Dah strategi. Ini budak-budak YG kat belakang ni, ramai-ramai. Budak-budak YG tapi ni. Tapi korang tak nampak kot. Tapi nak cakap congrats. Tapi diorang macam tak pandang aku. Ipan VSK Bomba ke bang? Betul. Jom makan croissant Moon. Kita orang lanja. Croissant Apalah.
Advantage up
Ya,
top.
sikit.
And if we look all the way
rasa
back
aku
at
dah
the
boleh gerak
emblems,
ni, guys.
it is also, in my opinion, a bit of a bad decision from
Tegur kamu
GK
kata
side
congrats.
to go for Quanok
Masalahnya dia
on
pandang aku pun
Wilderness
tidak. Kalau
Passage
diorang pandang aku
instead
dah
of
cakap
Season
congrats
Hunter.
lah. Kau nak
Usually
panggil
for
apa tu?
Selena,
Oi,
you go
macam tu.
Season Hunter
Oi.
and that insta-tempo in mid
bangang
with
ni.
these fighters in the side lanes to guarantee neutral objective. But just take a look at how long they take to get this turtle down, right? Quanok couldn't
Diorang
burst
tengah
it down,
ni,
Zeno
borak
couldn't
dengan
burst it
diorang
down. It
punya
creates
ni
this
dia
very
streamer ni
awkward area where they didn't know what to do. Their composition isn't built to go for fights. It's rather pick-offs with the tempo or it's
Siapa
the
menang
burst
pun?
neutral objective. Now with all
Siapa
of
apa?
YG
Game ni
going in,
YG menang.
it kind of comes down to again that decision
Ni ada kat sebelah
for
ni.
GK that was just horrible.
Dan tengah ada
They
lepak-lepak
didn't clear
borak
bot. They
dengan
didn't
dia punya
force Ying
streamer
into a
Ini
bad
pick
spot.
Myanmar guys.
So
Sebelah aku
Ying
ni
just
pick Myanmar.
instantly rotates over
Dia punya
without having to clear that
live
bottom
view dia
lane.
boleh sampai
Gets a
90
massive set. So we play this
90k,
again and we see, look at the
100k.
entrances here.
Macam tu lah.
Even from the
Tu
individual
baru betul
standpoint,
lo guys.
Aizen
Support.
didn't try to stop Ying
Ni
from
aku
getting
kat
into the
sini
team
lah
fight, right?
200
Because at this
seorang
point,
teman
at
aku
least if
lah.
you want to win for GK, it's picking
Kan.
them up. It's isolating these targets.
Nak
But what
meluas
GK
sikit
did
lah
in
guys
the end is corralling
Luas
together
sikit lah
up against
tipis-tipis.
an already heavy AOE composition. So you see this all play
Orang
out.
support
and
kan,
all
dia
those
streamer kat sini.
individual
Nampak aku
bad
200.
decisions, all those individual
200.
mistakes on the micro and
200,000.
macro just culminate in the game ending at 2 minutes.
You see the Paquito in the middle of the river there. Finally
Dah, diorang dah gerak.
Yeah.
We call that a day late and a dollar short.
Congrats, bro.
It did take a while for the Paghis to move in. Even GK to move as a team.
Rasa kau dah boleh gerak ni
I
guys
really thought when you show up with the
Benda pun
Selena
dah
and
tak ada
Jawhead
apa
and
dah
have
ni.
Aurora,
Yang
you're
boleh
gonna
buat and game pun dah
make
habis
a
sekejap
leash
je
for the
ni apa
Herrera and
semua.
then immediately invade the
So guys,
vehicle
aku
and
rasa
above.
mungkin sampai kat
They
sini
spent
je lah live
20
kita
plus
pada hari
seconds
ini. Thank you
waiting
so
on the
much
push,
untuk like, share,
watching
for
as
the
the
gift,
link
for
gets
the
a
follow
purple
guys,
without a problem.
everybody.
And once the link
Yang dah
left,
tekan button
stay
like,
there
yang
for
bantu
another
aku
5
tap-tap,
seconds,
yang bagi,
and then
yang
they
punch
move to
card,
back
yang
to
dah
their
follow guys.
rotation.
Appreciate
They ended
sangat
up
guys
losing
for
that
today.
initial start because
InsyaAllah
they
kalau
even
ada apa-apa
got
kita
to go
jumpa
to the
esok pula
opposing
guys.
wizard, steal
And
that away while they stole nothing and only watched.
It just seemed like they hesitated on every single decision, and not just in the game, but even pre-game. Because again, Renmar, I had to recheck, right? Because I saw that turtle take, that first one where it just all collapsed.
Yeah.
I had to check the emblems again. And there you go. I spotted it. Wilderness Blessing on the Selena instead
tak
of the
apa mu, kalau
Season
200
Hunter
orang
with
ni
this
beratur nak bergambar dengan kau penat juga kau nak belayan.
composition, but even then they weren't really
Adalah, saja je nak meluah santai-santai guys.
Like to understand the winning condition, it just
Tapi
goes
itulah
straight
orang
for that
kata
winning condition.
kan, kalau kita jangan
but they weren't able to polish it into the final picture. They just had the
kita
initial
jangan
ideas of, alright,
tengok
we
orang
wanna
yang kat
go
atas
fast,
kita.
but how
Kalau
do
kita
you
nak
do
happy,
that? What steps are you
kita
gonna
kena
take
selalu
properly?
tengok
Video was
orang
making
di
a big
bawah
point about
kita
taking
guys.
the proper steps,
Orang yang
and
susah
they
baru
missed
nak
them.
start
Well,
streaming.
today has been anything
And
but clear in terms
itu
of
salah satu cara lah yang kita boleh buat kalau kita nak hidup happy ya guys, hidup bahagia kan. Tunjuk bracket tak? Kita boleh tunggu sampai tunjuk bracket ni. Boleh.
In the upper bracket, Aurora Gaming also 2-0
Kenapa pun banyak fans
and
banyak
we see Onyx versus Instinct,
Adalah
the
cerita dia
fastest
tadi.
roll of the
Kau dah
tournament
lambat
so far,
dah.
both sub 10 minute games, I
Besok
believe,
vamos
around
Team Spirit.
10 and then an 11 minute or
agak
so. I
salah.
think we've had a 10 and then a 14 minute.
2-0 easy. Congrats bro. Happy for you guys man.
For Group B. Yangon
You guys deserve
Galacticos
it.
put themselves in the upper bracket to qualify for the knockout stage
You guys deserve it,
versus
bro.
Pro Esports. They will play.
Nice one,
and
nice
then
one. Good job.
Onyx is
Good
going
luck
to be
on
going
the
up
next
against
game.
Aurora Gaming, who basically sent the defending champions Team Liquid to the elimination match, which will be Entity
Yang lain
7's
semua main Fanny power
now. And GK Esports, who we just watched, will face off against the Selangor Red Giants. Whoever loses those elimination matches goes home. Whoever wins the qualification matches advances to the knockout stage. So high stakes for every single match.
Yangon and Pro Esports. I'm happy for them.
Power.
These are teams that probably no one expected to even make it to the knockouts, and now they're going to be fighting for one of the first
Ada chance jumpa Pro Esports balik kat bawah ni kamu nak?
Happy for me and
Boleh
Mark
jadi
Boyd,
lah,
of
boleh
course, with
jadi.
the shocking results that we got, but
Kena
I think
cakap saja
that
akan jumpa
series
Yangon atau
is
Pro.
probably going to be one of the most banger that we're going to be getting in the second round in the groups.
I think that's a guarantee, right? It has to be a banger. It's just, yes.
Good night
it's sweet,
bro,
but it's
good night
bittersweet,
everybody.
right? Because in a
Sekarang
way,
pukul apa?
you get to
5,
see Yangon
6, 7,
Galacticos
8.
and Pro. They
Pukul
go
11
up against
dah
each other for the first time.
Kat Malaysia pukul 11 dah.
Cambodia and Myanmar for the first time in a long time. But then you look at that better side of things and it's like, dang, every single time in the M6 World Championship, M7 World Championship as well, whenever one of these teams, the Cambodian team loses or the Burmese team loses, the Burmese would back the Cambodian team and the Cambodian team would usually back the Burmese teams, whoever's still there. Now they finally meet each other and they're foes. It's bittersweet.
Setting up a great
So kalau jumpa balik apa benda yang saja perlu fix. Aku rasa perlu cari hero mid lane yang lebih baik lah guys. Dengan ESP. Tadi game ketiga aku tengok macam Cram tak dapat nak main sangat. Kena target terus dengan Eudoranya. Siapa lagi? Lebih kurang macam tu lah guys. Mu mungkin macam Y3 kan. Dia kata good night bro, thank you, welcome bro. Good night everybody. So guys, aku rasa stream aku sampai di sini saja. So, ini game untuk esok Group A. True Reapers akan lawan dengan Guangzhou. Team Vamos akan lawan dengan Team Spirit. Lepas tu Team Vitality akan lawan dengan Team Falcon. Team Falcon Mena lawan dengan Ignite. Okay, aku punya True Reapers 2-0 Guangzhou. Vamos 2-1 Team Spirit. Vitality Team Falcon PH. Aku rasa yang ni Team Falcon lah. Team Falcon 2-1 Team Falcon Mena lawan dengan Ignite. Falcon Mena 2-0. Ingat guys Ingat aku punya ni. Tolong buat catatan sikit aku punya prediction. So guys, sampai di sini saja. Thank you so much. InsyaAllah kita jumpa di next stream yang akan datang pada hari esok. Semoga korang sihat-sihat saja. Selamat malam guys. Semoga korang jangan lupa selawat dulu guys. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. InsyaAllah kita jumpa di next stream yang akan datang guys. Assalamualaikum. Itu saja daripada Munji pada hari ini. InsyaAllah kita jumpa